Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Nancy. You'll have to include me out tonight, Angel. Some boys are planning a surprise party for me, and I'll be hanged if I don't show up. And then again, I may be hanged if I do.
Once again, the adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves
The Case of the Happy Hoodlum. It's early evening in New York. And at Novak's, a smart gambling spot on New York's east side, the proprietor steps out of his office and surveys his domain. Obviously, what he sees doesn't please him.
Letty,
Yes, Mr. Novak?
I'd like to see you.
Sure. Harry, take the stick, will you? The boss and I got business to discuss. What's on your mind, Mr. Novak?
Sit down.
Thanks.
Drink?
You know I'm working.
Is that what they call it?
Huh?
Take a look at these. That's last month's take.
374, 1495. Not good.
Well, that's the understatement of the year, Paletti. We're 14 grand off April. When I gave you the job as manager...
I guaranteed I could double the take.
Uh-huh.
Well, you got to understand, Mr. Novak. Things have changed. I couldn't figure on Lasker opening his joint just 2 blocks away.
Well, what do you intend to do about it?
What can I do? Of course, if this was the old days in Chicago, I could handle it easy enough. Like I once told Al, Al Capone, there's only one way to deal with a character like Lasker. Take care of him.
Take care of him?
You know what I mean.
And you do that for me?
That's nothing. If I thought it would help, I'd cut off my right arm.
I'm touched.
I mean it. I'm not much for talking, but you've been real swell. All you got to do is say the word.
All right, Paletti, I'm saying it. Take care of Lasker.
What?
Aren't those the right words?
Oh, now look, Mr. Novak.
What's the trouble? You just said you'd do anything in the world for me.
Well, suppose I talk to Lasker first.
There's been too much talk already. I think a little action is indicated. You got a gun, Paletti? Or will you use mine?
Is that you, Monty?
Yes, again, Lasker.
Who are you?
Tony Paletti. Maybe you heard of me.
I can't say I have.
I work for Frank Novak.
How'd you get in here?
Never mind. I'm here, that's all that counts.
You may have a point there. They do pay off on results, don't they? However, Mr.
Paletti.
I'd advise you...
Get away from that buzzer. Get away, Lasker, or I'll plug you. I mean it.
You're kind of new at this, aren't you?
Huh?
What's the trouble? Couldn't Novak find a more qualified man?
I'm doing all right. I got in here, didn't I?
There must be an answer for that, though it escapes me at the moment. What's on your mind?
You ought to know. Novak warned you to shove up shop.
Let me ask you something, Paletti. How much does Novak pay you?
What difference does that make?
You look like a bright boy. How would you like to go to work for me?
What?
You could start right now.
Now, look, Lasker, if you think you can buy me off...
I'll pay $5,000 for that gun.
5,000?
And Novak would never know.
You're crazy. He'd find out in 10 minutes.
He needn't. Tell him you couldn't get to me.
I don't like those kind of jokes, Lasker.
I'm not joking.
You said 10 grand?
I said 5.
Where's the dough?
In my desk.
I'll get it.
It's in the top drawer. You'll find 12 $1,000 bills in an envelope. Just leave the other 7 there.
Wouldn't I be a chump to do that? All right, Lasker. Well, you take it.
Don't be a fool, Paletti.
You didn't really think you were going to buy your way out of this?
I certainly did. You couldn't walk out if you're alive.
I'd like to see someone stop me.
That would be fairly simple. You see, there's a recorder in the basement.
Huh?
It's taking down every word of this dialogue. When you get downstairs, you'll find a couple of boys ready to usher you out.
You're lying.
Think so? I'll be glad to show you the microphone. Neat, isn't it?
Looks like a cigarette box, doesn't it?
Why, you dirty...
Now, there's no reason to be annoyed, Pletty. I'm still willing to stand by my end of the bargain. Keep $5,000 and let me have the gun.
How do I know you won't have me knocked off?
You have my word.
That's a hot one.
Naturally, you wouldn't understand, but a gentleman's word is his bond. In any event, you have no choice.
If Novak ever finds out, he'll kill me.
You should have thought of that before. Now, may I have the gun, please? Thank you. Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised if this proves a wonderful arrangement.
Hey, you won't be sorry, Lasker. I'm the kind of guy, if you ask me to cut off my right arm,
I may at that. All right, Pletty. Keep in touch. I'll have something for you real soon. But don't call us. We'll call you.
That you, Paletti?
No, he hasn't come back yet, Mr. Novak.
That's funny, Red. Did he call in?
Not that I know of.
What time you got?
7:15.
Better check his hotel. He should have...
Want me to get...
I'll get it. Yes?
I'd like to talk to Frank Novak, please.
This is Novak speaking.
You got a Tony Paletti working for you?
Why?
I just thought you might be interested. He sold you out to Lasker.
Come again?
Lasker bought him off. Paid him $5,000.
Who is this?
Well, let's just say I'm a troublemaker.
You wouldn't care to leave your name.
No, I don't think so.
I just want to show my gratitude.
Well, that's all right, Novak. I'll get my kicks reading the papers.
He hung up. Did you hear that, Red?
Yeah. What do you think?
I think I made a mistake in Paletti. I never should have dealt with an amateur. Wire Brackett in Detroit and ask him to send us an expert. On second thought, ask him to send a couple.
Yeah.
We'll find enough work to keep him busy.
Who is it?
Mike Waring.
Just a second.
Hello, Marie.
Well, suppose you want to see Tony.
Is he in?
Sit down.
Thanks.
Tony, you got a visitor.
Who is it, honey?
Come out and see.
Mike Waring, you old so-and-so. What are you doing here?
Well, I was in the neighborhood, so I thought I'd drop by.
Well, if you're not a sight for sore eyes. Hey, Marie, put up a pot of coffee, will you, sweetie?
No, don't bother.
That's no bother at all. Right, honey?
When have you ever been wrong?
What a girl. Always got a comeback.
Yeah, so I've noticed.
Hey, Mike, you remember that night around Arnheim when you, me, and Irving Fox went out on that patrol and Irving brought in that prisoner?
Yeah, only he turned out to be a chicken colonel from the 76th Division.
Oh, that was a night. I was just saying to Marie the other night, I haven't seen you or Irving in, gee, it seems like years.
Not to me.
Get her. Always clowning.
Yeah, that's me, Milton Berle. If you'll move, I'll set the table.
Please don't trouble yourself. I just stopped by to see if everything's under control.
Why shouldn't it be?
Well, I don't know whether you've heard, soldier, but you've got a namesake in town. There's another Tony Paletti.
You call that news? According to the phone book, there are 11 of them in New York.
Yeah, well, the one I had in mind works for a gambler named Frank Novak.
So?
So I got a rumble that a couple of hoods just moved in from Detroit looking for him.
Now, what's that got to do with me?
Nothing, I hope. But these boys are kind of trigger-happy. I'd hate to see him make a mistake.
Listen to him, Marie. Ain't he the limit?
Well, mistakes have happened before, Tony. That's how they finally caught up with Murder Incorporated. They got the wrong man.
What do you think he should do?
Well, I've already called the police, and if you people have no objection, I'd like to stick close for a couple of days.
You're out of your mind.
Why? I think it makes sense.
Oh, now, look, honey, there's nothing to worry about.
What do you mean there's nothing to worry about? Didn't you just hear him say?
Now, Mike was always a great warrior. You should have seen him at Remagen.
Well, just the same, Tony, if you don't mind.
I do mind. The day I need a nursemaid, I'll be ready for the old soldiers' home. Now, come on, Captain, drink your coffee. We're going to fight the Battle of the Bulge all over again.
'86th Precinct, Corbett.
Hello, Sergeant. Mike Waring.
Oh, I knew my luck couldn't hold out. The minute I woke up this morning, I read my horoscope, and it said, beware.
You know, if someone tapped this phone, they wouldn't realize how much you love me.
I hide it real well, don't I?
What's on your mind?
What's the latest in that Tony Paletti mess?
Well, we still don't know who's behind it. But from what I hear now, the boys who were imported for the job went back to Detroit.
Where did you pick that up?
Some stoolie.
And he claims they left without finding Paletti?
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense.
Now, look, Mike.
Well, they wouldn't leave without doing their job, not pros.
What's your interest in this, anyway?
I told you I've got a buddy with the same handle. I'd hate for any accidents to happen.
Honest, you're getting to be a real old lady.
I'm serious, Corbett.
Yeah, so am I. All you need's a rocking chair, and you could pose for Whistler's mother. Maybe I'll get you one for Christmas.
Taxi! Taxi!
That's him, Dave. Let's go.
Hey, cab!
You going our way, fella? We'd be glad to give you a lift.
No, thanks.
What's the matter? You bashful?
Well, who are you?
Oh, that's unimportant. Question is, are you Tony Paletti?
Yeah, that's right.
I was just telling Dave here. I thought I recognized you. Remember me?
No.
Harry Froman. We did a hitch in the Navy together in the Pacific.
Well, that's a good trick, because I was with the Army in the Atlantic.
Atlantic, Pacific. What's the difference? It's all one world. Get in.
Oh, you got the wrong Paletti.
I don't think so.
I tell you, you're making a mistake.
We'll soon find out. Let's go.
No.
Okay, sucker. Then take it here.
45 minutes have passed since Tony Paletti was shot down on a street corner. Now we find Mike Waring down at the morgue in answer to Sergeant Corbett's call.
All right, Jim. What's the idea? If you think spending a Sunday afternoon here is my idea of fun, you're crazy.
Well, I want you to identify a body.
Whose?
Well, that's for you to decide. All right, Haskell.
Oh, no.
You know him?
You know I know him. It's Tony Paletti. I warned you about this. I had a hunch.
I know, Mike, but what could we do? You refused police protection. Wouldn't even let you hang around.
How did it happen?
Well, there were like 8,000 eyewitnesses, so we got 8,000 different versions. The best we've been able to put together is your friend was waiting on the corner of Amsterdam and 73rd when this blue Nash pulled up. The driver got out, let him have it, took off.
Anybody get the license number?
Yeah. Stolen from a doctor in Brooklyn. Left the keys in the car. Seen enough?
Yes, too much.
Well, I ordered a pickup on the other Tony Paletti. He ought to know who was responsible.
Yeah, but until you find him, you're stymied.
Well, you aren't. Somebody's got to break the news to his wife.
What? You mean Marie hasn't been told yet?
No. Looks like you're elected.
Oh, now listen, Corbett.
He served in your outfit, Mike. That's the least you owe him. Now hop to it like a good kid.
Just a second.
Hello, Marie.
If you're looking for Tony, he isn't home.
Will you mind if I come in?
You want to wait? It's all right with me. I don't know why I put up with it. He has no consideration. Promised he'd be home at 5. Probably met a couple of boys starting to fight the war over again.
Yeah, well, listen, Marie, there's something I've got to tell you.
What did he do?
He didn't do anything.
Don't kid me. I know Tony. Got himself in a mess, and he sent you here to square it. Well, you can tell him for me.
No, you don't understand. Tony's been hurt.
Where is he?
Well...
Where is he? I want to see him.
You can't.
I can't.
No, he's dead.
No. No.
I'm sorry, Marie.
I don't believe it. It's not true.
Yes, I'm afraid it is. I identified him for the police.
No, there must be some mistake.
There was. They got the wrong Tony Paletti.
Would you get me some water?
Yeah, sure. And maybe you'd like something a little stronger?
No, I'll be all right.
Here you are.
Thanks. Nobody could tell him anything.
Well, actually, who could figure this would happen?
You did. You warned him just a couple of days ago, but he was too smart to listen. He knew everything.
Look, aren't you being a little hard on him?
Think it's going to be easy for me?
No, I suppose not. Well, look, have you got any family we can notify?
Family?
There's some friend or relative who could stay with you.
Well, I got a brother in Newark.
I suppose we get him over here, huh? If you let me have his phone number...
I'll call him myself.
Listen, Marie, I promise you one thing. I'll get the party who was responsible.
If it makes you feel better, go ahead. To me, it makes no difference. Won't bring Tony back, but you do what you like.
Homicide, Corbett.
It's me, Sergeant.
Oh, how are you, Mike? Did you see Mrs. Paletti?
Yep.
How'd she take it?
Just the way I expected.
Carry on much?
No, not Marie. She's your pioneer type. What's the news at your end?
We just picked up Tony Paletti.
Oh, you mean the genuine article?
Yeah.
I want to talk to him.
Well, I haven't had a crack at him myself, but if you hurry, you can join the party. Try and make it real soon.
Fellas ain't gonna get away with this. Don't think you are. I know my rights.
Anyone abusing him, Paletti?
Yeah, where do you come off pulling me in?
Well, I told you could go as soon as you answer a few questions.
And I told you I'm not doing any talking.
Now, listen, you.
Now, take it easy, Corbett. He's right.
What?
If he won't cooperate, there's nothing you can do.
Now you're being smart.
Oh, you think so? Well, I can book you as a material witness.
I wouldn't.
No? What would you do, Mr. Waring?
I would let him go.
Now you talk.
Shut up. So you'd let him go?
Yeah. Of course, you can't help it if the boys catch up with him.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Yeah, those hoods from Detroit who gunned the other, Tony Paletti. I guess they must have discovered their mistake by now.
Yeah. All right, Paletti, beat it.
Well,
you've been complaining you wanted to leave. But don't come crying to us when you get a half a dozen slugs in your belly. Well, what are you waiting for?
No, I don't want to go.
This ain't a boarding house.
You got to protect me. That's the law. It's your job to see nothing happens.
What could happen?
You know they're after me.
Who?
I don't know.
Come on, Paletti, who is it?
I tell you, I don't know.
Well, what do you think, Mike?
Well, the man's obviously suffering from a persecution complex.
Oh, well, then jail certainly isn't the place for him.
Oh, definitely not. I'd get him out on the street as soon as possible.
No, I'll tell you. It's Frank Novak.
Why is Novak after you?
He got some screwy idea. I sold him out.
Did you?
You take me for a rat?
Yes. Who does Novak think you made the deal with?
Gerald Lasker.
Gerald Lasker, huh? Well, that ought to give us enough to go on. All right, Paletti, you can go.
No, you said I could stay. You promised. They kill me if they get me outside.
Okay. Haskell, we're holding Paletti in protective custody. Give him the royal suite. All right, go on. They'll take care of you.
Thanks, Sergeant. You won't be sorry.
Don't give orders.
Nice boy.
Who do you think tried to get him?
Sounds like Novak.
Could be Lasker, too.
Yeah, could be. Well, you take one, I'll take the other. Let's hope that between us we wind up with the killer in the middle.
Looking for someone, friend?
Yeah, where does Frank Novak keep himself?
Who?
You heard me. You're just trying to pad your part. Is that his office?
Wait a minute, Buster. Mr. Novak is busy.
I think he'll make time for me.
Look, I told you something.
Hello, Novak.
Well, if it isn't that high-flying bird, the Falcon.
I think he needs his wings clipped.
Maybe you're the boy to do it?
Maybe I
That's
am.
enough, Red. Mr. Waring's an old friend of mine.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Look,
Oh,
you...
it's all right, Red. I can handle this. Now get back to the floor.
I'll be seeing you, mister.
You got a date?
I don't think he likes you, Mike.
Well, on the other hand, who does?
You got a point there. What brings you here?
Tony Paletti.
Huh?
Not the one who worked for you, but the one who was murdered this afternoon. I got a feeling you were responsible.
Oh, don't be silly. I didn't even know the man.
No, neither did the killers. That was the trouble. They meant to get the other one.
Where'd you pick that up?
From the original.
He told you I was sore at him?
Weren't you?
Of course not. Just between us, I think the man's crazy.
Look, Novak, Tony Paletti was my friend.
And naturally, you want to avenge his murder.
I'm going to.
You know, Mike, I like your attitude.
I'm not clowning.
Neither am I. Is that all you've got to say?
No, I've got lots more.
I'll have to keep. I just remembered I got a call to make. But drop around again when you're in the neighborhood. Only give us a little notice. Next time, I'd like to be ready for you.
Never mind, Harold. I'll answer it.
Hello, Lasker.
Harold.
Take it easy. This is a peaceful mission.
I may be permitted my doubts.
Okay, have your boy frisk me.
It's exactly what I had in mind.
He's not the talkative type, is he?
I prefer it that way. Sit down.
Thank you.
Drink?
Why not? Was Mike Waring around to see you?
No.
Well, he will be. I just spoke with him. He's investigating the Tony Paletti murder.
Tony Paletti?
Seems there are a couple of them. This one was killed by mistake.
I wonder who could have blundered.
Me, too. Waring thinks it was one of us.
How absurd.
That's what I said, but he didn't seem too convinced. I think he ought to be straightened out.
I'm not sure I understand you, Novak.
This guy Waring can get into more hair than the new Tony. If he gets into ours, the least they'll do is to close us up.
That would be a pity.
Yeah. Now, I know a couple of boys in Detroit.
No, thanks.
What's the matter?
Your Detroit friends don't seem to be too effective. I prefer the local product.
Got someone in mind?
Harold.
You mean the dummy?
As you pointed out, Harold isn't given to talk. But he is a craftsman. Get your tools, Harold, and give Mr. Novak a demonstration.
20 minutes have passed since Mr. Lasker's boy, Harold, was instructed to give Mike Waring a demonstration of his talents. Now, as the unwilling subject and Sergeant Corbett get out of the elevator, they compare notes.
So you talked to Novak, got nowhere, huh?
Well, you admit you didn't do any better with Lasker.
No, can't say as I did.
Well, let's go in and hold a cup.
Hey, your mouth's open.
What do you make of these scratches?
Huh?
Near the lock.
Someone used a gimmick there.
Must have company.
Yeah. Lights out?
Uh-huh.
Wait till I get ready. Okay, kick it open.
Get down.
You all right, Mike?
Yeah. The flash came from behind the sofa.
All right, you, come on. Throw your gun in the middle of the floor.
I'm going in after him.
Don't make like a hero. It's your last chance, feller. I'm going to count to 3.
There he is. I think you got him.
Don't move.
He's awful quiet. Cover me while I hit the lights. You got him.
Yeah, it looks like. Turn him over. Well, what do you know?
You recognize him?
Yeah, they call him the dummy. His name is Harold Plant.
Wonder what he had against me.
Well, you were trying to find Tony Paletti's killer.
You think this is our boy?
Well, he worked for Lasker.
But I didn't see Lasker.
No, but I bet Novak did. 5 will get you 10. They planned this little surprise together.
Yeah, you're probably right. Get him out of here, will you?
Hey, where you going?
Over to see Mrs. Paletti. Just make sure you don't leave the place in a mess. Hello, Marie.
It's you.
Yeah, just dropped by to report the latest.
Come on in, Mike.
Thanks. Oh, are you alone?
No, my brother's here from Newark. He just stepped out to get a paper.
Uh-huh. Did you make any arrangements for Tony's...
Funeral? You don't have to be afraid to say the word. It's going to be Tuesday. You coming?
Of course.
If you think of anybody else that should be notified, let me know.
Yeah, I'll call the boys myself. They almost had a doubleheader.
What do you mean?
Some hood was waiting for me in my apartment. Luckily, Sergeant Corbett proved a better shot.
Who was it?
A boy they call the dummy. He works for Lasker.
You think he was the one that killed Tony?
No, I don't think so. For one thing, the eyewitnesses who saw the murder said Tony talked to the man who shot him. This boy was a mute.
Maybe he was the one driving the car.
I doubt it.
Well, it's not important.
As a matter of fact, it's very important. How did you know there were 2 men involved in Tony's murder?
You said so.
I don't see how I could have. I didn't know it myself. According to the reports, there was only one.
So I made a mistake?
Yes, you did, Angel. A bad one.
What are you talking about?
You were responsible for Tony's murder.
You feel all right?
And you heard me tell him his namesake was in trouble. It gave you ideas.
You're crazy.
You must have figured it was too good an opportunity to miss. Why did you do it, Marie? He loved you.
You know, you can be pretty dull.
Well, if you think I am, wait till you get a load of Sergeant Corbett. Get your coat.
What for?
We're going down to headquarters.
Okay, if it'll make you happy.
Yeah, hold it. Just leave your bag right there.
You wouldn't expect me to go out with a good-looking man without powdering my nose.
I said drop it.
Let go.
Come on, Marie, drop it. I'll break your arm.
Go.
Frankly, after your little stunt, I don't even need that much excuse.
Well, just goes to show you. Who'd ever have thunk this was just a case of a dame trying to get rid of her husband?
Well, I would have if I'd had any brains. The signs were there all along, Corbett.
I don't see where.
You told me those hoods from Detroit left town without finding the other Tony Paletti. That should have been the tip-off.
Well, my information could have been wrong. Why'd she do it anyway?
Well, that's what got me. Then I realized her brother from Newark must have supplied the motive.
Huh?
He wasn't her brother.
You mean the two of them?
Yes.
You suppose Tony knew?
No, he was the trusting type. I can't help thinking it's all my fault.
Ah, don't be a sap.
Well, if I hadn't told them about the other Tony Paletti being hot, this stunt might never have occurred to Marie.
Ah, don't kid yourself. When a dame like Mrs. Paletti makes up her mind about something, that's it. She didn't need anyone to give her ideas. She had plenty of her own.
And her last one was murder. Well, good night, Sergeant.
WBBM FM, Chicago.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment John Lund as
Johnny Dollar.
Philip Martin, Johnny.
Oh, yeah. How are you, Mr. Martin?
Fine. Got an assignment for you.
Something interesting?
Well, I think you'll like it. Our company insures a Miss Nancy Shaw.
That's a familiar name.
If you go to the movies, it should be.
Oh, that Nancy Shaw.
Mm-hmm. She was robbed of $100,000 in jewels. Think you can handle it?
Well, I can try. Say, for an assignment like this, I might even consider waiving my expense account.
You're kidding.
Yeah, I sure am. I'll see you at the office.
the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum bring you John Lund in another adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
For refreshing taste, plus chewing enjoyment, treat yourself to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. When your mouth and throat feel hot and dry, a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint gives you quick, long-lasting refreshment. The lively, full-bodied spearmint flavor cools your mouth and freshens your taste. The chewing itself helps keep your throat pleasantly moist. Best of all, you can chew and enjoy refreshing Wrigley's Spearmint Gum almost any time and any place. Keep a package handy right in your purse or pocket so you can chew a stick whenever you want it. For refreshing taste, plus chewing enjoyment, treat yourself to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. Millions enjoy it, and you will too.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Columbia All Risk Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Nancy Shaw matter. Expense account item 1, $193.80, plane fare and incidentals between Hartford and Los Angeles. I arrived at the International Airport at 11 a.m., hired a car, and drove directly to Santa Monica, where I registered at a hotel. Shortly after that, I drove to the Santa Monica police station and introduced myself to Sergeant James Dodd.
Oh, I've been expecting you. Your company sent a teletype.
I understand this isn't the first of this type of robbery.
No, been 3 others. Same M.O. Always knows the setup of the house, goes directly to whatever he or she is after.
Why, you think it might be a woman?
But you never know. Each time it's been wealthy families, twice people in the picture business. Here's a list of the articles stolen.
Quite a list. Any of the stuff shown up yet?
Not yet, but it will.
Miss Shaw was robbed night before last.
Sunday, maid's night out. Each one's been like that. Always the maid's night off. Always the people are out to dinner or something. Whoever it is, very well informed.
I've got to run out and talk with Miss Shaw.
Nice girl. You'll like her. Malibu, number 915. Straight out the highway, turn in the gates at the colony. I'd better call and tell her you're coming down, or you'll never get past the patrol.
Patrol?
Yeah, the association that protects the homes in the colony. They check everybody that comes in the gates.
What about the thief, then?
Well, I think he parked on the highway down from the colony, walked down to the beach, and busted in the Shaw place from the back way.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you, Sergeant.
Sure. Anything else? Happy to help out.
Took me about half an hour to reach the colony at Malibu, where the patrol at the gate stopped me. Evidently, Miss Shaw had informed them of my coming because they passed me through. I drove slowly down a narrow street fronted on one side by beautiful homes that faced a long white strip of beach. I was met at the door of number 915 by a maid who showed me through the attractively furnished home to a glassed-in cabana overlooking the ocean. Nancy Shaw, one of the biggest stars at the box office, rose to greet me. She was wearing a white sunsuit, and as she walked toward me, I had the sensation my hair had caught on fire.
Mr. Dollar?
Yeah. How do you do, Miss Shaw?
Sergeant Dodd called, said you were coming down.
I, just left him.
Nice cop. Sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
I'll, try.
Something wrong?
It's a little warm.
How about a drink?
Fine.
Bernice? What'll it be?
Anything with a thermostat in it.
Gin and tonic?
That'll do it.
Yes, ma'am.
Bernice, bring Mr. Dollar a gin and tonic, and I'll have the same.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a wonderful house.
Thank you. I wouldn't live anywhere else.
But isn't it quite a drive to the studio?
Oh, well, when I'm working, I'm generally up around 6. Hardly any traffic. I get there in 25 minutes. Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Tell me about your work, Mr. Dollar.
Well, there's not much to tell. I'm a freelance investigator. Insurance company's got a job, they call me,
And you investigate.
That's about it.
Like your work?
Well, it has its compensations.
For instance?
Well, for instance, Nancy Shaw in a sunsuit.
Well, thank you.
It says on your insurance report that you've never been married.
Is that so unusual?
In your case, I'd say it was.
I've come close.
What changed your mind?
Men?
Sorry I mentioned it.
Oh, I'm not. I think men are wonderful.
But marriage isn't?
Under the right circumstances, it's great. You married, Mr. Dollar?
Uh-uh.
Why not?
Let's talk about the jewels that were stolen, huh?
All right. Have the police found out anything?
No, not much.
Miss Shaw?
Oh, yes, Bernice?
Mr. Astor just called. Said he was on his way down.
Oh, thank you. Tell the gate man to let him in, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
The patrol at the gate isn't generally this cautious, but since the robbery, they're checking everyone.
According to my report, you were robbed of a ruby pin, 2 diamond rings, a pearl choker, 4 gold bracelets, 2 diamond watches, 3... Well, here's the list. Is it correct?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
The items were stolen night before last.
Yes. Mr. Dollar,
Yeah?
do you have to ask me a lot of questions?
Well, it's the usual procedure. If you're expecting company or something, I can come back some other
Oh,
time.
no. I just thought, as long as we've got to spend some time together, we might as well be comfortable. We can go out and sit on the beach.
Well, that sounds fine, but,
Don't you like the beach?
Oh, I love it, but I'm not exactly dressed.
Oh, there's plenty of trunks in the guest house. Should be some your size.
I met her on the beach. She'd changed from the sunsuit to a red bathing suit. She was stretched out in the sand, her face turned up to the sun, and her blonde hair spread out around her shoulders.
Hi.
Hi.
Here. Spread out this towel. Get yourself some sun.
Okay.
You're a little white.
More of a pearl gray, I'd say. Ah.
Trunks look fine.
I hunted high and low for a pail and a shovel.
Gonna dig in the sand?
I don't think I've been out on the beach like this since I was 8. I had a pail and shovel then. Seemed only fitting and proper.
Might be fun at that.
Oh, sure. Didn't you used to build castles with moats around them? Let the ocean come in and fill them up?
No, I didn't get to the beach much before I came to California. Then I was a little old for building castles.
Oh, you're never too old to build castles. But then there's always some guy who comes along, running as though he was in training for a 4-minute mile. Never sees your castle and plump.
Runs right over it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've had it happen.
But you said you never built castles.
Not in the sand. But I've built them. And they've got stepped on.
Can always build another.
I did. Another. And another.
And now you're living in one. A big, beautiful one. Right on the beach.
Mm-hmm. What's your castle look like, Mr. Dollar?
Oh, I design all kinds. Sometime when I've got a pail and a shovel, I'll show you. And the name is Johnny.
All right, Johnny. Sometime you build me a castle.
Sure. Hey, you've got a visitor.
Huh?
Guy just came out of your house. He's headed this way.
Tall, dark, looks like an ad for strength and health.
Exactly.
Dave Asher.
Old friend?
Nope. We're engaged.
Oh.
Hello, Dave.
Didn't Bernice tell you I was coming down?
Yes, she told me. This is Mr. Dollar.
How do you do?
This is Dave Asher, Mr. Dollar. He's happy to meet you.
Really?
Ah, don't sulk, Dave. Tell Mr. Dollar you're happy to meet him.
Why?
Because it's too nice a day to put up with one of your moods.
Is this guy the reason you haven't been available for the last few days?
I only met Mr. Dollar an hour ago.
Then you won't miss him. Goodbye, Mr. Dollar.
Goodbye. Have a nice trip.
I don't think you get the point.
Oh, sure I do. You're unhappy, so you're leaving.
Mr. Dollar, maybe you don't know it, but Miss Shaw and I are engaged.
I know it.
Dave, for once in your life, try to act
I drove all the way down here to see you. I haven't seen you since Sunday night, and there's a few things I like to settle. In private. Now, maybe you get the point, Mr. Dollar. I'm not leaving. You are.
Oh, now, this is really too much.
No, wait a minute. Maybe I'd better
you
go.
You stay right where you are, Johnny.
Oh, it's Johnny.
Yes, it's Johnny.
My family thought it up.
You're a pretty funny man, huh?
Now, you listen to me. You just go right back out to your car and drive yourself away from me.
I'm not leaving until he does.
I beg your pardon. You're leaving, and you're leaving right now. Now, turn around.
You're serious?
I was never more serious in my life. Now, get off the beach.
We're through.
Fine. Hi. I'm sorry, Johnny.
Cigarette?
Thanks. It's rather unpleasant.
You want to borrow my shoulder?
Oh, it's been coming to this for a long time. I don't know why I didn't stop seeing him sooner, except that I really didn't know him for the first few months. You know, party manners, impress the lady with a well-oiled line. I guess I was being as insincere as he was. It's the town for insincerity, Johnny. It's like the first house I bought. Beautiful. Lived in it for 6 months before I discovered the termites had eaten away half the foundation.
Huh. Who is he?
Well, just a rich young man, spoiled disposition.
He was with you the night you were robbed?
Yes. We had a big fight. He took me home. It was over then. I knew it. And I have to admit I was a little dewy-eyed over having made one more mistake. And when I discovered the jewelry was missing, it was just too much. I must have cried for 2 whole hours. I have to go to a party tonight, Johnny. Dave and I were invited. What'll I do?
Have a headache?
That's too easy. He'll be there with someone. What are you doing tonight, Johnny?
No plans.
Will you take me to the party?
Gonna show him you don't care, huh?
I don't want to show him anything. I'd like to show myself.
I play a lousy second fiddle.
You don't have to play anything. Just take me to the party. When you get bored, say goodnight.
Friends, no matter what kind of work you do, it's a real help to chew delicious Wrigley Spearmint Gum right while you're working. When you're warm or tired, for instance, the lively, full-bodied spearmint flavor is really refreshing. It helps keep your mouth and throat feeling cool and moist. Chewing on that smooth, good-tasting piece of Wrigley Spearmint makes the time pass more pleasantly, too. It seems to make your work go smoother and easier. Keep a package or two of Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy all the time. Enjoy chewing Wrigley Spearmint while you're working and at other times. That's Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
I guess it wasn't a very big party by Hollywood standards, but it frightened me. About 150 guests, producers, stars, and some odds and ends that always show up at a party like that. Dave Asher was there, guzzling champagne as though the Texas drought had hit Beverly Hills. About midnight, the party was under full steam, and Nancy led me outside, where a long walk stretched out over half an acre of lawns and wound around a big lighted swimming pool.
Having fun?
Well, I'm a little out of my element.
I thought being together might make the difference.
Being with you is the nicest thing that's happened in a long, long time. But I'd rather be sitting on the beach.
Yes, that would be nice. Johnny?
Hmm?
Kiss me.
Well, what was that for?
Does it have to be for something?
Well, doesn't it?
I guess so. I wanted you to kiss me. I thought it might be nice. It was.
Let's get out of here.
All right.
Well.
Hello, Dave.
Goodbye, Dave.
Going someplace?
Yes, we were.
Why don't you be a good boy?
I want to
and
talk to you, funny man.
Dave, please.
Let him get it off his chest.
Yeah, it's good for one to get something off one's chest, right?
If you say so.
I do. I say so.
Johnny?
It's all right.
Sure, Nancy, it's all right. Funny man can handle himself. Can't you, funny man?
Look, Sonny, whatever it is you've got to say it and get out of my way.
I don't like you.
Great. I'd hate to be your first friend.
And I don't care much for your date, the little glamour gal. Big movie star, Miss Nancy Shaw.
Be careful.
Yeah?
Please, Johnny.
Okay. Get out of my way, Mr. Asher.
I don't think so.
Well, then it's about time you got your first lesson. Occasionally, you're bound to run into guys like me.
And what do I learn?
To wish you hadn't. Can he swim?
Like a fish.
Let's go sit on the beach.
Let's.
We left while young Asher was pulling himself out of the pool and drove back to the beach. Turned out to be a lovely evening after all. We sat on the beach and talked about things until we couldn't think of anything else to say. I left as the sun was rising behind the Malibu hills and drove back to the hotel and crawled into bed. I'd promised to see Nancy for dinner, so I set the alarm and fell asleep. It was about 4 p.m. when the phone rang. Johnny Dollar.
This is Sergeant Dodd.
Oh, how are you? I just catching a little snooze.
You have a big night last night?
Well, I don't know. Nothing special. Why?
You made the papers, front page.
Huh?
Yeah. Says here you knocked some young socialite into a swimming pool.
Oh, I better get up. Anything new on the case?
No, I thought maybe you might have something. What do you know about this guy you belted last night?
He didn't drown, did he?
No, but we've been doing some checking on him.
Any particular reason?
Well, we're checking everyone that's even remotely connected with Miss Shaw or any of the others who've been robbed.
Well, all I know is that he used to be engaged to Miss Shaw. His name is Asher. Dave Asher. And, oh, yeah, she said he's got a lot of money.
Oil wells.
Yeah.
Not a one.
What do you mean?
I mean, he looks like a phony. Nobody's ever heard of him. He's certainly not in oil.
Does he have money?
Yeah, but not as much as he pretends. 3 months ago, he didn't even have a bank account, and he was living in a $7 a week room.
Huh.
Just thought you might be able to tell me something more.
No, I can't. But I'll see what I can find out.
Okay. Give my regards to Miss Shaw.
I'll do that.
Seems like a real nice girl.
Yeah. A half hour later, I pulled up to the beach house, got out, went down the steps to the front door, and rang the bell. It had been a long time since I'd felt like that. I was really looking forward to seeing her again.
Oh, Miss Shaw isn't in, Mr. Dollars.
Well, she's expecting me.
Miss Shaw isn't seeing anyone for the next few days. She told me to tell you she was sorry.
Now, wait a minute.
Please, Mr. Dollars.
What's the matter with you? What's wrong?
There's nothing wrong, sir. Please, let me close the door.
Your apron's torn. You've been crying. What's happened, Bernice?
Nothing.
Then I'll find out for myself. Nancy! 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 Nancy, are you in there?
Johnny,
Open the door.
please, go away. I can't see you.
What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. I'll call you.
Open the door.
Oh, please, Johnny,
Nancy!
go away.
Are you going to open the door or do I break it in?
I didn't want to see you. I didn't want any more trouble.
Honey, who did it?
Oh, please. Please don't do anything. Don't say anything about it, please. The publicity would be awful.
Come on. Sit down.
Oh.
Have you seen a doctor?
No. Bernice called him. He should be here any minute. He won't say anything.
Who did it?
Oh, Johnny, please forget it.
Asher.
Please.
All right. Come on. You stretch out.
Oh.
You got any sleeping pills or anything?
It's in the cabinet.
Here. Take a couple. Come on. Now, you just relax till the doctor gets here. You'll be all right.
All right.
You just take it easy. Okay?
Okay.
Is she all right, Mr. Dollars?
Who beat her up? Was it Mr. Asher?
Yes. Yes, he got here about an hour ago. I tried to stop and he hit me. He was crazy. He kept hitting her. I found this on the floor after he left.
Huh. Quite a diamond.
Yes, sir.
Hard cut. About 2 carats.
He yelled, screamed like he was crazy. He was just terrible. Is she all right?
Yeah. I want to use the phone.
Yes, sir. I didn't want to keep you out, Mr. Dallas. But Miss Shaw was scared you'd do something.
Somebody's got to do something, Bernice.
You going to call the police?
Yeah.
I guess you have to.
City Hall.
Sergeant Dodd, please.
Thank you.
Robbery, Sergeant Dodd.
This is Johnny Dollar.
Oh, yeah.
You got that list of stolen goods handy?
Well, right in front of me. Why?
Check it and see if there's a 2-carat diamond. Oval, pretty deep.
Wait a minute.
Bernice,
Yes, sir.
you know those people that have been robbed in the last 3 months?
Yes, sir. Miss Shaw and me was just talking about it this morning.
Were they all friends of Miss Shaw's?
Yes, sir. Miss Shaw was saying how funny
Johnny?
it was.
Wait a minute, Bernice. Yeah, Sergeant?
There's no single stone on the list, but there's a ring, platinum setting with 2 small rubies, square cut on the side, and a 2-carat diamond that fits the description. Oval, deep.
Yeah. Look, Dodd. Dave Asher just beat up Miss Shaw. She's a mess. Doctor's on his way over now. Wait a minute. Bernice, what were you going to say? You said that Miss Shaw...
She said how funny it was that all them people who were robbed, that she was over there to their house just before it happened.
Dodd.
Yeah?
I think Asher's our boy. I think he went to those houses with Miss Shaw and cased them good. Found out what night the maid was off and anything else that might happen.
Okay, but how about Miss Shaw's house? Asher was with her the night of the robbery.
Then he's working with someone. He gets the layout, someone else does the job.
Well, we can certainly run over and pick him up. Get him on an assault charge anyway.
Yeah. I want to see Mr. Asher again. Sergeant Dodd gave me Asher's address in Santa Monica Canyon and said he'd meet me there. I looked in on Nancy, who was getting drowsy. Then I told Bernice I'd check back to see what the doctor's report would be, and then left for Asher's place.
Yeah?
Get up. I said get up!
Let me go.
You're out of shape, Dave. You should train on men for a while.
You broke my nose.
You're lucky. Now, where did you get this ring? Where did you get it?
I bought it.
Where?
From a guy.
What guy?
Just a guy. I don't know him. He wanted to sell it, and I bought it. Is there anything the matter with that?
Yeah, you're lying. Now, listen to me. I want some answers. First, where did you get this ring?
I told you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You've been going to parties with Miss Shaw, casing the house, then someone else has been doing the jobs. Right? Okay.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Am I right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Who are you working with?
Name's Fisher. Stanley Fisher.
Where is he?
He lives at the Shelton Hotel on Ocean Drive.
Where's the loot?
He's got it.
Why did you beat up Miss Shaw?
I don't know. I just got mad. I don't know why I did it. Don't you ever do anything and you don't know why?
Oh, yeah, sure. But this isn't one of those times.
Well, guess I should have knocked.
Oh, hello, Sergeant. He's your man, all right.
I heard.
Works with some guy named Stanley Fisher.
Yeah, we know him. Small-time thief. I'll have him picked up.
I'm sorry about the mess. Asher and I had a slight difference of opinion.
Forget it. Why don't you get back to the beach and see how Miss Shaw's doing? I'll take care of things here.
Thanks. Miss Shaw was fine. Took her a few days to get up and around, so naturally I stayed in town until Dodd put the finishing touches on the case. Then I went down to the beach and gave her a full report.
And now you've got to leave.
I'm afraid so. I don't particularly want to.
I guess it's better.
Why?
I don't know. Do you?
Sure. So I can come back.
Will you?
The next time my expense account brings me to California.
I will personally rob every house in the neighborhood.
You do that. Well, I'm going to catch a plane.
Johnny, come here.
Nancy.
Huh?
Are you sure my hair isn't on fire? Well, that was that. Expense account item 2, $115. Hotel bill and incidentals. Items 3 and 4, $295.85. Car rental, plane fare, and incidentals back to Hartford. Expense account total, $604.65. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, friends, for refreshing taste plus chewing enjoyment, treat yourself to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The taste of fresh spearmint is cooling and delightful, and there's lots of it in every stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. It freshens your mouth, helps keep your throat moist, and sweetens your breath besides. You'll enjoy the good chewing, too, Because Wrigley's spearmint is so smooth and pleasant to chew on. There's nothing else quite like it. Next time you're at the store, stop at your friendly merchant's display of chewing gum and get a few packages of good-tasting Wrigley's spearmint gum. Always keep some handy for refreshing taste plus chewing enjoyment. That's Wrigley's spearmint chewing gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brought to you by Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, stars John Lund in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Mary Jane Croft, Thelma Johnson, Peter Leeds, and Vic Perrin. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you enjoyed tonight's story of Johnny Dollar and that you're enjoying delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. This is Charles Lyon, inviting you to join us again next week at this same time when, from Hollywood, John Lund returns as...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
At the first sign of a cold, take Rexall antihistamine. Bottle of 15 tablets, only 39 cents at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And now listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Good health to all from Rexall. Now, your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Mr. Diamond?
Yeah? What's the matter?
You got to do something for me.
Hey, you're hurt.
Yeah.
Hey, now take it easy. Sit down. Sit down.
You got to listen to me.
You're bleeding all over the place. I'll call a doctor.
No, please wait.
But look,
I've been knifed bad. I don't think I've got much time. Here, take this. They're right behind me.
I'm going to call a doctor.
No, listen. Key west. Get envelope to the... Oh.
Hey, you. Oh, no. The man, whoever he was, had toppled over on his face and was very dead. He handed me a plain white envelope, sealed with no address on it. I went over to my desk to put in the called homicide when I heard someone moving around in the hall. I turned and saw the shadow of a man silhouetted against the glass section of my office door. I grabbed a pen and hurriedly scribbled the address of Lieutenant Walter Levinson, 5th Precinct Homicide, on the envelope, stuck a stamp on it, then headed for the hallway. I was about to open the door when the shadow was joined by another one. They opened it for me. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Wait a minute. We want to ask you...
Later. I got to mail a letter.
Hey, stop him! Don't let him mail that thing!
They were both big men and could run. I beat them to the mail chute by a split second and dropped the envelope. They made a dive for it, and when they missed, they forgot it and started concentrating on me.
Mr. Diamond? Mr. Diamond, please try and sit up. What in the world happened to you?
Oh, where are your wings, honey?
You look as though someone had beaten you up.
No, don't be silly. It's the latest thing. Hey, I'm back in my office.
I found you lying here. You want me to call a doctor?
No, call homicide.
Is someone dead?
Certainly. That guy right over...
What guy?
Oh, dandy. Well, honey, there was a guy. In fact, he was lying just about where I'm lying, and he was dead. Look, you can see the blood.
I thought that was your blood.
Oh. Rather than try and convince you, maybe you'd like to tell me why you came up to see me.
Well, my name's Nancy Lang. I want to hire you.
To do what?
I'm giving a big party tonight, some very wealthy guests. I just want someone around to keep an eye on things.
Well, I'd like to help you, but I've got a bit of a problem with a missing body.
Oh, well, that's too bad. I was prepared to pay you $500 for the evening.
$500? Well, so a body gets lost. Who wants to hunt a corpse when he can attend a perfectly good party? Well, good afternoon, Sergeant Otis.
Oh, how are you, Diamond?
Still breathing. Why don't you try it sometime?
Oh, go jump in the lake.
Only if you'll lend me one of your shoes to paddle around in.
No.
Hello, Walt.
Hi, Rick. Oh, no. What happened to you?
Well, two charming gorillas used me for a fast game of squash.
Who were they?
Never saw them before. But I got a hunch they killed the guy. Let's have a look at your mug file. I gave Walt the story and told him about the mysterious envelope he would be getting in the mail. But after 2 hours of checking the rogues gallery, we came up with nothing. So I went home, shaved and changed, and went out to my client's house, where she met me in a well-appointed library. Her appointments were,
Mr. Diamond, right on time. You look much better.
Well, I tried to wear something that wouldn't clash with my bruises.
I'd like you to meet Senor Giardo.
Giardo?
An old friend, a very wealthy politician from South America. This is Mr. Diamond, Mr. Giardo.
How do you do, sir?
How are you, Mr. Giardo?
Mr. Diamond is a private detective. He's here to guard the wealth.
Oh, very interesting.
Kind of an official watchdog, Mr. Giardo.
Well, there will certainly be enough to guard. Miss Lang's guest list is made up of some very wealthy and prominent personalities. In fact, I am very flattered to be among them.
I've seen you before.
Very possibly. Have you ever been to South America?
A couple of times, but that's not it.
My home is in Bogota.
No. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll think of it.
If you'll excuse us, Mr. Giardo, I want to show Mr. Diamond around the house and grounds.
Certainly, certainly. A pleasure meeting you, Mr. Diamond.
The house was my father's. He died several years ago. He used to love this garden.
It's beautiful.
Smell the jasmine?
Yes.
What made you become a private detective?
Oh, I don't know. I make a pretty good living. My own boss. I was a cop for a long time. I like the work. And that's quite a fountain. Trying to give Rockefeller Center competition?
It looks beautiful with the lights on. There.
Yes, it certainly does.
You're not the type to be a private detective.
Oh, I'm definitely the type. Sure, like everything else, it gets dull sometimes, but when things start popping, it can get pretty interesting.
Like this afternoon? Getting beaten up? The man you said was killed in your office?
Well, he wasn't killed there. He just died there. Besides, how many guys can wake up lying on their office floor and have a beautiful girl offer them $500 to come to a party?
I see what you mean.
Don't you think you'd better get back? Your guests are probably arriving.
Yes, I'll switch off the fountain light.
Why don't you leave them on? Your guests would love it.
My father used to sit and watch it for hours. I don't like to show it to everyone.
Kind of like a part of the garden died.
You certainly are a strange man.
Never noticed myself.
Well, I have. I like you.
Where did you meet Mr. Giardo?
In South America. He was a good friend of my father's.
Wealthy politician, huh?
That's right. Mr. Diamond.
It's Rick.
Rick.
Yeah?
Oh.
I think we'd better go back to the party. I'm a fairly normal guy. Nancy was a very exciting girl. And the kiss in the garden was as nice as anybody could ask for. But there's one thing I do pride myself in, and that's a certain lack of stupidity. There was something wrong, nothing I could put my finger on, but I sensed it. Like being lost in a dark room with a loose high-tension wire. I circulated around, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. By 3 o'clock, the party broke up, and Senor Giardo and Nancy were the only ones left.
A most enjoyable party, Miss Lang.
Oh, thank you. It was nice of you to come, Senor Gallardo.
Well, I must say good night. Have you remembered where you have seen me before, Mr. Diamond?
Well, not yet, Mr. Giardo.
Oh, it's too bad. Thank you again for a charming evening, Miss Lang. Good night, Mr. Diamond.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, I'm exhausted.
A little beat myself.
You want some coffee?
Love it. We had some coffee, and Nancy drove me home. I kissed her goodnight and left with a promise to call. As I reached my floor, I could hear my phone ringing. I opened the door and stumbled into the biggest mess I'd seen in a long time. My room was a wreck. Someone had torn it to pieces. Yeah?
Diamond?
It's 3:45 in the morning. What do you want, Fatty?
We fished a body out of the river about an hour ago. Died from a knife wound in the back.
Did he fit the description of the guy who died in my office?
This one didn't fit any description. Someone was very careful to fix his face so we couldn't identify him.
Check his fingerprints?
You're playing around with some pretty gory individuals. They amputated his fingers.
Oh. Somebody's given my room a good going over. Really took it apart. It's an odds-on bet they were after that envelope. And when you get it tomorrow morning, give me a call. It might tell us everything we want to know.
Okay.
Walt, you ever heard of a man named Gallardo? South American, supposed to be mixed up in politics?
No, why?
Nothing. I met him at the party tonight, and
Hey, what's the racket? You met this guy at a party and what? Rick, what's the matter? Rick!
Who is this?
This is Lieutenant Levinson. Who is this?
Mr. Diamond is unconscious.
What?
And if you ever want to see him alive again, listen carefully.
Okay, go ahead.
From Mr. Diamond's conversation, I understand you are to receive the envelope. When you do, go directly to the Staten Island ferry. Ride on it, all day if necessary. A man will meet you and pick up the envelope. Be alone. Do not notify the police, or Mr. Diamond will surely die.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
someone had sapped me and sapped me good. I had a dull, throbbing headache, and when I began to find my way back to consciousness, I felt my coat pulled off and my right shirt sleeve rolled up. There was a sharp pain in my upper arm, and several seconds later, my headache disappeared in a surge of heat that spread out over my back and shoulders. I tried to fight it, but it was like being on a sinking ship, trying to crawl back up the slanting deck. The ship dragged me down, and I swallowed up in the black water. The next thing I remembered was a blinding circle of light overhead, like the sun if you were looking at it through a sheet of wrinkled cellophane. I shut my eyes, and I could hear voices, far off, hollow, not making much sense. The light hurt my eyes, but I couldn't seem to shut it out. So I tried to relax and wait, give the drug time to wear off. After what seemed like hours, the voices began to make sense. The light was easier to look at. It was just a plain ceiling lamp.
Hey, you want a sandwich?
As the feeling in my fingers began to return, I realized I was lying on a bed.
There's a restaurant on the corner. I won't be more than 10 minutes.
The other man had promised to be back in 10 minutes, so I had to do something in a hurry. I kept tightening my muscles, trying to get the circulation back. I had to make a try. I wasn't sure of my strength, but I had to try. I rolled off the bed.
Hey, coming out of it, huh?
break your neck?
He leaned down to pick me up, and I hit him just below the Adam's apple with the side of my open hand. The man choked and turned blue. He grabbed for his shoulder holster, and I kicked out with both feet. He doubled over and fell on his face. The effort had put him out of commission, but I was exhausted. I grabbed his gun, staggered for the door. But getting out of that room was like wading through an acre of glue. I made the hall somehow and started down the steps. I met the other man coming up. His arms were filled with beer and sandwiches. I shot him right through his dinner.
Feel better?
Yeah, Walt. A little more coffee, huh?
You really had a rough time. They pumped you full of this stuff.
Yeah, I'm amazed. I was out nearly 14 hours, huh?
Yeah, you lost a whole day. How you managed to get down here, I don't know.
I guess I'll never know.
Drink your coffee.
Yeah. And, you gave them the envelope, huh?
Yeah, about an hour before you staggered into the station. I rode that ferry all day. 5 o'clock, a man came up to me, and I gave him the envelope. Oh, I was smart. I had 3 men on the ferry and 3 men at each landing to tail him. He was a little smarter. He took the envelope, stuck it in a waterproof case, and jumped overboard. Fast speedboat picked him up.
No identification on the guy I shot?
No record, nothing on him by the time we got there. What did the other guy look like?
I was so punchy I couldn't tell much. You'll have a sore throat for a long time.
But they were the ones who beat you up yesterday at your office.
They were.
When you feel like it, I want you to take a look at that guy we dragged out of the river. See if you recognize his clothes or anything. He just might be the one who died in your office.
All right. Now, what was in that envelope?
Well, I had a photostat made before I took it to the ferry. Looks like part of a map. Here.
So this is what's caused all the trouble. Boy, it must be worth a lot.
Can you make anything out of it?
Water, section of land, and here's a longitude reading, but no latitude reading.
Probably on the other half.
I wouldn't doubt it. Well, I've got a hunch about this. I want you to send Otis over to pick up Nancy Lang, then take me over to the newspaper office and help me look at the files for something on a man named Gallardo.
You know what you're looking for?
Yeah, this guy Gallardo, Senor Gallardo. I know I've read about him or seen his picture. Hey, Walt.
You find something?
Yeah, here he is. But his real name isn't Gallardo, it's Ortiz. Yeah, look at those headlines.
Julio Ortiz assassinated. Rebel leader killed after plot to take over government failed.
Yeah, listen to this. Ortiz was expecting a large amount of American dollars to finance his army. Although the rumor is not confirmed, it was reported that Ortiz shipped $1 million in gold bullion to someone in the United States. The plane was supposed to have crashed, and it is interesting to note that the recent plane crash in which 2 American pilots escaped, John Bishop and Bernard Combs, were found floating off Key West. Key West? Holy smoke, that was the guy in my office tried to tell me. He said Key West before he died. Huh. Walt, don't you see? Ortiz is still alive. Maybe those 2 pilots double-crossed him. He hid the gold. That's what that map is all about. I'll lay 8 to 5 that man you've got down in the morgue is one of those pilots. John Bishop or Bernard Combs.
I'll have the FBI send us the files on both those guys. If one of them is John Bishop or Bernard Combs, we won't need fingerprints nor a face. We'll check their dental records, birthmarks.
Let's get back and see if Otis has got the lovely Nancy Lang.
That's right, Lieutenant. She ain't in town. She's gone on a vacation, a butler said.
Did he say where?
No, he said he didn't know. He said this Miss Lang left town about 4 o'clock this afternoon.
And I'll bet she's with Ortiz. Walt, when you talk to the FBI about those 2 pilots, have them check Nancy Lang, too. I'm going to Key West. Send any information to the chief of police there.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Diamond. We just got a teletype from a lieutenant identifying the body. It was Bernard Combs, one of the pilots.
Well, here's the half of the map. Tell me, does that look like any section of coastline around here?
Well, now, that's hard to say. I'll have it checked.
You ever heard of a man named John Bishop? He's the other pilot.
Oh, sure. When them two boys was found floating around, they brought them into Key West.
Mm-hmm.
They was in the hospital here a couple of days. Bishop still lives in Key West.
Well, I hope so. He may have died here very recently.
And you think this here Ortiz is in Key West, too?
I'll bet on it. He wants the other half of that map and may have it by now. He's got to go after that gold. You'll need a boat and some diving equipment.
Well, what makes you think the gold's in the water? This map's got a shoreline, too.
Well, those two pilots couldn't carry $1 million in gold bullion. It either went down with the plane or they dumped it and then bailed out and let the plane crash.
Well, I'll get Bishop's address. We'll go over there and have a talk with him. He's on the next floor.
Well, I hope you're right.
Well, that's where he's been living. Right down here. Bishop? Hey, Bishop. The door's locked.
You got a pass key?
Yeah. Bishop, you... Lord have mercy.
Yeah. Is that Bishop?
Yeah, that's him. Boy, he sure is dead.
Well, that accounted for the two pilots. So now all we had to do was find Julio Ortiz. It figured he now had both sections of the map, and his next move would be to hire a boat and diving equipment. There weren't many places in Key West where a man could rent a boat and diving equipment. So the chief rounded up his men, and we all started checking. It didn't take long.
No, Captain. Party that hired my ship ain't come back yet. We ain't due to sail for now.
What did the party look like?
Pretty girl. Can't figure what she wants to go diving for, but I just ran him to keep my mouth shut.
Probably Nancy Lang. Ortiz is staying undercover until the last minute.
Well, I'll spread my boys around. We'll keep out of sight. And when they show up, Skipper, you don't say nothing about us.
Sure. I just ran him and keep my mouth shut.
About ready for that boat to sail.
Well, they'll wait till the last minute.
Just imagine $1 million in gold, just like a pirate story.
Not enough killings mixed up with it to be one. Hey, hold it.
That them?
That's Nancy Lang. But Ortiz isn't with her.
Who are them two fellas?
I've never seen them before. Some of Ortiz's men. They're probably checking to see if everything's clear before Ortiz comes aboard. We got as close to the schooner as we could and waited. The two men walked over and checked the diving equipment while Nancy Lang went below. We kept waiting, and still Julio Ortiz didn't show.
Hey, they started an engine.
I don't see Ortiz anywhere.
They're casting off.
We better take them.
Yep. We're going to have to jump.
Look out for that one. He's got a gun.
I got him jumped.
The other guy's running forward.
Stop, you!
He's going over.
Well, my man will pick him, huh?
Yeah, well, I'm going below.
What in the world?
Hello, Nancy.
How did you find me?
Where's Ortiz?
I don't know who you're talking about.
Is this the girl?
Nancy Lang, meet Key West Chief of Police.
How do you do?
Where's Ortiz?
She says she doesn't know who he is.
Okay, young lady, I'm going to hold you for the New York authorities.
Hold me for what?
Murder. John Bishop and Bernard Combs, and we can make it stick.
It might go easier on you if you tell us where Ortiz is at.
I still don't know any Ortiz.
Gallardo, the man I met at your party.
That's ridiculous.
Now, look, we know all about the gold. You don't have a chance of raising it, and eventually we'll get Ortiz.
Yeah, we're back at the dock.
If you don't help us, Nancy, it's pretty sure you'll get life for complicity.
And if I do help?
I can't promise a thing, but it will make a difference with the court.
Julio's waiting 10 miles down the coast. We were to pick him up, then go out and raise the gold.
He has the map?
Yes.
I'll tell the skipper to shove off again. We'll sail that 10 miles and grab Ortiz.
What's your connection with Ortiz, Nancy?
He's my husband.
A dozen police officers came aboard and hid below decks. The skipper put out to sea and sailed parallel to the coast. Nancy told me all about her husband and his history as a rebel leader in South America.
I was stranded in South America with a show that folded. I married Ortiz.
After the gold was lost, he faked assassination and came to the United States. We located the 2 pilots. My husband was suspicious, so I played up to the one who came to your office. I got him drunk one night, and he told me about the gold and his half of the map.
We've gone to 10 miles.
I'm glad it's over with.
I see a man standing on the beach.
Mr. Diamond,
Yes?
I was supposed to lure you into that garden.
Figured.
What I said at the fountain. I really... Oh, forget it.
Yeah. No sense in making it any tougher. We pulled into a cove and got as close to shore as possible. Then we swung a dinghy over the side. The chief and I climbed in behind Nancy. We kept our hats down over our faces and hoped Ortiz wouldn't notice until it was too late. We both rowed and kept our backs to him. Nancy sat in the stern facing us.
Rick,
Yeah? We headed right. I don't want to turn around.
you're headed all right. Rick, my husband has always been good to me.
I'm glad he was good to somebody. He sure made a mess out of a couple of guys I can think of.
But he was good to me.
Hey, we're nearly there.
Hello, darling.
Hello. Julio,
Yes?
the police are with me.
Why, you stupid little...
He's running for it. Stay with the girl.
Let him go. My men will pick him up.
I got a score to settle. Ortiz, stop. Okay. Well, that makes the assassination permanent.
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist. Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music by Frank Worth. Dick Powell may currently be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, Right Cross, in which he co-stars with June Allison and Ricardo Montalban. Featured in tonight's cast were Barton Yarborough, Barney Phillips, Virginia Gregg, Wilms Herbert, Arthur Q. Bryan, and Lou Krugman. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to join us next week at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Greetings as always, mystery lover. Time for another Let George Do It adventure. Our little tale of suspense, which, by the way, is called It's a Mystery to Me, has to do with a disgruntled bartender, a mystery story writer, and an elusive gal named Cynthia, just to name a few. And since it's rather a long story, I think I'd better get off so they can get on.
Why don't you want a drink? Oh, never mind. Use up the stools. Keeps the leather in condition.
Dear Mr. Valentine, to me, life is hopelessly complex, but with your help, it can be beautiful, terrific, magnificent. To me, life isn't worth living
To
without...
me, it's raining. Here, eat up the pretzels. They're for nothing. Stale, too.
Look, we're just sitting here, friend. You don't really mind, do you?
Well, I was just going to lock up when you walked in. Library's closed, I guess. Got to read your mail someplace, only...
Look, we're waiting for somebody. We'll buy something pretty soon. Chin up.
Why? In Joe's Oasis, it rains inside. Have some flat champagne.
Oh, business can't be so bad if you sell champagne.
A couple was in here just before you. Happy, rich, showing off. You know, it's that kind of a neighborhood. Everybody wants something big and gets it and goes someplace else.
To you, life is pretty complex, too, isn't it?
Look around you, lady. It's the only business I had tonight.
Well, don't shoot yourself, friend. We'll take some coffee.
Big sale. I'm out of the red. To me, lady, it's as complex as a 6-foot piece of mahogany with silver on the trimmings.
No.
And the clearest glass in it you ever saw.
Oh, don't be gruesome.
To me, life could be beautiful if... Huh? What do you think I'm talking about? Well, nobody ever gets what they want. To me, it's the 6-foot Super View console. What this bar needs is a television set. Only I haven't got the money.
Never mind, Joe. I'll get it.
Reading room, telephone exchange. I tell you, lady, it's the most beautiful thing you ever saw.
Hello, Joe's Oasis.
I want to speak to Mr. Marlon King.
King? Brooksy, give me that letter.
Hurry, please.
Is that, M.J. King?
I called his club. Yes, of course, Marlon. I called his club. They said he was there at the Oasis.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, he's not. I'm here to meet him myself.
You what?
Yeah, that's right. My name's George Valentine. Look, can I take a message? Or do you want him to call you?
Oh. No. No, tell him I'll write him. Tell him not to get in touch with me. I'll write him. I'm leaving. I can't wait for him to...
Hey, slow down, will you? Who are you?
Just tell him. He won't understand, but tell him. Something's happened and I have to leave. And... Cynthia. My name's Cynthia.
Well, where can he reach you, Cynthia?
I'll write him, I said. I don't care if you understand. I won't see him again. I can't see him. Not ever.
Look, Cynthia...
Oh, never mind.
Well... She won't ever see him again, huh? And Marlon King in his letter says... To me, life isn't worth living without a girl I've just met by the name of Cynthia.
Well, that was a short romance.
Nobody ever gets what they want.
Said he'd meet us here at 10 o'clock. Almost 11, isn't it?
So look, both of you, will you please let me lock this place up? It's raining outside.
To me, it rains a little sometimes, too. All right, friend. All right.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment. Now back to Let George Do It and George Valentine.
Mr. Valentine. Oh, here you are. I thought I might find you here in your office. My name's King, Marlon.
Oh, for heaven's
Well, we chased all over looking for you, friend.
Never mind. Listen, it's this girl of mine, see? There's something terrible going on, and I need your help.
You talking about Cynthia? She says it's all off.
Huh?
Yeah, grit your teeth, Mr. King. I got a message for you. Cynthia says she won't see you again. Ever.
Oh, no. No, she didn't mean it. She loves me. I know she does. She's young and sweet.
Oh, I think we'd better go talk to her, don't you?
No, we can't. I mean, it only makes it worse. She's not that kind. I've asked her what's wrong, what it is, what's happening. She's so sensitive and she's scared about something. She won't tell us. Only Mabel might. That's why I need you. I can't talk to girls like Mabel. I can't.
Hey, one girl at a time.
Oh, I know. It's complicated and mixed up and hard
to understand. Just take it easy. Make it simple. Sit down.
Oh, no, it's not. I'm so confused.
To me, life is complex. What sort of a person are you, anyway, that everything should be so...
I'm a mystery writer.
Oh.
Wouldn't you know?
Sure, so that's where I've seen your name. Yeah, scientific crime detection by...
Mabel is Cynthia's roommate. Mabel works at a cheap nightclub, a cigarette girl. You see what I mean? Mabel and Cynthia, different as day and night. Mabel's hard as nails, but she came from the same small town years before, and she offered her a room. And then there's this skinny little dark guy named Tony who watches Cynthia.
Say, look, tell me something concrete, will you?
A locket. I bought Cynthia a locket. It's a beautiful little thing. She wanted it to carry my picture in. You know, around her neck. She wanted me to get a cheaper one. That's the way she is. You can see how close we are to being...
Yeah, you bought her a locket.
For $200. And she wore it, and she loved it. But I saw how envious Mabel was. She's that kind. And then one day Cynthia said she lost it. And when I asked her, she was scared. She was lying, and she cried. 2 days later, Mr. Valentine, I saw Mabel showing that locket off to the housemaid. Mabel was wearing it.
Well, didn't you ask Cynthia?
She won't tell me anything. Just says she lost it. Wishes we could get married and go away someplace.
Uh-huh. And tonight she says she'll never see you again. Maybe this is more than a Dorothy Dix case.
Mr. Valentine, I know I tell it backwards. I've got a good, clear brain, only now when I love her so much, it's hard to... Here, help me with my coat, will you?
Huh?
This is why I kept you waiting. Oh, I had to have it bandaged.
Well,
somebody just stepped up on the street.
Your shirt's all torn, your shoulders...
Yes,
thin.
and my eye will be black in a few minutes, too. Just a big guy in an overcoat. Said I was interfering. I should stay away.
Say, somebody really worked you over, friend.
He said I should stick to writing mysteries, not trying to solve them. He said unless I stayed away from Cynthia, to me, life would be a marble slab.
Mabel's not here, mister.
But she's supposed to be working.
And I'm supposed to be at the wrestling matches. Does that signify? Mabel's not here, I told you.
Oh, it gets worse and worse. Now Mabel's disappeared.
Take it easy, Marla. Take it easy. Where's she gone?
How should I know?
Dummy!
Hey,
Matter, don't
there.
you believe me?
Huh?
You said Mabel's not...
The other guy, the big one. Listen.
What's in there?
The boss's office, and you
It's the
can't...
guy who hit me, the guy who beat me up.
Come on, sister, come on. Who's the big guy?
Our bouncer, but you can't...
Oh, yes, I can.
So you act like Beaver Eagle,
No, stop it.
So you act just
Sorry.
like... Wait a minute.
There, you see what I mean?
There, Bouncer Valentine. I know it's him. I'm going in there.
Oh, no, you're not. You're going to hold hands.
What?
With her, yeah.
Hey, let go of me. Come on.
But boss... Yes, of course, Michael. Get back to your work.
Sure, boss.
And what can I do
Hey,
for
wait a
you?
minute. It's your strong boy there I want to talk to.
He is quite busy. Excuse me, I do the talking to customers. I am Tony.
Oh, Tony, huh? Small world. Skinny little dark guy named Tony.
What do you mean?
So everybody works for you, huh? A big guy who beats up people and a missing Snoopy girl named Mabel?
I gave her the night off. Who do you work for?
Marlon King.
The innocent.
The what?
Please, I'm in quite a hurry. You have a subpoena.
A subpoena? What are you
But
talking?
of course, no, not at this time of night. My lawyers will call you in the morning. Yes, the strong man works for me. It's quite regrettable. Such muscles in the head. Say to Mr. King, please, how I am sorry. My lawyers will make sense.
Hey, not so fast, Buster. Why did you sick the
I am
muscle on?
quite busy. Good night.
Suppose I ask you about a locket.
Locket?
Oh, what's so funny?
Alas, the poor innocent. Now go on, get out.
Look, Buster, I'm staying here until you explain what you know about a girl named Cynthia. What are you and your hired hands trying to do?
You see? Gun permits me to have this gun.
Never mind, I'll take your word.
It permits me to ask you to leave. Mr. King, I'm quite sorry. For you, I don't want to be.
Yeah, I can see you're crying. Just don't wait.
To me, why should life be so full of stupids? Get out! Get out!
Oh, is it ever going to stop raining?
George, here I am.
Oh, hello, Brooksy. Did you get hold of that housemaid that Marlon here told you about?
Yes, she's here. But, George, first I have
Miss
to tell-
Brooks, I'm getting scared for Cynthia.
These the men I should talk to, dearie.
Yeah, but wait a second.
Look,
George.
we didn't learn anything, Angel.
That locket. Boy, a beauty it was, too, if you like them old-fashioned
She
kind of...
knows all about the locket, George. But that Mabel didn't steal it or make Cynthia give it to her.
Oh, it's because my brother's in the buy and sell. You know, a pawn shop with trades, that's all.
What are you talking about?
And Mabel, she give it to me, see? You know why? Because Cynthia wanted to trade it for a real gold set of earrings she seen in his window once. Only she didn't want the sucker who gave her the locket to know about it.
What?
That Cynthia, she's something, all right.
George, please.
Well, there's your mystery, friend. The innocent. She's so young and sweet and sensitive, so different from a girl like Mabel.
No, I don't believe it. To me, she's always...
Do you be quiet, Mr. King. George, the important thing is, didn't you see Lieutenant Riley's car?
But listen, she's in trouble. She's in danger.
Wait. What did you say, Brooksy?
The mystery isn't Cynthia, George. It's Mabel. Mabel's dead.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment.
And now back to George Valentine. To me, life is hopelessly complex, the man wrote. And for Marlon King, it apparently is, at least when it comes to love. Because his wonderful Cynthia, you have found, is not quite the type girl that she made the innocent believe. And as for her avaricious, snoopy roommate, Mabel, well, even if your name is George Valentine, you will never know now, because, as Lieutenant Riley so gently points out, Mabel has been murdered.
Do I have to draw you a diagram? Look at the place. Just look at it. Torn up like Coney Island on Monday.
All right. So she put up quite a fight, Riley. But you haven't told me.
Here. That's the weapon. Don't touch it.
The skillet. Heavy iron skillet.
Yeah. Grabbed off the stove, I guess. A single blow on the back of the head. The body was here in the kitchen hall. The porter found it when he came up to deliver something.
Mm-hmm. Single blow. But all the earmarks of a big fight. The stuff spilled in the kitchen, the telephone knocked crooked.
Maybe she tried to grab
Be
for it.
Be careful. That needs to be dusted, too.
Fingerprints? Sure, in a crime like this.
As a matter of fact, she did try to grab the phone for help. Or somebody did. The switchboard girl says the light went on for a second, but then off again, so she didn't plug in.
When was that?
Oh, about 2 hours ago. Doesn't remember exactly.
Didn't anyone hear anything?
The neighbors were all asleep. There's back stairs to the alley off the rear porches. That's how the killer left.
Kitchen door, huh? How do you know?
We found the weapon tossed in a trash can up the alley.
Crime of passion. Well, you'll have plenty of clues right here.
Yeah, the technical boys are on their way now.
But you've already formed another idea.
Haven't you?
Hey, Marlon, Mr. King.
Here, Mr. Valentine.
I guess the lieutenant wants to see you now. I'll be with you in a minute, Riley.
So this is the expert, huh? Knows all about crime, scientific detection, the habits of criminals. But when it comes to the habits of women...
Oh, Lieutenant, don't. He's all mixed up.
Yeah.
He thinks he's in love with Cynthia, and you're not.
I know. I've got it coming. But at least I was right about Mabel. I'm sorry she's dead, but, well, you know what she was like.
Oh, yes, my friend, yes. Little Mabel here was the kind of a girl who was always in trouble. It's not surprising she got what she did.
I thought Cynthia was different. I mean, she
Yes, you're so innocent. I know. You got taken in. But the hired help will tell you the same thing you found out through that business of the locket she got out of you. Just for laughs and a set of gold earrings. To them, Cynthia's even tougher than Mabel, my friend.
I know now.
Mr. King, the doctor tells me Mabel died approximately 2 hours ago. Well, now, come on, think back. That's about the time Valentine here was in Joe's bar, isn't it?
Oh.
And remember what we told you Cynthia said? She was in such a hurry. She apparently called from home. She had to leave. Something had happened.
But I don't know where she could have...
If life weren't so complex to you, you might see some of the simple things. What she was really like, and that she was up to something, and Mabel did snoop on her, and what Lieutenant Riley means.
Oh, I know where he's steering. To me, Cynthia was always... Well, Mabel worked for that guy Tony who had me slugged. Why didn't you...
Oh, we'll round up him and his strong arm, all right. To me, sucker, life is simple. To me, that Cynthia of yours is an obvious grade A suspect for murder.
Riley, to me, Cynthia's a girl who carried gray gloves.
Huh?
Yeah, and a black purse with a big gaudy thing on it.
What do you say?
She had one like that.
A couple of suitcases because she was going to run away someplace.
Oh, what
to
are
me,
you...
Riley, Cynthia's a girl whose body's been jammed into a closet out there on the back porch.
Strangled.
Yeah. Well, there's your original crime of passion, Riley.
Dead, both of them. And unless I'm wrong, she's been dead just as long as Mabel, maybe longer.
It's not simple anymore, is it?
No. I found the gloves over here in a purse. Suitcases were thrown behind the broom closet.
All packed and ready for a trip, wasn't she? Nicely dressed.
No ornaments, though. Wristwatch. Oh, yeah, or earrings, too, from the innocent.
Don't touch any of that.
Don't worry, Riley. I know what you're thinking. But I'll give you something else to think about. Wearing a raincoat, rain hat.
And the suitcase.
That's right, Angel. Packed and ready to go. There's a back stairway. And down at the end of the alley, a neon sign says garage entrance. Here, let me see your purse.
I'll open it.
Yeah, there we are. Keys. Car keys. Apparently had her own car.
So she might have been killed just as she came out the back door to run...
All that struggle out here and through the hall was put up by Cynthia instead of Mabel.
Which came first, the chicken or the egg? So what?
George, look. Rejoice and be happy at Joe's Oasis.
What?
Matches in her purse. This is 14th Street, isn't it? Must be right around the corner. And here, a cork from a champagne bottle. Remember flat champagne?
Hey, come on, let's go.
Hey, Lieutenant, we got him.
What in the name of heaven's going on?
We got him. That Tony at the airport. He was just
Well,
about...
look who's here. Trying to run away someplace too, Tony?
What? Look, what is this? I thought you were trouble when you came crashing into
You
my...
gave me double talk tonight, Buster. I'll give it back to you. The champagne cork, Joe's Oasis. Mean anything?
Well, of course. We were there, Cynthia and me,
George,
but...
they were the couple who were there just before us.
Is there law against it? You have a law?
Some more double talk. This is for you, Riley. His face isn't scratched, but he's got on a tweed coat. And if she'd scratched his
Get
coat...
your hands off me.
What are you driving at?
Life is complex, but murder is simple. When a person is strangled...
I'm one jump ahead of you, pal. They scratch, they fight, they claw out to protect themselves, particularly if it's a woman. So under the fingernails, you always...
Wait. You said...
Ah,
strangled?
cut out the innocent act. You hired a thug. The girl named Mabel worked for you, keeping tab on Cynthia.
Yes, Mabel, she introduced me, helped give me a pitch with Cynthia. The strong man, he was to keep Mr. King away. Competition, that's all.
Competition?
I was to the airport to meet Cynthia. I was to the bar for celebration because she accepted. What is happening? Where is she? Where's Cynthia?
Take it easy, Tony. Look behind you.
She was my type. A girl with realism. She, tonight, accepted my big campaign to marry me.
Now, look, Joe, the man said he was in here, in the Oasis, with this girl.
Of course they were here. It's that kind of neighborhood. Happy, rich, showing off. Celebrating, they said.
He said they talked about getting married.
He asked her right here over a bottle of champagne. I should hear love stories yet. Decided to up and do it tonight. He'd take her home, and then they'd meet out at the airport. You know what I think? Only customer gives me a buck tip in 5 weeks, and she's got to go get strangled. Raining, see what I mean?
I was talking to the switchboard girl, Mr. Valentine. I didn't pay no attention. I came walking down the street, this Tony. He kisses her, she goes upstairs, he hops in a cab. Hey, what do you want my fingerprints for? I'm just a maid.
Keep talking, never mind.
I ain't got no scratches on me. You don't think I'm big enough to choke a wildcat like that? All right. No, Mabel come in later. I don't know what time. That's all I seen.
You can't lock me up like... Hey, you! Flatfoot! Sergeant! Come back here and let me out.
Take it easy, Michael. Take it easy. You're in for assault and battery.
Now, look. The boss said he'd make it up. He's loaded with dough. You never saw such a spender. So I hit the guy. So I get conscientious trying to make an impression. Is it my fault somebody murders the boss's girl? I just keep his competition away.
Yeah.
Now, listen. I said... Hey, you! Come back here! Hey!
A crime of passion and not one single solitary clue. Not one single solitary fingerprint. Holy mackerel.
Take it easy, Riley. Take it easy. It's almost over.
Huh?
Yeah, we've got our evidence. The murderer will make a mistake, Riley. He'll slip. He'll catch himself. To me, life is hopelessly complex. That's what you wrote, Marlon.
This is where I came in. Hey, you buying anything?
We're waiting
or...
for somebody, Joe. We explained to you when we...
Like chewing gum on a phonograph record. Round and round.
I just write about crime and things, Mr. Valentine. I mean, well, I'm always getting mixed up with some girl.
Well, Don't tell Lieutenant Riley that.
But why should he keep looking at me like...
Listen to this, Marlin. A crime is like a story plot. It's only as mixed up as you make it. Sometimes it's simple.
Sure, but...
Now, one person killed both Cynthia and Mabel. Somebody waited for Cynthia when she stepped out on the back porch with her bags. She fought. She tried to get back to the phone. Then Mabel came home and stumbled into it. So our man's desperate. He has to grab the handiest weapon and swing on her, too.
But why? I mean, Mabel was all mixed up with...
Keep it simple, I said. One thing at a time. Cynthia's gloves.
Huh?
Yeah, those gloves were loose on the porch, weren't they?
Well, she naturally would have dropped them.
Well, is it likely that a woman all dressed up in a raincoat and carrying 2 suitcases and a purse would be carrying her gloves loose? More likely have them on, wouldn't she?
What? Well, now, look, I understand the murderer went through all kinds of complicated cover-up.
The murderer was frantic, Marlin. That's why both gloves were off. But they were on at the time of the struggle. So Cynthia left no fingerprints.
But how do you know the gloves were the...
It's true that a person being strangled always tries to scratch or claw. But Cynthia's fingernails were perfectly clean. At the time she was killed, her gloves were on. Now, you see what I mean? Don't get complicated.
So the murderer wasn't an expert. Someone who would think to... Well, anyway, it was a crime of passion.
If you could call it a passion.
Hey, Mark, this the Oasis?
It's a lecture hall where you get free
Oh,
lessons.
wait a minute, Joe. Hold it. What do you want?
I got a delivery outside. Make up your mind.
Okay. Don't let the rain in.
You see, Marlin, the important evidence we got was from Joe here and the housemaid. Besides Tony, probably nobody saw Cynthia up close from the time she left here until she went up to her apartment. And what had happened here in the Oasis?
Tony had asked her to marry him. But, George, I don't...
She had accepted. Little engagement party. Tony's big campaign, and they sat at the bar and showed off. Only, showed off what? A mercenary number like Cynthia certainly wouldn't have accepted a well-heeled shrimp like Tony without some valuable token.
Lesson 5, lesson 6, yaketa, yaketa.
Yeah, Joe?
Step on it. Where do I put this thing?
A box. A crate. What in the name of...
Superview console, 6-foot model.
Television set.
Sure, so what?
Wait a minute. I didn't order no...
Oh, wait till you see the aerial. Receipt to sign, too.
Brooksy, a while ago you noticed Cynthia wasn't wearing any ornaments besides a wristwatch and earrings. Is that right?
Listen to me, will you? That television.
George,
I
it
didn't
explains why the murderer ripped her gloves off. What he was looking for. Why he did it.
That's it, Brooksy.
I didn't, I tell you.
What?
The television, I mean. Listen to me. I didn't order...
Everybody wants something different out of life, Joe.
Engagement ring. Why didn't you mention it, Joe? From a person like Tony, it must have been a really terrific stone.
What? No, listen. That's set there.
Cynthia showed you the engagement ring, didn't she, Joe? You were trying to close up so you could go after her. She was in here regularly, so you know where to find her later after she phoned and we left.
No.
If you didn't order that television set, why does it bother you so much? Maybe your wife or somebody has already paid for that Superview.
Well, I didn't tell my wife. I didn't tell anybody.
What did you say?
Grab him, George.
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a moment.
For the last time, Angel, I'll get this straight. I'll explain it to you. I was the one who ordered that television set. I wanted to break Joe. I told you before I was waiting for somebody.
Mm-hmm. That was it. And it was a simple crime.
Well, it was simple, all right, but I didn't expect to find the ring right in his pocket.
Just did it for money.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't even intend to kill her. But he ended up by having killed both of them. Yeah, but, George, I thought that Marlon King...
No, Angel, not Marlon. You see, Marlon and that thug, that Michael, they gave each other an alibi. Didn't you catch that?
Yeah, but Tony, he didn't have an alibi.
Angel, let me explain something. A man who's going to marry a girl doesn't kill her, does he?
Well...
No, he kills himself.
George.
You're have just heard It's a Mystery to Me, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now, this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer. A disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight, we give you Mr. Chameleon in The Custody of the Child Murder Case. A New York City courtroom is a solemn place. And to Janet Drew, this particular courtroom is like something in a nightmare. For as she stands side by side with her ex-husband, Donald Drew, she hears the judge saying,
Donald Drew, I award the complete custody of your son to you, instead of to his mother, Janet Drew.
Oh, no. No, you can't do that.
I base this decision, Mrs. Drew, on the facts which have been fully presented to this court. The evidence was all against you, Mrs. Drew. I have no choice but to award full custody of your child to his father.
Thank you, Judge.
No, wait. Wait, this isn't right. Judge, you can't take my son away from me. I love him.
You should have thought of that sooner, Mrs. Drew. Your son is 4 years old. According to the evidence, you are unfit to be the mother of any child.
But the evidence was faked. My husband Donald faked it. Those things they told about me, they were lies.
You had plenty of opportunity during the trial, Mrs. Drew, to refute the evidence. You didn't, however, which seems to me to prove the evidence is true.
But it isn't. Judge, you don't understand. I have a greater reason than any that's been presented to want this child. For Donald has no right to him. He is not Donald Drew's legitimate child.
What?
Yes, now the truth is out.
Order, please. Mrs. Drew, this is a very serious statement. I hope you know what you're saying.
I do.
Then why didn't you mention this fact before? Why didn't you bring it up during the trial that your boy is not Donald Drew's legitimate child?
Because it's not true, Your Honor. It's a desperate lie. She knows the boy is mine, but she won't stop at anything. She'd rather injure my son's good name than let him go.
You're lying, Donald.
Isn't the very fact that she would do such a thing? Isn't that final proof, Judge, that all the evidence against a character, that it was all true? She's not fit to touch my boy.
No! Donald, before I let you get away with this, I'll kill you. I'll kill you!
That's enough, Mrs. Drew. The decision of this court is final, and you must accept it. And in the future, if I were you, I wouldn't be so quick to threaten people.
The following morning at Central Police Headquarters, Mr. Chameleon, the great detective, is summoned to the commissioner's office. And as he enters the room, he says to the commissioner,
Well, you caught me just as I was going out, Commissioner. What's up? Something interesting?
It looks that way, Chameleon. I want you to take Detective Dave Arnold and go immediately to the Donald Drew home on Park Avenue.
Donald Drew?
Yes. Murder's been committed there.
So, she did it. Janet Drew killed her husband just as she threatened to yesterday in court.
No, Chameleon, for once you're wrong. It was Janet Drew who was murdered.
Not her ex-husband?
No, not the father who received the custody of that child, but the mother, Janet. Her body was discovered this morning in the library of the Drew home. So go to it, Chameleon. And if you ask me, this is going to be a real twister of a murder case.
And so, a short time later, we find Mr. Chameleon kneeling beside the lifeless body of Janet Drew. And he is saying to Donald Drew, who stands dazedly beside him,
"Well, whoever strangled her, Mr. Drew, approached her from behind. See, the way the scarf is knotted around her throat shows us that."
Yes, but who? Who, Mr. Chameleon? For all our terrible differences, Janet was once my wife. This is a frightful shock to me.
Yes, I can well believe that, Mr. Drew. Well, there's no need for us to stay here. Let's step into this room here. Your study?
Yes. It was a frightful shock for Janet's sister, too. Her sister Mildred, who lives with us. She's nearly prostrated, Mr. Chameleon.
Do you mean that even after your divorce, Janet Drew's sister continued to live in this house?
Well, I suppose that does seem odd, but Mildred's been our housekeeper for several years. And I needed someone to run this house, quite apart from Etta Hilton, my son's governess.
Yes. Well, you really do have quite a household, don't you, Mr. Drew? Tell me about your ex-wife. When did you last see her?
Last night, Mr. Chameleon, about 9 o'clock. Janet came storming in here in a perfect frenzy.
Mm-hmm. What'd she have to say?
Oh, the usual hysterical threats. She said she'd kill me for having dragged her through the courts.
For having dragged her through the courts, Mr. Drew?
Yes. She said she'd never live down the disgrace. She went on, getting more hysterical every minute.
Were you alone with her at the time?
Yes, I was. Though I have a feeling Etta Hilton, the governess, was listening in the hall.
Mm-hmm. And your sister-in-law?
Oh, Mildred's a very discreet woman. She kept out of sight. Well, finally, I couldn't take any more of it, and I walked out of the library and left Janet there.
And that was the last time that you saw her alive?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Where did you go, Mr. Drew, after you left the library?
Upstairs to my room, where I bolted the door. Janet was in such a state I was frankly afraid of her.
Whereas she was the one who had reason to be afraid, because later she was murdered. Mr. Drew, who discovered your ex-wife's body?
Etta Hilton, the governess.
Well, I'd like to question the governess and also your sister-in-law.
Mildred?
Yes, Mr. Drew, will you ask her to come here to the library, please?
Yes, of course, Mr. Chameleon.
Dave?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon, right here. What do you make of that bird, anyway? Do you think he murdered his ex-wife?
Well, I have no idea. I noticed one thing extremely odd. Donald Drew said that the murdered woman was furious with him because he dragged her through the courts. Whereas the thing that must have really enraged Janet Drew was the fact that she had lost the custody of her child. Yet Donald Drew failed to mention that at all.
Mr. Chameleon?
Yes?
I'm Mildred Lewis, Janet's sister.
Oh, come in, Miss Lewis.
Mr. Chameleon, what I have to say is very brief and to the point. I know nothing whatsoever about my poor sister's murder, except I'm convinced that Donald, my brother-in-law, couldn't have done it.
Who else was in the house beside you and Donald Drew and Etta Hilton, the governess?
No one. But it could have been a prowler, couldn't it? Someone who'd broken into the house?
Perhaps. Miss Lewis, you've had a lot of tragedy in your life, haven't you? I remember reading in the papers, several years ago, that your fiancé, a prominent diplomat, was killed in England.
That's right, Mr. Chameleon. I first went to live with Janet and Donald after that. Janet was in England at the time. She was very good to me.
Yet you testified against your sister in court, didn't you?
I had to, Mr. Chameleon. Nearly killed me to do it, but Janet was not a fit mother for her child. There's such a thing as right and wrong, and I had to put that first.
Well, I'd say that you had very rigid moral standards, Miss Lois.
I do. Some people might call me prudish, but nevertheless I believe in high moral standards.
Does Etta Hilton?
I beg your pardon?
Tell me something about your nephew's governess.
I prefer not to, Mr. Chameleon. She can speak for herself. Though most men are so busy looking at her, they fail to hear what she says.
Come in.
Mr. Chameleon, I'm Etta Hilton. I understand you sent for me.
Oh, really, Miss Hilton? Oh, that's very interesting. Since I didn't send for you.
She was probably afraid that I'd be saying something against him.
Why, Mildred, that's not kind.
But it's true, isn't it, Etta?
Ladies, please. No time for personal quarrels. Miss Lewis, thank you very much.
You mean you're through questioning me, Mr. Chameleon?
For the time being, yes.
Very well. I'm sure you'd much prefer to question Etta alone.
Miss Hilton, I noticed that you and Mildred call each other by your first names.
Yes, we do, Mr. Chameleon. We all went to school together. Janet, Mildred, and I in England.
In England? Where were you at the time that Janet and Donald Drew's child was born? The boy was born in England, wasn't he?
Yes, and that's where I was. My father had left me penniless. That's how I happened to go to work in Janet's home in Bournemouth as governess.
I see. What sort of person was the murdered woman, Janet Drew?
Oh, very gay and fun-loving. So different from her sister Mildred. I mean, Mildred's always been very prim and prudish.
And you're the one who discovered Janet Drew's body?
Yes. Still makes me ill to think about it. But, Mr. Chameleon, Donald Drew couldn't possibly have done it. Oh, I heard them quarrel. Janet was hysterical because she was dragged through the courts. But Donald couldn't have caused her death. Mr. Chameleon, you're so silent. What are you thinking?
You're a very beautiful girl, Miss Hilton. You're disturbingly beautiful.
Oh, good gracious, is that all? I thought you'd solved this murder case.
No. But I may be one step closer. Dave, where is Donald Drew?
I just saw him in the hall, Mr. Chameleon.
I'd like to speak to him. Thank you very much, Miss Hilton. Mr. Drew.
Oh, yes, Mr. Chameleon. Are you making any progress?
Mr. Drew, will you please tell me why no one, not even you, has mentioned the fact that Janet Drew, your murdered ex-wife, must have been wild with rage not because you dragged her through the courts, but because she'd lost the custody of her child to you.
Well,
And furthermore, she said in court only yesterday that you were not the father of the child. Do you think I hadn't read about that?
Of course not, Mr. Chameleon, but Janet was lying.
Oh, was she? Are you sure it might not have been another man's child? You any idea at all who the father might have been?
I'm the father of my son. Janet was lying. She was simply desperate.
I wonder. It's possible, too, that when she cried out in court, that was the first time that you had learned that you weren't the father. Is that so, Mr. Drew?
In other words, Mr. Chameleon, you think I murdered Janet because I just learned that she'd been unfaithful.
Also, Mr. Drew, by saying such a thing, she cast a shadow over the child. You must have hated that, too. You know, if I were you, I'd plead self-defense.
What?
I'd plead self-defense. Everyone knows that she threatened to kill you.
No. This is a trick to make me behave as if I were guilty, and I'm not guilty.
Mr. Drew...
Your efforts to trap me won't work. I suppose I can't order a police officer out of my house, but at least I don't have to stand here and take it any longer. Good day, Mr. Chameleon.
Shall I bring him back, Mr. Chameleon?
No, Dave, let him go. Well, at least I provoked Donald Drew into an emotional outburst.
Yeah, but what does it all add up to? Not one of them has really given us anything to work on.
No. We've simply learned that Mildred Lewis, the murdered woman's sister, is a rigidly moral woman, and that Etta Hilton, the governess, is a very pretty woman, and that Donald Drew... Dave.
What's the matter, Mr. Chameleon?
Maybe the dead woman, Janet Drew, can help us more than anyone.
Oh, how?
Come along. We're going to look up the statement that she made in court yesterday. I want to see the exact wording of that statement.
But what for?
Because, Dave, I think I remember something. It seems to me that Janet Drew, when she cried out in court, she didn't say that Donald Drew wasn't the father of the child.
Sure she did. I read it in the papers.
No, Dave. I'm under the impression that she said that Donald Drew wasn't the legitimate father of the child. Now, if I'm right, if that's what Janet Drew said, then that throws a strange and sinister light on this murder case.
Mr. Chameleon and the custody of the child murder case continues in just a moment. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the custody of the child murder case. The brutal murder of Janet Drew poses many new questions about her sordid divorce from Donald Drew and her desperate fight to keep the custody of the child. And now at Central Police Headquarters, we find Mr. Chameleon at his office with Detective Dave Arnold. And Mr. Chameleon is saying,
I was right, Dave. I was right. When Janet Drew launched into that tirade in court yesterday, her exact words were, Donald Drew is not the legitimate father of the child.
Still, in her excitement, Mr. Chameleon, she might have misspoken.
Yes, maybe. But on the other hand, Dave, she might have meant that the child was Donald Drew's illegitimate child.
Then who is the mother?
Dave, Etta Hilton, the governess, was in England at the time the child was born. Beautiful girl. Exceptionally beautiful. Anyway, I've sent for both her and Mildred Lewis, the murdered woman's sister. Send Miss Lewis in first, please, Dave.
Well, Mr. Chameleon, there's only one thing.
Yes?
Maybe I'm just soft because Etta Hilton is so pretty, but, you know, that sister Mildred Lewis may not be fair about her.
But you mean because she's so, prim and proper?
Well, sure. And I also got the feeling Mildred Lewis was kind of sweet on Donald Drew, her brother-in-law. I don't know, just the way she spoke his name, but maybe I'm nuts.
No, on the contrary, Dave. That may be a very valuable observation. Yes, let's talk to Mildred Lewis and see what happens.
Will you come in, please, Miss Lewis?
Yes, certainly. Good morning, Mr. Chameleon.
Good morning, Miss Lewis. Sit down, please. Miss Lewis, who's the mother of Donald Drew's child?
What was that?
I think you heard me, Miss Lewis. Your murdered sister Janet declared in court yesterday that Donald Drew wasn't the legitimate father of the child, meaning that he was the father, but the child is illegitimate. Janet Drew was not its mother. She only adopted him as her own.
Oh, Mr. Chameleon, you must be out of your mind. This is perfectly shocking. Why, of course the child's legitimate.
Your murdered sister said otherwise.
Janet was frantic. Either that or you misunderstood her meaning.
No, on the contrary, Miss Lewis. I understood. Who is the mother of Donald Drew's child?
Mr. Chameleon, I just can't go on with this conversation. This whole thing's been a horror to me. My sister Janet and I come from a respectable family with definite ideas of right and wrong, and this whole ugly mess has been more than I can bear.
You testified in court, however, that your sister Janet was immoral, not a fit mother.
I had to, so that the child would have a chance to grow up decently. But just the same, in my heart, I loved my sister. Now she's dead. In the name of heaven, Mr. Chameleon, can't we let her rest in peace?
Be no rest for any of us till we find her murderer, Miss Lewis. What about the child's governess, Etta Hilton?
What about her?
Well, has there been anything between her and Donald Drew?
It's fantastic to claim that Janet wasn't the mother.
Has there ever been anything between Etta Hilton and Donald Drew?
There might have been, yes, Mr. Chameleon. I've suspected it for years, but I've never been sure.
Well, apparently only your dead sister really knew the truth about the situation. Well, I'll see what Etta Hilton has to say about it.
Mr. Chameleon, you're not going to tell her what I just said.
Well, I must, Miss Lewis. Miss Hilton, you come in, please.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Miss Hilton, I have a theory that Janet Drew was not the mother of the child for whose custody she fought. Donald Drew was the father, but someone else was the mother.
But that's ridiculous. Mildred, that is ridiculous, isn't it?
I think so, Etta.
Also, Miss Hilton, I must tell you that Mildred Lewis here is very much afraid that there was some emotional relationship between you and her brother-in-law, Donald Drew.
Etta, I told Mr. Chameleon I wasn't sure, that I only suspected there was something between you and Donald, and it might have been my imagination.
Well, Miss Hilton, what do you have to say to that?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh, come on now, Miss Hilton. You must have something to say. Maybe it was Mildred Lewis that Donald Drew was in love with.
Detective Arnold, I'm a governess in that home, that's all. It was not my business to know anything about the personal affairs of the family.
It's my business to know, Miss Hilton. Janet Drew was murdered.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chameleon. I can tell you nothing.
Good girl, Etta. Mr. Chameleon tried to trap us, but he failed.
Not entirely, Miss Lewis.
You failed, and you know it. Come along, Etta. That is, if you've finished questioning us, Mr. Chameleon.
For the time being, yes. Again, thank you for your help, Miss Lois.
For their help? What kind of help were those two, Mr. Chameleon?
Don't rub it in, Dave. Miss Lois was quite right when she said that I'd failed. It's interesting I failed to trick Donald Drew, too. Tremendous amount of strength and willpower in all three of them.
Well, at least you've learned that.
Yes, that's true. Dave, I'm going to cable Bournemouth, England. Try to learn the facts of that child's birth. And meanwhile, I think the testimony about the murdered Janet Drew's loose models will bear some very close investigating. I'm beginning to suspect that may have been faked.
And the following day, in the early afternoon, we find Mr. Chameleon back in his office at police headquarters. And as Dave Arnold walks in the door, Mr. Chameleon is saying over the telephone...
That's so. Well, that's very interesting. Thank you, Detective Foley. No. That gives me quite enough to go on for the present. Dave, Detective Foley just rounded up some professional fixers who admitted the testimony against Janet Drew in the divorce case was fixed. They were paid to defame her character.
But who paid them, Mr. Chameleon?
No. They were hired by telephone and received cash in the mail. They swear they can't tell who it was who hired them. What's that you've got, Dave?
A cable from Bournemouth, England.
Oh, let me see it. Well, the records simply say that 4 years ago, a son was born to Mrs. Donald Drew. That tells us nothing. No, wait, Dave. The head nurse may still be at that hospital. We'll send pictures to her of the three women, the murdered Janet Drew, her sister Mildred, and Etta, the governess, and she'll identify one of them.
Hey, that ought to do it, Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, but that'll take several days, Dave. I don't want to wait. I have a feeling that we ought to close in on the killer fast. Dave, I'm going to the Drew home and pose as one of the fixers who testified falsely against Janet Drew. Very, rough customer named Ed Roberts.
You think you can trip them up?
Well, this time I may be able to crack their self-control. But, I'm going to need your help, Dave. And we dare not wait. We daren't wait another day.
And so that evening, in the library of Donald Drew's home, we find three tense people facing a rough-looking character, Mr. Chameleon in his disguise of Ed Roberts, the fixer. And as he gazes at Mildred Lewis and Donald Drew and Etta Hilton, Mr. Chameleon speaks in the voice of his disguise.
Come on now, kiddies. Don't play hide-and-seek with me. You're the one who paid me, Mr. Drew, to testify falsely against your wife.
Can you prove that, Mr. Roberts?
I suppose I can't. You think the police won't believe me if I tell them you hired me to say your wife was a bad woman? Poor thing, I feel kind of sorry for that dame. She was murdered.
You still can't prove anything.
No. Might go hard with you if I go to the police.
He's trying to blackmail you, Donald.
Be quiet, Mildred. I'll handle this. Mr. Roberts, do you realize if you tell the police you testified falsely that you'll be sent to jail for perjury?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, that's right.
So get out of here. Get out of here, Mr. Roberts, and fast.
Yes, get out. You shouldn't be allowed in a decent person's home.
Decent? You call yourself decent, Miss Lewis? You suppose the cops don't know all about you and your brother-in-law, Mr. Drew?
What?
Don't get excited, Donald. This sounds like another trick. One of Mr. Chameleon's.
That's no trick. The cops know all about you, too. Your friend here, Miss Hilton, told them all about you. How the baby was born to you, Miss Lewis, and your sister Janet took it and raised it as her own to save you from disgrace.
Etta, did you tell the police a thing like that?
No, I swear I didn't, Mildred.
All right, Mr. Roberts, whatever your game is, it didn't work. And now for the last time, I'm telling you to get out.
Wait a minute, Mr. Roberts. Don't anyone move.
Detective Arnold.
How did you get in here?
The door was unlatched, so I walked in, Miss Lewis. I don't know this character you call Mr. Roberts, but I want you all to stay right where you are.
Why?
What's the matter?
Mr. Drew, I just received some pictures from the hospital in Bournemouth, England. identifying the mother of your child.
Pictures?
Yes, pictures of your child's real mother.
Could I have a look at them?
Sure, buddy.
No, Donald, get those pictures.
But, Mildred,
destroy them. I'll take care of Detective Arnold. The world's never going to know that baby was mine.
Put down that gun, Miss Lewis.
No, not until I get those pictures.
Drop it, Miss Lois. I have my own gun, and if necessary, I'll use it.
Mr. Chameleon.
Drop the gun, Miss Lois.
Why, you're Mr. Chameleon in disguise.
Yes, you were broken down at last, Donald Drew and Mildred Lois. The truth is out. Dave, you got the gun?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon, she can't hurt anyone now. The respectable Miss Lewis can't fool the world anymore.
It's too bad that she managed to do it as long as she did. She did it with Donald Drew's help. Child was theirs, and they wanted it for themselves.
That's not true.
So, Miss Lewis, between you and Donald, you worked out a dreadful scheme. You dragged Janet into the courts. You paid to have false evidence presented that would take the custody of the child from her and give it to you.
It's a lie, we didn't.
Poor Janet Drew sacrificed her life to you, her sister, Mildred. You who bore the child out of wedlock. That she accepted, and even accepted the horrifying fact that her husband was the father of her sister's child.
But why should we have killed her? Tell me why.
Because she couldn't bear to lose the child she'd brought up from infancy and turn its custody over to you. You killed her before she could tell the real truth and show you both up for what you are. The most vicious murderers I've ever seen. Dave, you handcuff Donald Drew and Mildred together. The justice of God and man will lead them to the execution chamber.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, in The Insured Jewels murder case. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
So the great Boston Blackie condescends to visit the lonely Henry Rice. Aren't you afraid your friends will look out and find out about this, Blackie?
I'll take my chances with my friends, Rice. But I'm not going to take a kicking around from you.
I'm kicking you around?
You know what you're doing. You're framing a murder on my friend Shorty.
Oh, terribly unfair of me, isn't it?
You know what it is. An out-and-out frame. The police are looking for evidence on the murder of that fellow Ashley. And you have phony evidence that makes it look as if Shorty killed him.
So I do. A cigarette lighter, I think, with Shorty's initials on it.
And Shorty's fingerprints on it, too. And it was found at the scene of Ashley's murder.
I know. I made sure it would be found there. I've got it, you know.
Yes, for now. But I'm getting it back. Shorty has a record. If the police connect him with Ashley's death, Shorty's as good as dead himself.
Yes, he will be, won't he? It looks as if your friend Shorty will go to the chair for murder, and you, the great Boston Blackie, won't be able to do anything about it.
I might.
I doubt it. Unpleasant position you're in, Blackie, but very pleasant for me.
Look, I'll give you $10,000 for that lighter.
Not interested. Making you miserable is worth 10 times 10,000.
Then what will you take for the lighter?
Nothing. You see, I have everything, Blackie. Everything. Even you in a jam.
Look. You're an art collector, aren't you?
Yes, of a sort.
Of the sort who'd like the Abbott painting in his collection?
Well, now you're getting interesting. But the Abbott is not for sale, Blackie. It's in the City Art Gallery and under heavy guard.
I know. But if you promise to give me Shorty's lighter, I'll get that Abbott for you.
You will? How?
I'll steal it.
That's absolutely impossible.
You let me worry about that.
You can't do it, Blackie. You can't do it.
Can't I? It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon now. By 9 o'clock tonight, I'll have stolen that painting.
And now, back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Look in the left-hand top drawer of my bureau, will you, Mary? I think you'll find a razor blade with a handle.
All right.
Should be right in the front of the drawer. See it?
Yeah, I have it. Here.
Thanks.
Blackie, why are you collecting all this stuff?
I can't tell you, Mary.
Why not?
Because in the first place, you wouldn't like it, and in the place that ties for first, you wouldn't believe it.
Hmm.
Now, let's see if I have everything in this bag.
Well, you have a razor blade with a handle. You have a knife, rubber gloves, and adhesive tape. That's everything you asked for so far.
Then I guess I have everything I need. Now, all I have to do is close the case. There. And be on my way. So long.
Blackie, what are you going to do? Is it something wrong?
Who, me? Do something wrong? Mary.
Yes, you do something wrong, Blackie.
Mary, you've hurt my feelings. All I'm going to do is get Shorty out of a jam.
With a knife, a razor blade, adhesive tape, and a pair of rubber gloves?
Yes.
What have they got to do with getting Shorty out of a jam?
A lot. And you're asking a lot of questions.
I'm not getting any answers. Oh, Blackie, please tell me where you're going. I'll worry myself sick.
Oh, all right. I'm going to the City Art Galleries.
With a knife?
And a razor blade, adhesive tape, and a pair of rubber gloves. I'm going to steal the Abbott painting.
You are going to do what?
Steal the Abbott painting and give it to Henry Rice.
Oh, Blackie, you're not.
But I am. And don't worry. As soon as he gives me Shorty's cigarette lighter, I'm going to see that the painting goes right back to the gallery.
Well, I should think so, but that's not what worries me. It's how you're going to steal it. There are steel doors and steel shutters on the windows of that gallery, and there are men with guns everywhere. Oh, darling, I don't know how you can possibly steal the Abbott.
Don't you, Mary? Well, don't feel too badly about it. Ask a million people, and they'll tell you it can't be done. But ask me, and I'll say it can.
Come in. Inspector Faraday.
Yeah, Rollins?
Pick up your telephone. There's a little surprise waiting for you on the other end of the line.
Now, who is it? Little Red Riding Hood?
No.
Rollins, you've been around Blackie too much.
No kidding, Inspector Faraday. Somebody very interesting wants to talk to you.
Yeah?
And it's funny that you mentioned Blackie because he wants to talk to you about Blackie.
Yeah? Who is it?
Pick up your phone and see.
All right, I'll pick it up. But, Rollins, if this is your idea of a joke, I'll give you an idea of what it's like to be pounding a beat. Hello?
Hello, Inspector Faraday. This is Henry Rice.
Henry Rice?
Yes, you remember me, of course.
Remember you? Rice, if it takes me 100 years, I'm going to...
I'm so glad to see you remember me and still hold me in such high esteem.
Hold you in high esteem. I'll high esteem you. I'm going to hold you for murder.
My, how you love me. But I didn't call you to have you boost my ego. I thought perhaps you'd like to know something about your friend Boston Blackie.
I know all I want to know about him.
Oh, but you don't, Inspector, you don't. You've always wanted to send Blackie to the same iron-covered cottage you have for me, but you've never been able to prove anything against him.
I will someday.
Really? Well, Inspector, this is that day.
Yeah? What are you talking about?
Blackie and what he's going to do tonight. He's going to steal the Abbott painting from the City Art Gallery.
He's what?
You heard me, Faraday.
Yes, I heard you. But I don't believe you.
I'm not asking you to believe me. I just wanted you to know that the painting was to be stolen. And yet you couldn't keep Blackie from getting it. Have a pleasant night, Inspector.
Listen, Rice, he hung up.
Now, wasn't that sort of a surprise, Inspector?
Oh, you still here, Rollins? Yeah, it was a big surprise. And guess what he wanted?
What?
to tell me Blackie is trying to steal the Abbott painting from the City Art Gallery tonight.
Trying to steal the Abbott?
No. Get that, Rollins. Christ thinks I'm dumb enough to fall for that.
Yeah, you'd have to be dumb to fall for it. Not even Blackie could break into the City Gallery, much less break out of it with the Abbott painting.
Yeah, not even Blackie. Why, that painting is so heavily guarded that... so heavily guarded that... Rollins, stop laughing and get me a squad car. If Blackie's going to steal the Abbott, what are we laughing about?
No, Inspector Faraday, the gallery isn't closed. We're open till 9 tonight.
I see, Mr. Lawrence. Then you still have your regular number of guards on duty, huh?
Oh, yes, of course. Even though there are few people in the gallery this late, it's almost closing time.
And nothing's missing?
Well, believe me, this place wouldn't be so quiet if anything were missing. Much less the Abbott painting you thought was going to be stolen tonight.
I didn't think it was going to be stolen, Mr. Lawrence. I just heard a rumor that somebody was after it, and I came down here to check. Just routine.
Well, I certainly appreciate your interest in my gallery, Inspector. Oh, may I show you around?
No, thanks. I have to get back to headquarters. Sorry if I had you worried about your Abbott painting, Mr. Lawrence.
Oh, I don't ever worry about it, Inspector. It's the most heavily guarded painting in my gallery. Not even... Well, what was that?
Sounds like someone broke a window on the front part of the gallery.
Yes, and there was a scream in that gallery there, too.
Come on. I think we better have a look over there.
Yes, I think we'd better. Here, what happened here? What happened? I don't know, Mr. Lawrence. I was just standing here, and all of a sudden the window behind me broke.
Someone must have thrown a stone in from the outside.
No, sir. Nothing fell in here. I'd say someone in here threw something out the window. Well, did you see anyone throw anything? No, sir. None of these people here threw anything. Must have been thrown by someone standing where I couldn't see them, sir. Mr. Lawrence! Mr. Lawrence!
Here comes another one of your guards, Mr. Lawrence.
Yes, and from the Abbott Gallery, too. Mr. Lawrence! All of a sudden the lights went out. When I turned them on, the Abbott painting was missing. Well, turn in the alarm quickly. Tom's gone to turn it on already. Well, throw the switch that locks the doors and the window shutters. All taken care of, Mr. Lawrence. Yeah, there goes the alarm. Oh, dear, the Abbott's stolen. I can't believe it.
I can, Mr. Lawrence. Round up everybody in the place. Don't let anybody out. I want to question everybody. Even though I know the guy who stole your painting. All right, Blackie. I've questioned and searched everybody in the place, including you. And no one has the painting. Where is it?
You did the questioning and the searching. You tell me where it is.
That painting's been cut out of its frame. You cut it out and got rid of it. Now, how did you get it out of here?
The painting is missing?
You know very well it is. Because you stole it.
You can prove that, of course.
No, I can't prove it. But you're here. I got a tip you'd steal it, and the painting is missing. That's all I need to know.
Oh, no, Faraday. You also need to know where the painting is. And until you know that, you can't say I stole it.
All right. I can't say you stole it. But I can think it.
You can what? Think? You can think it? Faraday, you couldn't think your way out of a revolving door. Tell me something. There was a commotion in the other end of the gallery just before the painting was stolen. What was that?
Oh, somebody threw something out of a window.
The painting, maybe?
No, it was just a stone. I thought maybe it had the painting wrapped around it or something. But a cop on the street saw it fall. That was just a stone.
You're sure?
Yeah, that was part of the thief's scheme. To create a commotion in another part of the gallery so he could come in here, turn out the light, and grab the Abbott.
Oh, yes. Very clever idea.
It was your idea, and I know it.
But can you prove it?
No, I can't prove it.
Then, of course, I can go.
Yes, you can go. But when I find that painting, Blackie, your friends will find you in jail.
Oh, good morning, Mary. Come on in.
You better let me come in. Have you seen the morning paper?
No, what have I done now?
You've stolen the Abbott painting.
Oh, that's not news. That's old stuff. I did that last night.
Yes, but how did you do it, Blackie? The way it was guarded, with even Inspector Faraday there.
Oh, just genius, that's all. Just sort of an...
There's a phone call for you, genius.
Thanks. Hello.
Good morning, Blackie. This is Henry Rice.
Oh, Henry. Good morning.
Yes, isn't it, though? And I see in the papers where you had a good night.
Oh, fair.
You got the Abbott, Blackie. How did you do it? How did you do the impossible?
It wasn't easy, Rice. I just made it look that way.
now back to Boston Blackie. Blackie's friend Shorty is being framed for the murder of a man named Ashley. Gang leader Henry Rice, who hates both Blackie and Shorty, has the phonied evidence against Shorty, and in order to get it, Blackie promises to steal the valuable and heavily guarded Abbott painting. The morning papers announce that the painting has been stolen. And as we return to our story, Blackie is asking Henry Rice to keep his part of the bargain.
All right, Rice. I stole the painting for you. Where's the cigarette lighter with Shorty's fingerprints on it?
Where's the painting, Blackie?
I'll deliver it.
I'll surrender the lighter on delivery of the painting.
Oh, no. I don't trust you. You crossed me. You tipped off Faraday that I was going to steal the Abbott. But I got the painting for you just the same. Give me the lighter and I'll deliver the painting.
Fair enough. Here it is.
Thanks.
Now, when do I get the painting?
In a little while. But tell me something. What did you call Faraday and tell him I was going to steal the Abbott if you wanted the painting so much?
To tell you the truth, Blackie, much as I wanted that Abbott, I didn't much care whether you got the painting or Faraday got you.
No?
No. You see, it's hard for me to decide which I do most. Like that painting or dislike you.
Faraday speaking.
Hello, Inspector. This is your old pal, Blackie.
Listen, you. I don't want to talk to you until you're ready to tell me what you did with that painting. And then I'm going to talk to you through bars.
You mean they're putting you in a cage?
I'll cage you, Blackie. What do you want?
I want you to meet me at the City Art Gallery so I can give you the Abbott painting.
I wanted you in on this, too, Mr. Lawrence, in case Blackie's just pulling another fast one. I don't know too much about pictures.
Well, I'm glad you called me in, Inspector Faraday. The Abbott was stolen from this room. Oh, Blackie, how did you do it? And where is the Abbott now?
One thing at a time, Mr. Lawrence. You can see how I stole the painting. There's the frame for it, still there on the wall, empty.
Yes, you cut the picture out of its frame. That's obvious. But how did you do it without anyone seeing you?
Well, that was the easiest part of it. I waited until there was no one here, then caused that commotion outside.
And while everybody was in the front hall of the gallery, you had time enough to cut the Abbott out of its frame, roll it up, and take it away.
Yes, but not very far. Come on. The Abbott's in the next room. Taped to the back of another picture.
Oh, thank heavens, man. I thought we'd seen the last of the Abbott forever. Where? Which picture?
Right there, the painting of the two children. Oh. Hey, it's gone.
Huh?
Was hanging there last night.
Blackie, we sold that painting not a half hour ago.
What?
Yes, to a man named Smith. Smith from Kansas City.
Smith from Kansas City, huh? I know who that is, all right. An old friend of mine. See you fellas later.
Oh, no, Blackie, you're not going anywhere. This is another one of your tricks. You're coming to...
Not to jail, Faraday. At least not with this gun in my hand.
A gun? Oh, good heavens, why...
Good heavens, Mr. Lawrence? Goodbye.
Hello?
Mary, this is Blackie.
Oh, hello, Blackie. Did you give the painting back to Inspector Faraday the way you promised?
I tried to, Mary, but I couldn't. It's gone.
Gone?
Sold to a man named Smith from Kansas City for $250.
Oh, Blackie, no.
No is right, Mary. I think I know who has it, and it's not John Smith, and he's not from Kansas City.
All right, who has it?
A man who seems to like to play tag. And, Mary, if you don't mind, I'd like you to get into the game.
I don't see any reason for this call of yours, Blackie. As you can see, I am Smith of Kansas City, and I have what I want.
You mean you're Henry Rice of New York, and you think you have what you want?
Oh? Then what is that painting hanging on the wall behind my desk? Two very lovely children. Recognize it?
Yes, that's the painting I taped the Abbott to.
Surprised?
Frankly, I am. I didn't think you were smart enough to figure out how I'd steal it.
But I was smart enough, wasn't I? I arrived at your method of stealing it by the simple process of elimination, my dear Blackie. You see, it couldn't be taken out of the gallery, and so when I heard it was missing, I knew it must still be in the gallery. And so I looked And so I found it.
Oh, fine. Is the abbot still taped to the back of that painting on your wall?
Not quite. You'll never find the abbot, I can assure you.
Even if I did find it, Rice, I wouldn't be finding the abbot.
No?
No. If you knew anything about art at all, you'd know the painting I stole for you is a phony.
I don't believe it.
Look at it closely and you'll see. Come on, we'll look at it together and I'll prove it to you.
No, Blackie. You can be more clever than that, really. I can look at the painting myself and tell whether or not it's authentic.
Then go ahead, look at it.
And have you follow me to it? Oh, no.
Then you're going to spend the rest of your days with a phony painting. But that's not my worry.
You know, Blackie, you've aroused my curiosity. I hate to think I've been cheated, but I think you'd better stay here while I go look at it, if you don't mind.
I do mind. What was the buzzer for?
You'll see. There. Turn around and look at the reason for the buzzer. Come in, Max.
Yeah, boss, sure.
Where did you find a guy this big? In the redwood forest?
Rather overgrown youngster, isn't he? Max, I have to run out a minute. Do you think you could persuade this fellow to remain here and quietly until I return?
Oh, sure, boss. I got a friend here in my pocket could convince him like this. Some convincer, huh, boss?
That's good work, Max. That should keep him asleep for a little while. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Hey, you know something, boss?
What?
I like to hit guys on the head. It does something to me. Oh, you come to now, huh? Good. I'll let you get up, and then I'll hit you again with my blackjack. Oh, hi, boss. You're back, huh?
Yeah.
Oh. Hello, Rice. You see the painting?
Yes, and it's authentic, all right.
Huh?
Never mind, you wouldn't understand, Max. Blackie, your trick, alas, didn't work.
Well, you can't blame a guy for trying, can you?
No. You'll never find the abbot, Blackie. You know, I've outsmarted you at every turn. I feel rather good about that.
I'll get that painting back.
You'll never even see it again. Now, don't you envy me, Blackie. I have the abbot painting. I'm free and clear of any suspicion. But the police are looking for you, and you don't even know where I've hidden the painting. Well, now, I think you've done everything you can for me, Blackie. You may go now.
Well, thanks for something, anyway.
No hard feelings, Blackie. Here, I'll make amends by taking you to the top of the steps. Well, here we are, Blackie. Just one flight down, and you're in the street.
And I suppose you think out on my feet, too.
I trust not. You'll need to be rather nimble to sidestep the police. Don't forget they're looking for you.
Thanks for the warning.
Don't mention it.
Blackie.
Good girl, Mary. You're here right on time. Did everything work all right?
Perfectly. I did just what you told me on the phone. I waited outside Rice's office door, then I followed him down the steps, and from then on I didn't let him out of my sight till he went into another building. But, where's the abbot?
You show me the building Rice went into, and I'll show you the abbot. This is the door he went into when you followed him, Mary?
Yes, Blackie.
This is a warehouse. But warehouse or palace, this is where Rice hid the abbot.
Yeah, but it's such a big warehouse.
We'll find it. Come on, let's go in. Say, the door's unlocked.
That's good.
No, that's bad. Means there's probably a guard around here somewhere.
Shh. Well, this seems to be nothing but an anteroom. There's another door there. Shall we try that one?
Come on. But quietly.
Don't worry.
Now. Shh.
I hear footsteps.
Yes, and I see the man who's making them.
Oh, I see something else, too. This is a gambling casino. It's empty now, but Rice must use this place every night.
And here comes Mr. Footsteps. We'll have to take care of him before we do anything else.
I hope he isn't as big as that Max you were telling me about.
No, he isn't, but he's got a gun. Be quiet, or we'll be telling the angels about him.
You're so right.
Shh, here he comes. Hey, you. Thanks for turning your chain.
Why, Blackie, you hit him only once, you selfish. Not even a second sock for me.
Mary, I would gladly trade that second sock for a second sight that would help me find the abbot.
Oh! Any luck in finding the painting over there, Blackie?
No, Mary. I may find it under this tabletop.
Well, I have torn things apart till I'm exhausted. It's the last place I'm going to look.
Well, look over the old places again. We may have missed something.
Oh, dear. Well, it's not here. I'm going to rest a minute.
I'll rest in a minute. Not here. I'll try this. Over here, maybe under this table. Nope, nothing here. I'll try over there.
Mind if I play a little roulette while you look?
No, go ahead.
I love roulette when it's for fun.
I love looking for things when I can find them.
Uh-oh. Red and even.
The situation here is black and odd. Oh, gosh, I guess Rice has us fooled completely.
Oh, no, Blackie, you'll find it. Want to quit for a while and, say a little roulette?
No,
stranger?
I gotta start thinking again. I'm sure if Rice came here, the painting is in here.
Red and even. Let's see where the little ball stops this time.
I wish it would stop on the painting. That's it.
What?
Stand back, Mary. That roulette wheel is turned for the last time.
What are you going to do?
Take that table leg here and smash the roulette wheel.
Oh, golly. In a million pieces. And I was just about to spin it and make a fortune.
Mary, we found a fortune. Look under what's left of the wheel.
Well, looks like a roll of canvas.
Here, look at it. When I take it out and unroll it, look.
The painting.
Yes, the painting, Mary, and suddenly the whole picture is changed.
Well, Blackie, so you went to all the trouble of stealing the abbot just because of Shorty's lighter.
Yes, and now Shorty has his lighter, and the art gallery has its abbot, and everybody is happy, I suppose.
Well, I'm not happy. Why didn't you tell me Rice was framing Shorty and let me get that lighter from him?
Because by the time you'd have cleared Shorty, he'd have been sent to the electric chair.
Shorty was innocent.
Of course he was. Well, if you're unhappy because I didn't let you help clear Shorty, I'm unhappy because Henry Rice was the cause of all this, and he's going free.
Oh, no, he isn't.
You've arrested him? Well, what for? Running a gambling joint?
No, we couldn't prove that. But the DA has a great case against him, Blackie. And all because Rice made you steal that painting.
But you can't say Rice stole the painting. I did.
Yes, you stole it, Blackie. But who got it after you stole it?
Well, Rice did. Oh. I'm beginning to see a little flaw in Rice's master plan.
And what a flaw. You didn't actually steal the abbot. Technically, all you did was move it from one room to another. So that clears you. I'm sorry to say. But the painting was taken out of the gallery, so Rice goes to jail for receiving stolen property.
Good work, Faraday. This all started with Shorty's cigarette lighter. But it looks like Rice met his match.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
When it's May and the nighttime sighs briefly, begins the weaving of mists into silken fabric of its dying, Broadway is still. Broadway waits for death of night, for the first cry of day. Entwined with mist threads, the echoes of earlier whisperings, and light pools spilled from earlier neon, diminishing now, contracting into cores of darkness. Dance of litter where dreams were and promises were, and through it, erratic dance of a sodden man who stops, then leans for a while against the edge of night, walks on, and in his wake, ebb of nighttime. And at headquarters, walk a corridor, on your way to a room where you'd been summoned by Detective Muggavan. Old thoroughfare to the interrogation room, to see... Well, you'll see when you get here, Muggavan had said.
The poor soul sat sighing by a sycamore tree. Her hand on her bosom, her head on her knee, sing willow, willow.
Well, you can cut that out now, Miss. The lieutenant is here, and the lieutenant has got your message.
Her salt tears fall from her, which soften the stones. Sing willow.
You hear me, Miss? You can end it now, any time.
Drunk?
In my time, Danny, I have been in the company of many lady drunks, but
What's
never
she doing
one...
here? Why isn't she in the tank?
She was there, Danny, a couple hours ago. Picked up off a village street about midnight. They booked her, searched her, did all their little things, and then sent her up to us.
I call my false love, but
Lady,
what's
lady,
Why did they send her up to us, Muggavan?
Over here on the table, Danny. This knife, it was found in her purse. There was blood on it. Fresh blood, human blood. I let the boys in technical have their way with the knife, and that's the report they came up with.
Who is she?
No identification.
willow, willow.
And like she is now, how she was when they picked her up. The wrinkled summer dress, the booze. One difference. The knife was in her purse.
Miss...
My false love said then, you know what he said? Give me, oh you whose arms are soft and slender.
Look, Miss...
Yeah, Danny, you talk to her. Be gentle. Be, well, like you are. Maybe you
and
shall...
he said, against your heart so innocent and tender, a little love and some forgetfulness. Willow, willow, willow.
And then started to sway and lose control.
Oh.
Hey, I got her, Danny.
Dawn all at once, and she was caught in its first light, supported by Detective Muggavan, looking up at him silently with suddenly stricken eyes. When he took her away to jail, she leaned against him, head to his chest. At 9 o'clock in the morning, after the small sleep, the day began again, with the juice of the orange and the coffee bean, proven best to enable you to face life, and when fortified with a glazed donut, enables you to face life bravely. Thus equipped, stride down headquarters corridor to your assigned cubicle. The man who's waiting for you offers you his hand, shakes yours once, gives it back to you with a slight underhand flip.
I'm Harold Tracy, Mr. Clover.
How do you do?
I was told to see you because my wife is missing, and I was told you had a woman booked last night for some reason or another, and her description checks with that of my wife.
What does your wife look like?
Again?
Again.
About this tall, coloring fair, hair light brown. Joan has a very small beauty mark right here at the corner of her lips. She...
Yeah, Danny.
Sergeant, the woman that was booked this morning about 4, the one without identity?
Who had the knife?
That's right. Get her up here in my office right away.
Only be a second, Danny. She was brought upstairs here for breakfast.
Mr. Tracy...
No, wait a minute. What's that mean, who had the knife?
Is your wife a drunk, Mr. Tracy?
No. Now tell me
Sure.
what that...
Here, take a look.
What's this got to do with Joan?
Your wife was incoherent from booze early this morning, Mr. Tracy. If she's your wife, we've got upstairs. How come you're so concerned about her this morning? Why weren't you concerned enough about her last night to keep her out of trouble?
I don't have to listen to that kind of talk.
You do if you don't know how to take care of your wife. You ever see this knife before?
Let me see it. No. Drunk? Joan? No, it couldn't be. Look, you sure she's my wife?
No, but the description you gave me...
Wearing a black dress cut, That's another thing I can't understand about Joan.
Right in here, miss. Well, gentlemen, here she is.
What got into you, Joan?
I'm very sorry. I promise you I won't do it again.
That's the very least I'd expect you to say.
I'm ashamed of myself.
I should hope so.
I'll never embarrass you again, Hal. I've been bad.
I can't understand you.
I've been bad, and
Danny.
Hal, I hate you so much.
Danny, she's got the knife.
Mrs. Tracy.
Don't worry, Mr. Glover.
I do.
Joan.
I hate you with all my heart and soul. And I'm going to kill you.
Put down that knife, Joan.
Kill you, Hal. Because all the years...
Give me that knife, Mrs. Tracy.
What's happened to her?
Get Dr. Sinsky, you know.
Joan, what's happened to you?
You better go home now, Mr. Tracy.
All right.
Look up, Danny. Look up from your desk and get hit with it.
Marty.
Aha. Who else but Marty Udenfreund, to be exact? Hits you, huh? This tired face you remember, huh?
You look fine, Marty. Tanned.
You drove an open-air cab, you would also be tanned in the face. However, what happened to your particular set of values concerning the female of the species, I can't guarantee. Were you a cabbie?
What are you talking about, Marty?
That dame.
What dame?
What dame, he says to me. The dame the papers say you picked up booze happy in the village last night. With beauty spot close to lip. With knife in the bag. What dame, he says.
Oh, Mrs. Tracy, what about her?
Last night around 10 when she hailed me, I didn't know for Mrs. or Miss. All I know is a few remarks were passed, and suddenly I find myself nonchalant in the back seat of my cab, and my passenger is driving in the front. It was a pleasant change.
Go on.
Well, we do the park, we do the plaza, we do the East River. Then she hauls up in front of a joint in the village, invites me in. I say, thanks loads, lady, but I already had my quota of fun for tonight.
What club?
The Crocodile Club on Bank Street. You gotta understand, Danny, up to where we parted company, my passenger was only flap happy with the season.
Yeah, I understand. Thanks, Marty. See you around, Marty. Good afternoon. I'm looking for the manager of this club.
Truly?
Police.
Just one couple here, mister. A boy, a girl. A boy and a girl in a corner table. And see how they hold hands? Ah, isn't
You the
that...
manager?
I'm Leslie Cobb, and I manage. And just what is it that you need in the afternoon, you being a police officer and all?
Well, some information.
You?
About a woman named Joan Tracy. She was here last night.
Say that name again?
Joan Tracy.
About 5'4", about a 26-inch waist. And the little thing right here, the beauty mark. And suddenly emancipated. Call me Joan Tracy the Liberated. That one? The lady on a toot?
What about her?
I only had one drunk in here last night, and she swore to everybody her name was Joan, and she was free, free, free. Come what may, she said, which was a lie.
Oh?
She found a fellow. She found a fellow with a book of verses, and she had a jug of booze. Whether there was bread or not, I wouldn't know.
What are you talking about?
She went off with a boy in jeans and plaid shirt who calls himself Robin Forrest this week. Has a room down the corner, that way, an attic. And there to laugh and sorrow and taste...
Yeah. Thanks a lot. And out of the jaws of the Crocodile Club, and onto Village Street in Maytime, past shop of French pastries and French legends scrawled in pink icing on sun-yellowed wedding cakes, and make the quick, free translations, and walk on. And leaning against doorway, the sandaled girl in batik sari, head posed against the hand-painted sign that reads, Jewels, Custom Made, Second Landing, and walk on to corner rooming house, where a boy who this week calls himself Robin Forrest is to be captured in his attic lair, where he usually is if he's not on the wing somewhere else. Attic is the room boasting the skylight. And ascend old stairs, banister carved with old memories, and onto landing, down hallway. And a faulty catch releases. Door drifts slowly into opening. Latticed rays of sun from fulcrum of skylight. To hold in dust dance, boy sprawled on floor. Boy in plaid shirt and jeans. Young man with knife wound. Young man dead. Young man murdered.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Thanks to careless people, forest fires have a long season. That season has begun again with the coming of warm weather. In the interest of preserving our natural resources, we are all asked to be especially careful when in or near our woodlands. 9 fires out of 10 are man-made. Every fire makes a dent in our natural defenses. To keep our woodlands open and free for enjoyment, eliminate forest fires.
The season of promise is dying, and on Broadway its swift, silent passing goes unnoticed. Spring into summer means only the shifting of mannequins in a store window, and draping them in less clothes, preserving only the precise curve of wrist. And still the serpents of light uncoil in identical pattern and leap skyward. And still the street is filled with sounds that were there yesterday, and the people, and the riot. But spring is dying, and summers are coming in. Hurry, only so many tomorrows for the dream to come true. And where I was, office at police headquarters, late afternoon time. The hour of the police sergeant from Never Never Land, who had somehow gotten a job in New York.
Danny?
Come in, Gino.
Well, how did you like it?
How did I like what?
How did I like what, he says.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's what I said, Danny. How did you like that book I give you?
Book?
I, the Corpse. You know, the first adventure of the Twanger. That two-fisted guitar strumming...
Oh, well, I haven't read it yet. You see...
Well, Danny, here's the sequel, so you can read both in one sitting.
Thanks, Gino. Kiss me, Irving?
What an adventure. In this one, the Twanger cleans up Anne Arundel County in Maryland.
Thanks a lot, Gino.
Your jaw will drop.
Gino.
Mind it.
Gino, you have anything for me?
Report from Detective Dennison if your mood is such
It is, believe me, it is.
That Mrs. Tracy is lying in a hospital room under the care of Dr. Sinsky, where she lies and stares at the ceiling and says not a word.
Go on.
Incidental information is all.
If you please.
Her mother died last week.
Oh?
Fell down the steps in her apartment house.
It was an accident then, for sure?
I think so. Says here on the report, if accidental death, checked here. It's checked, see?
What else, Gino?
Joan Tracy is a lady with a talent. She plays cello. In fact, there are 3 of them.
What?
In the trio. 2 friends and Joan Tracy. If you want who the 2 people are, Danny, well, here. If I seem like a daisical, Danny, the Twanger, my jaw dropped.
Please, go away.
Mr. Kodalier?
It matters to you who I am?
Yes, it does. I'm from the police.
Thank you. I am Kodali. Now, please, go away.
Police. On police business, Mr. Kodalier.
You wish to enter into negotiations with me? Concerning private piano lessons, concerning harmony, theory?
Concerning Joan Tracy.
Theory. Joan.
All right, if we talk inside?
Please. Then Joan is your business with me, eh?
Because the boy she was with last night was found murdered.
A boy? Not her husband?
Not her husband.
I think I read of it. I'm not sure. Drunk, a knife, a death. So many in the newspapers. It becomes vague. It becomes so many Joans.
Another thing we know about this Joan, she was a friend of yours. She played cello in a trio that you...
And you wish my interpretation of Joan. What phrasings, what nuances, what dynamics would bring a woman like Joan to murder a boy, not her husband.
All I want from you is...
I will tell you of Joan. The theory, okay?
All right, tell me.
A cringer. A woman who put on the face of a beaten child when no one lifted a finger to her.
You'll explain it to me, huh?
So you will understand. In a trio, When a cello makes a boo-boo in phrasing, in breathing, in emotion, looks are exchanged between the violin and the piano. When such looks are exchanged between us, John sometimes wept, cringed, looked beaten.
I still don't understand.
I will show you. On my piano. This is a passage for the cello from a trio we have often played. It is to be sung so, with heart, with subtlety, with delicacy, as I have played it. John played it so. Understand?
I think so.
Good. Now that is John. Strict tempo, strict pitch, and strictly without heart. That is John. What I said before to you. Please do it. Please go away.
I play the violin. There's Joan and her cello, Kodaly with his piano, and I play the violin.
Well, I want to know about Joan, Mr. Vernon.
Not very good with the cello.
I've heard that. Other things, though.
I loved her once.
Oh?
In retrospect, it was pity more than anything else. I was filled with a sorrow for her.
Why?
This was before she was married, of course.
About the pity, Mr. Vernon. Why?
She is docile because of her mother, very domineering mother. A cliche of a domineering mother, a do this, do that cliche of a domineering mom, and if you don't, I'll fall on my face with a heart attack and you'll be sorry. You know? And I pitied Joan.
I see.
One day I took her in my arms, and I liked it. It started off by feeling sorry. When I was holding her, I forgot my purpose in doing so. I said to myself, love.
Tell me something, Mr. Vernon, about this trio.
A simple thing. We all studied at the academy. We met. One evening long ago, we said, let's have a trio. We're none too expert, really. We saw and pound and call it Beethoven, and it's a fine time.
And you were in love with Joan once, but not now, is that right?
Right. You see, I recognized what kind of woman Joan was and what I really felt for her, and that she would need a man exactly like her mother.
You know her husband?
Just pokes his nose in, waves a riding crop at us, and vanishes.
When's the last time you saw Joan?
About, let me see, 4 days ago, Tuesday.
Tell me about it.
To console her about her mother's death.
Well, I understand her mother fell down the steps and died.
Well?
Well, what?
You want me to say, isn't that nice?
Oh, forget it. I just wanted you to comment on whether you thought
her mother was pushed? How do I know? I got better things to do than conjecture on a horror like her.
Okay. Tell me about the last time you saw Joan.
Joan was in the library at her home. I went to her. She was playing the cello, sawing away tunelessly and loud. She noticed I was there finally, grinned at me, picked up the cello, and broke it over an antique brass pot. And don't ask me whether the latter's symbolic.
And that's all?
Not quite. She sobbed then. And I felt sorry for her again and took her in my arms again, and I thought suddenly what a stupid girl this was. I said goodbye to her.
Anything else you can tell me about her, Mr. Vernon?
Not a thing. She really isn't stupid, you know. My first impression was correct. To be pitied, that's more nearly correct.
And back in the street now, and city at 9 o'clock of May. Time for stoop dweller to chart the course of new fallen star, and also observe the nebulae in wake of the summer passage of a boy and girl through a million private comets. Time of the chuckle and the elbow poke in the ribs. Time to check condition of tenement roof and stake out the place of summer sleeping. Walk through currents of May night. And somewhere between where you were and headquarters, stop for the sandwich and the coffee with conjectures on the murder of a boy who had read poetry to a drunken woman. Woman who had tried to kill her husband in your presence, who the night before had driven a cab, had shouted in the Greenwich Village Club that she was free, free, free. But leave them alongside the tip, because there were new conjectures to be had at headquarters, from study of reports, from further musings against May night, and in a while from Detective Muggavan also.
About Joan Tracy's husband.
Oh, what about him?
Well, him, Joan Tracy's mother, different relationship, different age, different gender. But,
But what, Muggavan?
But peas from the same pod. Happens in a pod sometime. Now, the way I know it is one summer my seed man showed
you
me
mind
charts.
just about Tracy, her mother, her husband?
Oh, them.
Muggavan, so help.
Oh, don't get riled, kid. Now, you've been doing leg work, I've been doing leg work, so just don't get riled, huh? Yeah, on your feet, Danny. Walk it. You haven't had enough of it, huh? Look, don't you understand? I've been trying to tell you.
All right, Muggavan, tell me what.
What I found out from my legwork. From friends, neighbors, spectators on the life of Joan Tracy.
Well?
What I already told you. Her husband she tried to kill in front of. Her mother who fell down steps and died a week ago. Both the same type people. Both wielders of the big stick, tongue lashers of what they considered lesser persons in the human scale.
You'll explain it, huh, Muggavan?
Glad to. Now look, mother of Joan Tracy, one of those mothers. The kid, Joan, the woman, Joan, couldn't make a move, couldn't breathe, couldn't smile, couldn't cry until Mama gave the word. Up until Joan married Mr. Tracy, that is.
Well, she married him, then what?
A word about the background of husband Harold Tracy. Seems a few years back he was headmaster in a boys' military academy. Seems he had codes of behavior for little boys. Oh, and disciplines to match. Pete Chirino of a chap with the willow rod, I understand. Now, Danny, you take a man like that, marry him to a woman like Joan, what have you got?
Yeah. Get on the phone. Get him down here, Muggavan. Just have a seat, Mr. Tracy.
How's my wife?
I understand you've been calling every hour.
They said she wouldn't talk, that she was just staring. Once...
What?
Once when I was a headmaster, there was a boy who did that. I took him for a walk. I talked with him. I cured him. He didn't do it anymore.
You ordered him to behave, is that right?
I illuminated for him the difference between proper and improper conduct. Joan already knows that.
Then all you think your wife needs is talking to by you.
Exactly.
Why did she want to kill you, Mr. Tracy?
You mean this morning with a knife?
Of course that's what I mean. Were there other times?
Certainly not this morning. Joan was drunk.
No, I don't think so.
I know my wife.
You know whether she ever tried to kill her mother?
Oh, are you serious?
Then she didn't push her mother down the steps, did she?
Joan was with me in Atlantic City when her mother fell.
Well, that's what I wanted to know. You see...
Stay in here, Mrs. Tracy.
Hello, Joan.
Hello, Hal.
You see, Clover? You ready to go home, Joan?
Whenever you say so.
You see, Clover.
Please sit down, Mrs. Tracy.
Go ahead, Joan. In a little while, dear, I'm going to take you home and we'll have a little talk.
Hal.
What, dear?
If you ever get close to me, I'll try to kill you.
She don't like you at all, Mr. Tracy.
She's not drunk either.
What have you people done to her?
Nothing. They haven't done a thing. They gave me time to just lie there in bed and scheme. They didn't bother me. I've got a lot of schemes. And if we go home together, one of them I like very much.
Joan. Joan.
Don't.
Joan, get away from her.
She's my wife. You heard what he said. Get away from her. That's better.
Mrs. Tracy.
Yes. What?
You want to tell us about last night?
Joan, you don't have to.
I want to.
Go on.
I got very drunk. I met a boy who recited poetry. We got very drunk together. I passed out. I woke up. I think he was dead. I didn't know. I drank some more from the bottle and I walked out into the street. Then it was this morning and I was here.
You didn't have to say that.
Why not? Why not?
What's happened to you, Joan?
I'm free.
What?
You know.
I don't understand what she's talking about. She's a very sick woman. My wife is sick.
She'll get better.
That about does it, huh, Mr. Tracy?
What are you talking about?
Your wife's mother died last week, and...
I can tell it. I've been thinking about it. I know the words. When she died, I heard about it and I sat down to cry. I couldn't cry. I felt relieved.
You said free.
Free.
Of the kind of life you had with your mother. Afraid, docile.
Hal.
What?
That's why I was such a good wife to you. Why the transition was so easy, from daughter to bride. It was the same thing. You're the same kind of person.
You could have explained it to me.
No, not to you. You'd hit the air with your riding crop and demand obedience.
Joan, listen to me.
Joan, listen to me. Joan, listen to me.
When your mother died, it happened. You were free of both of them.
That's what I meant.
What about it, Mr. Tracy?
Well,
Well, what?
I had to show her, that's all. I caught up with her at that place, at that club in the village, as she was going out with that boy. I followed them. They were both in a stupor, a drunken stupor, when I walked in on them.
So you stabbed the boy and planted the knife on your wife?
It was sordid what you did, Joan. Ugly. Unbecoming. It needed to be stopped. I stopped it.
You killed a boy, Hal. You didn't stop anything. I may go now, may I not? Goodbye, Hal. One thing you can be sure of, you'll never be embarrassed by me again, wherever you are.
Dawn touches Broadway now. The last shadows leave and take away the night. And over the river a cloud drifts, and a bird dips and touches it with a wing. The people wake. The fury gathers and funnels out into the streets. Walk easy. Another day has come. The shock has come. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Sammy Hill was heard as Joan and Whitfield Connor as Hal. Featured in the cast were D.J. Thompson, Jerry Hausner, and Harry Bartell. Bill Anders speaking. This Monday night on CBS Radio Suspense, Dick Haymes stars in Pigeon in the Cage. It concerns a man who is trapped in an elevator between floors, but who dares not call for help because his only possible rescuers are murderers. With this story, CBS Radio hopes once again to keep you in suspense this Monday night on most of these same stations. And remember, the top dramatic show of all, the Lux Radio Theater, is heard Monday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Irene. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to cancel me out tonight, Angel. Some boy I know thinks he can get away with murder, and I've got to prove that if he leaves a body behind, it's bound to be a dead giveaway.
Once again, the National Broadcasting Company brings you the transcribed Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. The Adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the fatal fix. It's late afternoon in New York, and a young man named Danny Hickok steps out of the elevator and jauntily strides toward the penthouse suite on the 28th floor of the Belmont. Yes, Danny's come up in the world. But right now, he's in for a letdown.
Hello, Danny. How'd you get in here? I told the desk clerk I was your father.
You got your nerve.
Why, isn't it true?
Don't blame me. What do you want?
I got a call this morning from the police.
Well?
Have you any idea why they're looking for you?
I must have overparked.
You're lying.
Look, I don't have to take that from you.
You're going to take a lot more. I found this note on your dresser. Look up George Pulaski. It's signed the Greek.
Give me that.
Is that the same Pulaski who was murdered last night?
I wouldn't know.
Now, look, Danny, you've got to tell me everything.
There's nothing to tell.
There is, if you believe the Morgan Committee. According to them, the crime syndicate in this country is headed by a man called the Greek.
So?
So how come he writes you notes? And how come I found this money in your drawer?
Because you're nosy.
There's $8,000 in this roll, Danny. Where did it come from?
None of your business.
Why, you little punk, who do you think you're talking to?
Look, don't ever try that again, because father or not, the next time I'll let you have it. I mean it.
Well, I'm going to get the truth if I have to.
Sorry, gents, but I did knock. Mr. Hickok in the house?
There's two of them.
Well, the one I want is Danny.
That's me.
Glad to know you, Danny. Wonder if you'd mind taking a little ride with me.
Who the devil are you?
Oh, that's right. I haven't introduced myself. My name's Corbett. Sergeant James Corbett, to give my full billing. If you'd like to see my shield.
Never mind. What's the beef?
Well, to make a long story short, a fellow named George Pulaski was knocked off last night.
So?
So we got a tip you did it for the Greek.
Oh, you're crazy.
I've been accused of that before.
There must be some mistake.
And where'd he get the dough to run this place?
I gave it to him. I'm his father.
It won't wash, Mr. Hickok. We checked on you, too.
I tell you, you're wrong. I'm the one you want.
Who asked you to butt in?
Shut up.
Don't do me any favors. Look, Sergeant, there's an easy way to settle this. I got the proof in the bedroom.
Hey, wait a minute. Where are you going?
To get it.
Hold it, Danny. All right, fella, come on out. I'm warning you. You're not out of there by the time I...
What was that?
That's what it sounded like. Give me a hand.
You don't think...
Come on. 1, 2...
Danny.
Sorry, Mr. Hickok. You better wait outside. I gotta call the coroner.
That's the story, Mr. Waring. After the sergeant and I broke down the door, we...
You found Danny?
Yes. I still don't understand why he did it.
Well, it's pretty obvious. He was working for the Greek, and he knew it was the chair once they nabbed him.
It's all my fault. If I'd done a better job, he wouldn't have turned out this way.
Who's to say?
I am. I want your help so as I can make it up to him.
Well, isn't it a little late?
Well, better late than never. I want you to find the man they call the Greek.
Find the Greek?
Yes, I want to know who and what he is.
Yeah, so do the police. They've been trying to identify him for years.
Danny knew.
Well, he certainly isn't going to spill it now.
There must be some way.
No, forget it. I told you that...
I know the police have been trying to run him down for years. Well, maybe they're making the same mistakes over and over again. That should make it easier for you.
Well, I wouldn't know where to start.
I don't care about the where. The important thing is when. And here's $500 to do it now.
Hey, bartender, is Joey Wilson or... Oh, never mind, I see him. Hello, Joey.
Wow. What'd I do to rate this, huh?
You're just lucky, I guess. Mind if I join you?
I certainly do, Waring. I'm particular about the people I'm seen with.
Well, obviously I'm not.
What do you want?
Little conversation.
I haven't got time.
You better change your mind, Joey. You'll find yourself with nothing else but about 10 years' worth at Sing Sing. Cops are still looking for the party who fixed that Bryson jury.
I don't know nothing about it.
My mistake. I heard you did it for the Greek.
Well, you got rocks in your head.
No, don't let the sound effects fool you, Joey. They're only pebbles. Where can I find the big boy?
I ain't got the slightest idea.
Okay. Let it be like you say. Too bad I got to talk to the cops.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
I tell you, I don't know who the Greek is.
You can start me up the ladder.
Go on home.
What for?
Wait for a phone call.
You going to make the first contact for me?
I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no. Just go home and wait.
Well, I'll give him 10 more minutes. If he doesn't call by then... Hello?
I'd like to talk to Mike Waring, please.
Who's this?
Never mind. You Waring?
That's right.
Understand you're trying to locate the Greek.
You understand correctly.
You know what'll happen to anyone who fingers him for you.
You don't have to worry. This is business.
He's got enough now to keep him occupied.
Then why did you call?
I need a stake.
I'll pay you $500 for the genuine article.
Well, I don't know who the Greek is, but I got an idea who does.
You mean I have to do some more climbing?
Yeah. So if you got a bad heart, I'd watch those steps. You still interested?
Let's have it.
How would I get the dough?
How would you suggest?
Mail it to Willie Smith, care of General Delivery.
Fair enough.
I got your word?
Yep.
Well, if I was you, I'd see a man named Alvin Myers. He's got a place at the Beaumont.
What makes you think he knows the Greek?
If he don't, nobody does. This Myers is a chubby party. I think he'll spill if you put it to him the right way.
And what exactly is the right way?
Look, I can't write the script for you. Just giving you Myers. From there on, you're on your own.
I guess I'm not very bright, Mr. Waring, but I'm still rather puzzled at the reason for this visit. Now, mind you, I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, well, thanks. But I was told Alvin Myers could put me in touch with the Greek.
You were told? By whom?
A mutual friend.
That's rather vague.
It'll have to do.
And just why do you want to contact the Greek?
I've got a deal for him.
Tell me something, Mr. Waring. Do I look weak-minded?
No.
Well, you must think so to come here with that story.
What's wrong with it?
Everything. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're a private detective?
I am.
Currently, you're employed by one William Hickok.
Where'd you hear that?
Well, aren't you?
No.
Isn't that strange? I wonder where I got the idea.
I wonder, too.
Well, I was given to understand shortly after his son committed suicide, Mr. Hickok came to you with a request that you find the Greek. For some unknown reason, he thinks our mysterious friend was involved.
He was. Danny was working for him.
That's only your opinion.
The police share it with me. But I've got a feeling I'm accomplishing something they didn't.
Oh, really?
Yes. I think I'm talking to the Greek right now.
Oh, that's the funniest thing I've heard yet.
Well, you're easily amused. Are you the Greek?
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Well, we'll soon find out. My informant led me to believe you don't like being manhandled.
What?
He thought you might crack under a little pressure. And...
You wouldn't dare.
Well, you shouldn't have said that. Myers! Are you the Greek? I asked you something.
No.
Well, answer me. Are you the Greek?
No.
But you know who he is.
On my word. He'll kill me.
Well, you better talk now. Who is he?
His name is Vincent Romeo.
Romeo?
Yes.
Where does he live?
In Brooklyn, on Sycamore.
Well, that's one for the book. Listen, Myers, if you're tossing me a curve, I'll be back. And believe me, you'll enjoy my next trip to the plate even less.
Yes, please.
I'd like to see Mr. Romeo.
Oh, sure. Papa! Papa!
What's the matter, though?
Some man wants to see you.
Why you make him wait outside? Tell him to come in.
You like to come in, Mr.
Waring.
Papa, I'll be right out.
Okay.
Sit down.
Thanks.
Oh, no. Take the other chair. This one's got a broken spring.
Oh.
I tell Papa he should fix it, but all the time he's too busy.
He is, huh?
All the time he listens to ball games on the radio. All the days, Dodgers. Hey, you a friend of Papa?
Well, I wouldn't say that exactly.
I thought maybe you know him when he was in the ice business.
Ice business?
Oh, sure. Papa used to have a big company, 3 trucks.
Now, wait a minute.
Something wrong?
I'm beginning to think so.
Oh, Papa, this is Mr. Waring.
Mike Waring.
Mike Waring. Let me see. Don't I know this name from someplace? Sure. You private detective.
That's right.
Rosa, you know who this is? It's a falcon.
Oh, no.
Remember we read about him in the papers?
Oh, my.
Maybe he like a little wine.
Oh, no, thanks.
Oh, please, try. Rosa, make it herself. Mama, some vino for Mr. Waring,
Oh,
huh?
sure.
Oh, really, Mrs.
Oh, it's no trouble.
Wait till you taste. Rosa makes the best wine anybody in the whole United States.
Yeah, I'm sure she does.
But look at me, all the time I talk. I no even ask what I can do for you.
Well, I got a proposition for the Greek.
You got a proposition for her?
The Greek.
No, Stan.
Didn't you ever hear about him? He's supposed to head the rackets in this country.
Oh, sure, I remember. They talk about him on the radio. He's a very bad man. Very bad man.
Mm-hmm. You know anything about him?
Just what I hear. Mama don't let me listen too much. She say it's bad for my heart. Even the ball game.
He's still talking, huh? Hey, you tried this, Mr. Waring. I got the one for you too, Papa.
For such a little one.
It's more than enough. You know what the doctors say.
All right. Well, Mr. Waring, you help.
Yeah, sure. Salud. Yeah, it's wonderful.
You hear, Mama? He lied.
Last year is much better.
Well, I can't believe that. By the way, Mr. Mayo, your wife tells me you were in the ice business.
That's right. I retired 4 years ago. Mm-hmm. My son, Jimmy, he run the business now.
You ever hear of a man named Danny Hickok?
No.
Oh, sure we do, Papa. You remember we read about him in the paper last week.
Oh, yeah. He's a young fellow who killed himself in a hotel. His father find him.
Poor man.
It's his own fault, Rosa. If he bring up boy like we bring up Jimmy, he don't go around killing people.
Well, you never know. Anyway, this Hickok was supposed to be on the Greek's payroll.
I understand.
Yeah, well, that makes 2 of us. As I was told, you were the Greek.
Me? Who says such a thing?
Well, it doesn't matter.
You got to tell me. I send my boy Jimmy to beat him up.
Now, Papa.
You hear what he say, huh?
All right. It was just a joke. Forget it.
You go already?
Yeah, I got to.
Oh, but you know, finish your wine. You know like.
Oh, yes, sure I do. But I've got to get back to work. I'm sorry if I put you to any trouble.
What's not trouble at all. Maybe you come to Brooklyn again someday.
Yeah, sure. If the Dodgers win the pennant.
What you mean if? Arrivederci.
Such a nice man.
Yeah.
I wish Jimmy could see him.
Hey, Rose. I think I smell something burning.
Oh, my chicken cacciatore.
A, B, 4, 2, 1, 1, 3.
Yeah.
Joey.
That's right.
What's the name of that new boy from Toledo?
What boy?
The one who knows all about manhunting.
Oh, Monty Stevens.
I'll tell him to get in touch with the Greek. I got a little job for him.
Summer is just around the corner on the calendar. This year, we're getting a lucky break, too, because there are 3 three-day holiday weekends. Memorial Day, the 4th of July, and Labor Day. For most of us, that's fine, but we should always keep in mind that these long weekend holidays will be tragic times for some of us who start out gaily to enjoy them. For instance, last year, over the Labor Day weekend, which always lasts 3 days, the average was 153 deaths a day in traffic mishaps. So take a lesson from the figures. And at all times, and particularly on long holiday weekends, drive as though your life depends on it. It does. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike Waring's meeting with Vincent Romayo. And now at Mike's apartment, he unhappily sums up the matter for his client.
Well, that's the story, Hickok. It's a bum steer. When I got to Brooklyn, I found this couple and more wonderful pair you never met.
And this Romeo wasn't the Greek?
No, Myers was pulling my leg.
Well, where do we go from here?
Well, where can we go? Every lead I had petered out.
What about Alvin Myers? Why don't you see him again?
No, that wouldn't be any use. He'd be ready for me now. No, it just looks as though... Say, wait a minute. Did you see the newspaper accounts of your son's suicide?
No.
Well, I read them all religiously. There was very little there. All it said was, when you and Sergeant Corbett broke down the door, you found Danny.
We did.
And there was nothing about your son committing suicide because he was implicated in the murder of Pulaski.
Well?
Well, Romeo knew that. He knew Danny was a gunman.
How could he? I didn't know it myself.
Yeah, that's just it. He must be the Greek. Holy cow, I've got to see Sergeant Corbett.
Well, then you won't be needing me anymore?
Well, he might want to talk to you.
I'll be easier to find than the Greek. So long, Waring, and thanks again. You've been more help than you know.
Oh, that you, Haskell?
Surprise, it's me.
Oh, I knew my luck couldn't last. Now, look, Mike, I just got a flash on a murder, so if you don't mind...
You know, if someone heard you, they'd think you didn't want me around.
Yeah, well, they'd be right.
Yeah, well, suppose I told you I discovered the identity of the Greek.
You what?
I spoke to him a couple of hours ago.
And you're just telling me?
Well, it didn't dawn on me till later.
Well, who is he?
You'd never guess. First of all, he isn't Greek. And where do you suppose he lives?
Oh, in a luxurious duplex on Park Avenue.
No, wrong again. In a two-family house in Brooklyn on Sycamore.
Name wouldn't be Vincent Romeo, would it?
How did you know?
He was murdered 15 minutes ago.
You're kidding.
Sure, that's what the city pays me for, to make jokes. Who else knew Romeo was a Greek?
No one.
You sure?
Well, I figured it out while I was talking to Hickok.
That does it.
What? You're out of your mind.
Well, he had a motive, didn't he? I say after you left him, Hickok went over to Brooklyn and gave him a belt. Hey, that's a good one. Hickok belt.
Oh, you were right when you said the city wasn't paying you to make jokes.
No, well, I'm not joking. 5 will get you 10. Hickok's our boy.
You got a bet.
And here's where I collect.
Yes, sir?
Haskell, get a 37 out on William Hickok. I want him picked up immediately.
Sergeant, I don't know anything about Romeo's murder.
Well, you knew your son was working for the Greek.
Yes?
You felt he was responsible for his suicide.
Yes, but I didn't kill him.
When'd you leave Waring's apartment?
It must have been around 3.
It was closer to 2.
Thanks.
Where'd you go from there?
Home.
Anybody see you?
No, I live alone.
So you've got no alibi?
I don't need one.
Well, we'll leave that for a jury to decide. Haskell, we're through here. Book him.
Listen, Hickok, I'll get you out of this.
I wish you wouldn't, Waring. You've done enough for me already.
Well, I had to tell him.
Sure you did.
Yeah. You know something, Mike? I don't think he likes you.
Well, I don't blame him. But he didn't kill the Greek.
No? Then who did?
Well, I have no idea. But as long as I found the Greek, maybe I can find his killer. I'll be seeing you, Sergeant.
Yes?
Hello, Myers. Remember me?
Unfortunately.
Well, you might invite me in.
I might, but I don't think I will.
No, you're doing me an injustice.
Now, get out.
I just want to thank you. I found the Greek.
You saw Romeo?
A couple of hours before the police did.
Did they pick him up?
Literally. According to what I hear, they had to use a sponge.
What do you mean?
He was in a million pieces. Someone took a shotgun to the man.
How shocking.
Yes, well, I imagine it doesn't make you feel too badly. With the Greek out of the picture, what becomes of his empire?
I haven't the vaguest notion.
Well, I've got a feeling you're the crown prince. Naturally, that makes you a suspect.
Oh, you're insane.
Well, then who do you suggest?
What about your client?
Hickok?
Yes.
Well, when I collect a fee from a man, naturally I like to give him the benefit of any doubt.
And you wouldn't be above involving an innocent party?
No, of course not. Got any suggestions?
No.
Well, I have. I think you'd look lovely in a frame.
You wouldn't dare.
Look, you said that once before. Remember what happened?
Don't touch me.
Who else knew Romayo was the Greek?
What about his wife?
Don't be ridiculous. I met the woman.
You met him, too, and he had you fooled. Well, didn't he?
Well, you got a point there, Myers. Let's hope for your sake I don't get stuck on it.
Poor Papa. Why they do such a thing? Why they do it?
All right, now, Mrs. Romayo, you've got to control yourself.
Papa never hurt anybody. You see him, Mr. Waring. He was a good man.
Well, that's open to question.
What?
Look, Mrs. Romayo, how much did you know of your husband's affairs?
Everything.
Well, the police believe your husband was the Greek.
That's crazy. He was no Greek. You don't believe these stories, Mr. Waring. I tell you, Papa was a good man.
Did he ever go out at all?
No. He had a bad heart.
Well, did strange people ever come to the house?
Never. Only relatives and friends.
Well, then he must have transacted all his business over the phone.
It's not true.
Look, Mrs. Romayo, you've got to face the facts.
Papa was a good man. He go to church every Sunday.
Sure, that left him 6 days a week to get into trouble.
Get out.
Now, Mrs. Romayo...
You say bad things about Papa. Get out. And don't ever come back.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I've got to talk to you, Corbett. I've just been out to Brooklyn to see Mrs. Romayo.
Yeah, that makes it a double header for you today. Hey, you ought to be playing with the Giants.
Listen, I'm serious.
So am I. They could use an outfielder. Well, what'd you learn?
Nothing. I'd swear she never knew her husband was mixed up in the rackets.
Well, it doesn't make any difference. Hickok killed Romayo.
I don't believe it.
Well, who else is in the picture?
Well, no one except... Hey, wait a minute. What do you think of Alvin Myers?
What do you mean? What do I think of him?
He was real close to the Greek. So close he may have been the only one who knew his real identity.
Oh, you're reaching, pal. I tell you... Yes?
Call for you, Sergeant.
I'm busy.
It's Alvin Myers.
I don't care... It's who?
Alvin Myers. He said it was very important.
Well, put him on. It's Myers.
Speak of the devil.
Go ahead, please.
Sergeant Corbett?
That's right.
This is Alvin Myers. I demand police protection.
Well, what's the trouble?
There's someone lurking around my apartment. Just a few minutes ago,
Hello, Myers. Myers.
What's wrong?
Something's gone dead, and I don't think it's the phone. Let's go see for sure.
There's a price tag on almost everything. The price tag on speed violations last year was 15,000 killed and 500,000 injured. This year, thousands of lives can be saved if you and millions of other motorists come to the sober realization that speed is the biggest killer on the highways and resolve to slow down before you or someone else pays the price that must be paid for it. At all times, drive as though your life depends on it. It does. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. 15 minutes have passed since Alvin Myers phoned Sergeant Corbett and demanded police protection. Apparently, he needed it, for right in the midst of the call, there was a shot. And now outside Myers' apartment.
It's locked.
What'd you expect? Get out of my way. This one ought to do it.
You hear that?
Hit those lights. Myers, you all right?
Hey, we better call a doctor.
Yeah, I'll take care of it. See what you can do for him.
Yeah. All right. Now take it easy. You'll be okay. Where does it hurt? Maybe I can eat. Hey, Sergeant, wait a minute. Hold the phone.
Yeah, what's the matter?
There's nothing wrong with him.
I'm hurt.
That's your imagination. That bullet missed you by a mile.
What are you talking about?
Look at that hole in the ceiling. The slug entered there, and it certainly didn't go through him first.
Well, then he just fainted.
Yeah, he's just a great big sissy. Come on, Myers, on your feet.
Let me alone.
I'll leave you alone. What happened here?
I don't know.
Don't give us that. Who fired that shot at you?
I tell you, I don't know. My back was to the window.
Well, do you have any idea who might want to kill you?
No.
I have. It's obvious this is tied up with the Greek's murder.
Oh, ridiculous.
Well, it doesn't make sense otherwise.
Doesn't make sense, period.
All right, now let's take it from the beginning. First, Hickok's son commits suicide, and Hickok asked me to find the Greek.
Which you did.
Yeah, but only because Myers here helped me.
That's not true.
Shut up. It wasn't that simple, Sergeant. Before I got my lead to Myers, I did a lot of legwork. My first contact was Joey Wilson.
Well, did he give you Myers?
No, he told me to go home and wait for a phone call. And about an hour later, it came.
Who was it?
Well, that's just the trouble. He wouldn't leave his name. But he told me Myers could put me in touch with the Greek.
Hey, sounds like he had a grudge against Myers.
Well, he claimed he was doing it for dough.
But you don't believe it?
No. I got a hunch when we latch onto my mysterious phone caller, we'll be home. You got any idea who it could be, Myers?
None at all.
Well, it must be someone real close to you. He knew of your business relationship with the Greek.
I don't see how there was none.
Look, Sergeant, could you leave us alone for a couple of minutes?
Don't you dare.
All right, then start talking. Who killed the Greek?
I was under the impression it was Mr. Hickok.
Well, Hickok couldn't have taken that shot at you. He's in jail.
Then who did?
I submit it was my mysterious phone caller.
Oh, that's absurd.
What are you getting at, Mike?
Someone, let's call him Mr. X, knew Hickok wanted to locate the Greek, so he made it real easy for me.
Why?
Because he planned to kill the Greek himself, and he figured if Hickok knew the Greek's whereabouts, my client would get the credit.
Well, where's that get us? We don't know who this Mr. X is.
Oh, sure we do. Don't we, Myers?
Do we?
Well, you should. It was you.
Huh. That's very amusing.
You were my mysterious informant. Screwy as it sounds, you put me in touch with yourself.
No.
Yes. It was a nice piece of work you did, and you'll probably get the chair for it. And believe me, it couldn't happen to a more deserving character.
Oh, I don't get it. I don't get it at all, Mike. Why'd Myers go through that whole routine?
What do you mean, routine?
Well, for instance, that business of the phone call.
Well, he had to work it that way, Sergeant. He had to make it look as though he divulged the identity of the Greek under pressure. Naturally, we'd be suspicious if he volunteered the information. And once Hickok knew who the Greek was, then Myers could safely kill him.
Well, I still don't see his motive.
Well, like Caesar, he was ambitious. He thought he could do a better job heading the rackets than the Greek.
And that phony attempt on himself
was designed to take the heat off. He knew we were bound to get back to him sooner or later. This way, he beat us to the punch. Yeah, he had it all figured out.
Well, I wish I could.
Well, what bothers you, little man?
For one thing, Romayo. He doesn't add up.
Oh, sure he does. Just a classic case of a man leading a double life. Only he did it real well.
Hey, you think his wife knew?
No, she convinced me that he was legit. Now, does that take care of all your questions?
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. What about the check?
Well, since you took care of finding the Greek and you took care of his killer, I think you deserve the honor of taking care of that, too. Good night, Mike.
The Case of the King of Hearts. The Case of the King of Hearts. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that even when you play your cards right, sometimes the game can be murder. The adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced and transcribed by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon with Chuck Webster as Sergeant Corbett. This program came from New York. Fred Collins speaking.
Found it, Larry. Found it.
You're not kidding, Bill. Are you sure?
Positive. Don't get so excited you stop pumping air to me down here.
Keep your helmet on. I'll keep pumping. You sure it's the sunken ship we're looking for?
We were looking for the Argus, weren't we?
Yeah, Yeah, but make sure it has the gold in it before we get too excited.
Okay. Give me a little more line.
Yeah.
There's a big gap in her side I can look into and see right into the hold.
Okay, but be careful. Don't get caught in the current and lose your footing.
Just keep my lines tight, and I won't. Keep pumping air.
I'll pump you enough air for a month if you found that gold.
Just enough for now will do.
Well, Bill, what goes? You see anything yet?
See anything? I can see everything. Larry, there's more gold here than I thought was in the whole world.
You found it, huh?
I sure did, Larry. We're rich.
You mean I'm rich?
What are you talking about?
You'll know in a minute. Pull on your tow line.
Huh?
Pull on it, Bill.
Okay, but... Hey, Larry, it's loose.
Sure. I got it loose.
What's your idea? What...
And here goes your airline, too, Bill. I'm cutting that.
No, Larry, don't. No, you can't.
I can't, huh? I already have.
Oh, Larry, don't.
I'm pulling out of here, but fast. As soon as I cut this phone line.
Oh, Larry.
So long, Bill, old pal.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
I know just how you feel, Sarah. Your brother was a swell guy. And believe me, there was nothing I could do to save him.
I'm sure there wasn't, Larry.
Honest, there wasn't. I was pumping air to Bill when all of a sudden the phone went dead. Then I saw bubbles on the water, and when I pulled on the tow line, it was limp.
Something underwater must have cut the lines.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's what it was. Sarah, I want you to remember that Bill and I were partners. And Bill's death doesn't dissolve that partnership. You're in if I ever find that gold.
No, I wouldn't want it. It'd remind me too much of Bill. I think you'd better go now, Larry. I think I'd rather be alone right now.
Yeah, sure. Anything you say. Well, so long, Sarah. And I'm sorry.
It's all right. Bye, Larry.
Hey, goodbye.
Bye, Larry. I'll be seeing you.
Yeah, sure, kid. So long.
What are you bawling about, sis?
Bill.
Yeah, all right. Came in the back way so nobody would see me. Thanks for feeling so miserable when Larry told you I was dead. It's very complimentary.
Bill, it really is you. You're alive.
Yeah, sure am, sis. And it was some story Larry told you about how I died.
He thought you did die. What happened?
What happened? Larry tried to kill me, and I'm alive now only because I'm a smart diver. I'm going to be just as smart a killer.
Bill, don't talk like that.
Why not? As far as anybody knows, I'm dead. So I'm going to kill the guy who tried to kill me. And I'm going to get away with it, too.
Yes?
Boston Blackie?
Yes, again.
May I come in?
Yes, with a capital, why not?
Thank you. Blackie, I...
Don't tell me. You're in trouble. Oh, you know someone who's in trouble, and you've come to me for help.
Yes, Blackie. It's my brother.
Well, what's he done? Swindled, embezzled, or murdered?
He hasn't done anything yet. But he's going to kill a man.
He is? When?
As soon as he finds him. And he's going to get away with it, too.
That's a popular misconception, Miss...
Bronson. Sarah Bronson. My brother's name is Bill.
Bill Bronson, the diver?
Yes.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Miss Bronson. Your brother died this morning. I heard it over the radio not an hour ago.
My brother's very much alive, Blackie. And it's because everyone thinks he's dead that he thinks he can get away with murder.
Well, I have a hunch he's right, up to a point. Who was he going to kill?
Larry Matthews, his partner. That wasn't an accident under the water this morning. Larry tried to kill Bill by cutting his lines.
Uh-huh. So Bill wants to stay dead and get his revenge. I think you'd better go to the police, Miss Bronson.
No, I don't dare.
Why not?
Bill's gone almost crazy after that experience this morning. He said he'd kill me if I went to the police. But he didn't say anything about going to you.
I see. Well, I'll see what I can do for you.
Whatever it is, you'll have to do it fast. Bill is...
Excuse me. Hello.
Hello, Blackie. This is Charlie Kingston.
Oh, hello, Charlie. I'll call you back in just a minute.
Nothing serious, Blackie. I'm just keeping a promise I made to you.
What promise?
You know about never jumping into a new business deal without telling you what I've done.
Well, tell me about this one some other time, Charlie, will you? I've got to keep a man named Larry Matthews from being killed.
Did you say Larry Matthews?
Yes.
He's
going to be killed. Good heavens, no. I won't have anyone murdered in any of my offices.
What?
He's downtown in my manager's office right now, and they just closed a deal for $100,000.
What kind of a deal?
A salvage job. I bought half interest in $2 million worth of gold Matthews and Bronson, that dead diver, found. I saw the chart myself.
Look, Charlie, phone your manager and tell him to hold Matthews there. Bronson isn't dead. Matthews tried to kill him, and now the diver is out to kill Matthews.
What? Well, I don't understand.
Never mind what you don't understand. Phone your manager, tell him the whole story, and tell him to hold Matthews there. I'll get there myself as soon as I can.
So that's what the score is, Mr. Matthews. Oh, excuse me.
Sure, Mr. Walton.
Walton speaking.
Oh, Henry, this is Charlie Kingston.
Oh, yes, Mr. Kingston.
Look, is Larry Matthews there?
Yes, he is.
Good. Keep him there. And don't let him leave your office under any circumstances.
What's the matter?
His life is in danger. Somebody's looking for him to kill him. Boston Blackie will be down there in a few minutes to take over. Now wait for him.
All right, but I don't understand.
Don't try. Wait till Blackie comes and then get that chart from Matthews. I want that chart.
Don't worry, Mr. Kingston. I'll get it for you. Bye.
Goodbye.
Anything wrong, Mr. Walton? You look a little pale.
Nothing much is wrong, I hope, Mr. Matthews. That was my boss, Mr. Kingston. He wants me to keep you here in my office until Boston Blackie gets here.
Why?
Why? Because your life is in danger.
Huh?
Mr. Matthews, do you know of anyone who's trying to kill you?
No. No one in particular. But I'm not surprised my life's in danger. Yours would be, too, if you owned something as valuable as that chart of mine.
Yes, I suppose so. Well, we'll own it soon. Mr. Kingston asked me to be sure to get it from you.
Well, you've given me your check. Come on down to my house at the waterfront, and I'll give you the chart.
Mr. Matthews, I can't let you leave this office. Mr. Kingston's orders.
Well, if you want that chart, you'll come and get it now. I want to close this deal and get rid of that chart.
Well, aren't you afraid to go out on the street?
I'll take my chances. I got a gun right here, see? Come on, I want to get this deal over with.
All right. I'm going with you. Just a minute.
Hey, what are you taking out of that drawer?
My gun, Mr. Matthews. If you're in danger, I'm in danger, too.
Here's my house. Wait till I unlock the door, Walton.
Sure. Well, so far, so good. We haven't seen anyone who even looked as if he wanted to kill you.
That doesn't make me a bit unhappy. Now, come on in. Oh, wait, I'll turn on the light. There. Now, come on in. I'll get you the chart.
Okay.
I never had enough money for a safe, so I always hid anything valuable under the floor.
I see.
This loose board here is my safety deposit vault. Here. Here's your chart right here. I'll see if they can get anything else now. Let's see how do you turn out the light. You dirty double-crosser, Walton. You got me, but maybe one of my bullets got you, too.
Hi, Blackie.
Hello, Mary.
You know, I've been waiting in this office for you for 1 hour.
Well, I got here as quickly as I could, but I wasn't worried. I knew Matthews would be safe as long as you were here.
Well, I'm here, but Mr. Matthews isn't.
What?
I hope I won't have to tell you a dozen times. Mr. Matthews went out with Mr. Waltham.
But didn't Kingston phone here and tell...
Excuse me. Kingston Enterprises, good afternoon.
Well, this is Mr. Kingston. Let me speak to Mr. Waltham again, will you?
Mr. Waltham's out, Mr. Kingston.
Oh, I see. Oh, did he leave with Mr. Matthews and a Boston Blackie?
Boston Blackie? No, sir, I don't even know him.
I'm Boston Blackie. If that's Kingston, I'd like to talk to him.
Oh, Mr. Kingston, Blackie wants to talk to you.
Oh, by all means.
Here you are, Blackie.
Thanks. Hello, Charlie.
Blackie, what's the matter down there? Where's Waltham and Matthews?
Well, that's just what I want to ask you. Didn't you phone Waltham and tell him to keep Matthews here?
Yes, the minute I was through talking to you.
Well,
what is it?
he isn't here now.
What happened to you?
And I hate to think what's going to...
Wait a minute, Blackie. Here's Waltham now.
Good. Matthews with him?
No, good heavens, Blackie. Waltham's wounded.
Badly?
Just a minute. Waltham, what happened to you? Here, now sit down here. I've been shot. I went with Matthews. I got shot. Well,
Charlie.
Look, sit down. Yes,
Charlie.
Blackie, yes.
If Waltham can talk, put him on the phone, will you?
All right. Just a minute. Can you talk, Waltham? Yes, I think so. Good. Here, I'll hold the phone for you. It's Boston Blackie. He wants to talk to you.
Waltham, can you hear me?
Yes, Blackie.
Where's Matthews?
Dead, I guess. I don't know. It happened too fast.
Who shot you?
I don't know. I couldn't see. It was too dark down there.
Down where?
In Matthews' house. We went there to get the chart showing where the gold ship was located. We were in the house when the lights went out.
were shots from the darkness. Matthews fell. I was hit, but I got away.
Where's Matthews' house?
On Wharf Street.
Okay, I'll go down there and see what happened. Matthews still has the chart?
Yes. Yes, he has.
Well, maybe I can find it. Maybe I can find him. One thing, I promise you, I'll find something. Well, I can say one thing for Wharf Street, Mary. It's not pretty, but the sea air is wonderful.
Smells fishy to me.
So there's this little situation we're in.
Mm.
Well, the man at the fruit stand said this is Matthew's house, 219.
I don't see any signs of excitement. Maybe Mr. Waltham dreamed up his story about being shot.
If he did, he dreamed up a bullet hole, too, Mary. And that's awfully realistic dreaming. Let's go in and see if we can find anything.
All right.
The lights are on inside. Let's have a look around.
Okay.
We searched downstairs. There's nothing here. What's with you?
Hey, Mary, that's Faraday.
Hey, who was that? Keep looking, Rollins. I'll go out and see who it is. Blackie. You.
Yes, Inspector. Me.
And me, too.
Don't remind me. Blackie's bad enough.
Bad enough, Faraday. You mean good enough, don't you?
Good enough for what?
To tell you what happened here.
A guy named Larry Matthews was killed. That's what happened here. We found his body inside. I suppose you know who killed him.
Sorry to disappoint you, Faraday, but yes, I do know who killed Matthews. It was his ex-partner, Bill Bronson, the diver. Ho-hum. Want to hear more?
Keep talking. You don't know how stupid you sound. Listen, Bill Bronson's sister came to see you today, didn't she?
Yes.
And you told her to come to see me, didn't you?
Yes, but she wouldn't do it.
Well, she changed her mind. Women do that, you know.
So?
So, Blackie, you think Bill Bronson killed Matthews, huh?
I know he did. How do you like that?
Well, an hour before Matthews was killed down here, a cop arrested Bill Bronson uptown, and he's been in jail since. How do you like that?
And now back to Boston Blackie. When Bill Bronson, diver, found a sunken ship with its long-lost cargo of gold, his partner, Larry Matthews, cut his air hose and lines and left him for dead. But Bronson miraculously lived and swore vengeance on Matthews. The diver's sister, knowing of her brother's plan, came to Blackie for help. But before Blackie could get to Matthews, someone else got to him with a gun. And it wasn't Bronson, because Bronson was in jail. As we return to our story, Henry Waltham, who was with Matthews when he was shot, is having a bullet wound dressed by a doctor.
Still hurt, son?
Yes, it does, Doctor.
You're lucky you're still alive. That bullet just missed puncturing your lung.
Yeah?
Yep. You'll have to take it easy for a while. Yeah. That dressing will do for now.
Thanks. Thanks a lot, Doctor.
Well, let's see how you respond to treatment before you thank me. Here we are. What's your name, son?
You have to know that?
Yep.
Okay. It's Waltham. Henry Waltham.
Henry Waltham. Mm-hmm. And how did you get that bullet in you?
I told you when I came in. It was an accident.
I know. Now suppose you tell me the truth.
Look, what's it to you how I got shot? You're a doctor, not a policeman.
I know, but I have to report this to the police.
You've got to report it. Oh, no.
But it's the law. I'd lose my right to practice if I didn't.
Well, you're going to lose a patient if you do.
Lie down, son. You're still too weak.
I'm not too weak to get out of here.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, yes, I do. Here's something. Instead of your feet.
Come back here, you. Come back.
Oh, no.
Operator, get me the police.
Wonder when that diver's going to signal us, Blackie. He's been down there long enough to have found $10 million in gold.
Well, I wish he'd find Waltham while he's at it, Charlie.
Blackie, do you think Mr. Waltham killed Mr. Matthews?
I don't know, Mary.
Oh, Mr. Kingston. Mr. Kingston.
Yes, Captain Arnold.
The diver's found something down there, Mr. Kingston. Wants to talk to you.
Well, thank you, Captain Arnold. A couple of extra earphones, Blackie. You and Mary might like to listen in.
Thanks, Charlie.
Oh, I'd love to. Just wait till I get mine on. Okay, then.
This will be a great moment if he's found that gold. Hello down there. This is Charlie Kingston.
Sorry, Mr. Kingston.
no luck here either.
But Captain Arnold said you'd found something.
Yes, but not a ship full of gold, just the end of the sandbar. The drop-off so deep, my light won't hit the bottom of it.
Well, I guess we're in the wrong place again.
I'm afraid we are, Mr. Kingston. I wish you'd had a better look at that chart. I can't make many more dives today.
I realize that. Well, come up and try just once more, will you?
Sure. Once more.
Oh, Captain Arnold.
Yes, Mr. Kingston.
Have your men bring the diver up. We still haven't found the right place.
Yes, sir. All right, men. Let's bring the diver topside. It's the only thing down there worth bringing up.
I'm afraid you'll have to wait until you get that chart to find your gold, Charlie.
But I may never get it, Blackie. Remember, I only had a quick look at the chart.
Oh, look, they're cranking the thing that brings the diver up. I'm going over there and watch him come out of the water.
Well, don't try to help anyone, Mary, or they may have to pull you out of the water, too.
Okay, I'll be careful.
I think we'll try looking for the gold over there a few hundred yards.
You're just wasting your time looking for it without that chart, Charlie. And I'm wasting my time out here, too. I ought to be looking for Waltham.
You think he killed Matthews, do you?
Well, I'm not sure.
I'd hate to think that Waltham killed Matthews. You know, he said a third person entered the room just as the shooting started.
I don't believe that story completely. That's why I want to find Waltham.
All right, men. The diver's broken the surface. Pull him aboard. Come on, better step aside, ladies.
Oh, I'm sorry, all right.
Better come over here by us, Mary.
Oh, shucks. I wanted to watch him take the diver's helmet off.
He's going to go down again in another spot, Mary. Maybe you can watch then.
Well, you can see him from right here now, Mary.
Well, it isn't as good as being close, but... Oh, look. He's up on deck now. He looks like the man from Mars, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
All right, men. Stop the pump. They got his helmet off.
Well, Mary, you saw them take the helmet off.
Blackie, look. Look, there's an awfully big launch, and it's heading right toward us.
Good night. The fool doesn't see us.
Oh, darn our engines in time to get out of his way. Captain Arnold! Captain Arnold!
I see him, Mr. Kingston. He's going to crash into us.
Hold on to me, Mary.
Back. Blow the whistle. Tom, grab that son and bring it to the bridge. What do we do? Yell, everybody. Until that plane is swerve off.
Yes, but he's not right here. Come here, Mary. Stay close to me.
All right, I will.
Is everybody all right?
Well, I'm all wet.
I think I'm all right. You all right, Blackie?
Yes. I'm okay, but look, we're 5 or 6 miles from shore. I don't like this. See if anybody can grab a plank or something from the boat.
Good idea. All your men all right, Arnold?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Kingston. And here comes a launch. It looks like a police boat, too.
Say, it is a boat.
Hello there. Hello.
Save your breath, Charlie. They see us.
Thank goodness.
They're swinging around to pick us up. Here they are. Here come the lifelines. They're ready to grab them.
Okay. Here, Mary. You take this one.
Oh, thanks.
Well, look who's playing paupers. If it isn't Boston Blackie.
Faraday.
Haul him in, boys. All but that good-looking one there. He looks undersized to me.
Haul me up, Faraday, or I'll haul you in here with me.
What? When you know I can't swim?
That's why I'd like to have you in here.
Here, Blackie. I'm aboard now. Take this rope of mine.
Thanks, Charlie.
You ready?
Ready.
Come on. Up you go. Come on. There you are. There.
Oh, wow. Thanks, Charlie. You all right, Mary?
Oh, sure. Just dripping a little, that's all.
Well, there's some blankets in the cabin there, Miss Wesley. Better get into one right away.
All right, I guess I better, thanks.
I don't know what brought you out here, Faraday, but I'm glad something did.
Well, I came out here just in time to see that guy Waltham ram your boat.
Well, how did you know it was Waltham, Faraday?
Well, because the doctor reported treating his wound and told how Waltham slugged him and skipped out. Then the next report I got on Waltham was that he was seen getting into a power boat in the harbor.
Oh, Inspector Faraday.
Yeah, Rollins, what is it?
Just got a radio message from shore, Inspector.
Yeah, so what?
So we don't have to look for Waltham anymore. He walked into the 18th Precinct station and gave himself up.
So you think Waltham rammed us, Inspector?
Okay, I was wrong. I suppose you know who rammed you.
I have a rough idea, and I think if I see Bill Bronson, I can smooth it out.
Bill Bronson? What could he have to do with this? He's still in jail.
Good. Let's go down and see him before he's released.
What makes you think he's going to be released?
You're going to release him. He still doesn't know that his ex-partner Matthews is dead, and Faraday,
Before you let him out of jail, I'm going to let you in. I have some bad news for you, Bronson.
I'm in jail, Blackie, and you say you have some bad news for me. That's funny.
Yeah, but this isn't, Bronson.
Hey, Faraday. You and Blackie got awful long faces. What's the matter?
Your sister's dead, Bronson.
Huh? Sarah's dead?
Yes. Killed by the man who tried to kill you.
Wait, that dirty Matthews out.
Wait a minute. That won't do any good, Bronson. All we want you to do is give us all the information you can. We found your sister's bodies in Matthews' house. Do you know any reason why she would be down there?
Yeah, I know a reason, Blackie. I guess I'm it.
What do you mean, you're it?
Well, what am I in jail for? Because I said I was going out to kill Matthews for trying to kill me. Well, I guess this went down there to kill him just to keep me from doing it.
Only Matthews shot first.
Yeah, the low-down...
And that's enough of that, Bronson. Now, look, your sister's dead just because you wanted to take the law into your own hands. Now, if you've learned your lesson, I'll let you go free.
Yeah, I've learned my lesson, Inspector.
All right. Go home and be a good boy, because I don't want to have to teach it to you again.
Who is it?
Who's that?
It's me, Sarah. What's the idea? Bill, they let you out.
Sarah. They told me you were dead.
What?
Yeah. Said Matthews killed you. I told him you went down there to kill him for me.
You idiot, you stupid...
Now, look, you don't have to get sore. I had no way of knowing that...
I didn't have to get sore. I ought to kill you for what you've done to me.
What have I done?
What have you done? Because of you, you stupid fool, the police are going to be after me for murder. And why did I kill Matthews? For you.
You did not. It was your idea to kill him for the money and the charge.
All right, it was my idea. And it was also my idea not to get caught.
But you aren't caught yet, and I was tricked into saying that...
Saying enough to send me to the electric chair. And everything was perfect, absolutely perfect, till you had opened your stupid mouth.
Now, look, don't blame me all for this. Your plan wasn't perfect.
Oh, wasn't it? Who'd ever guess I killed Matthews? Didn't I go to Blackie and warn him that you were going to kill Matthews? Didn't I go to the police and have them arrest you to keep Matthews alive?
I know all that.
You know all that. Well, I know a lot more. After I took Matthews' shot, I risked my neck to keep Charlie Kingston from finding that gold. I rented a launch and rammed his boat. I did all that for us. And what did you do for me? Fall for a stupid
Now,
trick.
look, I'll go back to the police and tell them I was lying about you wanting to kill Matthews.
Well, let's just tell us now, Bronson. We're right here. Come on in, Blackie.
Police.
Stand where you are, Bronson. Rollins, go revive Miss Bronson. She's fainted.
Yes, sir.
Well, Faraday, happy now?
Yeah, I'm happy, Blackie. I've got my killers.
Sure you have. I made sure you would. Well, Inspector, you might as well take Bill Bronson downtown. He's so used to being underwater. Let's see if he's getting used to being under arrest.
Hello down there. Any luck, Diver?
I'm coming to the hull of a ship now, Mr. Kingston. I'll let you know in a minute.
Good, good. Well, we'll know in a minute, Blackie, if Inspector Faraday got the right chart from Miss Bronson.
Right. Walton feeling okay, Charlie?
Yes, fine. But he feels like a fool for losing his head and running out on that doctor. He doesn't know what made him do it.
Oh, I suppose he was afraid the police wouldn't believe his story about how Matthews was shot.
Hello there, Mr. Kingston.
Oh, it's the diver. Yes, Diver?
I found it, Mr. Kingston. There's plenty of it.
Oh, you found the gold?
You bet I have. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Blackie, Mary, he found the gold.
Wonderful.
That's fine, Charlie.
Well, aren't you excited? It's $2 million in gold. I'm a rich man.
You've been a rich man for years, Charlie. Just how rich can you get? After all, what difference does $2 million make to a man who already has 20 or 30?
Do you know something, Blackie?
What is it, Charlie?
I never thought of that.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. It comes to every street, and it comes to Broadway, the single instant when summer nighttime hits the skids, when tomorrow starts coming in. It's the instant when the shadows start to stretch, and the first neon is turned off, and a puff of breeze up from the river blows the warmth away. Somebody pays a check, and the party breaks up. Somebody yawns, somebody goes home. It's the time of the delicatessen store where the toast is drunk with cream soda and go home with the newspapers. And it's come to Broadway. Another day's dying. And where I was, the night returns to the river, causes phenomena such as 1,000 curves of moon reflected in dark water and drifting to the sea, such as brief, wild sob of a ship suddenly landlocked, such as death sprawled beside it.
A couple of kids walking past here stumbled. Danny saw the woman dead, called it in.
Any identification, Mugwin?
A purse, a wallet. Haven't had a chance to look. Here. I guess you got a yacht. It gives you the privilege.
Huh?
That yacht out there. Look at him. You can make him out. What am I bitter about? Somebody buy me a small yacht, I'd dance, blow the whistle, and... Yeah, just like that, I'd...
For now, just hold the flash over this way, huh, Mugwin?
Yeah.
Ruth Shea, 1212 West 65th. In case of accident, notify Robert Shea, relation husband. Height, 5 feet 4 inches, weight, 160...
Bet this woman weighs more than that now, Danny. Closer to 250, I'll bet.
No money in the wallet.
Robbery, huh?
Probably. Nothing else in this purse except a couple of candy bars. I'd say she was walking or was driven down here and...
That's a real happy sound. Yeah. You know something?
What?
I never knew what I wanted out of life. Now I know. This is a night to remember, Danny.
And to headquarters now to file the report, to detail the violence, to wait, because there are entries to be made in blank spaces provided for the purpose. Information not yet available. Information now being worked on in official and prescribed tempo, which may take an hour or two, maybe more, which will then be tendered to the interested party. Wait. And on the fringe of dawn, the tiptoe entrance of that filler-in of blank spaces, Sergeant Gino Tartaglia.
Good morning, Danny.
Well, you don't have to whisper, Gino. It's...
Forgive me. Unaccustomed as I am to night duty, it follows that I would perhaps not be up in the etiquette for the occasion. So kill me.
It's just that you don't need to whisper, Gino. You're not...
If for various reasons I need to approach Mrs. T at 4 of a morning, I whisper.
Gino.
If one of my Tartaglia yells out at 4 in the morning, water, I need glass of water, I whisper back, get it yourself, honey.
Gino, just give it to me, huh? The information you have?
Goes without saying. Report still warm from the hands of the medical examiner, Dr. Sinsky, concerning the deceased Ruth Shea as follows. Weight of victim, 242 pounds and odd ounces. 242 pounds in a woman? This is
just go on, Gino.
Approximate age of Ruth Shea, deceased. Age, 27. Condition of Ruth Shea at time of decease, body full of many bullet wounds. The gun that killed was emptied into her, which leads Dr. Sinsky to the conclusion that...
That what?
That Ruth Shea was murdered in passion, in fury, to quote the good doctor, and for no motives of robbery or etc. Also, Danny, not on the report...
What?
That the husband of Ruth Shea, having been notified, is right now waiting outside the morgue.
Why didn't you tell me, Gino, instead...
He'll wait, Danny, he'll wait. What else is a husband in his condition to do? Besides, he's been there all...
The walk now. Route channeled through plaster walls, bulletin boards stressing courtesy and alertness, and doorways to squad rooms, detention rooms, and other doorways. Route to the morgue, and the final long corridor with the painted red arrows and discreet printing, and the permanent beads of sweat on the wall. And the last turn, the man waiting in front of the brown doors.
Are you Mr. Clover?
The impeccable man. The man in shades of gray. The natty man who had brought a carved Malacca cane to the enormous cold room, who held a Homburg between you and him like a shield.
They told me to wait here for you. I'm Mr. Shea, Robert Shea.
Then you know it's pretty certain your wife might be here in the morgue, Mr. Shea.
I knew she was missing. Has been for some hours.
Let's go in. Say your wife has just been missing for hours.
Since midnight, I'd say. Please.
What?
Before I tell you, before I recite small things as concerns Ruth and myself, the wherefores and so on, let's be sure.
All right. Well?
Why is she dead, Mr. Clover?
She's been shot. Someone emptied.
I mean, why is she dead?
This is your wife.
Why is she dead?
Let's get out of here, Mr. Sheriff.
Please tell me why. All of a sudden now, Ruth is dead and shot and in this place. I want to know.
Maybe robbery, maybe...
All right. I'll accept that.
Sit down, Mr. Shea. Can I get you something?
What did you have in mind that you can get me, Mr. Clover?
Water, cigarette, that's all.
And the concerned look you're offering up right now? I analyzed that look correctly, didn't I?
Partly.
Quizzical?
That's right. I want you to tell me about your wife's being missing, the small things you mentioned.
At midnight, about then we retired. I kissed my wife goodnight. She went to her bedroom. I to mine.
Go on.
I couldn't sleep. I thought to listen to some music. My bed radio is... There's a little screw on the tuner. It's out of order. I thought to go into Ruth's room quietly and take her radio. I see now how I knew.
This ever happened before, Mr. Shea?
2 or 3 times.
Oh?
But each time I found Ruth on the back porch. You won't believe it.
Tell me.
Reading poetry by flashlight. Listen, Mr. Clover.
Yes?
First of all, you must concern yourself with me. I know that, whether I killed my wife. I didn't. I worshipped her. You'll find that out.
All right.
You can see how wonderful she was. Poetry by flashlight. I worshipped her. You'll find out that I did. You'll see. Now I'd like to be alone.
Morning, Danny.
Hi.
Sleep good?
Huh?
That's good. See the morning paper?
No.
You don't look at the morning paper, Danny. How you going to know what's happened during the night to our civilization?
Muggavan, so help me.
That's why I brought one with me. Already folded neatly to page 10. Behind the sports section and what the Giants went and did again. Here, the third column. Picture of a young woman. Want to look at it, Danny? Sure you do. Look.
Very beautiful. Very.
No, don't read it, Danny. Let me lay it out personally. That beautiful woman in harem costume, that ravishing thing, that doll. Oh, that's got heartbreak in it, the way her mouth curves. That's Ruth Shea. The same Ruth Shea we found shot up near the river.
I don't...
Sure you don't believe it. Neither do I. But that's her, all right. Picture taken 2 years ago at a society fair with tents on Long Island. The beautiful, elegant Ruth Shea, they say about her.
Just that long ago.
I checked with the newspaper. One of their boys grabbed the picture 2 years ago. August 1951. I talked to him personally.
All right, Muggavan, she was beautiful, so what is it?
What does it prove? How would I know? How would I know what happens to a woman who looks like that and then ends up as a 250-pound corpse? How would I... What do you want, Tartaglia? What do you want, Sergeant?
My mission is to Lieutenant Clover, if you don't mind, Detective
What is
Muggavan.
it, Gino?
Just came a phone call to this department from a Miss Dinah Martin.
Well?
A Miss Dinah Martin who politely informed me she was an intimate friend of the late Ruth Shea. That she saw Ruth no less than day before yesterday, and also, if we will kindly send someone to her place, she will be happy to chat about who killed her dear friend Ruth.
Her address, Tartaglia, you get it?
Also, Danny, the address of Miss Dinah Martin, which I present to you for your personal consideration.
Thanks, Gino. You did good.
Thank you, Danny. And before you mention the squad car, Detective Muggavan, it has been ordered and is awaiting your pleasure. That is all.
It says over the doorbell, Dinah Martin, just like
You want to ring the bell, Muggavan?
Maybe Dinah changed her mind.
Try the door, huh?
Wouldn't live without it. We go in, Danny? Sure we do. Danny?
And the thing that stopped him. Girl seated on the floor, head twisted, leaning up against edge of bed. Arms unbent, curved inward, fingers taut in attitude of distorted dance. Mouth in silent, infinite scream. Eyes open, staring. Throat.
Bruises, Danny. She's been strangled.
Girl strangled. In attitude of doll. Attitude of death. Final pose of murder.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Next Tuesday is Coronation Day in Great Britain. CBS Radio has been planning for months to bring you all-out coverage of the actual ceremonies, the parades, and the processions. You'll hear hours and hours of color, background, and pageantry, reported by Edward R. Murrow, Robert Trout, Howard K. Smith, Paul Niven, Alexander Kendrick, and many other noted CBS Radio newsmen. CBS Radio goes on the air at 5:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time next Tuesday to begin coverage of the coronation. Coverage that will make this great event a vivid reality for listeners from coast to coast.
Noontime of May on Broadway. Also the time of the excursion uptown to place wreath on stone or on wood. In the gust of memory, memory knelt at, memory wept for. Then back to the street, back to Broadway, to observe the dying of May, to stand on the street corner, nibble the hot pastrami, look into the future, when again it will be the time of youth, the 2-week romp in the Catskills, the burial in the sand at Far Rockaway, ecstasy on the high curve of the roller coaster at Coney, and on the moon-burned grass of Public Park, the girl to make talk to. Dream talk, crazy talk, summertime talk. When May dies, it'll happen. And where I was, in Detective Muggavan, room of the strangled girl, room where girl had slept and awakened, room now subject to more official, more prescribed routines, to be walked by strangers, to be searched.
Slew of letters here, Danny, all addressed to Miss Dinah Martin.
Uh-huh.
Those book plates you found going through her books. Dinah Martin, huh?
Yeah.
Other things, shoes, dresses, lingerie. Looks like they go good with her. Size, color, material.
Yeah.
Pretty positive identification, don't you?
Yeah, I do, Muggavan.
When she called in, she said she knew about Ruth Shea's dying, said she wanted to talk to somebody about
Yeah,
it.
she did.
Now we won't know. She's got nobody to talk to.
You want to look in the other rooms, Muggavan?
Yeah, I'll do that. Hey, Danny, look. Yeah, look at this framed photograph.
Let's see it. She was younger then.
Sure younger. A kid freshly graduated from high school. And the other kids with her. 2 girls in white graduation gowns. A boy in blue coat, white flannel pants. Diplomas crossed like swords. This older gentleman with the rimless glasses.
Autographed to Dinah. This one next to her, Ruth Shea.
A beauty even when she was a kid, huh, Dad? Look how
This
her...
one, Mary Greer. The boy, Steve Herndon. This inscription under the picture of the older man.
Yeah, to the bright stars, may fortune continue smiling. Signed, John B.R. Brewster.
Thanks.
Yeah, Brewster. Oh, don't mention it. Oh, don't ask me, Danny. I'll stay and take over.
And to Officer Sinker, the man assigned to such things, show him the picture, point out the name, and wait 5 minutes. Picture taken in front of North Park High School on 95th. And Mr. Brewster, that would be Mr. John Brewster, principal. So the squad car and early afternoon ride uptown. And on the playing fields of North Park High, the young men officially required to wear underwear between the hours of 1 and 2 on this day. And the young ladies looking plucky in black bloomers and preparing their ship for the great sea of life by batting a hockey ball up and down. Enter the red brick building. Ask of a giggler where the principal's office is, and her girlfriend has to answer for her. Walk the hall, hallowed by large glass case with only 3 athletic trophies in it, 2 won by girls' teams, and an office, and ask for and be received by Mr. Brewster.
It's about Ruth Shea, isn't it?
And about another woman, Dinah Martin.
Dinah? What's happened to her?
Dead.
Oh, surely now
We
you must
found
be...
this picture in her room, Mr. Brewster, only a short time ago. Would you look at it, please?
Of course. Dinah, Ruth, Mary Greer, Steve Herndon, and myself. But you know that, the autograph...
5 people on a photograph. 2 murdered within a day of each other. Can you give me any idea of...
Well, these 4 students, my scholarship students of that year. 10 years ago, I'd say. About that. We had our pictures taken together, an annual thing.
I see.
Each won a scholarship to college. Had you seen Ruth? I mean...
When she was dead.
The black hair.
What?
I marveled as black
It was red, Mr. Brewster, a kind of red.
Ruth was so beautiful. I remember how I would stand by that window and watch as she... Time does pass, doesn't it?
Yes.
It's a pity she didn't go to college. She had a fine mind. Ruth, didn't you know, she married after graduation. Why she married when she could have had an education...
Mr. Brewster...
What? Oh, yes.
Had you seen her recently?
Not since I handed her diploma. But I got word from her, about her, from time to time.
Oh?
I happened into Dinah Martin 6 months ago. 8. No,
Well, it's not important how long ago. Just tell me...
She said she'd seen Ruth often. Ruth was fat and a horror as a person. A crier, twister of handkerchief, an eaten woman. You know how they are.
Go on.
Well, that's all she said. She was in a hurry. And now she's dead.
Strangled to death.
Well, that's all she said. She was in a hurry.
You know where I can find this other boy and girl in the picture?
Oh, my secretary should be able to tell you. We send out cards periodically to see what happened to our people. She should know. Things really do, don't they, Mr. Clover? They really change.
You won't mind if I let the record play through whatever we have to talk about, will you, Mr. Clover?
Well, not if you...
I don't mind it. Why should you?
Look, Miss Greer...
If not that record, then the radio. Because it helps me when I need to think. When I have to study, when...
You're still a student, Miss Greer?
Postgraduate work at Columbia. I'm on my doctorate in Oriental philosophies. Before that, it was medieval tapestries and their profundities. Before that...
Miss Greer...
I won a scholarship in high school, you know. Me and Ruth and Dinah and Steve.
Mr. Brewster told me. Miss Greer, I want
And
to...
I took the gentle Mr. Brewster's gentle words to heart. And I never stopped studying. And I never stopped learning. And I know absolutely nothing. Positively... May I see that photograph again, please?
Of course.
This one is dead. And this one is dead. The poor, poor young things.
That's the emotion their dying brings to you, Miss Greer?
Precisely the emotion. I have no compassion for them, dead or alive.
Why not?
Good question. Very good question.
Well, just tell me, Miss Greer.
Dinah Martin, I can dispose of in very few words. There was nothing about her to interest me. Shallow girl with brain and soul to match. She fooled others. Mr. Brewster, but not me.
And Ruth Shea?
A very great beauty in her youth. Once the boys' soccer team carried her around the campus on their shoulders. She was mascot, so they built a bonfire and...
That's why you don't care she's dead.
Could be. Could be one of the reasons.
What others?
You take a beautiful girl like Ruth. And circumstances are such that you must go to high school with raving beauty. Any questions?
Go on.
And you, the student and girl, must observe what Ruth does to boys. And later to men. Then you must stand by and watch as she marries. A wonderful man, a handsome man, an impeccable man. Still no questions?
Look, Miss Greer, just...
And this man takes this Ruth for better or for worse, and builds pedestals for her beauty, where he may worship and not let her lift a finger to anything and not demand anything of her. And years later you see this girl, this beauty, this owner of everything in the world, and...
And what?
And she's still beautiful, but dissatisfied, and edgy, and making this slow but sure change into a complete horror. When a man has loved her like that, has married her, has... You still wonder, Mr. Clover, why no compassion for Ruth Shea, alive or dead?
No.
I didn't take you for a fool. Goodbye, Mr. Clover.
How did you find me, Mr. Clover?
I got your home address from your high school. I phoned your house. Your wife told me where to find you.
She say I'd be up to my elbows in shoulder pads?
Yes, she did.
It's a joke for people who ask where I am during the day. The things those people are making, shoulder pads for ladies' garments. Here, this is a shoulder pad.
Oh? Very interesting.
Interesting. The heat done something
Look,
to you?
Mr. Herndon.
Okay. You said it's about Dinah and Ruthie when you come in.
That's right.
Dinah went out of town to college, if I remember correctly. Me, I stayed here.
Had you seen her recently?
No. Nope.
How about Ruth?
In high school, I practically fainted for just one touch of a loose-leaf book. Nuts about her.
Yeah, I understand she used to be a very beautiful girl.
You remember Dolores Costello in the movies? Only with coal black hair. Wistful, but with the macho mystery. The black hair did it for me. Black hair. Last time I saw it was platinum.
How long ago was this?
Oh, I saw her at a party a couple of years ago.
How did she look?
Started to get a little heavy, I thought. Figured it was from the booze.
Oh?
Yeah, she was real loaded. Hey, listen.
Uh-huh.
You already talked to my wife on the phone, haven't you? There's no need to talk to her again, is there?
I doubt it. Why?
My wife always wondered where I disappeared to for an hour. That party 2 years ago. I danced Ruth out on the balcony. Ruth was loaded. You remember I told you that?
That's right, you did.
And she hated him, but she wouldn't let me kiss her.
Hated her husband, you mean?
Yeah, that's right. She was talking divorce 2 years ago. Did you know that? She said he wouldn't give her one.
What else did she say?
Oh, she said she'd get even with him, you know.
Why did she hate him, Mr. Herndon? Did she tell you that?
Yeah, kind of. Said she wanted to get off that pedestal. She said he wouldn't let her really be a wife. He would do everything for her. I'm tired of being told she was so beautiful and she mustn't do this or do that. Look, Miss Stutman on the basting machine has got her hand raised. She's a new girl. Will you pardon me, Mr. Clover?
Yes?
Hello, Mr. Shea. You remember me, don't you?
Yes.
Now, this is Detective Muggavan.
Pleased to meet you. Well, let's go inside.
I was just going...
Thank you very much. We will.
You know why we came to see you, Mr. Shea?
Additional information. Whatever it is, I'll be glad.
To answer your question.
Question?
The one you asked me in the morgue.
Oh. Well...
Well, what?
You mean as to why it happened to Ruth? Why she was killed? I know the answer.
Well, let's see if it jives with ours.
Mr. Clover himself suggested it. Robbery. Ruth was foolish enough, sentimental enough to take a walk late at night by the river. She left herself open for that sort of thing. It's not an extraordinary happening in the
Mr.
city
Shea.
that a woman lonely on a lonely stretch of pavement. Ruth was well dressed, as you know. Ruth, to some people, there was a prettiness in her face.
Cut it out, Mr. Shea.
It's possible that she attracted... Anyhow, you know as well as I do, she had no money with her. A woman of her class to have no money. Therefore, at points, I've come to the conclusion that it was murder provoked.
Danny.
But...
Leave him alone.
Well, doesn't that make sense? I've asked myself over and over. Over and over.
What about the 7 bullets?
What?
Whoever shot your wife emptied his gun into her.
Her murderer was provoked.
Down at headquarters, we've got it tabbed as a crime of passion.
What do you mean?
Love, hate, emotion, you know. A bright man like you. A man shoots a woman, she drops. He stands over, he keeps shooting. You know, passion. Is that the right word? Danny.
Yeah.
You can have your opinion, of course, but certainly I...
Certainly you what?
Are you hinting that my wife had a clandestine meeting? That there was another man?
Mr. Shea.
Well, is that what you're hinting?
We found out your wife was a very great beauty.
A long time ago.
There was still a prettiness in her face.
2 years ago, the papers ran a picture of her in a harem costume. Slender, graceful. You remember.
Yes.
Her black hair.
Yes.
Then she dyed it platinum. How'd she look?
Cheap. On her.
And she was starting to put on weight.
And she dyed her hair again. What would you say that color was, Danny?
I don't know.
Orange. She said red, but something happened.
And getting sloppier.
A beautiful woman like
At the
that.
time she was 16. I loved her.
16 and lovely.
And I married her.
Mr. Shea.
So lovely. And young and slender.
What happened, Mr. Shea?
What happened, I don't know. I really don't know. I know.
She wanted a divorce, didn't she?
To lose a beautiful thing like Ruth, I'd have to be out of my mind.
You understand why she wanted a divorce, Mr. Shea?
She
wouldn't let her be a wife. Is that what she said?
I worshipped her. I worshipped the ground she walked
Because
on.
she was beautiful and you loved her.
Yes.
And she destroyed the woman you loved.
Herself. You see what she did? In 2 years before my eyes, she became a horror, a glutton. Everything I did.
So you killed her?
Yes.
And killed Dinah Martin.
I went to see her because I knew she understood what happened. She opened the door for me and saw it was me and started to scream. I strangled her.
Let's go, Mr. Shea.
You should have seen her, my wife. How beautiful she was. The woman I loved. And Ruth killed her. And there was another person living in her place. Coarse, orange hair, and what she had become. I'm ready.
It's the street of the hunter, this Broadway, of the smile that's dropped at the tip of the hat, and lights flung from windows, out of doorways, and you walk a pavement spangled with 1,000 colors. But between the light, that's where the darkness is. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Lamont Johnson was heard as Robert. Featured in the cast were Truda Marson, Lawrence Dobkin, and Steve Roberts. Bill Anders speaking. Remember, the stars still shine in the Lux Summer Theater Monday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Personal notice changes my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Greetings as always, mystery lover. Welcome to another Let George Do It adventure. I'm sure all of us at one time or another have wanted to sneak backstage and see for ourselves just what goes on behind the scenes of show business. Some of you may have been successful, But for those of you who are not, I'm going to give you the insight on how a star should never act. The rest of you can listen if you want to.
Dear Mr. Valentine, there are certain people in the world who aren't like other people. They live in a place built of quicksilver, and we don't always understand the secrets of their hearts and minds. They're in a world of their own, but our world benefits because they are there. That's the kind of a person I work for. I've been her secretary for the past 6 years. She can't even remember my last name. She's a combination of church music and just plain cat. Mr. Valentine, I'm writing because she needs your help. She's being threatened or blackmailed or something, though I'm sure she could be murdered before she'd bother to write a letter herself. She's not well, she works too hard, and if she slaps your face, don't quit, don't slap back. Because underneath, she's nothing but a very small child. And for some reason, very, very frightened. Also, as I'm sure you'll agree, Miss Flora Stewart is the greatest actress in the world.
Valentine? Valentine, I never heard of you. What have you done lately?
Miss Stewart's secretary said we should come here to her
Never
home.
never mind. Here, Sonny, grab that light plug.
Light plug?
He'll be downstairs in a minute, Osmond.
Don't you know what a light plug is? Oh, here, I'll do it. Ask the doc there for a pill. It'll brighten you up.
Real sharp dialogue. Why didn't you say plug in the phonograph?
Wouldn't you like a chair, young lady?
Shut up, shut up. Listen.
Its dropper says the gentle
You
rain
wanted to hear
from
it, Doc.
heaven upon the place.
All right, listen.
It is twice blessed.
Phonograph?
It blesseth him that gives, and
Is that
him
her,
that
George?
takes.
I guess so.
'Tis mightiest in the mightiest.
Portia speaks.
It becomes the
Merchant
throne of
Venice.
monarch better than
I
his
saw her in
crown.
that 10 years ago.
I said shut up. This makes me cry. You understand? Yeah, so what do? I'm crying, so yatata, yatata, yatata. If you got no appreciation, shut up.
The quality of mercy is not strained. Its dropper says the gentle rain from heaven upon the place beneath. It is twice blessed. It blesseth him that gives.
Excuse me, but the top...
Tis mightiest in the mightiest.
Well,
It
somebody's
becomes
got
the
to
throne of
answer that
monarch
thing.
Better than his crown.
Hello?
Maybe a call from my
For
office.
the
my
love
nurse.
of horses, will you all please
It's from Miss
shut
Stewart
up?
from New York, long distance.
She don't know anybody in New York. Hang up. They got no appreciation anyway.
Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. How dare you?
Flora, baby.
Jake, you shut up! Give me that telephone.
Yeah, here you are, Miss Stewart.
Yes. Hello. Operator, I'm so sorry. Will you please tell your party in New York that Miss Flora Stewart caught cold in a Turkish bath? There's a dear girl. Just say that she's thrown in the towel until Christmas. Well, this looks like the birth of a nation.
Miss Stewart, my name is...
Never mind. Doctor, what are you doing here? Get out.
Well, now, Flora, for heaven's sake, we haven't seen each other since your big tour.
And absence makes you so much fonder. Now go quack at somebody else. I'm busy.
But you're not well either, I noticed last night when we met on the street. I'm sorry, my dear, but you're way past a checkup. Now, don't push me
I'm
like that.
fine. I'm perfect. There's nothing wrong at all with
You're
me.
worried, upset. You look awful. Excuse
Maybe
me, but...
you can talk to your wife like that, but not to me. Go on, darling. Go on. Go on. You know that mortician's understudy has the nerve to think I should give up the stage. Me. It's like asking Grant to give up his tomb. Jake? Jake! Where is he? Where'd he go?
If you mean that guy who cries and whose face you slapped, I don't think he liked it.
He walked into the other room. What is it, a bar? You, dear.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh,
This
I'm
is...
Claire Brooks. Mr. Valentine and I work together.
Oh. Well, what are you looking so serious for? Eat, drink, and be merry. I thought I might go to work on him myself, that's all. Darling, don't worry.
You're listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment. Now back to Let George Do It and George Valentine.
Now, slow down, will you? I'm trying to get it straight. You've been threatened, blackmailed, your secretary said.
Yes, a very husky voice, quite a cloak and dagger. He's phoned every night for 3 nights running. You'll see for yourself maybe later on.
Any connection between those calls and the one you just had from New York? The one you wouldn't answer?
What? Oh, no. No, that's different. I started my tour 6 months ago in New York. That was just somebody I met there. This other voice is from town, I'm sure, and only a man could open the window like that, don't you think?
Do what?
Well, to break the records.
Records? Please, Miss Stewart, start at the beginning.
Well, some of the records I've made of my performances on stage are master records. They're not commercial, just originals, the only ones. And 3 nights ago, someone broke in the window to my study, ransacked things, and took one out and broke it all over the rug.
Go on.
Well, Blue Swan was the first one. That's a play 5 years ago. It only lasted a couple of weeks. Then it was Alice Adams. I just tried that for the first time on tour. And then last night it was my recording.
Wait a minute. You mean every night a different record is broken and nothing else is touched?
No. And then I get a phone call, and the voice says, unless you leave $10,000 tonight in the study, I'll break every record you have. And I'll tell everybody what I know about...
Well, tell what he knows about what?
Well, you don't think I'm going to tell you. Really, darling, I don't know you that well yet.
Oh, for the love of... Lady, can't you stop acting for once?
But you're here to catch him. You're not here to write my biography.
Well, do so for my money. You can either tell
Stop
or...
it! Don't yell at me. You're here now. You'll help. I'm not the detective. I'm just so frightened I can't think straight. You can look around. You'll find some clues.
Lady, you're going to stick around and give them to me.
Oh, I've got such a headache. I can't even see you. It's my house. I'll do what I like. I want to lie down and forget you. All of it. Leave me alone!
When is a case not a case? When you don't know what it is.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the study where those records are kept.
Do you ever see so many crazy people?
Well, maybe that's how we clear the air, Brooksy. Be a little crazy ourselves. Door's locked.
Locked?
Well, listen.
There must be another door around through the sunroom. Oh, hello, Mr. Valentine. I didn't realize I left the catch on.
Are you the secretary who wrote us, Betty Robinson?
Yes, that's me. I'm just doing some work in here. Do you, smoke cigars while you work? What? Oh. I guess Miss Stewart wanted you to see the records that were broken.
Yeah, sure. Stuff this prowler breaks up.
She saved all the pieces, put them in an envelope. I thought you might get fingerprints or something.
I doubt it. Those records look more pulverized and stepped on. This the cabinet they were taken out of?
Oh, yes, right there.
Mm-hmm. Say, how often do you water those zinnias out there?
What? Oh, out the window. There's a gardener every day. The beds are pretty.
Yeah, wet right now, all right. Only no marks on the rug.
I don't understand.
Well, this is a window, isn't it? Mysterious man who comes in from the outside. Easy enough to force, all right.
Yes, it's been found open, or it was this morning.
Only he makes no tracks on the rug. And out there he'd have to stand in the wet flower bed.
And the window could be left open from the inside so that it would only look like somebody.
Oh, no. If you think there's anyone inside this house...
I don't think anything yet, Miss Robinson, except that maybe you could use some Kleenex.
What? Here, honey, not your lipstick, your mascara. You've been crying, haven't you?
No. You're here just to do something for Miss Stewart.
Okay. And you're here to say nothing.
I've been her secretary for 6 years. She's the most wonderful person in the world.
Why drag that in? Because you've been packing a suitcase?
Yes. Yes, I'm leaving for a little vacation. It has absolutely nothing to do with why you're here. You can take care of her now.
A headache. I told you I want to be left alone. Miss Brooks,
I have a
him.
job, so I'm doing it, Miss Stewart. I'm asking who smokes cigars.
What?
Nice, fancy cigars from the smell of them.
It's Jake, isn't it, that agent of yours?
No, it's my husband. Jake's never smoked in his life.
Oh, your husband, huh? I'd like to meet him.
Oh, he's around someplace. A big, shaggy poodle who adores me.
Uh-huh. How does he get along with your secretary?
Her? Darling, have you seen her? Nothing but a little fox terrier trails me around with such a worshipping look. Why? I'm so tired I don't think very straight.
I'm not going to bother you with why anything, Miss Stewart.
Oh, but I'm scared. Someone threatened me. I hired
Miss
you to
Stewart,
come...
we're only trying to understand your household.
This is so simple. It's blackmail.
Sure. Somebody from the outside.
The people in this house have nothing to do with anything. They love me.
But it must be a little hard living with a person who's been as famous as you have. Already a legend. Being married to you, working for you.
Already a legend. Of course, I'm peculiar. I'm selfish. There's nothing in the world as important as my work. And I've been working so hard. I've done nothing but work every minute for the last 6 months. It was my own tour. I even organized and backed it myself. What's the matter?
That stuff in your lap. What were you doing when we came in?
Cleaning a gun. Here, you see.
What in the name of... Sister, give me that thing before
Oh,
you...
no, you don't, darling. Maybe it's got a bullet in it. How do you know?
Now, look, lady.
Mr. Valentine, I'm frightened. I want to have a gun.
Not the way you handle it, sister. Now, come on.
Also, I'm too much for you, am I? My blackmail is too much for you, so you're afraid of my case. Well, baby, you can just
I said,
get
give
out.
me that gun.
No!
Okay, lady, okay. Now, nobody's hurt. You still have your little toy.
Of course I have, darling. I still have everything. Call me a legend, will you? Baby, you better be careful. The next time this little toy will spit right in your eye.
You're listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment.
And now, back to George Valentine, the greatest actress in the world, Laura Stewart. But she's scared to death of a mysterious stranger, a blackmailer, who has been breaking the master records of her famous performances and threatens to continue until she pays him $10,000. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you're convinced that there's a lot going on in Miss Stewart's strange household besides just blackmail, particularly when she pulls a gun on you.
Look at the great detective.
Okay, lady, so you win round one.
Round one, throw in the ammonia, folks. Oh, go on, get out of here. You're not big enough to help me. All you can do is try to pad your part with guesses about things that don't matter. Well, darling, ta-ta.
Oh, turn it off, Deucer. Maybe I don't slap back, but I got bad news for you. I'm staying.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Valentine. And it's not true what you think. People do love me. Like I've loved them.
Oh, sure, lady. I love you, too. Don't you listen to the critics. I think you're still the greatest actress in the world. You act all the time.
Yes, full of cobwebs, isn't it? Whole house full of cobwebs.
Look, Mr. Stewart, I wanted to meet you because...
Mr. Stewart. Oh, listen to me, laughing as though it were a joke by this time. I'm Kenneth, yes, but Kenneth McLaughlin. Here, have a drink.
No, thanks.
Do you expect her to take my name?
Well...
Ever hear of Aphrodite's husband? Sarah Bernhardt's? Go on, drink this stuff. It's important.
How much of it do you drink every day?
Enough to remember the name McLaughlin. Don't think anything of that. Been married 18 years, and I adore her. Everybody does. Can't help themselves.
Sure. Keep telling it to yourself.
What do I say now? I beg your pardon?
No, you tell me what you do for a living.
Oh, foolish boy.
Okay, so she's the moneymaker. She give you an allowance?
No, I can't be insulted.
Oh, stop smiling. I'll be goaded into saying anything.
You ask about my wife, Mr. Valentine. What's there to say? She's been on tour for 6 months. Some crazy idea of doing every part she's ever done, and for good measure, the one she's left out.
A galloping ingenue. I've barely seen her. Why are you here today? I don't know that. Why won't she see me today? Why anything? Who cares? Have a drink.
That's right, Buster. Tell me how it is to be tied to the great lady. How she never thinks of you the way Betty does.
What?
You know Betty, nice little secretary who says she loves the great actress, too, only she's leaving.
Excuse me, Mr.
Don't tell me you didn't know she was going. Not after that little scene you must have had in the study when you ducked out just before we came in.
Oh, get out of my way.
She's gone, I tell you. You hate your wife, don't you?
Shut up, you fool.
She lives for herself and her career and nobody else. And all the time, right under her nose, you and her secretary have
Valentine, I'm warning you that...
Oh, now what? All right, what is it, Betty?
Another phonograph record.
Huh?
I was just on my way out. I was walking through here.
Yeah, well, you're not leaving now. Here, let me see.
It was all in pieces, on the rug, the same place as the others. That person's been here again.
And the window drape shoved aside again. Only this time the window's closed.
What?
Yeah, you heard me, so you're not leaving. Nobody's leaving.
Mr. Valentine...
I shoved matches in the frame the last time I was in here. The window can't be opened. But somebody tried awful hard. Here, you see? Handprints all over the top of the glass.
Inside?
Yeah, sure, of course. I thought so before. Now I know it. So we're going to find out whose prints those are. Which one of the people inside this house has been trying to frighten Flora Stewart out of $10,000.
You ever swindle blood out of a turnip, Valentine? I'm business manager to a bunch of back taxes, that's all. And that Betty, if she had half a brain, would have quit long ago. She hasn't been paid in 4 months.
Clear it up, will you, Jake?
Okay. This star client of mine is flat broke.
Flora Stewart? Oh, now, wait a minute. She used to make a fortune. And that tour...
Financing herself in all the parts she wanted to do. Playing the city she thought liked her, whether the houses were good or not. Promoting herself with producers. I tell you, friend, it's cleaned out everything she had left.
A great business manager you must be.
What Montague? It is not hand,
So you
nor
still
foot,
don't understand anything.
nor arm, nor face, nor any
I'm
other
a sucker.
part belonging
Yeah.
to a man.
Yeah, soft-hearted
Oh, be
Jake.
some other name.
But it's there.
What
Can't you hear it?
name?
In that old record?
Which we call a rose. By any other name would smell as
She makes
sweet.
me cry.
So Romeo
Sure, I love her. She tears people
working
apart.
like
She's
Romeo called.
she's off in that world of her
Retain
own.
that
She can't
pure
help it.
perfection which he
You
owes
think she gives
without
2
that
pins for what
title.
happens to her? But am I supposed to be a watchdog forever? I can't order her around. Nobody can. Nobody ever could. Oh, why don't you get smart and go home?
Brooksy, I'm just beginning to realize what this is all about. We don't need it.
George, that was a shot. Oh, George, no. It's Flora.
Yeah. Dead, Brooksy. She's dead. Oh, brother, see it all backwards until it's too late. Get a client you can't understand and then let her be killed.
It must have been her own gun that was used. It's gone.
She was scared to death. She really was frightened, Brooksy. Sick and upset.
Oh, George, stop it. If she'd wanted protection, she would have
Hey,
said
wait a minute,
so.
hold it.
Hey, what happened? You hear that?
Yeah. Yeah, I hear it, Jake. Car starting. A car starting. Get out of the way.
Look out, George!
Oh. Well, thanks. You didn't run over me. All right, Betty, get out.
Stay where you are.
Come on, come on.
Stand still, I said. I've got a gun.
I know you have. Miss Stewart's.
Get away from me. Don't touch me. I killed her.
Betty.
Yes, I killed her.
So now what are you going to do, Betty?
Suppose you just take it
She
easy.
wouldn't let him go, and I killed her. He loved her and hated her for 18 years, and I killed her. I loved her, too.
You know, I'm getting a little sick of all the emotions being spilled in this house. Just because you lived with an actress doesn't mean you have to
I
imitate
killed her, don't you understand? You come one step closer, I'll kill myself.
Yeah. Yeah, look who's coming, Betty. The boyfriend himself.
It's all the excitement. I was sound asleep.
Betty says she killed your wife.
What? Flora?
Yeah, that's right. Little Betty here managed to wrestle her gun away. Can you imagine? And then with one shot, she... All right, sister, give me that gun. That's better. Now, you don't have to pretend. You don't have to cover for him.
Betty, what in
Hold
heaven's
it, friend,
name?
hold it. All right, now, Jake, tell me something. Did Flora carry life insurance?
Huh? Yes. Yes, as a matter of fact, quite a bit. took it out just recently. It was the only way I could get it to save. Why?
Because after we heard the shot, Betty, it took us a little time to find out where it came from. But you were upstairs already. What did you do? Run in there, see the body, see a gun, and think Kenneth had actually killed her?
Yes.
With me in the house and Jake? Didn't you notice the cotton wadding, the cleaning fluid, the gun oil?
That's right, George.
Yeah. If I found a setup like that, I'd be more inclined to think her death was an accident. All right, now come on inside. We're going to phone back to New York. Okay, thanks, operator. Keep on trying to locate that party in New York, will you? All right, I know it's awful sudden. I know you all loved her a lot, no matter how you talk. She really tore people apart, didn't she?
But an accident right in the middle of all that blackmail business. Oh, George, no. It's too convenient.
Yes, Valentine, if you don't explain
I'm just guessing, Jake, adding 2 and 2. In the first place, that blackmail thing. She put that up herself. She must have. Look at the records that were so carefully broken. Alice Adams, the part of an adolescent girl, just recorded this year on tour. She might have been able to play that part well 30 years ago. And then Blue Swan, a flop that lasted 2 weeks. And then this last one, a turkey, you said, don't you see? All her recent performances, all her bad performances. She broke the records herself to get rid of them.
Well, but why would she call you?
Well, she wanted me here because it was all phony. It was all an act. And she made a big point of having me see her cleaning a gun, handling it clumsily.
She wanted us for witnesses. Wanted us to testify she died accidentally.
That's right, Brooksy. And I don't think I need to kick myself. She would have done it anyway. Yeah, the big, selfish actress, so self-centered. But she knew she wrecked lives. And the rest of it wasn't an act. She was frightened, all right. But she had to keep on being a star.
She was sick. The doctor said she'd have to give up the stage. It was her whole life. She had to keep working.
Feeble, flat gesture, wasn't it? But maybe she figured it was the least she could do for all of you. Yeah, that's right. Make her death look like it was an accident. So the insurance companies wouldn't refuse to pay off on suicide.
Oh, look.
She went on tour to play all the parts she used to like, burning the candle at both ends for the last big try, financing herself, the great actress. But I noticed her biggest successes were in the past.
She still was great, Sonny.
You sure about that? Come on. There's my call. Hello?
Hello, Miss Stewart there?
Who is this, please? I know all about Miss Stewart. At least I think I do.
Well, tell her it's James Sharon.
James Sharon?
The producer? Give me that phone.
Hold it, Jake, hold it.
Wait a minute. How about you taking a message? Maybe it'll be easier that way.
Well, nothing is easy, friend, but go ahead.
Well, look, tell her I love her. I love her, and I'm a heel. She's been haunting me for years to put her in something big, but I can't anymore. I wrote her I could get her a small part and would phone her for an answer. For a slap in the face. She knows the truth as well as I do. What does she want to make me suffer for? I love her.
Why don't you say it straight, Mr. Sharon?
Candles all burned out, my friend. The ingenue's finished. She's through.
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a moment.
She had to quit the stage. Maybe she could have even done that. The stage had already quit her. Didn't have any life outside theater.
That's right, Brooks. She'd been slipping for years, and she must have known it, too. That last disastrous tour was the payoff.
Yeah, they all knew it. You could never admit it to anyone.
Yeah, particularly Jake in there. Wagon hitched to a burned-out star.
Flora wasn't all selfish, George. Trying to pull a third-act curtain like that. If it hadn't been for Betty interfering...
The accidental death stunt might have gone through. That insurance idea to help the people she'd hurt, clumsy as it was, might have worked.
George, it doesn't make any difference. They don't care about the money. Don't blame yourself for having to expose them.
Yeah, I know. Jake's still in there beating himself. She really had these people tied up in knots, didn't she?
Helen speaks, but not her heart. Cleopatra's majesty, Atlanta's better part. sad Lucretia's modesty. Thus,
How do you explain a woman like her, George?
I don't know, Brooksy. Maybe you don't. Listen.
Heavenward, the key these gifts should have, and I to live and die her slave.
You have just heard And Hope to Die, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now, this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer. A disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight, we give you Mr. Chameleon in The Broken Promise Murder Case. Our scene opens in a small but well-furnished apartment in New York's Greenwich Village. An attractive woman in her early 30s and a good-looking young man are having cocktails before the fireplace. The woman is Sybil Kent, and the young man at whom she looks with adoring eyes is Roger Dalton. And Roger, little dreaming that his words are to be the preamble to murder, is saying eagerly,
"This is the moment I've been waiting for, Sybil. I've got terrific news for you."
News, Roger?
I've finally landed it, Sybil. That job as an artist with the advertising agency.
Roger, oh, darling.
That agency is one of the most important advertising firms in town. I'm to start work the beginning of the week. And it's all thanks to you, Sybil.
Oh, Roger, that's wonderful. Because it means that now at last we can go ahead with our plans.
What do you mean, Sybil?
Oh, Roger, darling. Do I have to say it? Our understanding was that as soon as you graduated from art school and got a job, we'd be married.
Great Scott, you mean you took that seriously?
What? Roger, you know that was our agreement.
But, Sybil, I never dreamt you were really serious. I always thought it was, well, a kind of joke between us.
Joke? Roger,
The fact is, I've made plans of my own. I'm going to marry Vera Langdon. That's something else I meant to tell you this evening.
You're going to marry Vera Langdon? After all I've done for you, all the sacrifices I've made for you.
Sybil, you've been a wonderful friend, and I mean to pay you back someday.
Pay me back? Roger Dalton, you're not throwing me over for that society girl, Vera Langdon. Not when I've done everything for you. When I've spent every penny I have to put you through art school.
Sybil, listen to me.
No, you listen. Roger, if you leave me, I'll go to the agency where you got this job. I'll fix things so that you'll be through for good with every agency in town. What's more, I'll go to Vera Langdon and that wealthy father of hers and show you up for the selfish, ruthless heel you are.
You're not serious. You're talking nonsense, Sybil.
I'll go even further, Roger. I'll kill you before I give you up to someone else. Do you hear me, Roger? I'll kill you.
the next morning, after a sleepless, maddening night, we see a hysterical Sybil Kent clutching the edge of a desk in her living room and saying over and over to herself,
I won't give Roger up. I can't. Who's that coming in the door? Lucy? Lucy, is that you? Answer me. Oh, it's you. You've come to kill me. You've come to kill me.
And a short time later, we find Mr. Chameleon, the famous and dreaded detective, and his assistant, Detective Dave Arnold, at Sybil Kent's apartment, which has become the scene of violence and tragedy. Near them, a young woman sits quietly as Chameleon says to Dave,
Sybil Kent was shot through the heart, and at close range, Dave. I'd say the murder took place about an hour ago.
Oh, that'd be about 10 o'clock, Mr. Chameleon. Mm-hmm. But nothing in the room has been touched, so it doesn't look like the motive was robbery.
No.
Mr. Chameleon, I just can't believe it. Sybil murdered. It's horrible.
Yes, Miss Lucy. You say that you are the murdered woman's sister.
Yes. Sybil was all I had in the world. Now, oh, dear heaven, what am I going to do?
Well, first you must try to compose yourself, Lucy. Now, tell me exactly what happened.
Mr. Chameleon, could we open a window? I feel as if I were going to be ill.
Yes. Dave, open one of the windows, please.
Right away, Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, that smell of fresh paint in this apartment is rather oppressive.
All the apartments in this building are being repainted. They finished work on this one only yesterday.
Now, Lucy, tell me when and how you discovered your sister Sybil's body.
I left the apartment around 9 o'clock to go shopping. When I came back an hour later, I found Sybil lying there by the desk, shot to death.
You lived here with your sister?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Alone?
Yes, why?
Would you mind removing that heavy veil that you're wearing?
Yes, I'll remove my veil. Look at me. Look at me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I asked you to do that, Lucy.
I've looked this way for over a year. I got these dreadful scars in an automobile accident. The doctors say they can't do anything for me. I'll go through life this way.
I asked you, Lucy, because I wondered why a young girl like you should be wearing a heavy veil.
If it hadn't been for Sybil, I don't know what I would have done. She was so kind to me. And now he's murdered her.
He? Lucy, do you mean that you know who the murderer is? You just told me that you were out of the apartment when your sister was shot.
Mr. Chameleon, I know who did it. It was Roger Dalton.
Roger Dalton? Who's he?
He's an artist. My sister Sybil was in love with him, and she gave him money to go through art school.
Well, that scarcely indicates a motive for murder.
No? Well, Roger led her to believe they'd be married as soon as he graduated and got a job.
I see.
And yesterday, Roger landed a good job with an advertising agency.
Yes?
Last night, he came to tell Sybil about it. Instead of keeping his agreement to marry my sister, Roger told Sybil he thought it was just a joke, that he'd never had any intention of marrying her.
What did your sister Sybil say to that, Lucy?
She was incredulous, Mr. Chameleon. And then Roger told her he was going to marry Vera Langdon.
Vera Langdon? You mean the society debutante who's always getting into some sort of scrape?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon. Roger said he was going to marry her. My sister Sybil was furious. She told Roger she'd go to the advertising agency. Yes, and to Vera Langdon and her father, and expose him for the selfish heel he was.
And what did Roger say to that?
He left. But don't you see, Mr. Chameleon, Roger must have come back this morning and murdered Sybil. No one else had a reason to harm my sister. Everyone loved her.
Everyone, Lucy? Including you?
Mr. Chameleon, what do you mean?
I was thinking, Lucy, that sometimes sisters don't get along together.
I know what you were thinking. That Sybil was a very beautiful girl while I'm ugly. Go ahead and say it, Mr. Chameleon. I know it's true. But if you think I killed Sybil because I was jealous of her beauty, well, you're mistaken.
I haven't accused you of anything, Lucy.
Roger Dalton killed her, Mr. Chameleon, and I want him to pay for it with his life.
You may be sure the person who killed your sister will pay for the crime, Lucy. Come along, Dave.
Where to, Mr. Chameleon?
Have a talk with Roger Dalton, the man whose career and coming marriage might have been destroyed if Sybil Kent had lived.
And 10 minutes later, Mr. Chameleon and Detective Dave Arnold are in Roger Dalton's apartment, and Roger is saying dazedly,
Sybil dead. Murdered. Mr. Chameleon, I can't believe it.
You're either telling the truth, Roger Dalton, or you're a very clever actor.
What? I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Chameleon. Why, only last evening I was with Sybil Kent. We had dinner at her apartment.
Tell me about last evening, Roger.
What? There isn't anything to tell. I don't know what you mean.
Roger, this girl in the photograph on your dresser, very beautiful girl. Do you mind telling me who she is?
She's Vera Langdon, the girl I plan to marry.
Vera Langdon, the daughter of the well-known stockbroker, Hubert Langdon?
Yes. What of it?
Merely this, Roger. Marriage into a family of such wealth is quite an achievement for a struggling young commercial artist.
Some people might think in terms of money, but I'm in love with Vera.
So much so that you'd kill to protect your plans to marry her?
What? Good Lord, you don't think I murdered Sybil Kent? Well, that's fantastic. Sybil was my friend. She did a great deal for me.
In what way?
Well, she had a good job, a buyer in a department store. She lent me money to go through art school.
Lent it or gave it to you, Roger?
I had every intention of paying her back as soon as I got work, Mr. Chameleon.
Paying her or marrying her as payment for the debt? Roger, tell me the truth. Did you make a bargain to marry her and then try to welch on it?
No, Mr. Chameleon. Sybil had some fantastic idea that we'd be married, but I never encouraged her. I thought it was just a joke.
But you took her money and her friendship and used them to your own advantage.
No. I felt badly when I realized she'd misunderstood the situation. But I didn't kill her, Mr. Chameleon. I swear I didn't.
According to her sister, Lucy Kent, you had an excellent motive.
Lucy told you that?
That and a good deal more.
Mr. Chameleon, why don't you ask Lucy about her own motive?
Her own motive? And just what would that motive be, Roger?
You've seen Lucy. You've seen the veil she wears to hide her disfigured face. Why don't you ask her how it became disfigured?
She's already told me. No, automobile accident.
Did Lucy tell you who was driving the car?
Do you mean that you were driving it?
No, I wasn't driving it. Her sister, Sybil, was. And Lucy blamed her for the accident. Blamed her for the fact her face was horribly disfigured for life. I often warned Sybil not to live alone with Lucy. I was afraid she'd go overboard sometime, and a thing like this would happen.
I see.
Mr. Chameleon, if anyone had a reason for killing Sybil, it's her own sister, Lucy.
Thank you, Roger. Come along, Dave. We're through here for the moment.
What do you think, Mr. Chameleon?
I don't know, Dave. Right now, I think we'll pay a call on Vera Langdon, Roger Dalton's fiancée.
Boy, this is some layout, Mr. Chameleon.
Well, Hubert Langdon is a very wealthy man, Dave. Devoted to his daughter Vera, from what I've heard.
Yes, what is it?
I'd like to speak to Miss Vera Langdon.
I'm sorry, but my daughter's not at home. Who are you?
I'm Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters. This is Detective Arnold.
The police?
And you, I take it, are Hubert Langdon, Vera's father. May we come in, please?
Now, look, if my daughter is in some sort of little scrape, I'm sure it can be straightened out. I'll come down to headquarters with you and...
Mr. Langdon, I suggest that we step inside.
Now, see here.
This isn't as minor as one of your daughter's little scrapes. It's a matter of murder.
Murder? Yes. You'd better come inside.
What is it, Father?
Vera.
So, your daughter is at home after all, Mr. Langdon.
Who are these men, Father? What do they want?
Go to your room, Vera. I'll handle this.
Stay where you are, Vera Langdon. I'm Chameleon of the police. I'm here to question you about the murder of Sybil Kent, shot to death in her apartment 2 hours ago.
Sybil Kent?
Mr. Chameleon, why should you question my daughter about someone she's never even heard of?
Mr. Chameleon, who on earth is this Sybil Kent?
A rather important person in the life of the man that you plan to marry, Vera. And I can hardly believe that her name is unfamiliar to you.
You heard what Vera said, Chameleon. She's never heard of Sybil Kent.
And you, Mr. Langdon? I suppose you've never heard of her either.
Well, I think I heard that she was a friend of young Roger Dalton's, but I've never met her. Why are you staring at me, Chameleon?
Because I just noticed something rather interesting, Mr. Langdon. You say that you've never met Sybil Kent. Then how do you explain the fact that the sleeve of your coat is spotted with blue paint?
What? Blue paint?
The murdered Sybil Kent's apartment was freshly painted yesterday. The same color of paint that's on the sleeve of your coat.
Mr. Chameleon and the Broken Promise murder case continues in just a moment. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the Broken Promise murder case. When Sybil Kent is shot to death in her apartment, Mr. Chameleon discovers that several people had strong reason to want to kill her. There is Roger Dalton, the young artist, who had made a bargain to marry Sybil. And Sybil's young sister Lucy, whose face was pitifully disfigured through an accident in a car driven by Sybil. And now in the apartment of Roger Dalton's fiancée, the debutante Vera Langdon, Mr. Chameleon faces Vera and her arrogant father, Hugh Langdon, and he is saying,
Mr. Langdon, you deny ever having met Sybil Kent, the murdered woman.
Certainly I deny it, Chameleon. I never saw Sybil Kent in my life.
Then how do you explain those blue paint stains on your coat?
Father!
Sybil Kent's apartment was freshly painted yesterday. The same color as those stains on the sleeve of your coat. Now, Mr. Langdon, how do you explain that?
All right. All right, Chameleon. I admit that I have met Sybil Kent. I went to see her this morning.
You went to her apartment this morning. What time was this?
About 9 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Last night, my daughter's fiancé, Roger Dalton, came to me and told me about this woman, Sybil Kent, who'd given him money to go through art school.
He made a bargain to marry her and then tried to back out. Go on, Mr. Langdon.
Well, Roger asked me to lend him the money to pay Sybil back. I told him I'd go to see her, find out just how much he owed her, and pay it.
Yes?
So I went to her apartment this morning.
And you quarreled with her?
No, of course I didn't, Mr. Chameleon. She agreed to accept my check for $5,000.
Langdon, Detective Arnold and I searched the murder apartment, and we found no check from you.
I intended to make it out this afternoon, Mr. Chameleon. Look, I swear to you, that's the truth.
If so, Mr. Langdon, you've placed yourself in a highly suspicious position.
I don't know what you mean.
You may have gone to the dead woman's apartment, but perhaps not for the reason you claim. You're devoted to your daughter, aren't you, Mr. Langdon?
Why, of course I'm devoted to Vera.
Enough to kill for her?
What?
If you knew that Sybil Kent might cause her unhappiness, might prevent her marriage to Roger Dalton.
Mr. Chameleon, you're becoming ridiculous.
Oh, really, Vera? Well, I'm not overlooking the fact that possibly you also had a motive. If you believe Sybil Kent threatened your marriage to the man you love...
I didn't even know Sybil Kent.
Mr. Langdon, have you a gun?
No. Why should I?
And you, Vera?
Oh, don't be absurd. Of course I don't have a gun.
I see. All right, Dave, let's be going.
Are you through questioning us, Mr. Chameleon?
For the moment, Mr. Langdon. But I warn you and your daughter, Vera, that it's a very dangerous thing to lie in a murder investigation. Come along, Dave.
Oh, Father, you shouldn't have lied about Sybil. Mr. Chameleon is very clever, and... Where are you going?
To my desk, Vera, to check on something. It's gone.
What is?
The gun that I always keep in this drawer. Vera, where is it?
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Now, look, don't lie to me, Vera. I told Chameleon that I don't have a gun, but you and I both know that I keep one in this drawer. And now it's gone.
Father!
Darling, listen to me. No matter what you've done, I'll protect you. Only tell me where you've hidden the gun so I can get rid of it. So we can be sure Chameleon will never learn the truth.
And half an hour later, at the murder apartment, Lucy Kent answers the doorbell to find Mr. Chameleon and Detective Dave Arnold in the hall.
Mr. Chameleon, you've come to tell me you've arrested Roger Dalton for my sister's murder.
Tell me, Lucy, why are you so anxious to see Roger Dalton punished for your sister's death?
Because I want justice done, Mr. Chameleon. I adored my sister, Sybil. She gave me a home with her. She took care of me after my dreadful accident.
Lucy, why didn't you tell me that you blamed your sister for the accident in which your face was disfigured?
But I didn't. I didn't, Mr. Chameleon. Sybil was driving the car, but it wasn't her fault. Please don't make me talk about it. Excuse me, I want to get a handkerchief from my bag on the table.
Oh, I'll give it to you. Here. Oh, I'm sorry.
But...
It's clumsy of me, letting the bag slip from my hand like that. I'll gather up these things. Well, well.
What is it, Mr. Chameleon?
A snapshot of Roger Dalton. Fell out of your bag, Lucy.
Give me that picture. You dropped my bag on purpose to find out what I had in it.
Odd that you carry a picture of Roger Dalton with you, Lucy.
I don't know what you mean.
It may mean that you're in love with Roger yourself.
In love with... He stopped looking at me.
And you bitterly resented your sister Sybil's bargain to marry him.
Mr. Chameleon, even if I did love Roger, I wouldn't murder my own sister Sybil because of him.
Perhaps not, Lucy. I won't say any more. Dave, we're going back to headquarters.
Yes, sir.
What about Roger Dalton? Aren't you going to arrest him?
You do hate him now, don't you, Lucy? I'll make an arrest when I have proof of who your sister's murderer is. Come along, Dave. I want to see the commissioner of police. So, there it is, Commissioner. 4 people had equally strong motives for killing Sybil Kent.
It's quite a case, Chameleon.
Yes. Commissioner, I'm beginning to get an idea.
You mean one of your famous disguises, Chameleon?
Yes, Commissioner. The murdered Sybil Kent's apartment was freshly painted yesterday, and that gave me an idea.
Well, let's hear it, Chameleon.
I'm going to disguise myself as Oscar Dobbs, a house painter. I want Detective Dave Arnold to get all the suspects together at the murder apartment in an hour. I've a feeling that disguised as Oscar Dobbs, a house painter, I will trap Sybil Kent's murderer.
And an hour later, in the hall outside Sybil Kent's apartment, Mr. Chameleon, his face disguised and wearing painter's cap and overalls, is saying to Detective Dave Arnold...
You know what to do, Dave?
You bet I do, Mr. Chameleon.
All the suspects are in the Kent's apartment?
Yes, sir. The dead woman's sister, Lucy, Roger Dalton, Roger's fiancée, Vera Langdon, and Vera's father, Mr. Langdon.
Good. Get out of sight now, Dave. I'm going to ring the bell.
And now, a moment later, the door is opened by Lucy Kent, and Mr. Chameleon, speaking in the voice of his disguise, says to her...
I beg your pardon, miss. I was here the other day. Me and another guy painting your apartment. You mind if I come in?
Yes, I do mind. I'm very busy.
I got a feeling you ain't too busy to talk to me, Lucy Kent. So, I'll just come in.
No. How dare you push your way in here?
What's the matter, Lucy? Who is this man?
He's one of the painters, Roger. He shoved his way in here.
Get out of here, whoever you are, or I'll call the police.
The police, That's a good one.
What's going on here?
Mr. Langdon, this horrid man forced his way into the apartment.
Who are you? The name is Dobbs. Oscar Dobbs. I know a young lady was murdered here this morning.
Now, see here, Dobbs.
I bet you're old Hubert Langdon. And that pretty girl there is your daughter, Miss Vera Langdon.
How could you possibly know?
Seen your pictures in the papers lots of times. You've been in quite a lot of trouble, ain't you, Vera?
How dare you talk to my daughter that way? Get out.
Oh, not so fast, Mr. Langdon. I just seen Mr. Chameleon, the detective, in the lobby. I heard him say that he was coming up here to question all the suspects in the murder of Sybil Kent.
That's no concern of yours.
You're wrong. You're wrong there, Roger Dalton. A house painter gets around. He hears and sees things. About 10 o'clock this morning, I was painting the apartment right below this one. I heard a shot.
You heard it?
I stepped out into the hall where nobody could see me. A couple of minutes later, someone came running down the stairs. Got a good look at this person. A good look.
You're lying.
And I could point a finger at that person. But a man's got to look out for himself.
What are you getting at, Dobbs?
Well, Mr. Langdon, I'm willing to forget what I saw, providing it's made worth my while.
Why, you cheap blackmailer.
No, let's call it protection, shall we, Miss Lucy Kent? Protection for the person who killed your sister.
Shut up, Dobbs. You'll never tell anyone what you know. You were a fool to come here.
Roger, good heavens, don't shoot him.
I'm not as big a fool as you to pull a gun, Roger Dalton.
Mr. Chameleon, it's you. You were disguised as a house painter.
Yes, Lucy.
Why, you double-crossing cop, you tricked me.
And my trick apparently succeeded. Put down the gun, Roger Dalton.
Not before I put a bullet in your head, Chameleon.
Roger, no!
Oh!
No!
You okay, Mr. Chameleon?
Yes, Dave. You shot the gun out of his hand just in time. I've got it now. And it's undoubtedly the gun with which Roger Dalton murdered Sybil Kent.
Oh, Roger. Roger, what have you done? How could you kill her?
I did it for you, Vera. Sybil threatened to ruin all my plans, my whole life. I couldn't bear the thought that she might turn you against me. Last night I took the gun from your father's desk, came here this morning, and killed her.
And you tried to put the blame on an innocent girl, on Lucy Kent. That, Roger Dalton, was almost as great a crime as murder. But you'll pay for both in the death chamber. All right, Dave, take him away.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the Man of Many Faces. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Gene Carroll, based on the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. It is directed by Richard Leonard, with music by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Time now for Rocky Jordan, brought to you today by Del Monte Tomato Products. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against the backdrop of antiquity. Del Monte presents Rocky Jordan and this week's story, The Nile Runs High.
Winter and summer come to Egypt like any other land, but there's only one other season of the year, and the most important of the three. It comes as the great river Nile rises to overflow its banks in late September, bringing new fertility and life to this strange land. The Nile season is a time for rejoicing and festivities, and I was out in the morning to watch the myriad white sailboats sporting on the river. I wandered alone away from the holiday crowds south past the Ismail Bridge. Finally, just as I decided it was time to get back to the Tambourine, a white-sailed scow caught my eye, moving away from the other boats and seemingly out of hand. It heeled into the wind, then a breeze swung it directly toward shore, and it kept coming till it floundered aground. A voice moved me into action.
Help me! In the name of Allah! Help me!
I splashed out into the shallow water, and in a few seconds climbed onto the listing deck. I ducked under the boom toward where a man lay helpless across the tiller. He wore the blue robes of the fellahin, and they were splotched with red.
Oh, my Effendi. My good Effendi.
Easy, fella. You're hurt bad. What's it all about?
I did my best. Tell my master that Shufa did his best.
Looks like a bullet wound. Who did it?
I do not know. They were in another boat.
All right, now we gotta get help.
No, there is no time. Take it back now. quickly, Effendi.
Take what back? What do you mean?
There, below. Take it back.
Schufer was pointing frantically to the open hatch, so I hurried over and down to the small cabin. It was loaded with miniature bales of cotton. I touched one and found that it was wet. But what interested me was the man on deck, so I got back to him. But too late. Schufer had rolled over on the deck, face up. Dead now from the bullet wound in his chest. Well, it wasn't a pleasant way to start the day. I threw a piece of sail over the pathetic figure and dropped an anchor to secure the boat where it was. I scratched around a little, but found no papers to identify the boat. All I could find was its name painted on the side, the Water Nymph. After that, I waded ashore, and about 3 blocks up the hill, I found a phone booth outside a little market.
Police headquarters, Savaya speaking.
Hello, Sam. It's Rocky.
Jordan, why are you not out celebrating with the rest? The Nile runs high. This is not time.
Just listen, Sam. I got a report.
I do not like the sound of your voice, Jordan.
Neither do I. But here it is. There's a sail scow near the foot of Shauria Bendur, grounded a little offshore.
Indeed? And how should that interest me?
A couple of things, maybe. For one, a load of cotton.
Most uninteresting. What else?
You'll find a man lying on deck, shot to death.
So that is it. Jordan, why is it that always you are the one...
Hold the question, Sam. Give you all I know when they show up.
Very well, Jordan. You will wait for me there.
I opened the door to leave, and I got a lot of help. A powerful, brawny arm reached in and dragged me out where I got a real close-up of a black beard and red eyes. It was my move, but just then a very wiry little character closed in from behind.
We will talk, Inglesi.
You with somebody else, Buster.
Shadrach is a man of danger.
Jabba speaks wisely. To the alley now, swiftly.
They had to work for it, but they each held an arm, and pretty soon they dragged me halfway down the hill, around a corner, and pinned me up against a trash pile. Again, the one called Shadrach was blowing his breath in my face.
We will talk here, Inglesi.
All right, start saying something.
You made the phone call. Who was it with?
I got the wrong number.
Shadrach is a man of impatience.
As Jabba says. You were seen to board the boat on the river. Tell us what you saw there.
A little cotton. Dead man. Maybe you killed.
Shadrach is a man of danger.
Perhaps the knife will loosen your tongue.
Use it and see what you find out.
Speak now. What the dead man told you, and what you have told others.
If I don't?
Then, Inglesi, you will quickly join the unfortunate boatman.
Wait, Shadrach. Look who comes.
Then we saw them, all 5 of them, as they swept into the alley, their dirty white robes flapping in the wind. In the lead came a wild-eyed tribesman waving a sword with a double blade. Shadrach and his buddy froze for a split second, and just before they ran, they slammed me head first at the feet of the onrushing pack. Joe knocked the wind out of me, and somebody's boot behind my left ear did the rest. And that was all. When I opened my eyes, I saw bare sandstone walls and light coming in a high window. The rest I saw made me sure I was dreaming. But the soft hand stroking my cheeks was still there, so I looked again. The face bending over me was beautiful but expressionless. She was dark and not too slender. The only sign she was human was the throbbing at her temples, until she spoke.
You need not fear. We are both quite safe.
Oh, are we, lady? What happened to all the little men?
They do not matter now. They brought you here. Now we are alone.
Yeah, real cozy.
Oh, lie quietly. The pain will soon be gone.
Well, that's not what bothers me.
My name is Farada.
And you'd like to know mine?
You are Rocky Jordan. You own a cafe called the Tambourine, and you are an American.
There's a card in my billfold says that.
When a woman meets a man, she wishes to know more of him, does she not?
Yeah, she sure does.
You do not look like one who brawls in the street. The 2 strong men were most violent with you. Would you not like to tell me why?
That makes you think I got anything to tell?
I see to your rescue, and yet you question.
Everybody's got an angle.
Do not understand.
Maybe yours is a boat down on the river, a load of wet cotton, and a dead man who might have said something that I told somebody else on the phone.
Very well. You need only tell me.
You got quite an assignment, getting information out of me in your own way. I think I like Shadrach's way better.
Why? Is it that you could resist his way, but not mine?
Give it up, lady. Won't work.
A man as wise as you should know that my way is best.
Where's the threat from? El Kahira?
Then you know of him.
One of your boys shouted his name. Who is he?
El Kahira is a man of destiny, The true, the exalted leader.
Well, I'm still asking who he is.
Very soon you and all Egypt will know. Only those who bend to his will shall be spared.
Yeah, maybe he'll spare me. He knows what I told other people.
Perhaps. You leave me then?
You got ways of stopping me?
I would not use them. Mr. Jordan.
Yeah?
Go anywhere but to the police. My men can return most quickly.
I went out and down some steps to what turned out to be one of Cairo's many old deserted towers. I knew I wouldn't find Farada there again. If any of my rescuers were around outside, they didn't show their faces, so I skipped Farada's advice and made it for police headquarters the quickest way. When I walked into Sabaya's office, he jumped up from behind his desk and came striding toward me.
Jordan, where have you been?
Hey, you been worried about me, Sam?
We will leave my personal feelings out of this, if that is possible.
Suit yourself. I don't feel so good either.
Listen to me, Jordan. Was it not you who phoned me 2 hours ago, most urgently?
In person.
And did you not say that you would join me at the foot of the Sharia Bendor where it meets the river?
Well, that was my plan.
And did you not say that a boat was anchored there, loaded with cotton, and with a dead man on its deck?
That's all straight. Did you get there, Sam?
I did.
Now have a look inside those cotton bales. Got a hunch you'll find something there.
Jordan.
Huh?
There is an old saying of my people. Perhaps you have heard it.
Take it again. You can take it again.
It is said a man who is bitten by a serpent will be frightened by the sight of a rope.
Where does that fit?
When you, an adventurer, have often seen violence in a moment of, shall we say, celebration. What you saw was not real.
Take a look at these bruises, Sam. They're real.
They prove nothing.
Just what are you driving at?
I will tell you. It so happens that when I got there was no cotton. Also, there was no dead man. In fact, Jordan, there was not even a boat.
Del Monte Foods is presenting tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan.
Fresh tasting, natural tasting, and refreshing.
Fresh tasting, natural tasting, and refreshing. There in just 6 words is the whole story of Del Monte tomato juice. Fresh tasting, natural tasting, and refreshing. That's just what tomato juice should be. And that's just exactly what Del Monte tomato juice is. For the perfect appetizer at mealtimes, for a pick-me-up when you need it, just fill a glass with ice-cold Del Monte tomato juice, and with the first sip, you'll think,
say, this is good.
Del Monte tomato juice is fresh tasting.
Then with the second sip, you'll add,
really quenches my thirst.
Del Monte tomato juice is natural tasting.
And you'll drink it down because...
Del Monte tomato juice is so refreshing.
Friends, next time you're shopping, buy Del Monte tomato juice. Look for it in the green can with the familiar red Del Monte shield. Keep several cans in the refrigerator. You'll find they come in mighty handy. And now we take you back to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. The Nile runs high.
Sam Sabaya sat watching what he just told me sink in. The sailboat, its small cargo of cotton, and the lifeless man at the tiller were gone. All vanished. Or, as Sam put it, they were never there. I had to make him believe me. Sam, what I told you on the phone was all true.
Please, Jordan, do not try my patience.
Just get this, now all of it. Right after I hung up, a couple of bearded characters started working me over. They wanted to know what I might have found or heard on that boat.
And what might that be?
I don't know. The boatman tried to say something about the cotton.
Continue, Jordan.
Just as the 2 bearded men got rough, a gang of desert rats charged in. It was a free-for-all with me in the middle. I went out for the count and woke up in a deserted tower with a dame named Farada. She tried to dig some information, too.
You've had quite a day.
Oh, listen, will you, Sam? The desert gang in Farada were taking orders from somebody they call El Kahira.
El Kahira? Is that quite everything, Jordan?
Well, up to now it is, but there'll be plenty more.
Let me suggest that you go back to your cafe and have a good sleep. I trust that you will not need an escort.
I wasn't sure how much of my story Sam believed. All I knew was he bit his tongue at the mention of El Kahira, and there must have been a reason. Outside, I hadn't gone 10 steps when I spotted Farada in a doorway across the street. A couple of more white-robed shadows planted a few doors down. I stepped it up, and when I saw they were following, I took cover in a bar half a block down. It was an old friend seated alone near the door. Bill Harder, crack reporter of the Cairo Mail. I figured he could help me, so I joined him. He was a couple of drinks ahead of me.
Man, what happened to your face, Rocky? Somebody step on it?
Yeah, supposing I said somebody did.
It wouldn't surprise me. The scrapes you get into. Now, give me a scoop on the next one, will you?
Sure. Next time I mix with El Cahira, I'll let you know.
No, I wouldn't wish that on you. Hey, guys, take care of my boy here.
Short beer's off. Hey, by the way, El Cahira means something, doesn't it? The victorious?
Yeah, that's right. The original name of Cairo, named after the planet Cahir. It's the Egyptian name for Mars.
And this El Cahira appropriated the name for himself.
Yeah. Talk about delusions of grandeur. He's got it. Hey, what brought him up?
You did.
I did? Maybe so. You know, I need somebody like him around. I've met a decent story in weeks. Oh, here, I'm paying.
Oh, thanks. What's this El Cahira like, Bill?
Oh, he's a screwball end 'em all, Rocky. Pretender to the throne of Egypt.
You got any reasons?
Oh, sure. Claims he's a direct descendant of the first king of Egypt. Way back 6,000 years. I think he really believes it.
Modern pharaoh, huh?
Oh, before even the pharaohs. You know, Rocky, there's an old legend among the nomadic tribes that they were the original inhabitants of Egypt. They were dispossessed and forced to wander the desert.
And El Cahira's going to lead them back, that is?
Yeah. There are always a few tribes around willing to make trouble, and Cahira seems to know how to stir them up.
You, any idea where he is now?
Who knows? He's been in and out of trouble for years, but he always seems to come back. He could be a dangerous man.
He and his queen.
Farada, yeah. She's as screwy as he is. Hey, you going already, Rocky?
Yeah. Go back to your desk, Bill. I may have a story for you.
How's that, Rocky? Hey, that's not the way to the door.
I want to speak to the cook. So long, Bill. I did say hello to the cook, but I had other reasons for going out the back way. Namely, Farada and her crew hanging around out front. I knew if I didn't want a lot of characters on my trail, from now on I'd have to clear things up fast. So I quick went to the Nile Boat Registry office for information.
In a minute, gent. I'm very busy.
Well, we all are.
Left alone to make out all these reports.
I suppose we speed it up.
Everybody likes to be in a hurry.
There's a sail scow called the Water Nymph. Who's it belong to?
Hold your horse, gent. I'll look it up. Everybody in the office goes to the Nile but me. Just because I'm a Greek does not mean I do not like celebrations. What was that boat? What?
The Water Nymph, under W.
Water Nymph. That belongs to Malik Bey. Goodbye, gent.
All right, hold it. Who's Malik Bey?
Malik Cotton Growers, Heliopolis Road.
One more thing. Has the boat been reported missing?
Oh, no. Does that mean I have to make out another report?
Oh, skip it. Happy holiday, gent. It was a little after 4 when I went out onto the street. The crowds were swarming up from the waterfront. It was festive Cairo at its best. Limousines and camels, pashas and beggars, women in slacks and women with veils. I was just about to move on when I saw the flash in the sunlight. A knife stuck quivering inches deep in the doorpost by my head. The 2 fleeing figures vanished quickly into the milling crowd. I'd seen both of them before that day. It was Shadrach and his pal Jabba. Trying to follow would have wasted time, so I got to my car and honked my way out the Avenue de la Reine and onto the Heliopolis Road. And just before sunset, I pulled in under a big sign on the outskirts of town. Malik Cotton Growers, and up a driveway to the spacious home. There, I was directed to a rambling warehouse behind. At the warehouse door, I was met by a man sporting a pencil mustache and a red fez. I'm looking for Malik Bey.
I am Malik Bey. And you?
The name is Jordan.
Oh. What do you want?
I'm wondering if you had a man named Shufa working for you.
Oh, yes. What about him?
He sent you a message.
A message?
He wants you to know he did his best.
I do not understand. What are you talking about?
Didn't you know? Your man's dead. I found him shot and dying on your boat.
Oh, that's most regrettable. I did not know, Mr. Jordan.
But maybe you know what it's about. Huh?
No, these things happen. There has been discord among my workers, a personal matter, perhaps. Did Shufa say anything else, Mr. Jordan?
No, only he was concerned about the cargo. All I could see was some small bales of cotton in the cabin.
Well, perhaps it explains part of it. Stealing cotton is nothing new, but a small loss.
Well, you have some left, eh?
Oh, excellent humor, Mr. Jordan. Come inside the warehouse. You shall see. Now observe, Mr. Jordan. Premium Egyptian cotton ready for the world's markets.
Yeah. You keep it here long?
No, it is already being moved.
You see, the August harvest was over only 3 weeks ago, just ahead of the Nile season.
I'm just thinking.
Yes?
With so much cotton being moved and with boating events on the river, this would be a safe time to do a smuggling job inside the cotton bales.
Perhaps. I would not know.
Oh, by the way, have you been losing money in the cotton market?
That is a most personal question, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, forget it. Well, thanks for the deluxe tour, Malik Bey.
A pleasure. You were most gracious to bring me the sad news of Shufa's death.
He walked with me to my car and watched as I drove out to the main road. But I didn't go far. Just beyond the hill, I parked, took a heavy screwdriver from the car, got out and left the road, circling back. I'd noticed how Malik Bey kept steering me away from a certain padlocked door. I found an open entrance back of the warehouse, and it was just a few more steps to the door I wanted in. It isn't much of a trick to break a padlock if you know how. You just insert the screwdriver, give it a twist, and that's all. I was inside a large room. In the dim light, I could see some bats and all sorts of equipment that didn't mean anything. But stacked along the wall, I saw what I wanted. Small bales of cotton like those I'd seen on the boat. Only these were dry. I took one and broke it open. There was nothing inside. I tried some more, and they were the same. I was stumped. I'd been sure it was a smuggling job. Well, if there wasn't anything inside the bales, it had to be the cotton itself. I stood there rubbing my hand over it, and then I saw something. I rubbed again, harder. A phosphorescent glow followed in my hand's path, and all at once it clicked. It made sense now. Right away, I wanted more words with Malik Bey. I started back into the main room of the warehouse, but I didn't have to go far. Malik Bey was running wildly toward me, looking back over his shoulder. The 2 shots had found their mark. Malik Bey stumbled, fell forward to the floor, rolled over at my feet, face up. It didn't take a second look to see he was very dead. And there in the middle of the warehouse, flanked by her men from the desert, gun in hand, stood Farada.
Mr. Jordan, so still you do not forget.
I'm just beginning to learn some things.
I fear that now it will do you little good.
That mean you're using the gun again?
It is not mine to decide.
Good girl, Farada. Still take orders from the big boy, huh?
All Egypt shall obey him soon.
Yeah, I'd like to meet His Majesty sometime.
El Kahira. El Kahira comes.
El Kahira.
Farada, who is this who does not bow down before me?
It is the man Jordan, my master.
So, it is the foolhardy one who hesitates to tell what he knows.
I'm ready to tell it now, El Kahira.
Now it is too late.
I can figure your tie-up with Malik. He had the cotton, he needed money, so he just decided to expand operations. He moved in a lot of equipment, nitric acid and so on, into that big room. Began manufacturing a high explosive. It's called gun cotton. It's a lot safer to handle while it's wet.
Indeed, your tongue has been loosened.
It's all in there, including plenty of gun cotton. You made a good buyer for his stuff. Only what happened? Did Malik start backing down?
Suddenly he was in great fear of the authorities. Did he not know that I am the law?
You got an awful lot to prove.
The proof is in the doing. Soon at my bidding, the legions of the desert will arise.
And I don't have to guess where the gun cotton comes in.
Consider, if you will, the effect of a few bombs strategically placed at certain dams far to the south. Dams which control the flow of the river.
You're making it sound pretty big.
Egypt is the Nile. The Nile is Egypt. The economy of the land will be disrupted. There will be chaos.
All you're doing, huh, El Kahira? That makes you king.
As you say. And after wandering the desert as outcast these many centuries, my people return to the land that is rightfully theirs.
And you're telling me because I don't get to see it, huh?
Most truly spoken. Farada, you have the gun.
At your command, my master.
Then you will raise it quickly.
El Kahira!
Who is without?
It is the Bayabé of the police.
El Kahira! You are surrounded. The law charges you with murder and revolution. Will you come out peaceably?
We will never yield.
But, my master, we have no choice.
Enough. We will fight to the end. We are as naught before destiny. Should we fail, another will arise.
You have spoken, my master.
My subjects, to the windows. Fight to the dead.
The desert men turned, and as Farada wavered, I saw my chance. I grabbed the gun from her hand and made for the open door. As I went out, it slammed behind me, and I kept running till I landed behind a watering trough where Sam Sabaya waited.
Down, Jordan, quickly.
Watch that man, Sam. He's wild.
El Kahira! This is your last chance!
There was no answer from inside. Sam motioned his men surrounding the building to stay covered. And that's how we waited in silence for what seemed like a long time. I had an idea what would happen, and all at once it came.
Even though he dies, El Kahira lives forever!
With the blast, a sheet of flame rose from the roof, and all at once the big warehouse caved into an inferno. Suddenly, they were all gone. El Kahira, the self-styled god of war, had died as fantastically as he had lived.
In a moment, Rocky Jordan returns to conclude tonight's story. There's nothing like a good old backyard barbecue with juicy hamburgers sizzling on the open grill and Del Monte catsup close at hand. But let's join Mr. and Mrs. Connell out in the yard.
Now, take it easy, Bob. For a man who likes a medium well, you're in an awful big hurry.
Yeah, I know, but the smell of those onions, oh, I can hardly wait.
Okay. Grab that bun over there.
Uh-huh.
Now, all set?
No, one thing missing. Where's the catsup?
Why, you don't think I'd forget that, do you? Del Monte catsup? Here it is. Why, no hamburger would be complete without it.
That's right, Mrs. Connell. That final touch that makes a hamburger a super burger is Del Monte catsup. Yes, Del Monte catsup has a distinct flavor all its own. A lively, zesty, spiced tomato goodness that's a real flavor treat. So see what its wonderful, rich tomato flavor can do for all the main course foods you serve so often. We know you'll like it. And here's good news. Del Monte catsup actually costs less than many other quality brands. So remember, for flavor first, look for Del Monte catsup. Your grocer has it. Back now to Rocky Jordan.
Well, the minute we got back to town, I called my reporter friend Bill Harder and gave him the scoop I'd promised him. Sam kept me with him as he went about Cairo checking El Kahira's venture. Finally, we stood at the foot of the Sharia Bendur, looking into the dark across the river.
Yes. It should not be too difficult to understand why the boatman was killed.
It all fits, Sam. Malik Bey had lost too much money in the cotton market. To recoup his fortune, he expanded operations making gun cotton, which is slightly illegal.
Slightly illegal, to say the least, Jordan.
He found a good buyer in El Kahira, but he found out too late what Kahira was up to, and that the police were closing in. So he decided to call it all off.
But in the meantime, Shufa was sailing with the first delivery. Obviously, Malik Bey sent his men here to the shore to signal Shufa to turn back.
Yeah, that's it. Trouble was, El Kahira had a boat following to make sure of delivery. When Shufa turned, they shot him and picked up the boat while I was phoning you, and then both sides came after me.
Well, we will find the lost cargo in good time. Shall we go, Jordan?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, El Kahira's no more problem.
No. He chose to end his life as fantastically as he lived it. Instead of fighting, he committed suicide.
And like Bill Harder said, he may have been screwy, but he was sure dangerous.
Are not all power-mad people dangerous, Jordan?
You're right, Sam. But I wonder about that legend that says the nomads once owned Egypt.
Unsubstantiated by any historical fact. A pure fabrication.
Like that boat I saw in the river, Sam?
Jordan, will you join me for coffee?
For the finest in tomato flavor, enjoy the whole family of Del Monte tomato products.
Del Monte catsup and chili sauce.
Del Monte tomato sauce and canned tomatoes.
And Del Monte tomato juice.
And remember, buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Rocky Jordan, written by Gomer Cole and Larry Roman, stars Jack Moyles in the title role with Jay Novello as Sam Sabaya, and is produced and directed by Cliff Howell, with original music composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Remember, you have a date next week at the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Same time, same station. And the story is Adventure with Adelaide. Want to brighten up a simple meal? Del Monte Fruit Cocktail has just the glamour that can do it. Just serve it as is for a sparkling first course or as a gay salad or a dessert. Yes, let the wonderful flavor of Del Monte Fruit Cocktail go to work for you. Larry Thor speaking. Rocky Jordan is presented over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Moon, I'm glad you called. Now, I'll have to take a rain check, Angel. I've got a date for bridge. Some card I know thinks he can trump another man's queen, and with the Joker wild, the game can be murdered.
Once again, the adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the King of Hearts.
It's late afternoon in New York, and a handsome gent named Johnny King steps out of the elevator at the Carlton.
This way, please.
In the lead is an enterprising bellhop named Billy Matthews, carrying 2 light pieces of luggage. It seems like nothing to Billy, but in just a minute he's going to have his hands full.
This is it, Mr. King. If you'll wait till I turn on the lights.
Hey, it's all right.
Would you, like me to open the window?
Not a bad idea.
Okay.
Hey, it's quite a sight. They look like ants down there, don't they?
Yes, sir.
Maybe that's what they are. Look at them run. Most of them don't even know where they're going.
I suppose not. Will there be anything else, Mr. King?
No. Oh, wait a second. What's your name?
Billy Matthews.
You look like a bright boy, Billy. I bet you don't miss much that goes on around here.
Oh, I keep my eyes open.
How'd you like to make yourself $20?
What would I have to do?
Well, New York's a new town to me. I need someone to show me the ropes.
What are you interested in?
Women.
Women?
Mm-hmm. Well, it figures. There must be a lot of rich dames living in a place like this. You must know them all.
I'll get you, Mr. King.
For instance, who was the gal that got off the elevator as I came in?
Good-looking blonde, about 5'3".
That's the one.
Her name is Grace Burton.
Miss or Mrs.?
Mrs.?
Mm-hmm. Judging by that mink she was wearing, I'd say Papa was loaded.
He is.
What's he do?
I don't know.
1 double or 20?
He's a gambler.
Suppose Mr. Burton's away from home a good deal.
Uh-huh.
What does he bank?
Well, after all, Mr. King, you couldn't expect me to know.
It's worth another 40.
Federal Trust on Park Avenue.
I knew I picked the right boy. All right, kid, you got yourself $80. You want to go for 160?
What can I lose?
I warn you, this is going to be tough. I want to know Mrs. Burton's maiden name, where she went to school, who her friends are, what they do. In short...
You want a complete case history.
You think you can handle it?
Well, you see, 160 is a tough number to remember. If you could make it an even 2, I could practically guarantee results.
Oh, you're quite a chiseler.
Well, I don't intend to be a bellhop all my life.
I can see that. Okay, Billy, you got yourself a deal. Now, let's see you deliver. Yeah.
Mr. King, this is Billy Matthews.
Hiya, Billy. What's the score?
We're leading, 3-0. Mrs. Burton's maiden name was Grace Sherman.
Grace Sherman,
Yeah, she went to Clinton High School in Chicago.
What about college?
2 years at Northwestern. Her best friend was an Alice Gordon.
You must have been reading her mail.
No more than I had to. It's pretty dull.
What does she do to keep occupied?
Nothing much. Matinees, shopping, the usual gook. But at 4 o'clock every day, you'll find her in a cocktail lounge downstairs.
Alone?
Yeah, she drinks Smirnoff.
That's good to know. Well, wish me luck, kiddo. I'm off to the races.
Waiter. Waiter.
I'll be right with you, Mrs. Burton. Grace Sherman.
What?
Well, if you're not a sight for sore eyes.
I beg your pardon.
Well, aren't you Grace Sherman?
Well, that was my maiden name.
So you went and did it,
Now, look, mister.
Am I being snubbed or don't you recognize
I'm afraid
me?
I don't.
I'm Johnny King.
Johnny King?
We went to Clinton High together.
It's funny that I don't remember.
Well, you did go to Clinton.
Yes.
And as I recall, you and Alice Gordon went to Northwestern for a couple of years afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I suppose I should be ashamed of myself.
Well, I'm an easy man to forget.
No, I wouldn't imagine so.
Take my word for it. I've lived with me for 38 years. But if you'd rather...
No, please, stay, Mr.
You see, you've forgotten again. King, Johnny King.
Won't you join me?
Only if you let me buy you a drink. Waiter.
Monsieur?
2 Smirnoff vodkas.
Oh, you have a fantastic memory.
Well, I've forgotten very little about you, Grace. Tell me, what have you been doing with yourself these last few years?
Well, for one thing, I got married.
Anyone I know?
No, I don't think so. He's from New York. His name is Vic Burton.
What's he do?
Oh, a little of this and that. He's out of town at the moment.
And he lets a gorgeous creature like you run around loose?
Oh, yes.
Serve him right if he lost you.
I don't think there's much danger in that.
You never know.
Your drinks, monsieur?
Thanks. Let's have 2 more of the same.
Oh, really, Johnny?
Look, we got to make up for lost time. Go on, waiter.
Oui, monsieur.
To us, Grace. I got a feeling that this time you won't ever forget me. Want to go through the park again, Grace?
I
up to
say,
you.
Let's go on forever.
Keep going, Kelly.
You know, Johnny, this is the first time I've ever ridden in a hansom cab. It never occurred to Vic.
You hear from him lately?
Yes, he wired. He's got reservations on the Super Chief for Friday.
Well, that gives us 5 days. I guess we ought to be grateful for small favors.
Why couldn't I go on seeing you?
For one thing, I've run out of money.
You what?
Well, I only intended to stay in town for a week, but meeting you messed up my plans.
How long would you stay if you had the money?
That's a pretty ridiculous question.
How long would you stay?
As long as you wanted me to. If you weren't married...
Yes?
Oh, what difference does it make?
I want to know, Johnny.
Grace, I'm crazy about you. I never met anyone before who hit me the way you did.
I'm glad, because that's how I feel, too.
Grace.
When Vic comes home, I'm going to tell him.
No, you mustn't.
Why not?
Because it wouldn't be any use. You see, I'm married, too.
You're married?
Don't look at me like that. I can't get a divorce. She's in an insane asylum.
Oh, no.
Happened 4 years ago when she lost the baby.
Oh, you poor darling.
Oh, that's the way it works out sometimes. So, I guess it's back to Chicago for yours truly.
No. No, I won't let you go. I'll give you the money.
What kind of a heel do you take me for?
Consider it a loan.
No.
Please, Johnny, please. If you love me.
That's the one argument I can't answer. All right, Grace. I'll do what you want.
That you, Grace?
Yes, Vic.
Where you been?
Shopping. Oh, I've got to get off my feet. You wouldn't believe how jammed the stores are.
I should have imagined they'd have locked the doors and just waited on you.
Hmm?
Would have paid them. In case you haven't kept tabs, you wrote $18,000 worth of checks last month.
I what?
Well, isn't this your signature? They're all made out to cash.
What's wrong with it?
Nothing, but I'd like to know where the money went.
Oh, various things.
For example,
Well, how can you expect me to remember?
well, if I spent 18 grand, I would.
Don't you trust me?
Of course.
Then why the third degree?
Well, after all, baby, $18,000.
There you go, harping on that again. Well, if you must know, I lost it gambling.
You lost it gambling?
Yes. Why should you have all the fun?
It isn't fun with me, sweetie. It's business. Who'd you drop the money to?
I won't tell you.
But you don't even have the faintest notion how to place a bet.
Are you calling me a liar?
No, I didn't mean it that way, but I got a right to know.
Look, if you think I'm going to sit here while you make like Mr. District Attorney...
Grace, where are you going? Grace!
That's the story, Mike. When I asked Grace about the dough, she claimed she lost it gambling. Well, I want to know where that money went.
Look, Vic, if you expect me to play I Spy on your wife...
I know how you feel about this kind of a case, but I wouldn't ask you to touch it if I've got the feeling Grace got herself involved in something she can't handle.
You feel there's another man in the picture?
I'll lay 8-5. You think you can find out his name, what he does for a living?
Well, judging by those checks, I'd say he's promoting Grace.
If he is, it's my fault.
Now, let's not be noble.
I mean it. What kind of a life is it for a girl to be married to a gambler? With me traipsing all over the country, no wonder she got lonely.
Well, assuming I find this man, what do you intend to do about it?
It all depends. If he's the right guy...
How could he be? And take money from your wife?
Maybe he's in a jam. Happens now and then.
You're a strange bird, Vic.
I'm no kid, Mike. I've been around. Maybe I was wrong getting married in my racket, but I did. And anything Grace wants, she can have. If she wants this guy...
She can have him, too.
With 6 points. I'll get to work on it like a good boy. Just let me know the score.
Taxi! Hey, taxi! Take me to... wait a minute. Hey, you.
Me?
Yeah. Why don't we share the cab and save some dough?
How's that again?
Well, aren't you tailing me?
And if I was, Johnny, I wasn't doing too good a job.
And I thought the Falcon was the best in the business.
I thought so, too. Obviously, we were both wrong.
Obviously. You working for Vic Burton?
Would it do me any good to deny it?
Not a bit. But you can tell your client his troubles are all over. I'm giving Grace back to him.
Well, that's nice of you.
Well, that's the sort of guy I am. Yeah, from here on in, he's got nothing to worry about. Of course, it cost him a few pennies, but think of the lesson he learned.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, Johnny, I've got a hunch you've got yours to learn yet. Take care of yourself, fella. Wish I had time to.
Come.
Hello, Mr. King.
What are you doing here, Billy?
I hear you checking out.
Oh, where'd you hear that from?
Desk clerk?
Mistaken.
Oh, I'm sure glad to hear that, Johnny.
Johnny, hey, you this friendly with all the guests?
Are you this friendly with all the bellhops?
Billy, you're wasting your time here. A boy like you could really go places.
I like it here. I was wondering...
Hey, beat it.
You expecting company?
Go on, I said beat it.
Just as you say, Mr. King.
John.
Hello, Mrs. Burton.
Oh, hello, Billy.
You sure I can't do anything else for you, Mr. King?
No, you've done enough already.
Well, you know me. Always glad to be of service. If you need anything, yell.
Darling, I'm sorry I broke in on you.
It wasn't smart, Grace.
I couldn't help myself. You've got to take me away.
Why? What's up?
Vic's gone to Mike Waring.
So I discovered.
You know?
Yeah, I ran into him this morning. Well, you can't say that my timing is bad. I had a feeling the party was over.
You're joking.
Look, Grace, it's time you open those beautiful blue eyes to the facts of life. I'm not a very nice guy.
But, Johnny,
No, it's true. You see, honey, I got only one talent, if you can call it that. I'm a pretty fair-looking boy. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not conceited about it. It's my stock in trade. Now, it's time to move the shop to another spot.
No. No, I won't let you go.
Now, let's not be silly.
I mean it, Johnny. I won't let you. I'll kill you first.
Now, you wouldn't do that, would you? You were just talking to hear yourself talk. Isn't that right?
Oh, Johnny. Johnny, don't leave me.
I'm sorry, baby. But it was nice while it lasted. This is Mr. King in 912. Billy Matthews around there?
I'll have to check the bell captain. Will you hold on?
Yeah, well, hurry it up, will you? Love her when you're near me.
Mr. King.
Yeah.
I'm afraid he's busy. Will one of the other bellhops do?
No, I want him. Look, as soon as you locate him, tell him to...
Oh! Mr. King.
Hello, Mike.
Well, if it isn't Sergeant Corbett.
Well, don't tell me I wasn't expected.
Well, you were overdue. Haven't seen you in a week. Sit down.
What's the point? Only be getting up again. You know of Vic Burton?
Yeah, I just finished a little job for him.
Did said job entail getting the lowdown on the late Johnny King?
What do you mean, the late Johnny King?
Well, what do people generally mean when they say the late? He's dead. He was gunned an hour ago.
And you think...
I think the job you did for Vic Burton supplied the motive. You're a real helpful kid, Mike. Isn't it a crime all your good deeds turn out to be murder?
2 hours have passed since Mike Waring's client was nominated by the police as chief suspect for the murder of Johnny King. Now at headquarters, we find Vic Burton declining the honor with little thanks.
What are you trying to do, frame me? Well, it won't work. I never even heard of this Johnny King.
It won't wash, Vic. Corbett knows I tailed him for you.
Thanks. Maybe I can do something for you someday.
Don't be a chump, Burton. He had to tell us.
Well, the whole thing's ridiculous. I never used a gun in my life. I wouldn't know how.
I believe they include directions in every package. All you got to do is follow them.
You're crazy.
You knew King was romancing your wife.
That's a lie. They were just friends.
Well, his friendship came pretty high. I understand it cost you $18,000.
I tell you, I didn't kill him.
No, you hired a pro to do the job.
How do you know that, Corbett?
A bellboy at the hotel named Billy Matthews spotted him. About 10 minutes before the shooting, he saw some character wearing a raincoat and carrying an umbrella get off at King's floor. He thought it was queer.
What's so queer about that?
It wasn't raining.
Oh. And on the basis of that, you're ready to book Burton?
Why, you got a better suspect?
Sure, I can think of a dozen. Did you talk to his wife?
Well, you feel she could have been responsible?
You're out of your mind. Where's her motive?
Well, suppose she was in love with this King character.
Now, you're barking up the wrong tree, Corbett. If she was in love with him, she certainly wouldn't have had him killed. Unless...
Well?
I just thought of something.
Wait a minute, Mike. Keep away from Grace.
Now, you're asking the impossible, Vic.
Those are orders. If you can't follow them, you're fired.
Well, I always wanted to go into business for myself. I'll be seeing you, fellas. Hello, Mrs. Burton.
Who are you?
Mike Waring.
Oh?
I take it Vic mentioned my name. May I come in?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Sit down, won't you? Did you see Vic?
Yes, not more than 10 minutes ago. He's in a bad spot, Angel.
He didn't kill Johnny.
And there's only one way to convince the police.
How?
Give him a better suspect. You got any nominations?
No.
You wouldn't care to volunteer for the post yourself.
What?
Well, you were in love with Johnny.
I don't deny that.
Suppose he packed you in.
Why should he?
He did it to other women.
You're lying.
Oh, you mean you didn't know?
What was there to know? That's not true.
You going to stick to that story?
Why shouldn't I?
Because if I can disprove it, it's going to look awful sad for you.
Get out of here.
Look, Grace, I'm not enjoying this any more than you are. But unless I can dig up another suspect, Vic is going to fry.
No.
Yes. Now, do you think he killed Johnny?
No.
Well, then who does that leave?
I thought you were the detective.
Well, thanks for reminding me. I'll get busy on it right away.
Right, boy.
Excuse me, you Billy Matthews?
Yeah, that's right.
Glad to know you. I'm Mike Waring.
Who?
Mike Waring.
You're not the one they call the Falcon.
Yeah, but don't breathe it to a soul.
Gee, this is a real pleasure, Mr. Waring. You working on a Johnny King murder?
Mm-hmm. Where can we talk?
Well, I'm on duty now.
Well, can't you knock off for 5 minutes? It's worth a fin if...
Well,
Go on, take it.
I don't want you to think I was holding you up.
Never entered my mind. Where can we go?
There's a place behind the elevator. Hey, Norris, take over my station, will you? I have to help this gentleman here. How does this suit you?
Oh, this is fine. Smoke?
Thanks. I can't tell you what a bang I'm getting out of this. I always wanted to be a private dick myself.
Well, forget it. I got a feeling what with tips and jips, you do better here.
Yeah, but it must be exciting.
No, most of the time it's real dull. How well did you know Mr. King?
Well enough. He was a big sport.
Heavy tipper, huh?
You betcha.
How did he meet Grace Burton?
I couldn't say.
I get $20 that says you're too modest.
Well...
$20, Billy. That's not to be sneezed at even by a bellhop.
It was all my fault.
Come again?
When he first registered here, he saw Mrs. Burton. He told me he thought he knew her from someplace. I guess I let him pump me.
It's hard to believe.
Huh?
You're a shrewdy, Billy. I can't see Johnny getting anything out of you that you didn't want to give.
How much did he pay you?
Oh, now, you gotta understand, Mr. Waring. We bellboys don't do as well as you think. I gotta supply my own uniforms.
Yeah, and you got a widowed mother in Flatbush to support, I know. Did Johnny see much of Grace Burton?
Practically every day. He really went for her. She was nuts about him.
They ever fight?
Not that I know of.
You sure?
Positive. About an hour before he was bumped, I saw them together, and they were real lovey-dovey.
Oh, well, that kind of knocks my hunch in the head.
Huh?
Skip it. Listen, Billy, here's my card.
Uh-huh.
Now, if you think of anything else, lift the phone, huh?
Yeah, sure will. It was very interesting seeing you operate.
Yeah, I told you it was real dull.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Waring. You gave me a couple of ideas. Maybe someday they'll come in handy.
Yes.
Hello, Mrs. Burton.
I didn't call for a bellboy.
I know. I just dropped by to let you know all the fellas think it's a shame about your husband.
Oh, well, thank them for me, Billy.
I sure will. Oh, the cops are nuts. Mr. Burton wouldn't hurt a fly. Why, he never even said 2 words to Mr. King.
Did you tell that to the police?
What do you take me for, a blabbermouth? If I wanted to talk, I could tell plenty. Me and Johnny got along.
Johnny?
Yeah. Didn't you know we were real close? How do you think he found out about you?
How?
I got him the dope. You ought to keep your drawers locked.
Why, you little sneak.
I wouldn't try that again, Mrs.
Now,
B.
get out of here.
If I do, I'll go straight to Mike Waring. Suppose I told him you and Mr. King had a beef.
What?
I heard you threaten to kill him when he sloughed you off.
You're lying.
You know better. I was parked right outside his door. Of course, I could always have amnesia, but that'll cost you real dough.
What do you call real dough, Billy?
$5,000?
Don't be a fool. I haven't got that kind of money.
Are you kidding? You and your husband have a joint checking account at the Federal Trust.
You don't miss a trick, do you?
No, not a one. So start writing. And since you might have trouble spelling my name, just make it payable to cash.
Four, 1, 1, 3.
Homicide, Corbett.
Hi, Sergeant.
Who's this?
Now, who else would it be?
Oh, I was afraid of that. Did you see Mrs. Burton?
Yep,
What'd you find out?
nothing.
I told you were wasting your time.
Well, I'm more convinced than ever that Vic didn't kill Johnny King.
I'd like to see a little proof.
Well, there must be something in King's past that supplies the motive.
Oh, you're reaching, pal.
Well, it figures that in his lifetime he must have offended many a husband.
And you think one of them finally caught up with him while he was messing with Grace Burton?
I do.
How convenient.
Well, does it hurt to check?
You tell me how. He had no record.
What did you find in his room?
You want a complete inventory?
Yes.
8 custom-tailored suits, 4 pairs of shoes, 19 shirts, 6 of the monogram.
No. Never mind that. Did he keep a diary?
There wasn't a scrap of paper in the joint.
Well, I don't get it. Hold it, Sergeant. I've got company. Yes, come in.
Listen, Mike, if you're all through...
Well, I'm not. I'll be with you in just... Oh.
Hello, Mike. Hey, what's going on there? Hello. Hello.
15 minutes ago, Mike's phone call to Sergeant Corbett was interrupted by a shot, whereupon the good sergeant hustled over and discovered the reason for the disconnect.
All right, Mike, here, take a swig of this.
No.
You must be hurt real bad to turn this down. It's bonded.
Huh? Oh, Corbett.
Why don't you ask me what happened?
I don't have to. I was here. Oh, who taped my ribs?
Me.
You made it too tight.
Oh, that's gratitude for you. Did you get a look at the party?
No, I didn't have a chance.
Wonder what he had against you. Not that I can't think of a dozen reasons.
So can I. Must be getting close to the truth.
From what you told me, you weren't getting close to anything.
Well, this proves Vic Burton couldn't have killed King.
Does it?
Well, it figures the same one who killed Johnny shot me.
So?
So Vic's in stir, isn't he?
Aren't you forgetting the queer duck in the raincoat the bellboy saw?
You think Vic sent him around to knock me off? Why should he?
To unsuspicion himself.
Oh, you're out of your mind.
Well, then who do you think was responsible?
I have no idea, but if you'll help me into my coat, we'll see Grace Burton. Maybe she'll provide a little inspiration.
hello, Mrs. Burton.
Are you back again, Billy?
Ah, that's no way to talk. Come up here to do you a favor.
Don't bother.
Well, if that's the way you feel.
No, wait a minute. What is it?
If I was you, I'd be real careful when I use a phone. They got a bug on it.
A bug?
It's tapped. I think your friend Mike Waring is responsible. What'd you tell him anyway?
None of your business.
Now, look, I can't protect you if I don't know. I'm only... You expecting someone?
No.
Well, thanks again, Mrs. Burton. If you want the papers, please let me know.
Hello, Billy.
Oh, Mr. Waring, I was just on my way out.
Stick around. We're going to have a ball.
But I got to get back to work.
It'll keep.
What's the meaning of this?
You know Sergeant Corbett?
Sure she does.
I still would like to know.
Corbett and I thought you might be interested in the latest developments. An hour ago, someone took a shot at me.
Oh, obviously. They missed.
No, I make a real neat bandage.
Well, anyway, it came from the same gun that killed Johnny King.
Well, then that proves that Vic didn't do it.
That's what I claim. But Corbett here is still holding out for the queer little duck in the raincoat.
The one I saw?
Yeah, tell me some more about him, Billy.
Nothing more to tell. He was about 5'3" or 4", kind of chubby.
Mm-hmm. Well, why didn't you question him when you saw him loitering in the hall?
Well, I thought maybe he was a guest in a hotel.
And, of course, you wouldn't risk offending.
Look, I got to get back to work.
Now, what's your hurry? You always said you wanted to see how a detective operates. Well, latch on, kid. I'm operating. Now, what do we know for sure? Party named Johnny King was murdered, so the first question is, who done it?
I say Vic Burton.
I say you're wrong. What was his motive?
Revenge.
That's not true.
I'm inclined to agree with you, Grace. Want to make it unanimous, Billy?
I wasn't paying attention.
Well, you should. We're going to ask questions later. I submit the motive was money.
What are you talking about?
You gave me a list of the stuff you found in Johnny's room. What happened to the 18 grand Grace turned over to him?
You must have banked it.
And why didn't you find the passbook?
Huh?
No, a guy like Johnny would keep that money on him for a fast getaway. Right, Billy?
How should I know?
Well, you should, if anyone would. You killed him.
Well, you're nuts. I swear on the Bible.
Now,
I
save
have
it for court. All right, Corbett, what are you standing there with your mouth open for? Close it and make like a cop. What's the matter, Sergeant? You don't look happy.
Oh, I ain't. When I think how that Billy Matthews had me fooled.
Yeah, well, he was a real cutie. Imagine holding me up for $25 and him with 18 grand stashed away.
Oh, 23.
Hmm?
You're forgetting the 5 he got shaking down Mrs. Burton.
Oh, yeah. Well, Billy believed in making the most of his opportunities. As soon as he discovered King was checking out, he figured it was time to act. He knew no one would notice a bellboy around the hotel, so he went up to Johnny's room and let him have it.
And the queer-looking duck in the rain color.
That was a figment of his imagination.
You know, I could almost overlook his killing Johnny, but there's one thing I can't forgive him for.
What's that?
Taking that shot at you.
Oh, why, Sergeant, I never dreamed you cared.
I don't. I'm just sorry he missed.
Oh.
Good night, Mike.
Oh, hi, Inspector Faraday. Had enough of your office tonight?
Yeah, Rollins. I'm going home, get a good night's sleep.
You sure earned it today, Inspector.
Well, I guess it was the evidence we collected that's going to send Bill Thayer to prison. Yeah, we did a good job, Rollins. I'm proud of the department.
Thanks, Inspector.
Well, good night, Rollins. I'll see you in the morning.
Hey, Inspector, wait a minute. You aren't walking home, are you?
Yeah, I think I will. The air will do me good.
Well, maybe so, Inspector. Don't you think you better take a couple of the boys with you?
What for? I know my way home.
I know that, but what about the Bill Thayer mob?
Well, what about it?
What about it, Inspector? Thayer said he'd have his pals take care of you, and you know what that means.
Look, Rollins, if I worried about the threats I got from every guy I worked on, I wouldn't have time to do my job.
But Thayer's got a lot of friends, and he's out on bail.
So what? His threat doesn't mean a thing. And neither does he. Good night, Rollins, and don't get into any trouble.
Okay, Inspector. I wish you'd let a couple of boys go with you.
I get it, Rollins. You figure you'll be one of them. You'll get a little of my wife's home cooking. Some other time.
Inspector Faraday! Inspector Faraday! Hey, Smith, Thompson! Get in there! ambulance. Quick, they got Inspector Faraday, and they got him good.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Hello, Faraday, old pal.
Hello, Inspector.
Well, at last the flathead is flat on his back.
Oh, no. Get out of here, Blackie. This is a hospital, not an amusement park.
Well, I'm glad you told me. Haven't had so much fun in weeks. The nurse tells me you'll recover. Sorry, old man.
Oh, Blackie, will you stop joking?
Yes, maybe I should be sad about this, Mary. The nurse may be wrong. Maybe Faraday will live.
Yeah, I'll live all right, Blackie. Takes more than a couple of bullets to stop me, especially when they just graze me.
Really? Bullets can't stop you, but a simple question can all the time.
Oh, now, Blackie, you stop. You didn't come up here to tease the inspector.
No, I didn't. But let me enjoy myself before I tell him the bad news.
Bad news? What bad news?
Well, I might as well tell you now, Faraday. You probably haven't realized it yet, but this is one case I'm going to solve without interference from you.
Interference from me? You're the guy who's always getting in my way.
Oh, that's your opinion. Faraday, I'm going to get the guys who did this to you and get them all by myself. I'm going after that Thayer mob. Doesn't that make you happy?
Blackie, you stay out of this. I got him on that larceny charge, and I'll get Thayer for this, too. You lay off here.
Not very well.
Oh, Blackie, why don't you be honest with the inspector?
All right, Mary. I guess you're right. Listen, Faraday, I'm serious about this.
Yeah?
Maybe you and I have had our differences, but I don't like the idea of anyone shooting at you.
Yeah, all I want from you is two things. Stay away from Thayer, and leave me alone right now.
All right, Faraday, if that's the way you feel about it. Come on, Mary.
And don't come back, either one of you.
We won't, Faraday. I'll be too busy getting Thayer for trying to get you.
If I find out you're even down at Thayer's neighborhood, Blackie, I'll have you arrested.
What's the matter, jealous?
I'm jealous.
Inspector Faraday, what's the matter?
That guy there is what's the matter.
Well, the matter is leaving. So long, pal.
Inspector Faraday, I'm terribly sorry.
About what? About what?
I had no idea that man would upset you so. I wouldn't have let him in. I'm afraid seeing him has made you worse.
Made me worse? Don't be foolish. Seeing the way that guy really feels about me has made me feel a whole lot better.
Look, Jamesy, thanks to your stupidity and not knocking off Faraday, we don't dare stick our noses out of this room.
What do you mean, my stupidity? If you turned the car the way I told you to, Faraday'd be dead right now.
I couldn't turn the car the way we planned. There was a truck in the way.
Okay, so there was a truck. All I know is all I could do is spot Faraday and let him have it. Now, don't blame me because he's still alive. The way things worked, we were lucky to put him in a hospital.
Yes, and we're lucky if we don't end up in hospitals ourselves. The boss isn't going to like what we did.
I did the best I could.
You mean I didn't? Why, I ought to... Oh, wait a minute, Jamesy. We're both out of line, blowing our tops. Our nerves are going haywire.
Yeah, I guess that's it. Only you shouldn't have tried to put the rap on me for messing up the job.
I'm sorry. Guess the best thing we can do is think of a good story to tell the boss.
Yeah, you're right, Barnes. You think you'll give us a chance to talk?
I think so, if we talk fast. Uh-oh. It's probably the boss.
Maybe we better beat it, Barnes.
No, that won't do any good. Put your gun in your pocket. Keep it there.
All right.
Good. Come in. Come in.
Hello, Oh, you gentlemen are in, are you?
Well, yes, Mrs. Ackley. You don't want the rent again so soon, do you? Aren't we paid up?
Of course, Mr. Barnes. I just wanted to tell you a man phoned and left his number for you to call him back. I wrote it down.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot, Mrs. Atlee.
You're welcome. I hope I didn't disturb you, gentlemen.
That's all right.
It's okay.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Huh.
I'd like to see the telephone number, Jamesy.
Here. Recognize it?
Too well. It's the boss. Come on, we'd better call him up before he calls on us.
Come in.
Thanks for telling your pals outside to let me in, Thayer. I'd hate to have to break in to see you. Might make a bad impression.
I thought if you were fool enough to come to see me, Blackie, I ought to be smart enough to see you.
Look, I'm not going to stand around here and spar with you, Thayer. I'm here to see you about those two thugs of yours who fired 3 bullets into Inspector Faraday last night.
Yes, that's why I thought you were here. Now, how about leaving?
Oh, no.
Very well, I won't argue with you. I was prepared for this visit of yours. I hope you're prepared for the reception. Tony, Barker. What is it, Chief? Yeah, boss. Tony, Boston Blackie doesn't want to leave. Will you and Barker tell him you think he should? A pleasure. Sure, boss. Come on, Barker. You get him from that side. I'll get him from this.
Maybe it won't be as easy as you think, Tony.
What are you using for a fish, Blackie? A mosquito bite?
Oh.
Very good.
Oh, yeah?
You can take it. Here. I'll hit him your way, Barker. Oh, the table was in the way. He fell short. Push him over this way, Barker. Hey, Barker, don't let him hit back like that. He might get cute and think he can lick you. Oh, my God. You smashed the table on him, Barker. That junk off him. I'll finish him with a good right to the jaw. He's practically out now.
Not as out as you
Think, huh? How about this?
Oh.
Yeah, that did it, boss. That did it. Yeah, good. Now, take Blackie outside and toss him in the street. You like what we done to him, huh, boss? Yes, Tony, but I don't like what you did to my office. Now get busy and cart this broken furniture out of here. There's nothing I hate more than a mussed-up room.
Oh.
Now hold still, will you? Oh, that doesn't hurt so much.
Oh, brother. Oh, that water on my face feels sort of good, though, Mary.
Does it? Well, that's a nasty black eye you have, you know.
You mean I have only one black eye?
Just one black eye. One bruised face and one bump on the back of your head. What hit you, a train?
No, two trains. The Tony Flyer and the Barker Special. But I'm not through with them.
Now, you don't mean that you're going back there?
Oh, yes, I am, Mary. This just about proves Faraday was right. It is Thayer's mob who tried to kill him. Otherwise, Thayer wouldn't have given me such a, ungentlemanly treatment.
Just the same, it is foolish to go back there and try to see him.
Think so? Well, maybe I'd better think of something else.
I think so, too. Here, now let me dampen that cloth for your face again.
All right.
Uh-oh.
I'll get it, Mary.
Well, all right, but you lie back so that I can keep this cloth on your face.
Okay. Hello.
Hello, Blackie.
Yes, who's this?
This is Rawlins, Blackie. Sergeant Rawlins, respect.
Oh, yes, Rollins. How's Faraday?
That's what I'm calling you about, Blackie.
Huh? What's the matter? Did he take a turn for the worse?
Oh, I don't know what turn he took, Blackie. All I know is he didn't take it by himself.
What do you mean?
I mean, two unidentified men just kidnapped Faraday right out of the hospital. We can't find a trace of him anywhere.
Come in.
Hello, Blackie.
Well, Rocky Baldwin. Too bad you didn't come 10 minutes later. I'm on my way out.
What's your hurry, kid? Sit down.
My hurry is Inspector Faraday's been kidnapped, and I gotta find him. But aren't you in the wrong neighborhood, Rocky? I thought this was Thayer's side of town.
Yeah, but Thayer isn't going to mind my coming over here, as long as I don't try to cut in on him.
Then why are you over here?
This is why I'm over here, Blackie. To see you.
You mean the great Rocky Baldwin, tied with Thayer as the city's #1 racketeer, will stoop so low as to come to see me? Well, I'm glad I'm still nursing this face of mine, so I didn't miss this.
I've got a reason for wanting to see you, Blackie.
The usual one, I suppose. You want to try to scare me into doing something for you. Well, I don't scare. I got beaten up a little while ago because I don't scare.
Blackie, you got me wrong. I'm here because I want to help you. I know where Faraday is. Because I know who kidnapped him.
Who?
Thayer.
Yeah, I might have known. And you know where Thayer's keeping him?
Sure. In his hideout on Lane Street.
Uh-huh. Very interesting. Except for one thing, I don't believe it.
Why not?
Because why should you cross Thayer and help Faraday?
Oh, that's very simple. I don't like cops, of course, but Faraday is only one cop among many. But Thayer, well, he's the one man who stands in the way of my controlling this whole town. Understand?
When you put it that way, I'd be a fool if I didn't understand.
Well, you're no fool, Blackie. But better hurry and get your friend Faraday before Thayer finishes with him. And Thayer, you know, works fast.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Bill Thayer, gang leader, threatens death to Inspector Faraday if Faraday's evidence gets a conviction against him. Faraday is later shot at from a passing car, but is not badly wounded. Blackie, however, is determined to find out the men who shot the police inspector. So far, however, all he's managed to do is get himself beaten up. Then, to complicate matters, Faraday is kidnapped by two unknown men, and Rocky Baldwin, gangster, tips off Blackie that it is Thayer who has Faraday. As we return to our story, Rocky is talking to two of his mob.
Now listen, you two, and keep interrupting me with questions if you don't get what I'm saying, understand?
I get you, Rocky. Me too. What am I, a dummy or something?
All right, now listen. Jamesy, I sent you out to kill Faraday, but you bungled the job. You messed
I
it.
told you I was sorry about that. It was the car.
Never mind the car. Now, who is it that's getting blamed for trying to knock out Faraday? Well, who is it? Is it me?
Of course it ain't you, Rocky. It's Thayer. Everybody knows he threatened to give it to Faraday. So when you heard he threatened to bump the cop, you decided to have us do it, knowing Thayer would get the rap.
Sure, boss. We knock him off, Thayer gets blamed.
Right. Now, I got this Boston Blackie guy all steamed up that Thayer has Faraday hidden away. Blackie's on his way to get Thayer. Well, he's the guy who can do it, too. Blackie don't mess.
That means Thayer's due to get his any minute, and we take over the town. Good work, Rocky. You really fooled Blackie on this one.
Hold it, you two. Yeah? Rocky Baldwin speaking.
Oh, hello, Rocky. This is Blackie.
Oh, hi, Blackie. Say, why aren't you down on Lane Street getting Faraday away from Thayer?
I'll be down there soon enough. But you pulled a pretty cute trick, Rocky. I want to congratulate you.
What do you mean, Blackie? Thayer did kidnap Faraday. You'll see for yourself when...
I'm not talking about that, Rocky. I'm talking about who shot Faraday.
What, Thayer did, of course. Or did some of his men do it?
That's what you figured everybody would think when you sent Jamesy and Barnes out to kill the inspector, didn't you?
What are you talking about?
Don't be coy, Rocky. You know what I'm talking about.
I do not. Where'd you hear such nonsense?
From someone who should know, Rocky. From Jamesy himself.
Oh, from Jamesy.
Yes, he doesn't shoot too straight, but he certainly knows how to talk. Just thought you'd like to know that I knew. So long, pal.
Hey, Blackie. Blackie!
What's the matter, Rocky?
Oh, nothing much, Barnes. So, Jamesy, come here a minute.
Sure, Rocky. What's the matter?
Nothing at all. That was Blackie on the phone.
Going after Thayer, huh?
Yeah, right now. But he told me something about you.
He did? What?
Said you told him a little story.
I told him?
Yes. I'm awfully disappointed in you, Jamesy. You've been one of my favorite boys for a long time.
Well, thanks, Rocky. But I don't
You
know...
really shouldn't have talked to Blackie, Jamesy. It means I have to do this.
Oh, Rocky.
What's the idea?
Rocky, what you have to...
Rocky, what'd you kill Jamesy for?
He talked to Blackie. He told Blackie that we tried to kill Faraday.
Oh, no, Rocky, that was just a trick. I've been with Jamesy every minute since we shot Faraday, and he hasn't been near Blackie.
Oh. Oh, no? Oh, that's too bad. Looks as if maybe I've made a mistake.
Oh, Tony.
Yeah, boss?
You got Faraday tied up nice and tight?
Yeah, Mr. Thayer. I got him so he can't even wriggle a finger.
Good.
Now that we snatched him and stashed him here, what do we do?
I don't know yet. I gotta have time to think.
Find time to think after we snatch a cop.
I had to get him out of that hospital before Rocky Baldwin got to him there. They killed Faraday on that joint, sure. And who'd have taken the rap for it? Me.
On account of sometimes even you talk too much, huh, boss?
Oh, I talked out of turn just once. When I tried to threaten Faraday. Oh, what a sucker I was. All he had on me was a larceny rap. I had a good chance of beating that.
Now, we're too smart for cops, Mr. Thayer, ain't we?
No, I'm not so sure. I don't know what to do with Faraday. If I turn him loose, Rocky will get him this time, sure, and I'll get it right in the neck. If I keep him here, I kidnap the guy. That means a chair.
Not if we make a deal with Faraday.
That's an idea. Only I don't think Faraday will buy it. I'll try.
Hey, wait a minute, boss. You keep saying that all he has on you is a larceny rap.
Don't he know about the Edwards killing?
He doesn't even suspect me in that one.
Oh, no, huh?
I don't like the way you said that, Tony.
Well, it wasn't my fault, boss. You never said nothing to me about what Faraday was trying to pin on you. I thought all along it was the Edwards killing.
Go on.
Well, nothing. I figured when we kidnapped him from the hospital, it was to bump him. So I got talking to him. Told him what a sucker he was to mix up with a guy like you, a guy who was smart enough to take care of Big Jim Edwards.
You fool, Tony, you stupid idiot. Faraday didn't know a thing about me in the Jim Edwards case. Now I know what we got to do with that cop.
Gee, boss, I'm sorry.
Never mind about being sorry. You've done it, and it's done. Faraday's the only one who knows it. So if we fix Faraday, we're still safe.
You mean kill him?
Or make a deal with him. Come on, we'll go see what we can do.
Okay.
Hello, Faraday. Comfortable?
You know I'm not there.
I'm sorry about all this, Faraday, but it was one of those things I just had to do.
Yeah. Just for the fun of it, I guess.
No. To keep Rocky Baldwin and his men from killing him.
Rocky and his
Never
men?
mind about that now. I got something more important to talk to you about.
What?
Tony told you I killed Edwards. Didn't he?
That's right.
I'll let you go right now if you'll forget all you know about that.
Sorry, Thayer. No dice. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm not that kind of policeman.
Well, you're a live policeman now.
Yeah, and maybe a dumb one, too. But I'm an honest cop. I know where to get the evidence against you and the Edwards killing. And if I get a chance to, I'm going to use it.
All right, Faraday. I'm awful sorry. Tony.
Yeah, boss.
Get on the phone. Tell Harry to bring the big car down here.
Sure thing.
Harry should be here with a car in 30 minutes, Faraday.
So what? I still remember you killed Edwards.
Well, you got 30 minutes in which to decide whether you feel like losing your memory or your life.
Good heavens, Blackie, look at all those police cars. And all the policemen in the street. What's this going to be, a riot?
It's not going to be a picnic, Mary. Thayer has Faraday in that house across the street, and there may be a little argument about who does what. Stay here a minute. Here's Rollins.
All right, Blackie, but please be careful.
Yeah.
Hello, Rollins.
Oh, hello, Blackie. We're just about set.
Glad you brought a lot of men, Rollins. This may be a battle.
But not a long one if the shooting does start, Blackie. I've got 100 men, and I don't think Thayer has more than 2 or 3.
But he has Faraday. Aren't you afraid he'll kill the inspector if you open fire on him?
Yes, I'm going to try reasoning with him first. Hey, Jack. Jack, hand me the loudspeaker microphone. I'll see if Thayer will listen to reason.
Yeah, boss.
Thanks.
Well, good luck, Rollins.
Blackie, I got scared sitting there alone in the car. Can I stand by you?
Hello, Miss Wesley.
Oh, hello, Sergeant. Blackie, can I?
Yes, if you're a good girl. He'll be safe behind the squad car if the shooting starts. Go ahead, Rollins. Let's see if Thayer can be talked into showing some sense and showing himself.
All right, there. We know you're in there. We're going to give you a chance to come out alive. Can you hear me, there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Come out of that house there. Come out with your hands up.
Nothing doing.
And we're coming in after you.
Come ahead. I'll kill Faraday if you do.
He means it, too, Rollins. Ask him if I can come in.
Oh, Blackie,
Listen,
no.
there. Can Blackie come in?
What for?
Tell him it's to make a deal and to see if Faraday is really still alive.
He wants to make a deal and see if Faraday's still alive.
Okay, Blackie can come in, but alone. With his hands in the air and unarmed.
Good. Come here, Rollins. I've got an idea. If it works, we'll have Faraday out of there in no time.
Oh, Blackie, you can't go in there. They'll kill you.
Not if I do what they say.
All right, Blackie, what is it?
Here. Take my gun and keep it for me.
You're not going in there without a gun, are you?
I am if I expect to come out alive. Give me a tear gas bomb.
A tear gas bomb?
Yes, give me one, quick.
All right. Here's one. But, Blackie, they'll search you if they find it.
But they won't find it. There. Now, wish me luck. Give me exactly 3 minutes, and then come in fast.
Oh, Blackie, I wish you wouldn't do this.
I said wish me luck.
Here, better get behind the squad car, Miss Wesley. If anything goes wrong, we'll have to start.
Blackie?
Yes, there. Open up.
Are you alone?
You saw me come across the street by myself. Open up.
All right, Tony, let him in.
He's alone, Thayer. He's got his hands up, too.
Good. Don't let him near me till you searched him, and thoroughly.
I don't think you'll find anything on me, Tony.
Huh? Oh, there's nothing on him, Mr. Thayer. He's clean.
Good. Let him in, then. Now, wait a minute. Take off his hat first.
I'll take it off by myself there and put it over here on the table. How's that?
That's good. Come on in, Blackie.
Thanks. And I can put my hands down now?
Yeah. Your hands down and your cards on the table. You want to make a deal. What is it?
First, I want to see Faraday. I want to make sure he's still alive.
Fair enough. Go bring Faraday out here, Tony.
Sure.
And if Faraday's alive, Blackie, then what?
Let's wait until I see Faraday alive.
You just don't trust me, do you, Blackie?
Nope. Mind?
No, I wouldn't have much respect for you if you did.
Well, here he is, Blackie. Does he look alive?
Yes, as much as he ever did. Hello, Faraday.
Hello, Blackie. Well, your pal's alive, Blackie. What's the deal?
No deal, Thayer. As far as I'm concerned, you can go ahead and kill him. Where's my hat? I'm getting out of here.
Hey, Blackie, wait a minute. Blackie.
Oh, here's my hat on the table. Duck, Faraday. I'm dropping it on the floor.
Hey, what's that? It's tear gas. Let him have it, Tony. Shoot. I can't see him, boss. Where are you?
It's over there, Tony. You don't mind if I borrow your gun, do you?
I do. I want to get me out of here.
Faraday, are you okay?
Sure. Where'd you get the tear gas?
Quick, grab Thayer first. We'll have Tony out. Oh, wait. You all right, Inspector Faraday?
Yeah, Rollins. I'm wonderful. I've never been so happy in my life.
Oh, Blackie, isn't this a lovely evening for a drive?
Mary, this is a lovely evening for practically anything.
Oh?
Did you say thanks to my hat?
Your hat. Why?
Well, don't you realize that if it weren't for this hat, I wouldn't have had anything to keep that tear gas bomb under? And that there would have been no way of getting Faraday from there?
Oh, well, nice hat. Thank you very much. Blackie, what happened to Rocky Baldwin?
He's dead, and so is Barnes, the man who killed him. They must have shot it out and both hit the bullseye.
Oh, Barnes was angry because Rocky killed his friend Jamesy.
Yes. Well, Jamesy deserved to die. He was a killer. Well, quite I guess I made about him. I guess I guessed him right, didn't I? When I called up Rocky?
Yes, I guess you did, and I guess, too, that it's good riddance. Gee, this was exciting, wasn't it? All the shooting and kidnapping.
Oh, I don't know, Mary. I'd say it's the quickest case I ever solved.
The quickest? Why do you say that?
Well, what did I do to rescue Faraday?
You put a tear gas bomb in your hat, and you threw your hat on the floor so the tear gas would explode.
Well, that's why I say it was the quickest, Mary. It's the first case I've ever solved at the drop of a hat.
Ooh.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
When it's June, the breeze that sticks against Broadway is straight from the geographical belt of romance. The tropical flowers bloom in 2nd Avenue pushcarts, and but 15 minutes trek away, 20 girls 20 dance the hula like regular Hawaiians. And for refreshment, coconut milk from contented coconuts. And T-shirts are festooned with vat-dyed surfboard riders. And the wiener goes down well with papaya juice. And authentic island music perfumes the air on an LP record. So take a trip to the top of the old Woolworth Pagoda. Look down at it. Inhale it. It all belongs to you. In the afternoon of it, where I was, Roxton Hotel and 4 flights up. Neat room in neat hotel, and neat man, groomed, in necktie and smoking jacket, in precise center of bed, stabbed to death. And Detective Muggavan.
Cleaning lady found him, Danny. Called the manager who called it in.
Who is he?
Name's John Nelson. Registered that way. Been living here for the last 3, maybe 4 years. Manager's checking.
The manager tell you anything else?
I wouldn't know whether any visitors today, a big hotel and all. Also, that Mr. Nelson was a quiet sort of man, no trouble. Only thing even a little bit out of the ordinary is his asking for and receiving permission to hang all those pictures on the wall. Hey, take a look.
No? What's this one?
A tiglon. Cross between a tiger and a lion.
Oh.
How about the rest of those pictures? Elephants charging, crocodiles snapping. Speaking of crocodiles, Danny, you know there's a difference between alligators.
Yeah, I've heard it brooded about, Muggavan. Stick around for technical, huh?
What? Huh? Oh, yeah, okay, Danny. I'll stick around for technical.
Hi, Danny. Bum.
You happy, Gino?
Crazy, man, crazy.
What?
A saying I picked up from around 1 o'clock last night.
Oh,
At which time Tina, my eldest, did return from a June prom in her white lace formal. At which time I was waiting up for her in the dark, and she danced tippy-toe through the living room, spun, and I asked, "You happy, Tina?" And she said, "Like crazy, Papa, crazy."
Oh, I see. Tina must be very lovely now that...
Now she's going on 19, comes home from a dance at 1 o'clock. Soon, Mrs. T will be putting crocheting needle to wedding veil, and Tina will slip away from us soon, Danny. And you who could so easily be number one boyfriend.
Yeah. You got something for me, Gino?
All right. You don't want to discuss it. Far be it
Just if you got something, Gino.
As indeed I have.
Any time.
Concerning the deceased of earlier this afternoon, one John Nelson. Detective Muggavan, having made a routine check and interrogation of the employees of the hotel, has come up with an item.
Do you need a glass of water, Gino?
No, Danny. Thank you kindly. Item to wit, that John Nelson deceased had no visible means of support, that he could indulge himself in late rising in his hotel room, in taking sun and moon on the hotel roof at odd hours, in never fumbling for a tip for hotel service. Man of leisure and means.
Anything else?
Report of medical examiner that on John Nelson was found the scar of an old bullet wound, right shoulder. And this from his belongings, which I lay on your desk to read at your leisure. A newspaper clipping concerning the daring and intrepid adventures of a husband and wife team, Lila and Victor Sutro. Big game hunters, with many an orc scalped to their belts.
This was found in Nelson's things.
By the technical boys in the folds of an adventurer magazine, which one of them happened to pick up on the job for something to read.
The name John Nelson could be an alias. Maybe the man we found was...
Pardon me, Danny.
All right, what is it, Gino?
This same thought about Nelson occurred also to the thoughtful Detective Muggavan. And?
And what?
And what is? So he looked into it and came up with... Victor Sutro died in Tibet 7 years ago while on a hunting expedition with his wife.
Did Muggavan find out where Lila Sutro...
As indeed he did. Last year, at the conclusion of a farewell lecture tour, her third farewell, she keeled over in her apartment and was dead in the tearful presence of her widower, Lionel Foster.
Where do I find Foster?
I was coming to that all by myself, Danny. Lionel Foster, 1823 East 60. Danny?
Well, this afternoon you've been splendid, Gino.
Thank you. I will relay this to Mrs. T. Thank you.
Evening now, and ride the streets of it. Drive the squad car in the shallows between crests of crowd headed toward Central Park. People with paraphernalia, bedding, brown paper bags, and some adventurers enough to trust in potluck. Right turn toward the East 60s. Find an address. Ring a bell, and a small man in a white coat takes your name, breathes almost audibly at your badge, and bids you wait. Time enough for walk around the museum of a room, to wonder out the circumstances which put a zebra's head on a board and was nailed against the wall next to the ibex. Know that it's an ibex because the sign under it says so. Pause at the uncaged black leopard which had been stuffed in stride by the magic of modern taxidermy. Be on your way to envy the elephant guns when a voice stops you.
Mr. Clover?
That's right. I'm from the police.
Yes, I'm Lionel Foster. I'm very busy, Mr. Clover. What can I do for you?
You know a man named John Nelson?
No. Well, is that all?
A man by that name was found murdered a little while ago. In his effects, a clipping about Mr. and Mrs. Victor Sutro
and you traced, and you're here. Now what?
You were married to Lila Sutro.
Lila. All this was hers. Makes you feel small, doesn't it?
Not particularly.
But then you weren't married to Lila.
No, I wasn't.
Nor did you know her, the woman she was.
Well, I heard she was a big game hunter.
Compare any woman you want to with her.
How long had you been married to her, Mr. Foster?
5 years, before she died of an unheard-of malady, so strange that next month would have been our 6th anniversary. If doctors here had been competent in a diagnosis...
I understand her husband was killed.
For Lila. One thing I can say about Victor Sutro is that he gave me Lila. On account of him. On account of he was a...
Well?
A hero.
Oh?
7 years ago on safari, in Tibet, there were marauding bands of cutthroats. You wouldn't think so in this day and age, would you?
Go on.
Well, somehow, Lila didn't like much to speak of it. Only Victor died and Lila lived. And she got back and Victor didn't. That's why I say what I did.
How did you meet Lila, Mr. Foster?
I did her writing for her, you know.
No, I don't know. Secretary?
The books. There were 4 of them, of her adventures around the globe. She told them to me, I wrote them. Also the spoken part of her travelogues, mine. If you have no more suggestions, Mr. Clover, may I make one?
What?
I've written a book about Lila. Anything you'd want to know about her as a huntswoman...
I'm sure it's fascinating, Mr. Foster. If I ever need one, I'll send out for it. Goodbye.
How's about it, Danny? You ready to go home?
Nah, Muggerman. A couple of things I need to clear off my desk.
Yeah, sure there are. You mind if I sit down and clouch for a while?
Sure, sit down.
Thanks. Mrs. phoned a little while ago, said it was such a nice day she didn't get around to cooking. Said bring home some delicatessen. Hey, you want to come up?
Thanks, no, Muggerman. I've some...
Yeah, sure you have. Some other time.
What's all that stuff you got?
Well, these? Adventure magazines, a couple of books. All about that big game hunting man and wife combo. Lila and Victor Sutro. Thought no one would mind if I took them home to read in bed. You mind?
Have fun.
I intend to. Oh, this stuff fascinates me. Yeah, I've been skimming through it. Man and wife living like that. Man and wife. Depths of the Amazon jungle, sitting around a jungle fire, watching natives dance native dances just for you. Sleeping on the ground. And against the jungle sky, the snow caps of the Andes.
In July, you get a couple of weeks off, Muggerman. You and
Shut up, will you, Danny?
Sorry.
Now, you take that Lila and Victor Sutro. They got an itch, they went to answer it. The Amazon, Borneo, Africa, Gold Coast, and what'd they get? Chiselers, pitch boys, winos, penny ante murders? No. No, they got tribes where women were 6 feet tall and walked like princesses. And wore materials no one ever heard of. They got pygmies who high jumped 7 feet. They battled it out with wild bandits, man and wife. Lieutenant Clover's office, Muggerman speaking. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. Fingerprints, everything, you checked it thoroughly? Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell him.
Well?
Something they said to tell you. That Guy you found dead this afternoon, murdered?
John Nelson? What about him?
Not John Nelson. That was the lab. They said your man wasn't John Nelson. They said someone else.
Who?
They said the corpse belonged to Victor Sutro. Positive identification. Guy's supposed to have died 7 years ago in Tibet, died last night in a hotel room on 43rd Street. Care for some adventure reading matter, Danny? You're welcome to it. Night, Danny.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Family Skeleton, premiere performance Monday night. Yes, this coming Monday, CBS Radio premieres a new 5-a-day-week dramatic series, starring Academy Award winner Mercedes McCambridge as Sarah Spence. You'll find yourself a complete captive of the day-to-day adventures of this small-town schoolteacher who became a community scandal by eloping. Monday through Friday evenings over most of these same stations, enjoy CBS Radio's new dramatic series, Family Skeleton.
Sunlight of June drifts in from the sea, scans the city, touches the morning, warms it, and Broadway reacts, leans against the subway exit, with fists rubs the last dream of night out of its eyes, which was the reflection of a woman's summer laughter in a soaped bar mirror. The shudder, and the new day now, and prophesy its points of interest, the heat, the beads of perspiration glistening on the lips of the office secretary, and the 10-minute break to really observe the phenomenon. Old prophecy, tried, true. So flip the cigarette into the gutter, edge into the day of the comptometer. At police headquarters, another quality to the new June morning. Embellishing your office, gentlemen in dark blue raw silk suit. Gentlemen with Panama hat banded in scarlet. Gentleman of gold-tipped cane, and gentleman who takes a gold-tipped wallet from his breast pocket, extracts a thing, hands it to you.
My card, Mr. Clover.
Thank you. Alistair Grover, 3. How do you do, Mr. Grover?
Very well, thank you. Exceedingly well. And you?
You wanted to see me about...
an arrangement I have in mind concerning the dead Victor Sutro. Call it business proposal. Yes, let's call it that.
All right.
My name didn't register with you, impress you. Alistair Grover III. Not nothing to you.
No, should it?
No, by no means. A vanity that the publisher and editor of the travel magazine Horizon would be known in all walks of life. A pure vanity.
You said it was about Victor Sutro.
Yeah, his death. The manner of it. I should like to enhance Sutro's death, which involves you. My business proposal to you.
Well, what are you talking about?
Victor died in a sordid hotel room, stabbed with a common knife, right?
Uh-huh.
And you have not as yet released this particular information to the newspapers?
No.
Good. My proposal? That we concoct a legend. That the knife that murdered Victor was an accursed knife. Tibetan, or let's say Tatar origin. Perhaps Kubla Khan's. Victor's death, an oriental curse and vengeance, the lingering death that was not his 7 years ago.
You kidding, Mr. Grover?
My magazine is of slick paper. It pays slick paper rates. There are movie rights, subsidiary rights. Yours. I'll get a hack to write it for you, and I am not kidding. You could make a pile.
A question, Mr. Grover.
All you want.
Did you know Lila and Victor Sutro? Know them personally, I mean?
Oh, yes. Matter of fact, I financed the expedition to Tibet. Made a pile on Lionel Foster's articles about it. Lila, dear man, was a renowned huntress. World-renowned. And for this, she had a publicity agent.
Who?
Johnny Courtney. An office in the Whittaker building on Broadway. And I've discussed this angle with him, and Johnny is in absolute agreement and will promote...
Yeah. Another question, Mr. Grover. You killed Victor Sutro?
Ah. A man who laid for me a golden egg? A stunning thought. Any annuity within reason, Mr. Clover.
Goodbye, Grover.
I built a fortune on exotic lies, Mr. Clover. Sorry you haven't the feel for it. Awfully sorry. Thank you. Goodbye.
So Alistair Grover III made the proposition to you, huh?
That's right, Mr. Courtney.
You going to take it, Mr. Clover?
No.
I told Alistair he was out of his stupid mind. I told him no honest cop would fall for a phony setup like that. Mongolian knives, curses. You're leveling. You didn't take his dough. Permit me to shake your hand, Mr. Clover.
Look, Mr. Courtney.
You want me to level about Lila and Victor Sutro, don't you?
Yeah.
Victor, I got sympathy for. He wanted to be a hero. But together, phonies. 1,000% phonies. I got rich off them, and I hated them.
Why?
I told you, phonies. Big game hunters, two big-time chiselers who hired professional hunters to do their job, hired experienced natives who made the kills, did the dirty work, while Victor and Lila Sutro posed astride fallen rhinoceroses.
You're saying...
Yeah, I'm saying. You seen their movies where the rhino charges right at Lila like he was panting to... You know where we got that rhino? From a bankrupt one-ring circus in Jersey, and the movies were taken against a process screen in a warehouse in Astoria. You never noticed it was always the same rhino no matter in what jungle?
No.
I tell you the same. And not even a male. An old cow female made up with sharp tusks and named Bessie. Phony, phony, phony. My words for Victor and Lila Sutro.
Still, they did expose themselves to danger.
What dangers? Tell me what danger?
Lila Sutro died of some rare mystery disease, a tropical disease no doctors... Mr. Courtney...
How rare is mumps? Tell me how rare.
What?
What Lila died of. Mumps. Go ask her, Doctor. Dr. Edward Dowd on Park Avenue. Go ask him of what Lila died. Go ask him how out of fat lumps on her face Dr. Dowd and Lionel Foster, her widower, made a rare, mysterious, tropical, unknown, unheard of voodoo. Black magic. Mumps. Big, large lumps of mumps.
So onto the streets again, right up Park Avenue, which owns its own brand of sunshine. Less hot, but somehow warmer, which causes women to appear who somehow look alike, but for a reason dress in different color linen and different harlequin glasses, but who wear exactly the same tan, have the same walk, and give the brief impression that they're married to the same man. Only their poodles are different. And doctor's office, cleverness with wrought iron and canvas called chairs, and people who have discovered how to slip into them. Paintings in colors never discovered before, of things never dreamt of for framed exhibition before. And receptionist in a lime-colored material designed to call one's attention to her necklace.
You're staring at my necklace. It's made of Mayan artifacts. My husband brought it from Mexico.
Who looks at your badge with interest, and at you with a new interest, and lets the doctor know you're here.
Lieutenant Clover to see you, Doctor.
Lieutenant?
Police lieutenant.
Tell him to wait.
So do what the doctor suggests. Wait. And finally...
The doctor will see you now.
Lieutenant Clover?
That's right.
Please be seated, sir.
Thank you.
What can I do for you?
How well did you know Lila Sutro, Doctor?
She was a wonderful woman.
Well, let me rephrase my question. Did you know her well?
She was one in a million.
You got along fine.
I miss her.
Right now, it's important that you be honest, Doctor. It's about the murder of...
I know. I read the papers.
You were an old friend of hers, weren't you?
A mercurial woman. Sometimes I was her friend. Sometimes her very good friend. Sometimes a buddy. Sometimes she wouldn't even pretend I was alive.
How about professionally?
When she wasn't going off to all those places, a checkup once a month. Also shots before she would sail or fly or motor. Well, you know what kind of a woman she was. What she did, I mean.
I understand she died of...
A very rare disease, akin to encephalitis, but exhibiting not quite the same symptoms. I do not think medical science...
I understand she contracted mumps. Complications set in, she died.
How can you say it?
I heard about it, so I'm saying it.
I mean, how can you say Lila Sutro died from mumps? You see how ridiculous it sounds? A woman like that, a vital, dynamic...
But that's what happened, isn't it?
Yes. A reporter suggested that she died from something rare, something contracted on one of her journeys. I thought it wise for Lila's sake to perpetuate it.
What about Victor? Who killed him?
That's two questions. About Victor, his motivating emotion, his reason for being, to be worshipped, to be a hero. Who killed him? I have not the slightest idea. I didn't like him much, merely because I was out of my mind about his wife. But, well, you know.
You married, Doctor?
Definitely, oh yes. Well,
thanks a lot, Doctor.
Of course. Yes, what is it?
I'm going out for coffee, Doctor.
Very well. Well, Mr. Clover?
Thanks again.
Hi.
Hello.
I rang the elevator bell for us.
Thanks.
Not only am I the doctor's receptionist, I'm his wife.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. My place is by his side. If not, he plays around.
Married long, Mrs. Dowd?
For many years. Long before he met Lila Sutro. Would you like to have coffee with me, Mr. Clover?
I was going to suggest it.
I had a feeling. Two lumps, Mr. Clover?
None, thanks, sir.
Well, now, here we are. Cream?
No, thanks.
You're not going to like me.
I wouldn't say...
As a woman, I mean. Oh, I'm attractive enough, I know that, but completely frightened on account of it. It's possibilities, I mean. Aside from that...
What are you trying to say, Mrs. Dowd?
The unforgivable sin for an attractive woman. I'm malicious. I'm a talebearer. Even after the grave.
You didn't like Lila Sutro, is that it?
My husband and...
He said so.
Proudly?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Reverently, then.
What about Lila, Mrs. Dowd?
I hated her. Victor hated her, too. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Victor was frightened of her. Scared to death of her. But then Victor was a coward.
Coward?
You know about the man afraid of his own shadow? Victor was afraid of the man. He went on those trips because Lila made him. He was very nice, but he was a coward. And more than anything,
Victor wanted to be a hero.
Exactly. Because he was a frightened man. The fact that he won such a woman as Lila from Lionel Foster was a constant source of wonder to him.
Lila knew Lionel before...
Much before Victor. You might wonder how I knew so much about Victor. Well, I had to get back at my husband somehow, didn't I? More coffee?
Hey, Danny, come on over here and look at this head. Shot in Kenya, June 1940. You know giraffes don't talk, Danny?
Don't talk?
I mean, they can't make any sound. You'd think with all that throat they'd have even a small vocal cord. Not so.
You're a mine of information, aren't you, Muggavan?
Eats you, huh? You know, I could spend a lot of time, Mr. Foster's Home Museum.
You're entirely welcome, any time. I consider it a tribute to Lila.
Hello, Mr. Foster. This is Detective Muggavan.
Hi, Mr. Foster.
Mr. Foster was married to Lila Sutro after Victor Sutro was killed in Tibet.
Must have been a privilege, Mr. Foster.
Shall I tell you a story?
Well...
Yeah, sure.
To let you know the kind of woman she was, this way. This, gentlemen, is a wild boar which Lila stuck while riding a horse in India. One thrust. There's a small spot on the boar which, if pierced...
It's a pity she had to die. Such a brave and wonderful woman. Sticking boar and shooting giraffes. A lot of woman. But what'd she die from?
Medical science had no name for it.
They sent my kid home from school with the same thing your wife had. They called it mumps. I went to the doctor and took shots.
Get out of here.
Afraid we can't do that, Mr. Foster. We've got a lot more talking to do.
How'd you find out?
Lieutenant here saw our agent. He said so.
He's a liar.
Then I saw a doctor.
Then you've made a trip here to ridicule Lila. Is that it? You want to destroy
She
her?
was quite a woman, wasn't she?
One little slip. She had to die of a stupid disease, and you want to destroy her.
We didn't say that.
A woman who went into the darknesses of the world.
The way I heard it, she got pros to work for her.
And that's what you'll tell everybody?
No, she's dead. There's no need to destroy her.
I loved her.
I know.
Oh, please. Just don't... Well,
How
don't...
come Lila came back from Tibet and Victor didn't?
I walk around this room at night and I remember Lila.
Did it have anything to do with that bullet wound that Victor carried?
The secrets I know about
Listen,
her.
Mr. Foster, the secrets are yours.
She shot him. They got drunk, someplace in India.
They never got close to Tibet, did they?
After she shot him, a month later or so, she got permission. She flew over it.
Okay, she shot her husband. She thought he was dead. She came back with that story of what a hero her husband was, that he'd been killed saving her life.
Did you know that if you tell yourself something, no matter if it's a lie, a terrible lie, if you tell yourself something enough times, you come to believe it?
When did Victor get back?
After we were married, he appeared. She hadn't killed him.
And he threatened to tell what a phony his wife was.
He would have, no matter how much money we gave him, except for the story Lila had told the world about him, that he was a hero.
And being a hero was what he wanted most, wasn't it?
Pensioned hero who was really a coward. $500 a month, and he didn't have to be frightened anymore. When Lila died, when she died...
He wanted more money, is that it?
At first, not much. Then more and more. Then I didn't have enough for him. Then he threatened to tell. It didn't make any difference to him.
So you killed him?
Yes. And in killing him, I was closer to Lila. How she felt when she hunted and killed.
You think she ever killed anything, Mr. Foster?
I don't know. I really don't know. She never was a very good shot.
Night leaps down on Broadway, and the crowd swarms the street to embrace it. Laughter pours out of the shadowed places, and for a time, kid, no despair, just small shock, and sweet promise, and have a drink on me, for a while, just for a while. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Herb Butterfield was heard as Lionel Foster. Featured in the cast were Irene Tedrow, Ben Wright, Hal Gerard, and Tom Tully. Bill Anders speaking. The Johnny Mercer Show bows in over CBS Radio this coming Monday evening for songs, music, and conversation of Tin Pan Alley. We know you'll want to get next to the Johnny Mercer Show, starring one of the top personalities of the singing and songwriting trades. He'll be on most of these same stations starting this coming Monday. CBS Radio's new Johnny Mercer Show. Come and get it. And remember, for thrilling dramas of escape, listen Sunday nights to the CBS Radio Network.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Greetings once again, mystery lover. Time for another Let George Do It adventure. This particular yarn puts murder on a very high plane. It's called Is Everybody Happy? And it chiefly concerns a rich old codger named Lorenzo, who had a fetish for constantly quoting Mr. Ted Lewis's hallmark, namely, Is everybody happy? Now, of course, you know that nobody was. But why this condition existed is not for me to tell, but for you to find out. Is everybody frustrated?
Madame est savvy. How's that, Professor? Where I come from, we say, come and get it. Ah, different, huh?
That's very good, Lorenzo.
So, I'm learning. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, huh? How would that go in your pipe, Dr. Merkel?
Hey, what's that? No, thank you. No soup for me.
Listen to that. Still upstairs with his test tubes. Me, I am ignorant. I could only invent a rose bush, make $1 million and smoke cigars.
I'm sorry, Lorenzo. What
There
was it
once was a doctor of sight. His mind, there was nothing like. More absent than present.
Stop it, you ants, and be quiet.
Pipe. I think you said something.
Never mind. Is everybody happy? Now is everybody happy? Well, if that's the way you feel, I go back to my garden.
No, of course we are, Lorenzo.
You just ask it so many times, that's all.
I know, excuse me. But there never was a place like this, was there? There never was
I'm
such...
only kidding, Lorenzo. It's the house of Lorenzo the Great.
No, per favore. I only want you all to be happy.
Besides, aren't we going to wait for that brother-in-law of yours?
Fred? No, he is unimportant. He is not scholars like you are. Fred is nothing. We'll not wait for Fred. Forget him.
Whatever you say. So, there you are, Lorenzo. Everybody's happy, huh? Let's eat.
No, wait. Professor Amy.
What?
I should have noticed. I rang for dinner before she finished reading her letter. Now, what kind of a letter do you suppose a professor of romance languages would...
No, it's nothing like that.
Well, she blushes.
I mean, it's just one I was writing.
So, she writes to someone. It gets better and better. Into every life, a little...
Oh, please, all of you. It's no one you know. I mean, it's just a man named George Valentine. Now, please. Everybody's happy. Let's eat.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment. Now back to Let George Do It and George Valentine.
A little dark, you can't see much.
It's certainly a beautiful place, isn't it?
The house of Lorenzo. It's going to be one of the most unusual places in the world. I think Lorenzo must be one of the greatest men who ever lived.
Well, he made one of the greatest piles of money.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, I don't mean on account of that.
But it is on account of that, isn't it?
There are 3 of us here so far. Dr. Merkel, he's a research psychologist. Lorenzo's going to build him a laboratory later on. Then there's Mr. Hanson. He's a poet, a good one. And he used to have to work in an accounting office to earn a living. So you can imagine how much poetry he got written.
Mm-hmm. How about yourself?
Well, I taught Romance languages. But translation is always what I wanted to do. I'm working on Francois Villon now.
Everybody gets a chance to do what they want.
Well, not quite everybody, Miss Brooks. Lorenzo is being very choosy about his gift. But I guess eventually there'll be 30 or 40 here.
Sort of a one-man Guggenheim Foundation, huh?
In a way. Lorenzo says that he always had to work so hard that Except for his roses, he never had a chance to do anything he wanted.
So now he's giving all of you a chance.
Oh, he's a little eccentric, maybe. Is everybody happy, he always says. I know people laugh about that slogan he stole from Ted Lewis.
But then, why do you want me here? Suppose Lorenzo would permanently endow me with a fresh mystery case every week?
He might.
I'm sorry, I was trying to be funny. What is it you're afraid of?
Fred. Who? Fred Jeffries. He's one of those horn-rimmed sort of men. He's a lawyer, and Lorenzo's brother-in-law.
Go on.
Well, he's been here a week now, from back east where the company is. He thinks Lorenzo is crazy.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm beginning to get it. Voice of reality, huh? And you're afraid he'll persuade Santa Claus to go back to the North Pole.
Well, Lorenzo has a great deal of money. How he chooses to use it is, well, I mean, it could cause unhappiness as well as happiness.
Oh, now, please, don't stack the cards for me on who's right and who's wrong.
I'm right, Mr. Valentine. I'll prove it to you.
Crazy, he said. Crazy. Yeah, that's just what he said.
Dr. Merkel.
You see, this Fred Jeffries came here, maybe a week ago. The same day Nolan left.
Who left?
Dr. Nolan. A loafer. No good. Electronics man of some sort, but a putterer. And really not so much of an authority.
Remember, I told you how careful Lorenzo is in picking his people to stay.
Look, both of you, please.
Yes, we were the lucky ones. We stay.
Well, you stay unless Fred interferes and blows the whole idea up, right? Persuades Lorenzo not to sink his whole fortune into this place?
I'm a skeptic, too, Mr. Valentine. You have thought we are prejudiced, that we would persuade Lorenzo to endow us with his money, eh? Of course we do. But we don't persuade with talk of court orders.
Just what do you mean?
I was trying to tell you. When Nolan left, an MD moved in. Fred brought him. His job was to see if Lorenzo couldn't be committed to an asylum.
Well, it'd be one way to keep him from giving his money away, wouldn't it?
Obviously, he found Lorenzo was no more irresponsible than
And
any...
besides, you scared the doctor away, I suppose.
Eh?
Well, you have quite an imposing list of degrees.
Oh. Yes, I did introduce myself. The doctor left. I think he agreed with me that Lorenzo could never be judged insane. He persuaded Fred not to bother calling any experts.
Well, kind of a nasty way to try and stop Lorenzo's little project, but...
Why don't you believe me, Mr. Valentine? This Fred wouldn't stop at anything.
Well, what does Lorenzo have to say about it?
He's not the kind of man to talk about such things.
And we are. And that makes us nasty and suspicious, I suppose.
Oh, Professor, really?
But I don't care. Sometimes a woman can tell things that a man has no idea.
No, Amy. We're dealing with a man, so we'll stick to the facts. Here. Sorry my place is such a mess. A little too much equipment for such a small room. But here on the desk, I have a letter from that doctor I spoke of. Just in case you doubt what I've said.
Oh, I don't doubt it. I just don't see what it amounts to.
Switch on the lamp there, Amy.
Of course.
Hey.
Huh?
What happened?
Lights, that's all. Blew a fuse. I've known there was too much drain on the power. Now, just stand still, everyone. I'll run down.
Yeah, that wasn't all that happened.
It sounded like a shot.
Oh, these lights. Hurry, get the...
Skipper, will you? If that was a shot, it was outside. Come on.
It sounded to me like it was misdirection.
Nobody there, Angel.
Lorenzo! Oh, no, he's not in the rose arbor. That's where he always sits, but he hasn't come out yet, I guess.
Roses are so thick a man could be hiding.
Not in roses, Angel, not in those thorns. Besides, I just looked down those paths.
No. Maybe we were wrong. There's certainly nobody out here now.
Hey there.
Dr. Merkel.
I fixed the lights. Lorenzo was mad because he spilled his cigar ashes into his brandy.
He's all right.
Of course. And he didn't hear anything. Everybody is happy.
You know, Fred has been doing some shooting. Almost every day he goes out into the woods and... What's the matter, Mr. Valentine? Do you think our imaginations are running away with us, too?
Professor, let me make a couple of phone calls, will you? And then let me meet this ogre, Fred.
cares about me. And I don't blame you. If you've been talking to the inmates of this squirrel cage for retired nuts.
Now, just take it easy, Mr. Jeffries. I only wanted to get it straight who you were.
Vice president, lawyer, nursemaid to an old goat. That's what I am.
Yeah, I know. And in between, you do some shooting.
Here. Smell that. Has this gun been fired in the last few hours? I work off steam shooting at squirrels, Mr. Valentine, but scarcely at night.
Okay.
But I know what you mean. I heard that myself. Backfire, I guess. At least I ran out back and then around front and didn't see anybody.
All right, Skipper.
No, I don't think I will. You know I tried to railroad Lorenzo into a booby hatch. That's what you really checked on?
Sure, why not? And I find you did, but it didn't work.
Correct. Mr. Valentine, I'm a practical man. To me, it's beside the point whether this throw-your-money-away stunt of Lorenzo's is good or bad. I have to fight it to protect the estate's interest. I'll try anything, but I'm not given to hysteria.
Would you mind clearing that up?
Sit down, please. Lorenzo endows these people for life. Hasn't their interest in it occurred to you? Hasn't it?
That was a shot.
Out back, I'm sure it was.
Come on. Rose Arbor.
Amy, what in the name of...
Oh, I was there with him. I couldn't see who it was. I couldn't see anything. Just somebody in the dark.
Amy, stop that. Get hold of yourself. Lorenzo.
Yeah. He's dead. Shot to death. Single bullet, Brooksy. Big caliber, I guess.
There was a gun flash, but I don't know where it was. Lorenzo was just about to sit down in that big marble chair. I was walking behind him.
Professor, couldn't you see anybody?
Oh, I couldn't see anything. Whoever it was got away before
think, will you, Amy? Try to remember, please.
It startled me so that I couldn't notice anything.
But somebody must have been standing over here by the entrance to the arbor someplace.
Yes. The way Lorenzo's allowed these precious roses of his to grow over, why, a man could run down any one of these...
Get away from there. Get away.
What?
Well, there might be footprints, mightn't there?
Well, I don't see any.
Have you searched him, Mr. Valentine? Search him quickly before he can get rid of the gun.
Professor.
He's been causing trouble for Lorenzo ever since he got here.
Oh, Amy, stop it. I think you'd better know now that at the time of Lorenzo's death, Fred was with me.
What? No. No, I don't believe
Now
it.
get hold of yourself, please. I've got work to do.
I'll take her inside.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Thanks.
Lorenzo was such a wonderful man.
Shall I call the police, George?
No, I'll be inside and do it myself. Amy doesn't like you much, does she?
No.
Well, okay, I want to ask you a question, Fred. About Lorenzo's endowing these people for life. What people did you mean?
Amy, the female professor, Dr. Merkel, Mr. Hanson. But there would have been others as time went on. A good many others.
But if you've been able to make him change his mind, then what?
Well, it's his money. Lorenzo could have changed their trust setup, taken it away from them again, and... Oh. But now he can't. That's what you're driving at.
Uh-huh. Now you're not a menace anymore. At least to these three.
Yes. With Lorenzo dead, their interest has been protected.
Yeah. We have 3 very fine suspects for murder.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment.
And now, back to George Valentine. Is everybody happy? Those were the favorite words of Lorenzo. Lorenzo the Great, at least in the eyes of the few people to whose research he was devoting his money. Of course, to his brother-in-law, Fred, the man nobody likes, he was Lorenzo the Foolish. But if your name is George Valentine, he's just Lorenzo the Dead. And there are 3 very fine suspects for his murder.
Yeah, that's right, Sheriff, and step on it, will you, please? Yeah, thanks.
They have rather good police around here, I believe.
Oh, you've done business with them before, Mr. Hanson, huh?
Don't be ridiculous. You still don't believe that I didn't hear that shot?
I don't know.
But I was in my rooms here. You can't hear anything from that distance.
You were alone?
Well, of course. A person doesn't write poetry in tandem, you know.
Oh, never mind the sarcasm.
I can't help it, Mr. Valentine. I'm very sorry that he's dead. Is everybody happy? You know, to Lorenzo, that was more than Ted Lewis's famous phrase. He actually believed we were happy.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
Well, people like us all want to do something, the opportunity to do it. He gave us the opportunity.
And as I understand, now you'll all have it for life.
That's the ironic part. I've been here 3 months now, and it's no good, you know. It doesn't work out.
Look, you don't make sense.
Well, the routine, over and over, every evening, just the same. Merkel out puttering around, me in my room, Amy in hers. Lorenzo in his big marble chair where he could admire his roses.
Oh.
This is called being happy. Mr. Valentine, all I mean is that Lorenzo was a well-intentioned old fool. I was happier when I worked as an accountant and only had a very little time to write my poetry.
Okay. It's a good sales talk anyway.
That's the truth.
Where does this fall lead?
The front part of the house. Why?
Well, Mr. Hanson, if you're not even interested in Lorenzo's money, then I ought to be looking for his murderer someplace else.
That's supposed to be your brand of sarcasm.
Wait a minute, hold it.
Well, there's no one in there. It was Dr. Nolan's suite when he was here. Valentine.
Nobody in there, huh?
You startled me, Valentine. Fred, the villain of the piece. Oh, shut up. Well, as a matter of fact, Nolan hated Lorenzo, you know. And there's nothing that says someone from the outside couldn't be the person you're looking for.
No, there isn't. But, Fred, what were you doing?
Looking for Merkel, Valentine. I can't find him. Merkel? Well, he's always deep in his work at this time of night. His room's right here.
He's not in there. I already looked. I'll try the other side of the house, Valentine.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Listen.
The door closed from downstairs.
I'll see you later. Oh, it's you, Brooksy.
Yes. I came out just a minute ago. Amy's all right now. I saw a light, and I thought it was you.
Light? What light?
Oh, I don't know now. It was out by the rose arbor.
Up with it. Come on.
There was a man, I'm sure there was. I could see his shadow running around the other way out toward the front.
What? From the arbor in here?
That's where the light was. Matches or a cigarette lighter?
Wait. Let me have yours. Lorenzo's body hasn't been touched.
George, look. Somebody's been trampling around over there where the roses are so thick.
Yeah. Look closer, Angel. Right on the table here by Lorenzo's chair.
The pocket flashlight.
Oh, his mirror. Pieces of wire. Copper wire.
Why wouldn't he take these things with him?
Real tricky mirror, too. See? See here. Steel frame to hold it in place. Only what place?
L.M. The pocket flashlight initials.
Leon Merkel.
Yes. He was the one I saw.
Sure. This makes sense, all right.
Careful. I almost fell over him myself.
Dr. Merkel, oh, no.
Blood on his head. Here, help me.
He's dead.
No, he's breathing, George.
What? Just barely.
That brick there. Somebody hit him with that brick. See the blood on it?
Let's lift him. Get him back in the house.
No, don't touch him. Brooksy, stay here with him.
Valentine, are you crazy? Whoever did this is right around us somewhere, right here on the dock.
Leave her. She'll be all right. The sheriff's car will come up that driveway in about 1 second.
Sheriff's car is turning in now, George.
But the murderer.
Back to the rose arbor, Fred. Step on it. I'll get the murderer, all right.
I'm sure the police have flashlights or lanterns.
Never mind them. Their first job is taking care of Merkel, getting him in a hospital so he lives.
Yes, of course. Oh, these thorns. What are you looking for?
Well, the murderer will be pretty disappointed if Merkel dies. Or if he lives, I should say, one big blow and figured he was dead.
Yes, but what was Merkel doing out here by himself?
Yeah, and I'll be pretty disappointed if he doesn't live. There's a real mild understatement, Fred. Don't you get it? He was running for help.
What?
Yeah, that's right. Now, here's where the mirror was. It fits, see? Just about in line with Lorenzo, where he was shot, stepping in front of his marble chair there.
Look, I asked you about Merkel, not Lorenzo.
Merkel had a lot of the facts, and he had to play detective. He was out here doing the same thing I am. Only the facts aren't here anymore.
What facts, for heavens?
What's the matter?
Listen.
Just the police out in front, wasn't it?
No. It was right close by.
Now, you listen, Fred. Merkel noticed the same thing I did, that first shot.
What?
Sure, that's what I'm looking for, on the chair here. There ought to be... Yeah, here we are. The splintered place.
You mean that first shot was fired here in the same place?
Yeah, it looks that way. The bullet that is still in Lorenzo couldn't have done that. And over here, there ought to be... Uh-huh. Here's something.
What is it?
Mr. Valentine?
Amy.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
The sheriff is taking care of Dr. Merkel.
Yes, I know.
What's that you're holding?
Well, I'm not sure, Amy. A piece of black glass, a filter maybe, or is it red?
What?
Yeah, sure. It'd have to be an infrared light, or you'd have seen it, wouldn't you?
Mr. Valentine, what on earth? I didn't see anything. I told you I
But
didn't.
there's another possibility. But there wasn't anything to see.
But the man who fired the
Hey,
gun.
Amy, when the gun fired that first time, it happened when you switched on the lights, didn't it?
Mr. Valentine.
Take it easy, both of you, will you? I'll make sense. Professor, that guy who used to be here, that Dr. Nolan, who didn't make the grade and got sore at Lorenzo, he was an electronics man, wasn't he? Well, did he have any equipment? Is there any of it still around?
Equipment?
Yeah, like maybe a photoelectric cell.
What?
You heard me. A photoelectric cell can be used to do anything from opening a garage door to setting off a burglar alarm. So why couldn't it be used to fire a gun?
Mr. Valentine, I just don't understand what
I
you're...
do. Dr. Nolan.
Yeah, at least that would explain the mirror and copper wire and the black glass. And it would explain what else Merkel figured out. That a short circuit, when you switched the light, would have fired the first shot by accident. Anything that interferes with the beam of the cell, its current, in other words, could very easily fire a gun. Magnet releasing the trigger, for instance.
No, I don't follow you at all.
And then the second time, after a reload, I guess, the gun fired when Lorenzo stepped in front of the beam. When he sat down in the same place he came to every night.
Oh. But if you can't find the gun or that cell thing...
I know where to find it, don't worry. There's only one earthly reason for killing a person with a mechanical contraption. And that's to set up a perfect alibi. Well, don't look so blank, Fred. Sure, I know how upsetting it's all been. Merkel's still alive so he can talk. But it's a little ironic, too, isn't it? Set up a perfect alibi, Fred, and then get hung by the fact you're the only person with an alibi. Now, let's go upstairs and take a look at Dr. Nolan's room, shall we? You want to bet that's where we'll find the equipment? With your fingerprints on it?
Well, Fred?
Well, Busty, you've only got a couple of seconds, so make up your mind.
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a moment.
George?
Yeah, right here, Angel. I'm busy.
But the sheriff is through with Dr. Merkel now.
You and the sheriff meet me upstairs, will you? Well, Fred, how about it? You coming?
It would have been so different if you hadn't been here.
Oh, sure, I know. Things kind of got away from you, didn't they?
Mr. Valentine, look out!
I suppose you might find the photoelectric cell upstairs, but I doubt if you'd find the gun.
Oh, yeah. Didn't get rid of it yet, huh?
No. So things kind of get away from you, too, don't they?
George!
Stand still, Brooksy.
Hey, you! Stop there! Stop!
And that was it. I suppose Mr. Jeffries was already so desperate after trying to get rid of Dr. Merkel. that-
Sure, but a bullet in the leg just makes him talk that much faster.
You know, I thought that since Lorenzo's money was already in your name, Professor, and Dr. Hanson, that...
There was only 3, Angel. If Lorenzo had enough money to figure on endowing 40 or 50, then there was plenty left for Fred to try to hang on to by killing him.
But now what'll happen?
I don't know. But after this, I have a hunch the courts will let his endowment plan go right on through. He'll still be remembered as Lorenzo the Great, all right.
Is everybody happy? It's a wonderful thing to try for, isn't it?
Sure. No matter what kind of answers you get.
But if you keep asking me questions long enough...
Oh, don't be so serious, Angel. All it leads to is a song called When My Baby Smiles at Me.
You have just heard Is Everybody Happy? Another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now, this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer. A disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight, we give you Mr. Chameleon in The Hanging Judge murder case. The story opens as the famous Judge Hatch, known far and wide as the Hanging Judge, is seen striding rapidly and impatiently along one of the corridors of the Cyrus Blackstone Museum in a quiet residential section of New York. And with the judge is his young and obviously puzzled daughter, whom we hear saying,
Father, what's this all about? Why did you insist on coming here to the museum today?
You'll soon find out, Barbara.
But I want to know now. After all, you've never come near this museum before, even though Cyrus Blackstone was your cousin. And then suddenly you decide that you have to come here this afternoon. Father, are you listening to me?
I've seen that man before.
Which man do you mean?
Yes, I've certainly seen him before. Barbara, come in this room, quickly.
But, Father, what is
this?
this?
Come in here, quickly. I don't want him to see me. I'll pretend to look at this antique wooden box.
But, Father, the sign there says do not touch. All these things are very valuable.
Never mind the sign. I'm going to look at this box. Then I propose to have a little talk with the head of this museum, Miss Priscilla Ames.
Miss Ames?
Yes. Incidentally, this box is a work of art. Come and look at it, Barbara. Come.
Father! Father! Oh, good heavens, he's dead! He's dead!
And a little later, we find Mr. Chameleon, the astute and dreaded detective, entering the still room where Judge Hatch lies lifeless. And he is saying to Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold,
What a place for murder, Dave. Quiet sanctuary like this, surrounded by wonderful works of art. Never expect violence to take place within these walls. But it did, all right. Bullet hole in his left temple.
Shall I have the doors locked, Mr. Chameleon?
Yes, please, Dave. No one is to leave the museum under any circumstances.
Okay.
Who's that weeping? Oh. Are you Judge Hatch's daughter?
Yes. I'm Barbara Hatch.
I'm Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters. Were you with your father at the time of the murder?
Yes. He was looking at that antique wooden box when I suddenly heard a shot.
You didn't see who fired it?
No, I was so startled. Mr. Chameleon, who could have killed my father? I was always afraid something like this would happen.
Why?
He was known as the Hanging Judge. Hard but just. He sent many men to prison.
Yes, that's very true. Did he receive any threats recently?
He wouldn't have told me.
Miss Hatch, I'm sorry to have to question you, but of course I must. Cyrus Blackstone, who founded this museum, wasn't he a cousin of your father's?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Well, then you came here often?
No, we didn't. This was the first time we ever visited here.
What?
Yes. But today Father insisted on coming here. He wouldn't tell me why, except he said that he wanted to see Priscilla Ames. Just a moment before he was shot, he mentioned her name.
Who is Priscilla Ames?
She's in charge of the museum. Father's whole behavior lately was very strange, Mr. Chameleon. For a whole week he'd been absent-minded and worried.
Now, you say that he was disturbed by something. Have you any idea what?
No. But just today, he told me to put his gun in the shopping bag I carried. That bag there on the chair.
Oh, let me see the gun, please.
Father had never taken the gun out of the house before. He kept one there because it's a big, lonely house.
But it was evident that your father expected trouble in this museum today.
Here at the museum?
Mm-hmm.
But why, Mr. Chameleon and... Mr. Chameleon.
Mm-hmm.
Father's gun. It's not in my bag.
What? Let me have the bag, please. Miss Hatch, think hard. Where was this bag at the time that your father was shot?
Why, I'd laid it down on the chair.
The chair is right by the door, and the bag is a loose one.
Someone could have slipped the gun out.
Who?
It must have been someone in the museum. All I know is Father said something about Priscilla Ames just before he was killed.
And you think this Priscilla Ames could have taken the gun?
Well, I don't
Why would
know.
I take your gun, you malicious girl? Are you trying to make trouble for me the way your father did?
Oh, so you are Priscilla Ames. I'm Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters. Miss Ames, suppose you tell me how Judge Hatch made trouble for you, and why yours was the last name he mentioned before he was murdered.
So Barbara Hatch told you that, did she?
I said Father mentioned your name, Miss Ames, and he did.
Just before he was shot, Miss Ames. You said Judge Hatch had made trouble for you. What sort of trouble? I asked you what sort of trouble.
I don't understand why I should be subjected to this inquisition, Mr. Chameleon. Everybody knows that Judge Hatch was called the hanging judge, and I'm certain that there wasn't a man in New York more criminals wanted to murder than him. It seems quite obvious that one of them killed him.
Miss Ames, I am still interested in what was the trouble between you and this murdered man.
Mr. Chameleon, to you this place is just a museum. But I knew it when it was a magnificent private house. And I should have been the mistress of that house, Mr. Chameleon, instead of working here on salary.
You're a very beautiful woman, Miss Ames, and I presume you mean that the founder of this museum, Cyrus Blackstone, thought so too.
Cyrus Blackstone loved me. We were engaged to be married, and Judge Hatch broke it up.
Father? Really?
How? Miss Hatch, do you know anything about this?
Don't ask her. I'll tell you, Mr. Chameleon. I didn't tell Cyrus about my brother. He was a confidence man who spent time in prison. His name was Archie Craig.
Archie Craig? I knew him well, Miss Ames. So did Judge Hatch.
Exactly. Judge Hatch told Cyrus Blackstone I was mixed up with my brother Archie's schemes. I was innocent. I didn't know my brother was doing anything dishonest. But Cyrus believed Judge Hatch. He broke our engagement.
So, in your mind, Miss Ames, Judge Hatch cheated you out of Cyrus Blackstone's fortune?
In my mind. It's true. On his deathbed, Cyrus relented and saw to it that I had a permanent job here at the museum.
But that was not good enough for you. You hated Judge Hatch with a hatred that grew and grew until...
Until what? If you mean I murdered Judge Hatch, I didn't. If I'd wanted to kill him, I'd have done it long ago. Besides, what about his daughter?
Miss Ames, please.
Barbara didn't tell you, I suppose, that her father tried to wreck her life. He stopped her marriage just as he stopped mine.
Mr. Chameleon, don't listen to her. You're a wicked woman, Miss Ames.
You mean your father was a wicked man, Barbara? He couldn't bear to see anyone happy. He wanted to keep you to himself. He didn't want you to have a husband.
Is that true, Miss Hatch? Or did your father have another reason for preventing your marriage?
Mr. Chameleon, he said there was something wrong with John Clark. But there wasn't. There wasn't.
You still love this boy, I take it. And your father stood in your way, and you had a gun in your bag.
Mr. Chameleon, what are you saying? I wouldn't kill my father. Whatever he did, I loved him.
You also loved that boy, John Clark, and that is the strongest love of all. You were faced with empty years in a lonely house with only your father, and it was too much for you.
No, that isn't true. And why would I pick this museum as the place to kill him?
On the other hand, Miss Hatch, you carried a gun with you, and that gun has mysteriously disappeared. You had plenty of time before the police arrived to hide it somewhere.
I told you someone took the gun, Mr. Chameleon. I remember now. There was a man. When we first came in, my father seemed upset because of Of some man we saw here in the museum.
Upset in what way?
Father said, I've seen that man before. That's why he suggested we step into this room. That's why he pretended he was looking at that antique box.
Why didn't you mention this before, Miss Hatch?
It slipped my mind.
Could you identify this man? He must still be here. I gave orders that no one was to leave the museum.
Why, I'm not sure, but I can try.
Miss Hatch, you and Miss Ames wait here, please. I'm going to find Detective Sergeant Arnold. Dave.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon. I was just coming in to see you. Mr. Crosley and I have been looking for the murder weapon.
Who are you, Mr. Crosley?
Philip Crosley at your service, Mr. Chameleon. I'm Priscilla Ames' assistant. I help her run the museum.
So you've been looking for the murder weapon. Any luck?
Not yet.
Tell me, how many people were here at the museum at the time of the shooting, Mr. Crosley?
Oh, quite a few. School teachers, tourists. They're all in a room upstairs, as you instructed.
Any men? Judge Hatch mentioned seeing a man who looked familiar to him just before he was murdered.
Oh, of course. There was one very distinguished-looking man. Looked like, a Hollywood conception of a foreign diplomat, Mr. Chameleon. Gold-headed cane, Homburg hat, striped trousers.
Foreign diplomat? Wait a minute, Mr. Crosley. Does he also sport a monocle?
Why, yes, he does.
Mr. Chameleon, you don't think...
Indeed I do, Dave. Go and tell the distinguished gentleman that I want to see him. Oh, Dave, after that, call the police commissioner. Send someone to Judge Hatch's house. Go over his effects and see if he'd received any threatening letters.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chameleon, this will probably be one of the easiest cases you've had to solve.
Why?
Because Judge Hatch was known as the hanging judge, and from everything I've ever read about him, a lot of criminals would have liked to kill him. It looks as if all you'd have to do is check up on the people he's given stiff sentences to. Check on them, and among them you'll find your man.
So you're interested in criminology, Mr. Crosley?
No, I'm afraid that's a little far removed from the quiet occupation I follow in a museum.
Well, your hunch may be a good one at that. Dave, you send in our friend with the monocle, please.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
Particularly anxious to see him.
Mr. Chameleon, do you mean that you know this man?
Mr. Crosley, unless I am much mistaken, he's Andy Matthews, a well-known fence and confidence man. And I see that I am not mistaken. Hello, Andy.
Hello, Mr. Chameleon. Well, this is a pretty mess. I walk into a museum to get a little culture, and what happens?
Some man is murdered. Police all over the place. Oh, it's awful tough on you, Andy. But tougher on Judge Hatch.
Now, look, Chameleon, I'm going straight.
You haven't had much chance yet. You were just released from prison after serving an 8-year term.
Judge Hatch didn't sentence me.
No, he didn't. But he sent your best pal and partner, Shorty Mason, to the chair. Now, what do you know about this murder, Andy? What were you doing in this museum, and where's the murder gun?
Why don't you search me, Chameleon?
Because I think you're too smart to kill a man and keep the gun on your person.
And I think you're too smart, Chameleon, to even dream that I'd kill Judge Hatch. You haven't forgotten, I hope, that he was well known as the hanging judge? When I was in stir, at least 20 men said their first act on release would be to knock off that old beat. Do you get my point, old man?
The point is that those 20 suspects you so kindly present, Andy, are still in stir, but you are out and on the scene here. And I'm quite sure that Judge Hatch's daughter will identify you right now, Andy. Miss Hatch? You step in here, please, to identify someone?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Miss Hatch, is this the man that your father saw just before he was shot? Is this the man who disturbed him so that he ducked into a room to avoid being seen?
I don't know, Mr. Chameleon. I honestly couldn't say.
Sorry, Chameleon, your mistake.
Miss Hatch, you go back into that room, please, and ask Priscilla Ames to step out here.
Yes. Miss Ames, Mr. Chameleon wants you.
Miss Ames? Is this man familiar to you?
What do you mean? How would I happen to know a cheap crook?
You forget, Miss Ames, that your brother was a crook. A confidence man just like Andy.
Well, I never saw this man before. I never laid eyes on him.
That's very odd, because at one time he and your brother were partners. Mr. Crosley.
Yes, sir.
What's that in that showcase on the wall?
Why, that's a display of antique guns, Mr. Chameleon.
Let me look at them. Antique guns? Well, you don't say. And is that little automatic in the corner an antique? When'd you put it in there, Andy? When'd you hide the murder gun in that case?
I didn't, Mr. Chameleon. I never saw it before.
Mr. Crosley, open the case, please, so I can get the gun.
Well...
What are you waiting for? I said open the case.
I can't, Mr. Chameleon. I don't have the key.
Who has?
The only person in the museum, Mr. Chameleon, who has the key to that case is Priscilla Ames.
Well, Miss Ames, how do you explain this?
Mr. Chameleon and the hanging judge murder case continues in just a moment. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the hanging judge murder case. It is a few seconds later in the Blackstone Museum where Judge Hatch was mysteriously shot to death. Mr. Chameleon is facing a group of badly frightened suspects, and he is saying to the white-faced Priscilla Ames, the curator of the museum,
"Give me the key to that showcase, Miss Ames. The one with the antique guns and the murder gun among them."
I haven't got the key with me, Mr. Chameleon.
Mr. Crosley, your assistant says you are the only one who has a key.
But I must have left it somewhere. I haven't got it with me.
I don't intend to wait while you look for it, Miss Ames. I'll have to smash the glass case. And here is the disappearing gun. The gun that killed Judge Hatch. Miss Ames, you're the only person who had the key to this case.
Someone could have stolen my keys, couldn't they? I left them in my desk.
You just told me that you didn't know where they were.
Don't try confusing me, Mr. Chameleon. Barbara Hatch could have taken them and hidden the gun after she'd killed her father.
And so could Andy Matthews here.
Look here, Chameleon, what is this?
Suppose you tell me, Andy.
Mr. Chameleon, I'm certain Andy Matthews had as little to do with this murder as I did.
Well, awfully nice to meet two such completely innocent people. Andy, get out of this room and wait for me upstairs.
That suits me, Chameleon.
Get going, Andy.
Okay.
Mr. Chameleon, why do you dismiss a person like Andy Matthews and hold me here?
Mr. Chameleon, look what I dragged up from the basement.
Yes, Dave?
Let go of me, you big bully! Let go of me! Not till Mr. Chameleon has had a little chat with you.
Who is he, Dave?
Mr. John Clark, the former fiancé of Barbara Hatch.
Just why were you hiding in the basement, young man?
I was trying to keep out of sight while Judge Hatch was here. If you knew what a so-and-so he was, you wouldn't blame me.
Judge Hatch has been murdered by an unknown killer. And you were here in the museum at the time he was shot.
Sure I was. So what? What does that prove? A lot of people were in the museum.
John, be careful. I mean, don't be so disagreeable.
Keep out of this, Barbara. I know what I'm doing.
I'm beginning to see why Judge Hatch objected to you as a possible son-in-law, John.
Are the police going in the romance business, too? What affair is it of yours if Barbara and I have been... had been...
You mean that you and Barbara have been meeting here secretly in this museum? That's what you've been doing, meeting here, isn't it?
Is that a crime?
John, don't you see what you're doing, acting this way?
I told you to stay out of this, Barbara.
I think that she said enough to reveal that you and Barbara have been using this as a secret meeting place. And you, Miss Ames, you knew about these meetings, didn't you? In fact, you encouraged Barbara to meet this young man.
Mr. Chameleon, Judge Hatch broke up one romance, mine. I took great pleasure in helping along his daughter's romance, yes.
And Judge Hatch got wind of it. He came here, Miss Ames, to tear you to pieces. And possibly he thought he'd run into John, too.
But he didn't run into me, Mr. Chameleon.
I wonder.
Go on wondering, Mr. Chameleon. Let's see the great brain work.
That's enough out of you.
Let him alone, Dave. Let him alone. I only hope that he's talking himself out of Barbara's affections.
You may finally catch on to the idea, Chameleon, that Judge Hatch was known as the hanging judge, and plenty of guys were after him.
I was waiting for that from you, John Clark. It's what everybody in the case has told me so far. And it makes me wonder. More and more.
Mr. Chameleon, in the name of heaven, give us a rest from this constant insinuation and questioning.
Miss Ames, there won't be rest for anyone till Judge Hatch's murderer is caught. Get that straight, all of you.
It is now the next day, and we find Mr. Chameleon at Central Police Headquarters in the office of the Commissioner of Police. He is saying,
"Good morning, Commissioner. Tell me, have the boys picked up anything for me?"
Well, the newspapers have certainly picked up plenty, Chameleon. The idea of the hanging judge being murdered seems to be most intriguing to them. Putting you and me in the same sack as a couple of nitwits.
Don't take it so much to heart, Commissioner.
Well, anyway, here's what the boys picked up, Chameleon. First, this partly burned letter taken from Judge Hatch's room.
Oh, thanks. A note that definitely reveals the judge had been tipped off that his daughter Barbara was meeting the unsavory John Clark at the museum.
And that, of course, is why the judge took his daughter there yesterday, Chameleon.
That and perhaps something more, Commissioner.
What more?
Is there a report yet on whether Barbara had been carrying any packages or anything else from the museum after meeting the boyfriend, John Clark?
It just came in, and your guess was right, Chameleon. Got the story from the doorman at the museum.
So she has been carrying things away. Where'd she take them, Commissioner?
To the Apex coffee shop down the street from the museum. A hangout for Andy Matthews and a number of other crooks, including a couple of fences.
The Apex coffee shop, hmm? Well.
Chameleon, you don't think Judge Hatch's daughter killed her own father, do you? Incredible. Ghastly.
It's happened before, Commissioner. Love-crazed girl, domineering, arrogant father. Anyway, it gives me an idea. Commissioner, order that museum reopened to the public right away.
Open to the public? Why take that chance?
Because it'll draw a big crowd of morbid curiosity seekers and give me the chance to go in there disguised as one of them. I want to draw the Apex coffee shop and that museum closer together.
Yet even as Mr. Chameleon is talking to the police commissioner, a trembling girl is waiting in the Apex coffee shop down the street from the museum. And Barbara Hatch half rises to her feet as Priscilla Ames swoops down upon her.
Well, Miss Hatch, my dear little Barbara, I thought I'd find you here. And I came to warn you.
What about Miss Ames?
You know what about Barbara. So help me, I'll kill you if you say one word to Mr. Chameleon that implicates me in your father's murder.
I didn't mean to, Miss Ames.
I'll see that you don't. I've had enough of your sanctimonious family interfering in my life.
I'm afraid.
You should be, Barbara. I suppose Chameleon will be coming to the museum in disguise. That's his specialty. But if he does, I'll recognize him. I'm sure I will.
And then what?
I don't know. But don't forget this. I know a lot about you, Barbara. And don't you ever forget it.
Now we find Mr. Chameleon in his disguise as a senile old man, Mr. Wheeler. And he is entering the museum, saying to Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold, who is with him,
All right, Dave, the coast is clear. I don't think anyone's seen me with you. Or if they have, I'm just an old man who's been asking a few questions. So keep out of sight. Have your gun in readiness.
Don't worry, Mr. Chameleon. I'll be... Uh-oh. Here comes Priscilla Ames.
Just the one I want to see. Beat it, Dave.
Okay.
Just in time, Dave ducks out of sight behind a curtain, and Mr. Chameleon shuffles forward to intercept Miss Ames, and he speaks in the quavering voice of his disguise.
Good morning, ma'am. Is this the room where Judge Hatch was killed?
Oh, good heavens, I'm sick and tired of answering that question. People come here now out of morbid curiosity, instead of wanting to see these beautiful works of art.
Can't blame him much, can you? Human nature being what it is. Was this the room where Judge Hatch was murdered?
Yes, it is.
My. Think of that. My name is Wheeler. What's yours?
Miss Ames. I'm the curator of the museum. And now, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, well, that's a pretty box.
What?
I say that antique box is mighty pretty. Mind if I look at it?
Well, certainly I mind. I run this museum. Nothing is to be touched.
Be careful. You get mad because people come here out of morbid curiosity, then you get mad when people look at your works of art.
Mr. Wheeler, that antique box is not to be touched. Don't you see the sign, do not touch?
I'm not hurting it, Miss Ames.
Put it down.
You've got no call to speak to me like that. All I want to do is look inside the box, and I'm going to.
Got him, Dave? Yes, I've got him, Mr. Chameleon. Your shot nicked him in the arm.
And bring him out.
Mr. Chameleon? You are Mr. Chameleon?
Yes, Miss Ames, and here is John Clark, the murderer of Judge Hatch.
Barbara Hatch's fiancé?
No. Your accomplice.
Priscilla, help me. Help me.
She won't help you, John. Instead, she'll tell me everything. She wants to save herself from a murder rap. It was she who gave me my first clue when she lied about not knowing where her keys were.
Mr. Chameleon.
Judge Hatch had picked up this antique box. He was raising the lid, just as I did now. And hidden inside this box was a fortune in stolen jewels, like these. He was murdered because, quite by accident, he found those jewels.
Are you saying that I handled stolen jewels?
That's exactly what I'm saying, John Clark, and I'm also saying that you killed Judge Hatch.
But the gun was Barbara's gun.
The gun you sneaked from Barbara's shopping bag, you mean?
No,
John Clark, you and Priscilla Ames were working together, passing stolen jewelry. And this is how it was done. Barbara Hatch used to come in here to meet you, John. And if you weren't here, she took a small package from that antique box and turned it over to a messenger at the Apex coffee shop, who in turn gave her a love letter from you. To Barbara, it was a romantic game. She'd no idea that she, your judge's daughter, was being used by criminals to pass stolen loot.
I'm saying nothing, Chameleon.
Oh, well, I am. We found a half-burned note in the judge's room. A note for Barbara from you, John Clark, which thanked her for following instructions. Well, the judge found it, too. He suspected what was happening. He followed his daughter and saw her meet a known criminal at the coffee shop. And you, Miss Ames, were in on the whole scheme.
I didn't murder Judge Hatch. It was John Clark.
Why, you...
Hold him, Dave.
Enough
Take
of
your
that.
hands
All right, that's all.
Thank you, Miss Ames. I can use your testimony.
And I'm not a jewel thief either. I was just afraid to interfere.
Afraid? You're enjoying it. It was sweet revenge, a bitter joke. A bitter joke to both of you that the daughter of the judge you so hated should have been tricked into helping a ring of criminals. What you didn't know was that it would lead to murder and your own arrest. You, John Clark, as the actual killer. You, Priscilla Ames, as a possible accomplice.
No, I had nothing to do with it.
You had full knowledge that crime was being committed, and your failure to report it is in itself a crime.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the Man of Many Faces. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer and Frank Hummert from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney. Listen for Mr. Chameleon next Wednesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Doris. No, you'll have to include me out tonight. I've got to discuss an idea for a movie. No, I can't make it, Angel. No, I can't miss this. These characters have dreamed up the perfect switch. Instead of shooting pictures, they plan to shoot people.
Once again, the adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves The Case of the Falling Star.
It's Sunday afternoon in New York, and in his hotel suite, Ken Marlowe, who smashed his way to movie stardom by portraying a two-fisted drinking man, is giving a sample of the performance that made him famous.
Good.
Only this time, Ken isn't acting.
I'll fix them all. When I get through with those crumbs, they'll know better than the horse. Yeah? Well, it's about time, fella.
That's what I thought, too.
Huh?
How are you, Ken?
Oh, Jackie Howard. I'm sorry. I was expecting somebody else.
I'll bet she's a lot prettier.
Nothing like that. I'm here with a wife. It's a funny thing. I didn't even know you were in town. I thought I left you on the West Coast.
Well, haven't you heard? Trailways runs all over the country. All you got to do is buy a ticket.
Look, Jackie, I know what you want. I intended to I intended to clean up that 15 grand I owe you before I left.
It's 19.
Oh, 15, 19. What's the difference? I'm good for it.
Are you? Someone told me you washed up at National Pictures.
They're crazy. I'm in like Flynn.
I'm glad to hear it. Of course, if they don't pick up your option, you see my position. As I said, you're into me for 19 grand.
And as I said, I'm good for it. I can write my own ticket at any studio. Who was the number one box office draw on 49?
You?
Well, they are.
No. There you were. That was 49, Ken. 3 years is like 300 in Hollywood.
Look, I tell you got nothing to worry about. National will pick up my option on the 23rd.
And when can I expect you to pick up these IOUs?
Look, Jackie, if you're going to take that attitude, you can whistle for your dough. Nobody pushes me around.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. You're a pretty tough boy in pictures.
That's right.
Well, luckily, I never go to the movies.
What's the idea?
Let's understand each other, Ken. You owe me 19 grand. I expect to have it on the 23rd. If I don't, you'll
Hello,
be...
darling, I'm back.
Can't you say I'm busy, Laura?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, there's no need to apologize, Mrs. Marlowe. I'm Jackie Howard.
How do you do? I've heard so much about you.
I wish I could say it wasn't true.
Well, I'm sure I'm in the way, so if you'll excuse
Oh,
me.
no, don't bother. I was just leaving. Well, what do you say, Ken? Shall we make it for a week from Friday?
I'll do my best.
That's all I ask. Well, this has been a real pleasure, Mrs. Marlowe. Maybe we'll meet again.
I hope so.
A dirty bum.
What was he doing here?
None of your business.
Darling, I don't want to make a noise like a wife, but if you owe Jackie Howard
I
money...
said it's none of your business.
But don't you understand? I'm only thinking of you. If you're in a jam,
Will
I
you
want...
stop nagging?
But all I want to do
All
is
you want
to
to
be
do
able...
is drive me crazy. Where's my coat? I'm going to find a place where a man can have a drink in peace.
Oh, hi, Steve. Can I help you?
Yeah, is Mr. Marlowe or... Never mind, I see him. Hello, Ken. I've been looking for you.
What do you want, Steve?
Just saw Laura. You're really living your part, aren't you, boy?
What?
The two-fisted He-Man. That's a beautiful shiner she's sporting.
Somebody asked you?
No, but I hate to see you louse her up. She's one in a million. Look how she stuck by you when you got in that mess out in Beverly Hills.
Why don't you mind your own business, Steve?
I try to.
Well, you're not very good at it. I pay you $200 a week to take care of my publicity. Haven't seen my name in print for months.
Sometimes a publicity man does a job by keeping his client's name out of the papers.
What kind of a crack is that?
Who squared that beef with that girl in Santa Monica and that little chick in Encino?
Look, Steve, if you don't like it, you know what you can do.
You know, I was just thinking, if National doesn't pick up your option, you're going to be in trouble.
Who says so? I could go to Metro or Fox.
Well, I got a scoop for you, boy. They wouldn't let you through the main gate. Your only chance is National. Now, you've got to behave yourself until they make up their minds. What kind of a jam did you get yourself into with Jackie Howard?
Oh, so Laura's been blabbing.
She hasn't been doing anything of the kind. I saw Jackie in the lobby. I put two and two together.
Well, if you'd stop adding and pay more attention to business, we'd all be better off. Why don't you get me some publicity?
Okay. Maybe you could stop a runaway horse.
Don't be funny.
I was just pointing out that putting 3 quarts of booze away isn't considered front-page stuff anymore. You see, editors are funny. They
Wait a minute. I got an idea. Suppose my life was threatened.
Oh, forget it.
Why? It sounds pretty good to me. Now, if we went to the cops...
In case you haven't heard, Ken, horsing around with the law is a pretty serious matter.
Okay. Isn't Mike Waring a buddy of yours?
Who?
That private dick they call a Falcon.
What about him?
Think he'd play ball?
No, Mike wouldn't touch anything that's phony.
Why would he have to know? Suppose we cooked up some anonymous phone call.
It's out.
Why? Because I thought of it?
Ken, don't be ridiculous.
Well, we're going to handle it my way. We'll hire the Falcon to be my bodyguard. Then you leak it to the papers. Ought to be worth a couple of columns.
I don't like it, Ken.
Well, I don't like paying your salary while I dream up the ideas. Now go call Waring. Set up a date.
Well, that's the story, Mike. After the third phone call, Ken thought we ought to do something about it.
I see. Not that I was worried, you understand. I can take care of myself, but I had to think of Laura.
Laura?
My wife. You know how a gal worries.
Mm-hmm. Tell me some more about these phone calls, Marlowe. Do you recognize the voice?
No, I thought it was a gag at first.
What convinced you otherwise?
Well, this morning someone took a pot shot at me when I was playing golf with Steve.
Did you report it to the police?
He didn't want to, Mike, but I insisted.
What did they say?
They thought it was a publicity stunt.
Is it?
No.
You sure, Steve?
Oh, now, look, Mike, you've known me for how many years? 10, 12? I think I've always leveled with you.
Well, I'm sorry, but you can't blame me for being suspicious. Who did you talk to at headquarters?
A Sergeant Corbett. Now, there's a phony if I ever met one.
He happens to be a friend of mine.
Well, no offense, old man. I only meant...
skip it. Have you any idea who might be after you?
No.
You indulging in any extracurricular activities?
What do you mean?
Women.
You take me for an idiot? I'm married to the greatest little gal in the world.
Mm-hmm. You owe anybody any money?
No, I'm the kind who pays his bills and always on the dot.
You sound too good to be true.
Huh?
The more I hear of this, the more I'm convinced Corbett was right.
Come again?
The way you tell it, you're the most popular man in the class.
Okay, if that's the way you feel, we'll get somebody else. There are other private detectives in New York.
And better, too.
Come on, Steve.
I'm sorry, Mike.
Forget it. It's not your fault. Just say it's a clash of personalities.
You coming, Steve?
Yeah. So long, pal. I'll be seeing you.
You bet. Give me a call before you leave town.
I will. Well, I hope you're satisfied.
I am. I think Waring's going to work out fine.
So help me, you're nuts. Didn't you hear him
I know
say
what
that-
he said. He thinks this is a publicity stunt. Well, all he caught was the prologue. He'll play ball after the first act.
What are you talking about?
Let's find a phone. I got to cast the show, and I know just the boy to play the lead.
Yeah?
Is Tex Riley around?
Who wants to know?
Tell him it's Ken Marlowe.
Why, you no good louse. How can you have the
Now,
nerve?
keep your shirt on, Tex. Bet you thought I forgot about that $100 you loaned me before I went to Hollywood.
Well, didn't you?
No, this is my first trip to New York in 6 years.
You could have mailed it.
That's too impersonal. I wanted to give it to you myself with a little bonus. How would you like to pick up an additional $500?
That don't sound like the Ken Marlowe I know and hate. What do I have to do?
Well, I got a little part I'd like you to try out for.
In a picture?
It's a play I'm going to produce on my own. But first, I'd like to see a dress rehearsal.
I don't get it.
Well, my wife doesn't know anything about this, and I'd like to test her reaction. If you meet me in the Creighton lobby in 20 minutes, we'll run over the script. Hey, Laura, you better order some more ice. I'm running low.
Oh, all right, Ken.
While you're at it, get some ginger.
You expecting someone?
Well, Steve Nichols said he might drop around. Answer the door.
Just a second.
Well, hiya, sugar.
I beg your pardon.
I'll beg yours. Is the Hollywood hotshot in?
Who is it, Laura?
What?
Never mind, I'll announce myself. Hiya, Marlowe.
Who the devil are you?
Oh, just an autograph hound.
Get out.
Now, where'd I put my pencil? I had it right here. Hey, look at what I found.
Ken!
What's the idea of the gun?
Well, you can't say you weren't warned, Marlowe. You owe a friend of mine some dough. He told you to get it up. Since you didn't,
No, you can't.
get out of my way, sir.
No.
Will you stop butting in?
I'm not afraid.
You don't know what you're doing.
Yes, I do.
Look, lady, I got nothing against you. Now get out of the way.
See what a hero he is, Ken? He's afraid of a woman half his size.
I'm warning you, baby. If you don't get out of the way, I'll let you...
Was that you, Haskell?
No, it's me, Sergeant.
Well, if it ain't that high-flying bird, the falcon. Welcome to our little nest.
Who writes your material?
Fell out in California. He works real cheap.
He should. So is Ken Marlowe around to see you this morning?
Yeah. I spotted it for a publicity stunt.
Yeah, that's what I thought at first, too, but I changed my mind. Someone tried to gun him an hour ago.
Obviously, they didn't make it.
How do you know?
Well, I already talked to you, Mr. Marlowe. Here's the jacket of the bullet we found in the room. What do you make of it?
It's a blank.
That's right, Mr. Waring. It's a blank. Marlowe was in no danger at all.
Well, I guess that makes me the chump of the year.
I guess it does.
Well, I had a little help. Okay, Sarge, I'll be seeing you. I got to thank the man who thought me so deserving.
That you, Laura?
Sorry to disappoint you, Marlowe.
Oh, hiya, Waring. Sit down.
No, thanks. I just dropped by to congratulate you on a magnificent performance.
What's eating you?
That was a beautiful job of sucking me in. You hired whoever took that shot at you.
You're nuts.
What I can't figure out is how your wife got in the act. What happened? She ad-lib a part for herself?
Huh?
I don't think she knew the bullet was a blank. You don't rate a gal like that.
You got your nerve. Get out.
Does that mean I'm fired?
What do you think?
Good. Because I hate to hit a client. Come on, Marlowe. We can't end the scene with you on the floor. Your public would never stand for it. Now get up and make like a hero.
Hiya, Mike.
Oh, hi, Sergeant. I didn't expect to see you again today.
Well, you know me. Always do the unexpected. Were you up to see Ken Marlowe?
Yeah.
What happened?
Nothing worth talking about.
No, you're too modest.
All right, so I slapped him a couple of times. He had it coming.
Maybe the slaps, but not the rest.
What are you talking about?
He's dead, Mike.
He's what?
He's out for all time. Were you wearing brass knucks?
You're crazy.
I wish I were. Better get your coat, fella. We got a long ride ahead.
An hour has passed since Mike Waring was informed Ken Marlowe was dead. And now at the scene of the crime, Sergeant Corbett gives our hero some fatherly advice.
Listen, Mike, I got it all figured out. I'm sure you'll be able to cop a plea.
What are you babbling about?
Well, it was self-defense, wasn't it? You didn't mean to kill him.
And I didn't. When I left here, he was at the other end of the room.
With the back of his head caved in?
Well, that's just it, Corbett. How did it get that way? I didn't slug him from behind.
Well, he must have hit it when he fell.
Against what, that sofa? Wouldn't hurt a fly.
How about the fireplace?
No, he wasn't anywhere near it. There'd be bloodstains if he were. No, there must be something around that caused the damage.
The familiar blunt instrument?
Yeah, let's see those fire tongs.
Clean.
Well, how about those bookends?
Oh, not a stain on them. Listen, Mike, maybe the killer took the weapon with him.
Does that mean you're absolving me?
If we can come up with some evidence. You think the murderer might have walked off with it?
I doubt it. A lot of blood flowed. I can't see anyone taking a chance on staining his clothes.
Well, he didn't leave it around for us to find.
Hey, wait a minute. There's something missing in this room.
What?
Well, that's just the trouble. I can't... I got it. Liquor.
What are you talking about?
Marlowe was a drinker. A boy like him would have at least one bottle around.
Say, you're right.
Where's the trash basket?
Probably in the pantry.
Well, let's get it. The killer might gamble. The next time the chambermaid came through, she'd dump it without a second glance.
Yeah. Quite a collection, huh?
There's our baby.
Don't touch it.
I won't. But mine are probably the only fingerprints that aren't on it. Everyone else who was up here must have been invited to help himself.
Yeah, you're probably right. Haskell, take this down to the lab.
Well, now you're convinced I had nothing to do with this murder?
Yeah. But if you didn't kill Marlowe, who did?
That's what I intend to find out.
Why don't you stay out of this, Mike?
Oh, no. Whoever tailored this frame did a lovely job. It's just lucky I didn't fit the picture. You can't blame me if I want to get my hands on the artist.
I tell you, Mike, I don't know anything about it. First I heard of it was when the cops phoned me they found Ken's body.
Whose bright idea was this publicity stunt in the first place, Steve?
Ken's. I didn't want any part of it.
Then why did you bring him to me?
I couldn't help myself, Mike. I was working for the man.
Yeah, that's another thing I don't understand. How come you tied up with a heel like Marlowe?
The dough was good.
When did you last get it?
Huh?
According to what I hear now, he was strictly no pay. When did you get your last salary check? Come on, Steve. It'll be easy enough to find out.
3 months ago.
Then why did you stick? He was on the skid.
No, he wasn't. National had till Friday to pick up his option.
You think they would have?
Well, there's no telling. It was an even money bet.
Well, who had it in for him?
No one.
Look, Steve, we're no longer playing games. If he owed you dough, he must have owed others.
Jackie Howard.
Who's Jackie Howard?
He owns a gambling joint off the strip. Ken was into him for around 20 grand.
Is this Howard character in town?
Yeah, staying at the Brighton.
Okay, we got one suspect. Let's try for two. What about Mrs. Marlowe?
Don't talk like a chump. She was in love with the guy.
Well, he certainly didn't rate a wife like that.
Nobody does.
Oh, sounds like you go for her yourself.
Oh, don't be silly. You know I'm married.
I suppose you feel like a big brother to her.
That's exactly how I feel.
You know something, Steve? I believe you.
Thanks.
No, I mean it. I think Laura explains why you continued working for Marlowe. Maybe that's why you knocked yourself out suppressing those items that would have ruined him. You didn't want her hurt, right?
Yeah.
Why, Steve?
It won't make any sense to you, Mike.
Oh, try me.
First day I met her, she reminded me of Edith.
Edith?
My kid's sister. She was married to a boy like Ken.
And what happened to her?
She's dead.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe she's better off.
So you transferred your feelings to Laura?
Anything wrong with that?
No, I think it's very commendable. Still, I wonder how Laura feels about it.
Huh?
Yeah, why don't I find out?
Oh, look, Mike, you're not to bother her. She knows nothing about Ken's murder.
Yeah, well, I've only got your word for it, Steve. Not that I don't believe you understand, but I'd like to check these things for myself. I'll be seeing you, fella.
Who is it?
I'd like to see Laura Marlowe.
There's no one here by that name.
I know there is. This is Mike Waring, Mrs. Marlowe.
Please go away.
I've got to talk to you. Believe me, I wouldn't disturb you, but it's important.
Come in.
Thanks.
How'd you know I was here?
Sergeant Corbett told me. I just saw Steve Nichols.
And Steve sent you here?
No, as a matter of fact, he insisted I leave you alone.
Well, why'd you come?
Because I want to solve your husband's murder.
Ken meant nothing to you.
He was a client.
He tricked you.
I still took his money. Besides, whoever killed him involved me. I don't forget things like that. Now, tell me, what sort of a man was your husband?
You must have some idea.
Yes, but I'd like the woman's viewpoint.
It was wonderful.
Oh, come now, Angel. You can't expect me to buy that. I heard...
I don't care what you heard. Sure, he took a drink once in a while. Is there anything wrong with that?
What about slapping you around?
He never did.
Well, you can't blame me for jumping to conclusions. But take a blind man not to notice those bruises on your face and arm. How did you get them?
I fell.
Question is, did Ken push you?
How dare you?
Now, look, Mrs. Marlowe, I don't mean to be obnoxious, but we've got a murder to solve. Did your husband play around on the outside?
No.
What about those stories?
Lies, every one of them. They were started by his enemies.
Oh, so he was just a misunderstood kid.
No. I understood him, and that's all that counted.
All right, Mrs. Marlowe. I think you're telling the truth.
I'm overwhelmed.
Well, you should be, because if Jackie Howard doesn't turn out to be a liar, I won't know what to do. Take care of yourself, Angel. I got to run along.
Take the
Telegram,
gentleman back
Jackie
to
Howard.
19, please.
Telegram, Jackie Howard.
Right here, boy.
Hello, Jackie. My name is Mike Waring.
What's the idea?
Well, this was the only way I could think of to get acquainted. I'd like to talk to you about Ken Marlowe.
You a reporter?
No, private detective.
Who are you representing?
Myself. I understand Marlowe was in hock to you.
Where, you understand that from?
Oh, you mind holding that match? Thanks.
Who told you Marlowe was into me?
Steve Nichols.
Well, I got a flash for Steve. Marlowe took care of those IOUs this morning.
I don't see how. He owed you 19 grand. According to the police, he had only $800 in his checking account.
He paid me in cash.
Oh, got it out of his mattress, I suppose.
Well, now that you mention it, I believe he did.
You know, Jackie, you're a welcome change from everybody else in this case.
Am I?
Yeah, they were telling the truth.
Suppose I showed you the money.
Well, you probably could. A boy like you always travels well-heeled. But can you prove it came from Marlowe?
Well, let's look at it another way. Can you prove it didn't?
If I can, it'll make you a choice suspect.
You know, Waring, there's one thing I don't like about New York. There must be something in the air that makes everybody run off at the mouth.
I suppose it's different on the coast?
While we have a special treatment for those who do.
I'd like to see it.
I'll have to discuss it first with a fellow Californian. But don't be discouraged. I'll get back to you.
Yes?
Hello, Steve.
Oh, hiya, Jackie. I thought by now you'd be on your way back to the coast.
You thought wrong.
Say, you got yourself a nice little spot here.
Look, Jackie, I don't want to seem rude, but I was just on my way out.
Oh, relax. I won't stay long. Too bad about Kenneth, then.
Yeah.
What do you think killed him?
I have no idea.
Oh, you must have, Steve. You're a bright boy.
No, I'm not.
Well, maybe you're right. Now, I had you pegged as the kind who kept his nose clean.
And don't I?
Not in my book. Why'd you tell Mike Waring that Marlowe owed me money?
He asked me.
You're the real helpful type, aren't you?
I do my best, yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't pay. People don't appreciate it.
Dirty.
What's the matter, boy? Can't you catch your breath?
Dirty.
Maybe that's a good thing. You talk too much anyway. Little of Doc Howard's treatment may break the habit. Hold still, Steve. I'm afraid this is gonna hurt.
2 hours have passed since Steve Nichols received a little of Jackie Howard's specialized treatment. And now in Steve's hotel room, we find him recuperating from the visit.
Where's the doctor? You sure you gave him the right room number?
Now, take it easy, Laura. He'll be here. All right, Steve, try some of this. Come on, it's good for what ails you.
Mike.
Don't talk, just drink it down.
I'm all right. How did you find me?
She called me.
How do you feel, darling?
Laura.
Here, raise your head. I'll fix the pillow.
You're a doll.
Who did it, Steve?
Huh?
Who gave you the shellacking?
I don't know.
Come on, Steve, you can't hold out.
Look, must you question him now?
Yes, I'm afraid I must. This is all tied up with your husband's murder. It was Jackie Howard, wasn't it?
Yes.
Why did he do it?
I have no idea.
You know anything that would definitely mark him as Marlowe's killer?
No.
You sure, Steve? Anything at all?
Can't think of a thing.
You've got to. It's our only chance of making this come out the way we want.
I don't understand.
Well, Jackie must have felt he had good reason to give Steve that beating.
What do you mean?
Well, you don't feel Laura killed her husband?
What?
Oh, now, look, Mike, I told
I
you.
take it you don't, so that brings us back to Jackie again. Now, what would be his motive in killing Marlowe?
Well, Ken owed him money.
Well, how could he be sure Marlowe wouldn't raise it?
Ken couldn't. We were broke.
But you would have been on Easy Street if National picked up his option.
I don't think they would.
Still, where there's life, there's hope. You told me they had till the 23rd. Today is the 18th.
So?
So, Jackie would be sucker not to wait it out.
What are you getting at?
Well, if neither you nor Jackie killed your husband, who does that leave?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. It's Steve.
No.
Yes, that's why Howard gave him that pasting. He felt Steve cost him 19 grand.
I don't believe it. You didn't do it, Steve. Tell me. Tell me, I gotta know.
He's right, Laura.
Why? Why? Ken never hurt you.
No. But he hurt you.
He was the only man I ever loved, and you killed him.
Don't you see, honey? I was
Don't
only
touch
trying...
me. I hate you.
Oh, Laura, listen.
Get away from me.
Mike, explain to...
I can't.
He was no good.
And she loved him. I'm sorry, Steve. I've got to call the police.
What do you say, Mike? Some more coffee?
No, thanks, Sergeant.
Oh, come on. Cheer up. What are you dragging for?
Well, you must have some idea. Steve Nichols was my friend.
And he committed a murder.
Well, there's no question about that.
Tell me something. Was he in love with Laura?
If he was able to kid himself into believing it was strictly platonic. He thought Marlowe was hard-timing her.
Well, he was right.
No, he wasn't.
You mean there was nothing to those stories about Marlowe playing around?
Oh, they were true enough. But they didn't mean a thing to Laura. She was in love with him, and that's all that counted. This goes to prove it's awful dangerous to play God. You never know what's best for other people.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum,
the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment John Lund as
Johnny Dollar.
Donald Maynard, Johnny.
Oh, hello, Mr. Maynard. Haven't talked to you in a long time.
Want to go to work?
Sure. What is it?
We insure a Miss Isabel James, Tulsa, Oklahoma. She's been killed.
How?
Murdered. Like you to leave as soon as you can, Johnny.
Won't take me long. See you at your office in an hour, and you can fill me in on the details.
the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum bring you John Lund in another adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
For refreshing taste plus chewing enjoyment, treat yourself to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. When your mouth and throat feel hot and dry, a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint gives you quick, long-lasting refreshment. The lively, full-bodied spearmint flavor cools your mouth and freshens your taste. The chewing itself helps keep your throat pleasantly moist. Best of all, you can chew and enjoy refreshing Wrigley's Spearmint Gum almost any time and any place. Keep a package handy right in your purse or pocket so you can chew a stick whenever you want it. For refreshing taste plus chewing enjoyment, treat yourself to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. Millions enjoy it, and you will too.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, National Life and Casualty Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Isabel James matter. Expense account item 1, $103.65, plane fare and incidentals between Hartford and Tulsa, Oklahoma, after receiving from you the necessary information concerning the case. I arrived in Tulsa the next morning, registered at the hotel, and went directly to the police station where I introduced myself to Captain Clifford Kissig.
Yeah, got a teletype from your company. Said you'd be in this morning. Good trip?
Fine.
You're investigating the Isabel James murder.
That's right. I was hoping you could give me some help.
I'd sure like to, but it's got us stumped. We've had 3 others like this already.
3 others?
Yeah, all the same. Isabel James was the 4th. Looks like Tulsa's got a Jack the Ripper.
All with their throats cut?
Yeah, 4 killings in the last 3 weeks.
You're after a madman.
Yeah, pretty smart madman. Haven't got a lead.
Not a what?
Always picks a lonely spot, never a witness, never anyone who saw anything or heard anything.
What's he use, a knife?
The lab thinks it's a razor. Straight razor. Got the town a little jumpy.
I can understand.
But we'll get something. Sooner or later, the killer will make a slip, or somebody will tell us something.
What happens in the meantime?
We just gotta pray there ain't no more killing.
How far is Dawson from Tulsa?
Not very far. Going over to see the dead girl's uncle.
Yeah, he's the beneficiary.
Mm-hmm. I found the policy in her belongings. I was the one notified your company.
You know the uncle?
Had him come down and identify the body. How much does he get?
$10,000.
Well, he can use it. Just an old farmer.
Well, I'm going to run over and see him.
All right. How long are you going to be in town?
Well, I'm being paid to investigate a murder. I guess I'll be around until somebody catches a killer. Captain Kissig advised me where I could rent a car, and a half hour later I was driving a small coupe out of the Tulsa city limits heading for Dawson. The dead girl's uncle, Morley Parrish, lived a few miles east of Dawson in an old rundown farmhouse that was in the middle of 6 or 8 acres of parched earth. He was a man in his late 50s, weather-worn and thin. He met me at the door with a look of suspicion.
What do you want?
Mr. Parrish?
Yes?
My name is Dollar. I represent the insurance company that covered your niece's life. I'd like to talk to you about it.
About what?
About your niece, her death.
She's dead. What's there to talk about?
You're the beneficiary. You got $10,000 from the insurance company.
Come in. Sit down. I get, how much you say?
$10,000.
You want a drink?
Well, I don't...
I got a jug of whiskey. I've been saving it. Yeah. You say your name's,
Dollar.
What company you work for?
National Life and Casualty.
I get $10,000.
That's right.
Yeah, have a swig. Oh, my, you swallowed wrong, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, well, give me that. Let's see. Ah. Well, no wonder. I didn't shake it up.
Shake it up?
Why, sure. Gotta shake it to make it smooth.
You sure that didn't come with a fuse in it?
Emmett Willis made it himself. Brung it by last month. Here, you try it now.
Well, I really don't think I...
Oh, go ahead. You got a bad sample.
Okay.
You see how much smoother it is?
Yeah.
Well, you just got to shake it up. Now I'll have one. Ah, yes. Oh, my. Yeah, well, that's right tasty.
Yeah. Let's talk about your niece.
All right. Let's talk.
You know why anybody would want to kill her?
Well, it's that fella that's been killing all them other girls, ain't it?
Yeah, I guess so. That's what the police say.
Well, it seems to me he don't care who he kills, just as long as it's a girl. Another swig?
No, thanks. Your niece left you when she was 16, didn't she?
Yeah, I'll take another. Yeah, 17, I think. She ran off to Tulsa.
You see her much after that?
Well, not much, maybe once, twice a year.
When was the last time you saw her?
The other day in the morgue.
No, I mean before that.
Oh, my. Well, that was about a month.
She didn't write or...
Oh, look, Mr. Police, they ask all them questions.
I know it.
And you got to ask them all over again, huh?
If you want to get your $10,000.
Well, okay. No, she didn't write. She never wrote. At least in the last 5 or 6 years, she never wrote. When she first got to Tulsa, she used to write now and then. Last time I seen her, she didn't say nothing about what she was doing or who she was seeing or anything, so I can't very well help you find out who killed her. Come on, have a swig.
No, thanks. I'm in a rented car.
Suit yourself. But once I open the jug, it gets finished.
Then you better finish it.
Naturally, I will. Oh, man.
Delicious, huh?
Oh, you bet.
I left before he finished the demijohn. It was getting dark, and he stood on the porch, leaning against a post and waving goodbye between the last few swallows. Back in Tulsa, I went to the hotel, where I took a hot shower, then stretched out on the bed to relax for a few minutes before going out to dinner. I smoked a few cigarettes and had just about decided to have some food sent up to the room when the phone rang. Johnny Dollar.
This is Cliff.
Huh?
Captain Kissig.
Oh, hi. Got back from Dawson about 40 minutes ago.
What'd you think of the old boy?
Quite a character.
Thought if you weren't doing anything, you might like to drop down to the station.
You got something?
Yeah, just picked up a suspect. Might be our man.
What makes you think so?
He was following a girl. She spotted him and got worried. When he got too close, she began screaming, and he ran. She gave us a pretty good description, and about 15 minutes ago, a couple of the boys picked him up.
The girl identify him?
Yeah. Said he was the one who followed her, all right.
Well, it seems to me you're going to need more than that.
Well, we might have it. When the boys searched him, they found a straight razor in his pocket. Coming down?
Right away.
His name's Story. S-T-O-R-E-Y. Alvin Story. He hasn't said anything interesting.
But you think he's it?
Yeah, I think so. Nothing definite except the razor and his actions, but I just got a hunch.
What's he say about the razor?
Not much. Admits it's his. Says he was just carrying it. In here.
You were just taking a walk.
Yes, sir, that's right. I was just taking a walk.
And you weren't following the girl, huh?
I told you I wasn't. I told you I was just taking a walk. If the girl thought I was following her, well, I can't help that. I wasn't. I was just taking a walk, like I said in the first place. Hello, Captain.
Hello, Alvin.
Back with someone to relieve Sergeant Haddock?
I'm not tired, Alvin.
Well, you're gonna be if you keep on like this, because I've told you the truth, and I'll just keep right on telling it all night if you keep asking me.
Have a cigarette, Alvin?
I told you I don't smoke. Honest, Captain, this is just a waste of time. I've told you the truth, and you're just a waste of your time with all these questions.
We've got a lot of time.
Now let's go through it again, Alvin. Where did you get the razor?
Why, I bought it.
Where?
At a hardware store. You can check it. I bought it at a hardware store about 3 weeks ago. I used it to shave with, not to kill anyone. Honestly, I didn't kill anyone. I'm not the one you want. I'm not that person that killed all those women.
We never said you were, Alvin.
But you think so, just because that girl thought I was following her.
Oh, weren't you?
Well, no. I told you I was not following that girl.
You were on your way home.
Yes.
You told me before.
Yeah, I was on the way to a show. Yes, I wasn't on the way home. Keep asking me all these questions. I get confused. I made a mistake.
What show were you going to see?
Well...
What show?
Oh, no one in particular. I was just going downtown to see what was playing.
You were headed downtown?
Yes, to see what was playing at the shows.
The girl says you were following her.
Well, I don't care what the girl says. She's lying. I wasn't following her.
But you were walking behind her.
Yes, I might... Yes, I was probably walking behind her.
Well, she was going in the other direction from town.
Well, then I wasn't behind her. I tell you, I was going...
Police sergeant named Haddock kept working on the suspect, quietly, persistently. Alvin Story, a tall, frail-looking man dressed in blue jeans and a leather jacket, sat behind the table trying desperately to be calm and anticipate the sergeant's next question. After half an hour, the captain and I left and went upstairs to his office where he fixed coffee.
Cream and sugar?
Black will be fine.
Well, what do you think?
I don't know. He's a strange one.
Yeah.
If I had to pick types, I don't know. It's hard to tell about anybody in a police station. Maybe he was following the girl. She starts screaming her lungs out, and he panics. The law picks him up, finds a razor on him. Maybe he's not the killer at all. But he knows he looks guilty, so he gets good and scared. Guys act awful funny and make a lot of mistakes when they're scared.
He just carries a razor around with him.
Well, isn't it possible?
Oh, yeah. But I still think he's our killer.
Well, I have to admit I'm inclined to agree with you. But there's always a chance he's not. You never know.
Kissing. Yeah? Okay. Well, we know now.
Story?
Yeah. He just confessed.
Friends, no matter what kind of work you do, it's a real help to chew delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum right while you're working. When you're warm or tired, for instance, the lively, full-bodied spearmint flavor is really refreshing. It helps keep your mouth and throat feeling cool and moist. Chewing on that smooth, good-tasting piece of Wrigley's Spearmint makes the time pass more pleasantly, too. It seems to make your work go smoother and easier. Keep a package or two of Wrigley's Spearmint chewing gum handy all the time. Enjoy chewing Wrigley's Spearmint while you're working and at other times. That's Wrigley's Spearmint chewing gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
Alvin Story still sat at the table in the dim, bare little room. He looked tired, but he looked relieved. A stenographer was set up at one end of the table, while Sergeant Haddock leaned against the wall and smoked a cigarette. Captain Kissig crossed to the table and sat on the edge of it, facing the suspect.
Can we get this thing over with, Captain? Can we finish it up and let me go lie down?
Well, the stenographer's ready. Tell us about it.
Well, what's there to tell? I killed them. I killed all of them. Isn't that enough to say? That's what they'll hang me for. Anything else I say won't make any difference.
Why'd you kill him, Alvin?
I don't know. You know something? I really don't know. I just wanted to. First one, I saw her and I just wanted to. I guess I thought about it before I saw her. Yes, I used to lie in bed and think about it. I used to dream about it, too. I used to wake up and feel like I'd really done it. Sick all over and scared. I felt so terrible. Like I feel now, kind of. Yeah. It's like a dream now. Right now, it's like a dream, but it isn't.
Tell us about the first one.
Do I have to?
It'll help.
Well, it's kind of hard to remember exactly. I bought the razor and I waited for her.
On Garvey Boulevard?
I guess so.
Try to remember.
Yeah, it was Garvey. It was late at night.
What night? The night of the 11th?
Maybe. I think so. I think it was Tuesday night.
That's right.
And I killed her.
You knew her?
No, not really. It's hard to explain.
Well, did you know any of the other 3 girls?
2.
No, with the last one it makes 4 altogether.
No, 3.
Now, think about it a minute, Alvin. There were...
Only 3. I ought to know. 3 girls.
No, now try to remember, Alvin.
I don't have to try and remember anything. There were 3. Just 3. 1, 2, 3. I know. Why would I want to lie?
I'm not saying you're lying, Alvin.
I even know the names. I cut the pictures out of the paper.
Tell me the names then, Alvin.
Well, certainly. Mary Knapp, Virginia Vitello, and Thelma Greer. I know all of them. I kept a record.
What about Isabel James?
Who?
Isabel James?
Oh, yes. She was in the papers the other day.
That's right.
Somebody killed her like the others. I read about it. I thought it'd be blamed on me, but it didn't make any difference. 1 or 10, what difference would it make?
For a half hour, they questioned Alvin's story. Time and time again, he admitted the 3 killings, and time again, he denied any connection with the 4th, the murder of Isabel James. Expense account item 2, $4.95, breakfast for Captain Kissig and myself, after which I returned to the hotel and crawled into bed. A lie detector test would be given to Alvin sometime late in the afternoon, so that gave me at least 6 or 7 hours to catch up on my sleep. I left a call at the desk, turned over, and closed my eyes. Johnny Dollar.
3 o'clock, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, thanks.
And Mr. Parrish has been waiting in the lobby to see you.
Parrish?
Yes, sir. Mr. Morley Parrish. He's been waiting over an hour.
Okay. Send him up.
Yes, sir.
Come in, Mr. Parrish. Have a seat.
Thank you. I've been waiting downstairs for over an hour.
Oh, I'm sorry. But I was up all night. I told the desk not to disturb me until 3.
Oh, gee, that's all right. I know you city fellas don't like to get to bed much before the sun comes up. I didn't mind waiting.
I was with the police.
Oh?
I've been working with them on the death of your niece.
Oh, is that right? Well, that's the reason I come to Tulsa to see you. I was wondering when I was going to get the money.
Well...
See, I got a chance to get me a right smart section of land. Trading the place I got now, plus 8,000. It's a real good buy.
Oh? Well, Mr. Parrish, it might be some time before you get the money.
Oh, well, how come?
Oh, there's a routine that has to be followed. I have to finish my investigation.
You still investigating?
Oh, sure. You see, your niece's death is still unsolved.
Well, it's that fella that's killing all them other girls.
It certainly looks that way.
You mean you got to catch him before you can pay me?
No, but I've got to make sure that he's the one who killed your niece.
You think maybe he isn't?
Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Parrish...
Well, she got killed just like all them other girls.
Not exactly.
Huh?
I said not exactly. You see, the razor that killed your niece and the razor that killed the other girls aren't the same.
Well, how do you know that?
The police laboratory report.
They can tell if it was a different razor? Oh, no. Come on, Mr. Dollar. Maybe I ain't the brightest
It's
fellow
a
in
fact,
the world.
Mr. Parrish. How do you think they knew it was a razor in the first place? Not just a very sharp knife. Oh, they can tell, all right.
Well, maybe the killer ain't using the same razor.
Yeah, we've considered that, but we can't tell. He hasn't killed again. Maybe he never will.
You mean I might never get my money?
Well, now, Mr. Parrish, it's not quite that bad. I want to see you get your money. You've certainly got it coming. But I can't honestly recommend payment to my company until the case is solved.
What do you mean until you catch the killer?
That, or until we're certain the same man that killed the others killed your niece.
Well, it seems to me you gotta catch him to prove that.
Yeah, unless he kills again, with the same razor he used on your niece. Then we can be pretty sure that he's changed razors.
Well, maybe he's got two different ones.
Maybe.
Well...
You have to go?
Yeah, I gotta be getting back. As long as I ain't gonna get the money right away, there's no sense in hanging around.
Don't be discouraged, Mr. Parrish. Just as soon as I'm convinced the killer's changed razors, you'll get your money.
Yeah, Dollar, we just gave Story the polygraph test. According to our experts, Story killed all the girls except Isabel James.
Look, Captain, Morley Parrish was just in my room. I gave him a cock and bull story about his niece being killed with a different razor.
A different razor?
I think maybe he did it for the insurance. Read all the stories in the paper about the killings and decided to kill his niece.
And then everybody just chalk it all up to Alvin's Story.
Right. Only I didn't tell him that Alvin Story had been arrested.
Explain about that different razor.
Parrish left here thinking he wasn't going to get the $10,000 until I was certain the same man killed his niece that killed the others. He thinks your police lab proved that Isabel James was killed with another razor. And he quickly came up with a solution that the killer had changed razors or had two of them.
So what?
I think he'll go out and prove it.
What? You mean you think he...
I think he's simple-minded enough to try and kill someone just to make it look like the killer has changed razors.
Well, I sure hope you're wrong.
Well, so do I, but it's the only way we could prove anything.
Where is he?
He just left.
But holy cow, if you're right and he's wandering around loose...
Relax. He'll go back to his farm in Dawson first.
What makes you think so?
He has to get the razor, doesn't he? Ten minutes later, Captain Kissig picked me up in his car, and we drove well over the speed limit getting to Dawson. Just west of old Morley's farm, we pulled off the road and turned off our lights.
Well, the house is dark. Where is he?
Still on his way from Tulsa. We got here pretty fast, Captain.
Yeah, we did, didn't we?
Come on. Let's walk down to the house.
He have a car?
I don't know, but I doubt it. I didn't see one the last time I was here.
Dollar?
Hmm?
What if you're wrong? What if you've guessed wrong? What if he did have the razor on him? Well?
That's a pretty good question. The night was warm, with a big red moon. We walked down to the old farmhouse while a coyote howled way off in the distance. We found a spot by the side of the house where we could see the road and still be hidden in the shadows. We waited for Morley Parrish to come and get his razor. About an hour later, the old man came walking down the road and went into the house. After a few moments, a light flared in the back room. We could hear him moving around. Then the light went out.
Hold it.
Who's there? Who are you?
It's me, Mr. Parrish.
Mr. Dollar?
Yeah. This is Captain Kissig with me.
What do you want?
Just came down to see you.
Well, I got business. I got to be going.
In a minute.
There's a drink in the house, another jug behind the stove. Go on in and make yourself comfortable. I'll be right back.
Just a minute, Mr.
Well,
Parrish.
look, I got to hurry.
Where are you going?
I got business in Dawson.
You gonna walk?
Oh, sure, I always walk. I hitchhike if I get a lift.
We've got a car. We'll give you a lift.
No, I don't want to put you in no trouble.
No trouble.
Mr. Parrish, what did you pick up in the house?
Huh? What? Oh, nothing.
What have you got in your pocket?
Well, nothing. What do you want? You ain't got no right to do...
Do you own a straight razor, Mr. Parrish? You better give it to us, Mr. Parrish.
And be careful how you do it. I've got a gun pointed at you.
Well, you knew it all the time, huh?
I had a hunch.
Now, here you are.
Is this the one you killed your niece with?
Yeah.
You were going to kill somebody else?
Oh, there ain't no difference after the first one, and I sure could have used that money. Gee. Man, oh, man, that was a wonderful little farm, but, I just guess you can't beat them scientific police methods. I sure thought I had it all figured out, too. We gonna go now?
Yeah.
What's gonna happen to my farm? They'll sure hang me, and I ain't got no relatives to
The
take
state'll take care of it. Come on.
Mr. Dollar.
Hmm?
Why don't you just sneak back later on, get that jug? There's no sense in wasting it on some stranger who wouldn't appreciate it.
We took old Morley Parrish back to the station where he gave us a complete confession. He'd killed his niece for the insurance the way I'd figured. When we told him that Alvin Story had confessed that afternoon, old Morley just shook his head and said something about policemen being a whole lot smarter than most folks give them credit for. Expense account item 3, $11.80, dinner for me and Captain Kissig. After which I returned to my hotel, turned in, and got a good night's sleep. Expense account items 4 and 5, $89.45, car rental and hotel bill. Item 6, $125.19, plane fare and incidentals back to Hartford. Expense account total, $335.04. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, friends, for refreshing taste plus chewing enjoyment, treat yourself to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The taste of fresh spearmint is cooling and delightful, and there's lots of it in every stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. It freshens your mouth, helps keep your throat moist, and sweetens your breath besides. You'll enjoy the good chewing, too, because Wrigley's Spearmint is so smooth and pleasant to chew on. There's nothing else quite like it. Next time you're at the store, stop at your friendly merchant's display of chewing gum and get a few packages of good-tasting Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. Always keep some handy for refreshing taste plus chewing enjoyment. That's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brought to you by Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, stars John Lund in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Joe Duvall, Parley Bear, Howard McNear, and Clayton Post. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you enjoyed tonight's story of Johnny Dollar and that you're enjoying delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. This is Charles Lyon, inviting you to join us again next week at this same time when, from Hollywood, John Lund returns as...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
up, will you, Doc? Get the scissors busy. Get the bandages off.
Took weeks of work to give you a new face, Joe. A few more moments won't matter now. Now that the job's done.
Well, they matter to me. I want to see myself. I want to get outside and see people again. 4 weeks. Nobody to look at. Nobody to talk to. Nothing to read. Just sitting here waiting for this minute.
That's the last of the bandages, Joe. Just this one across your eye. There.
Where's the mirror, Doc? Where's the mirror?
Oh, here, I'll get it.
No, wait. Wait a minute, Doc. Never mind the mirror. I don't want to look at my face. Not just yet.
Scared, Joe?
A little. Doc, how do I look? Did you do a good job?
The best.
You should have been a doctor, Doc. That's what you should have been.
Too bad the medical school I was thrown out of didn't agree with those sentiments, Joe. No, I am rather proud of that face of yours, though. Nobody'd ever know it was you.
That's what I wanted. I got $50,000 I lifted from my firm's safe. And the police will be looking for Joe Harvey. Only there ain't no Joe Harvey. Not anymore, huh, Doc?
That's right. Want to look at yourself now, Joe?
No. Not for a little bit. I want to talk a little. You know, Doc, I scared you when I crashed in here a month ago, didn't I? I scared you into working my face.
Yes. As a matter of fact, you did.
Well, I'm going to give you $5,000 for what you did for me. The police never had my fingerprints. They'll never know me now. They won't, will they, Doc?
No.
They'll never know I'm Joe Harvey, huh?
I'll give you the mirror so you can see for yourself. But I'll promise you this. Nobody in the world will ever be able to recognize you.
Give it to me. Give it to me quick, Doc, now.
All right. There. Yeah, take a look.
Doc. Doc, is this me? Me, Joe Harvey? Oh, I ain't very good looking now, Doc, am I? But I am very rich. And I'm free, clear, and loaded. Thanks, Doc. Nobody's ever going to be able to prove anything on me from now on.
And now to the latest adventure of Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Okay, Doc, you can leave me here. I'll grab a cab.
Yeah, sure you're all right, Joe?
Sure. After I got over the shock of seeing my new face. Thanks for taking me downstairs, Doc. And thanks a million for what you did to my kisser.
It's all right, Joe. We're square. Cab! Hey, Cab!
Thanks again, Doc. And so long. You won't be seeing me.
No, I don't believe I will.
Where to, Johnny?
Grand Central. What are you staring at?
Huh? Nothing.
Hey, what's been going on in town for the past month, driver? I've been kind of out of touch with things.
Nothing much happening. Police are still looking for that Donald Tate guy for a cop killer, but that's all that's exciting.
You think they'll get him?
Can't miss. They always get a cop killer, you know. Sergeant's picture's been in the papers every day. They'll get him.
I hope they do.
So you missed it.
Hey, what'd you stop here for?
Traffic light.
Well, the light's green.
Is it? Oh, that's right.
Hey, here comes a traffic cop. Come on, get started.
I'm trying out, buddy.
Well, now, what's going on here? Get that bus out of here. You're holding up traffic.
Officer, look at the back. Look, I'm riding here.
And who should it be now? The president? Donald Tate. Okay, Tate, don't you even blink or I'll shoot you here on the spot.
Tate? You think I'm Donald Tate?
Sure he's Tate, officer. I recognized him the minute he got in my cab. That's why I stole his hat.
Of course he's Tate. I couldn't miss knowing him. I've been studying his picture every day for a month. This'll mean a promotion for me, sure.
But I'm not Donald Tate, officer. I'm Joe Harvey.
Who?
I'm not Donald Tate. I don't care who I look like. I'm not Tate.
Keep talking, killer, only I won't be listening. You're Tate, all right. Drive down to police headquarters, kid. We got a real prize package to deliver.
So this guy Tate we got locked up does nothing but scream for Boston Blackie, eh, Rollins?
That's right, Inspector Faraday.
So let him scream. It'll do him good. Now, what about Blackie?
He's on his way down, Inspector. You gonna let him see Tate when he gets here?
Why not? That guy's still yelling he isn't Donald Tate.
Well, he's calmed down now. Hey, we never did have Tate's fingerprints, did we, Inspector?
What difference does that make? We got his picture, didn't we? A dozen witnesses saw him knife that cop. A couple of them knew Tate personally. I don't need another thing.
Oh, yes, you do, Inspector. You need me.
Yeah, sure. Like I need a hole in the head, Blackie.
Anything in your head would be an improvement. Hello, Rollins.
Hello. Glad you're here, Blackie.
What did you say, Rollins?
I said, what are you doing here, Blackie?
That's better. Blackie, you know, we've got Donald Tate, and he's screaming he wants to see you.
Well, I'm here, but is that all he's screaming about?
No. In between times, he's yelling that he isn't Donald Tate, and that you can prove it.
I don't see how. I never met Tate. And I don't know what he looks like, except from seeing his pictures in the paper. Quite a publicity job you did on him, Faraday.
Got him picked up, didn't it? Come on, Blackie. If you want to see him, I'll take you over there myself.
Don't bother. I can find my way to jail, even though you have tried to escort me there several times in the past, Inspector.
You got 5 minutes with him, Blackie. Yell if you want anything.
Right. Well, Tate, what's this all about?
Oh, Blackie, I made them get you here. You're the only one that can prove I'm not Tate.
Don't count on it. You're Tate, as far as I'm concerned. I've never seen you before, and I've never seen Tate before. You sure look an awful lot like these pictures, though.
I don't care what I look like. I'm Joe Harvey. You remember Joe Harvey.
Half of it is right. I remember Joe Harvey. Only you're not Joe.
But I am Blackie. I know I don't look like him. I can explain that. But first, I gotta convince you I'm Joe. Now, look. The last time you saw me was about 6 weeks ago, right? It was on a Saturday morning.
Well?
It was in a barber shop, Blackie. You got a trim and a shine. I was getting a shave and working on a scratch sheet figuring out Monday's races. That's right, ain't it, Blackie?
So far.
All right, listen. I ain't through yet. We got in a cab together. I dropped you at Mary Wesley's apartment. No, wait. First, you stopped to pick up some food.
What color suit was I wearing?
Now, let's see. Blue? Brown? I don't know, Blackie.
Good. Harvey wouldn't remember that. But somebody who was trying to prove he was Harvey would have all the details, including the one about my suit.
Oh, you believe me, Blackie?
Not yet, I don't. What happened to your face?
I'll tell you. I grabbed $50,000 from my firm. I went up to Doc Weaver's to have my face changed so nobody'd know me. And the rat crossed me. He gave me a cop killer's face, Donald Tate's.
A likely story. Why would he do that?
Why? He figured I was going to bump him after he operated on me. He wanted to make sure I'd be picked up. He knew any cop in the city would grab me on sight.
I get it. You coaxed him into operating on you, huh?
Maybe I did get a little tough, but I paid him, Blackie. I paid him $5,000 right after the operation.
Your timing was bad, kid. I was too late. If you're telling the truth.
Of course I'm telling the truth, Blackie. Listen. I'll confess to that larceny rap if they'll believe I'm Joe Harvey, but it's the chair if they keep believing I'm Tate.
Oh, sorry, but there's nothing I can do.
But, Blackie, it means the real Tate goes free. Does that sound right to you?
What do you want me to do?
I talked to reporters this morning. My story will be in the papers any hour now. I want you to go see Doc Weaver. He'll tell you the truth. He's got no right to be sore at me now. Then you can tell the cops who I am.
Did you mention Weaver's name to the reporters?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that was smart. I better get to Weaver's fast. If the real Tate sees that story, he's going to kill your alibi, kid, and very simply, too. Merely by killing Doc Weaver.
Hello?
Mary, this is Blackie.
Well, I'd be ashamed to admit it if I were you. Do you know that you've kept me waiting half an hour?
Well, it couldn't be helped, honey. I'll explain when I get there.
Where have I heard that before, and how is it you never do? All right, where are you, Blackie?
I'm in the apartment of a character named Doc Weaver, and you've got some work to do.
What's the connection between your being there and my having work to do?
When I see you, I'll explain that, too.
What you mean is you won't explain that either. However, what do you want?
Well, Doc Weaver had a visitor before I arrived here, a visitor who I think was a killer named Donald Tate. I want you to get bandages and iodine and whatever else you'll need to treat a badly shot-up guy and meet me at Shorty's place.
Shorty's? Why there?
Because I don't want Faraday walking in on me while I'm working out a plan. And he'd be sure to look for me at your apartment or mine. Now, get that stuff for me, Mary, please, and rush it.
I know. Well, you'll explain why when I see you. Okay, Blackie, I'll do it. So long.
Say that again, and say it slow, Miss Howe. And say it before we get to Donald Tate's cell. Okay, from the beginning.
Well, it's just what I told you, Inspector Faraday. I'm Joe Harvey's girl. I've been out of town for a month, and I read in the papers this afternoon about this man you're holding who claims to be Joe. I can tell. I don't care what his face looks like. I can tell if it's Joe or not.
That's what I thought. Only it's ridiculous. The guy is Donald Tate. Hey, how are you going to tell whether this guy is your boyfriend? You going to take his word for it?
Well, hardly. Only Joe's got a birthmark on his arm. If I see that first, maybe I'll listen from then on.
Well, we'll listen together.
Dottie, baby, you're here. Faraday, she'll tell you I'm not Tate. She'll tell you I'm Joe Harvey.
Well, Miss Howe, never mind. Wait till we get in the cell. Well, Miss Howe?
I don't know. It's not Joe's face.
Which arm, Miss Howe? Which arm's got the birthmark?
Birthmark?
The right one, Inspector. Roll up his right sleeve.
That's
What are you
just
doing?
what I'm
Lay off.
doing.
What's the matter?
Well, see anything? Because I don't.
What are you looking for?
For the birthmark. If you were Joe, you'd have a birthmark on your right arm. Only you haven't any birthmark. So you're not Joe.
That's what I thought. This guy's Donald Tate.
Dottie, baby, I'm Joe. You know I'm Joe.
Do I? Let's go, Inspector. This isn't Joe Harvey. I don't know who he is. All I know is who he isn't.
Yeah, Faraday.
Say it nice and sweet now, Inspector, and maybe I'll have some news for you.
Blackie, where are you? What do you want? And who cares?
You care, sweetheart, don't you?
No. All I know is you came back from seeing that Donald Tate guy and insisted he was Joe Harvey. Only that was 2 hours ago.
He is Harvey, and I can prove it.
Well, before you go making a complete jerk of yourself, let me tell you this. Joe Harvey's girl was here an hour ago. She talked to the guy we got in jail, and she swears it isn't Harvey at all. And believe me, she ought to know.
She certainly should. But maybe she had a reason for not telling the truth. Listen, Faraday, I've got a guy who operated on Joe Harvey's face and made him look like Donald Tate.
Huh?
He's shot up pretty bad.
Blackie, bring that guy down here right away.
Oh, no, pal. He's staying where he is, and I'm staying with him. You see, only 2 people actually know that Joe Harvey isn't Donald Tate. One of those 2 people is Doc Weaver, and the other is the real Tate. I'm going to keep the Doc with me and see what happens.
I'll tell you what'll happen. You're in the market for trouble, Blackie. Plenty of it. That's what you're going to get out of this.
I doubt it. I think I'm going to get something much more tangible, Faraday. You see, the real Joe Harvey has $50,000 stashed away somewhere, and the real Donald Tate would pay a lot of dough if I deliver Doc Weaver to him. I'm going to hang around and wait for the best offer.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. While the police are searching for Donald Tate, the cop killer, they pick up Joe Harvey, whose face has been made over by Doc Weaver so that he's Tate's double. Boston Blackie knows that Inspector Faraday does not have the real Tate in jail, and after a visit to Doc Weaver's, calls Faraday, refuses to disclose his whereabouts, but insists that Faraday is holding Harvey and not Tate. As we return to our story, Faraday and Rollins decide to visit Blackie's apartment.
He doesn't answer the bell, Inspector. Maybe he isn't home.
Rollins, you're getting to be a genius. Did it ever occur to you that Blackie might be home and not open the door if he knew it was me outside? Come on, we'll break it down.
Hey, Inspector, isn't breaking down a door against the law?
Well, we'll say it got in our way. There's a law against obstructing justice, isn't there? Come on, help me.
Okay, here goes. Don't look like there's anybody here, Inspector.
No, it doesn't. Check the other rooms.
Yes, sir.
Blackie's not at Miss Wesley's. Apparently he isn't home. He's not at Doc Weaver's. All we found there was bloodstains.
Blackie told you he kidnapped Weaver, didn't he?
He didn't say that exactly. Just said he had him. I'm going to fix that guy once and for all.
Weaver?
Blackie. I'm going to call the papers and tell them the whole story. That Blackie's got Doc Weaver and that he's hiding out somewhere. And that I want him for withholding a vital witness.
Well, what good would that do, Inspector?
It'll show everybody that Blackie isn't such a big hero. And maybe it'll bring him around. So he'll cooperate with us a little bit.
Will that be all, Miss Wesley?
Yes, I believe so. 4 boxes of bandages, 2 rolls of adhesive tape, iodine, sulfadiazine, sulfathiazole. Yes, that's all. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You bought the same stuff yesterday. You doing hospital work again, Miss Wesley?
Not exactly, but that's pretty close. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Wesley. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, I'm afraid you will.
I wouldn't be in a hurry to go nowhere, miss.
No?
No, just get in that car. Don't do no screaming. Don't do no nothing.
No, anything.
Don't get cute, Miss Wesley. I got a bottle of acid in my hand. Your face won't look so pretty as some of it should kind of spill out.
What do you want with me?
I've been waiting for you to show up here. Get in that car parked at the curb. Go on, get in. Put that package down the seat and start driving. I'll tell you where. Go on, get in.
All right. Only, what are you going to do to me?
Nothing if you behave yourself. Start it up and go straight up the street. Not too fast either, sister.
I don't know why I should.
The acid, sister. Remember the acid.
Oh, now I know.
I'm Donald Tate's sister, and I'm wanted.
Not by me.
By the cops, only they think they got Donald Tate locked up. I want them to go on thinking that.
Well, that's all right with me. I'll call Inspector Faraday and tell him.
As soon as we get away from this traffic, you ain't going to talk so cute. Turn right at this corner.
Yes, sir.
Now, look, Miss Wesley. One man knows the guy in jail isn't me, and that's Doc Weaver. I tried to get the doc, but maybe I'd bungle the job, and the papers say your boyfriend, Blackie, has him stashed away. He's hurt bad. And that's why you bought them bandages and junk.
What about it?
This about it. I fixed Joe Harvey's girl so she wouldn't say the guy in jail was Joe. I'm clean if I can take care of the phony doc.
Well, I'm really not him, you know.
Stop the car, kid. There's nobody around this neighborhood at this hour. Stop the car. Now start listening. I want to know where Blackie's got the doc. Now talk.
I'm sorry, I don't remember. Ow! Oh, my arm. Please stop that.
This ain't nothing to what I'm going to do. Tell me that address. Tell it to me fast.
I won't. I won't.
You're practically begging for this
Please.
acid. Okay, it suits me. One more chance before I spill this over your kissy. Where's Blackie and Doc Weaver?
Don't throw that acid at me, please.
And
don't.
start talking.
All right. Blackie's at his friend Shorty's hideout on Water Street. He's there along with Doc Weaver, and he's waiting for me. Now, please let go my arm and let me out of the car. I've told you all I know.
Yeah.
Oh.
You're about Boston Blackie's girl. He's just as yellow as any other dame in town. Go on, get out, scram. Got all I want out of you. You know what was in this bottle? Water, sister. Just plain, ordinary water. Boy, did I cross you.
Mary? That's right, little Mary. Come on, open the door, Blackie.
Hi there.
Well, I did it. He was there just like you thought he'd be. He practically carried me off in his arms, and I broke down and told him this address. So then I waited an hour, and here I am. Well, where is he, in jail?
He isn't here, and he's never been here.
But he has to be. He had to come here. Everything worked out just as you planned.
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me that Tate did grab you at the drugstore, and you told him I was here, and he didn't fall for it?
Well, Blackie, he seemed to.
Cute guy. He had to figure this was a trap, or he intends to wait until night to bust in here. Well, you hop home. I'll call you if anything develops.
All right. Only, Blackie, if you do catch up with Tate, I want you to know this. He twisted my arm.
He did he? Now, just for that, I'm going to personally wring his neck.
Wait just a minute, can't you? Just hold the phone until I get the door open, at least. Oh, everything happens to me. Goodness gracious. Just a minute. Hello?
That you, Miss Wesley? I've been calling you for 2 hours.
Oh, hello, Inspector Faraday. I've been busy. What did you want?
Well, not you. I want Blackie. Where is he, and where is he hiding that phony Doc Weaver?
Well, gosh, Inspector Faraday, I really don't know. Oh.
What's the matter?
I crossed my fingers a little too hard. Goodbye, Inspector Faraday, and don't call back, please, ever, at least until tomorrow.
Miss Wesley,
And that is that.
Not quite, Mary.
Oh, not you again.
Why not? You didn't want me to walk into a trap, did you, kid?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I did.
Yeah, I figured that. I figured you gave in too easy in the car, so I came here. I came up the fire escape and got in that way. Now, get on that telephone, sister. Hurry up.
Oh, that's a fine way to treat a sister. All right, what do I do now?
Pick up the phone.
Okay.
And call Blackie.
Oh, no.
Pick it up, kid. I'm not fooling. I wouldn't mind killing you if I had to.
You don't have to. What do I tell him?
Nothing. I'll talk to him. Don't tell him who it is. I want to surprise him.
Hello?
Blackie, this is Mary.
I'll
Somebody
take
here
it.
wants to...
Blackie, it's Tate.
Tate? You're at Miss Wesley's?
For a while. And I'm going to meet you and make a swap with you.
What kind of a swap?
Your girl for Doc Weaver. And if you deliver him, I deliver her. Alive. Catch on?
Vaguely. Where will I bring Doc Weaver?
Get in your car with a Doc, park it way out on North Woods Drive. I'll come past. You two are alone in the car, I stop, and we switch cars. You get funny, I don't stop, and you don't never see your girl again.
I don't have very much choice, a chance to get cute, do I?
That's right. You better leave now, Blackie. We ought to both be in there close to the same time. You're a little nearer than me, so, don't get too lonesome waiting.
Just make sure you'll be there, Tate. I've never been so anxious in my life to see another guy with my girl.
You know, sister, this could be your last 5 minutes of living. You ever think of that?
Not till just now. If it's all the same to you, though, I'd rather it weren't. That's Blackie's car up there.
Yeah, parked and waiting. Well, I'm going to drive past and see if the doc is in it. That no cops are in it. Take a good look, kid. It may be your last.
Well?
All right. It's Blackie and the doc and no cops. Okay, you stay in here.
And what are you going to do?
Get out and head for that car while Blackie walks up to this one. And if any cops do try to stop me once I'm in that car, they'll have to shoot it out with me. And if they do, they might hit the doc, so they won't. Cops are so nice that way. Hey, Blackie.
Yeah?
Start walking this way slowly, on the other side of the road. I'm coming towards your car, and I've got my gun out, so keep your hands high. Got that?
I get it.
All right, start walking.
Nice weather we're having, Tate.
Shut up.
Well, it was nice weather, I know, because I read it in the papers.
Wow. So you're here waiting for me, huh, Doc? Well, I gotta take you somewhere and finish a job I started. Move over.
Okay, Rollins, the Tommy gun. 30 double. Come on back here, Blackie. We got him.
I'm coming. It's Tate, isn't it, Faraday?
It sure is. Roll him over, Rollins. Okay, Inspector. Guess we got him. So the other guy in jail is really Joe Harvey. Well, what do you know? Who's this guy in the car here?
Who's he? He was Doc Weaver, Faraday. And he's been dead for quite a while.
What's his body doing in your car, then?
Good old Faraday. Much mouth, little listen. Try and get this, Inspector. Tate killed Weaver right after he found out that Weaver had fixed up Harvey's face. Only Tate wasn't sure he was dead.
So?
So, when the story got in the newspapers that I was holding Weaver, Tate figured he'd have to find the doc and knock him off.
I get it now. Well, Blackie, I'm glad you called me and told me about this little trap. We got Joe Harvey on a larceny rap, and Tate's dead. So everybody's happy.
I guess that's right. See, I've heard of people getting into trouble because they had a change of heart. But Joe Harvey wound up in jail because he had a change of face.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The soft fall of June, and Broadway's heart beats fast. The girls press gently against currents of summer wind and wear the glimmer of morning sun on their hair, and their lips scarlet, moist. On their shoulders, golden dance of light, and their perfume is of summer fields, which mixes well with Broadway's own exotic odors, sear of electricity, wash and cool and scent of air-conditioned air, steam mist drifting from manhole covers. And Broadway follows close on the heels of summer morning, turns a corner, punches the time clock, darkens the day. Time of the transients, their place of sleep, Duane Hotel for transients. Side street just off Broadway, rooms $1.50 up, weekly rates also. Place of desk gouged with the transient's mark. Place of dust on mirrors on which names and numbers have been scrawled. Place of a room where a man lies wounded, dying across in a door bed, and where Detective Dennison was, and I was.
Nothing, Danny. No baggage, suitcase, briefcase, cardboard box, nothing. Not even shaving things or a toothbrush in the bathroom.
Uh-huh.
A thing, huh, Danny? Well-dressed man. Expensively dressed. Silk shirt. Cheap hotel. Stabbed in the back with a grimy knife.
You talked to the clerk, Dennison?
Yeah.
He said what?
He said this man came in last night around 1. He said this man registered as Charlie Brown, a name which conjured up old memories for the clerk and made him request payment in advance, which this man paid. 1 day's worth, which is what the clerk said.
He was alone?
Uh-huh. Clerk said he was alone. As to visitors, clerk got drowsy around 2. Can't see with his eyes closed.
Yeah. I found this in his wallet.
Let me touch, too, huh? Must be $500 in easy dimensions. Feel real nice, don't they?
Dennison,
Yeah. Robbery's out, huh?
It looks that way. Found this in his wallet, too. A business card. Lane Incorporated. Gadgets, mechanical funnies. George Lane, owner. George Lane matches his driver's license.
A man makes mechanical funnies. Carries 5 C's pocket change. Look at it one way. There's no percentage in it. Look at it another way.
You call the ambulance, Dennison?
Clerk said he'd do it for me. Clerk said it'd be a real pleasure. So I let him. He did.
And it happened then, the siren. The trailing in of the one-noted song, the shrill tone that shatters a city's traffic and lets through a self-propelled white enameled box designed to carry newly stabbed people as comfortably as possible. And the man near death becomes suddenly an object of respect. So stand by solemnly while he's lifted up and carried away. Instructions to Dennison, then, and leave. Legwork and the offices of Lanes Incorporated. Show the badge and be nodded to a chair by a young woman who tiptoes, and a few minutes later be tiptoed into an office in limed oak, and photographs of lawn sprinklers that turn themselves off, kittens that turn themselves on, and life-size baby dolls that say mama, and smoke. Be permitted a minute of amazement, and a door opens, and your back is slapped. No gadget, but a man.
And how are you? My name's Harry Webster.
Well, fine. I'm...
Danny Clover. You gave your name to Miss Senka, remember? And Miss Senka gave it to me. How are you, Danny?
What's your position here, Mr. Webster?
You asked to see the fellow in charge, didn't you? I'm the fellow in charge.
Well, that is while George Lane is away, huh?
As soon as he comes in, I take off my suit coat, and I'm a foreman.
Mr. Lane's had an accident.
Accident?
No, that's the wrong word. He was stabbed. He was found in a cheap hotel with a knife.
The Lane that owns this place is George Lane, Mr. Clover. Quite a wealthy man, a man who doesn't stint on anything his heart desires, so you see that.
Anyhow, we want you to go to police emergency hospital and make identification for us.
You just stick around. Mr. Lane will be in. You boys have got the wrong man.
Well, let's just go on the assumption we haven't.
If we do that, I don't know what to say. Nothing comes.
I'll help you. Who would want to stab him?
Stab George? I know who'd admire him, everybody. I know who'd respect him, everybody. And everyone would have a good word for him, but stab him? Stab him?
When was the last time you saw him?
Last night.
Oh?
He was to my house for dinner. We gave him a little dinner party. Me, my wife, my kid. Celebration. I've been working here 20 years, so I have...
How did Mr. Lane act last night?
Oh.
Well, that means what?
I went under the table about 11. My wife put me to bed. Look, I got an idea.
What?
I'll call my wife and tell her you're on the way over. You want to know how George was last night? Don't ask me. At 11 o'clock, I heard the clock strike 11 o'clock, and I felt myself sliding
Just
under.
write down your address for me, huh, Mr. Webster?
You're Mr. Clover?
Yes.
Well, I've been waiting for your step ever since Harry called. Just minutes ago, a man walked through the hall, and I opened the door and asked him if it was you, and he just grinned and winked. I was very embarrassed.
May we go inside, Mrs. Webster?
Oh, yeah, yes. Please come inside. Dear, I tried to straighten up the place in the short time since Harry called, and myself, too. Harry should have had sense enough to ask you to wait around just a little while, so
It doesn't matter, Mrs. Webster.
Oh, no, I don't suppose it does it? George hurt and wounded, dying like some lonely animal.
Mrs. Webster...
Now, don't you play games with me, do you hear? No games. Because Harry told me all about it on the phone, and I'll match what you said to Harry and what you say to me and what Harry said, because he told
Mrs.
me...
Webster...
And Harry doesn't lie. He never fibs. Now, that's one thing you can say about my husband, Harry.
You through, Mrs. Webster?
Well, I'm upset. I tell you that so you know. I'm just terribly, terribly upset.
Because of what's happened to Lane?
But George is dying, isn't he?
We don't know yet. We're doing all we...
And all you can do or want to do or dream of doing for George Lane won't be enough.
Oh?
Yes. Oh, George is an attractive man and strong. A wonderful man. A man with a sense of humor, too. So funny. So very funny. You should have heard the funny things he said when Harry passed out last night at his own party. His own party for his boss, George Lane. 20 years of faithful, devoted service, and Harry gives the party. And Harry Webster passes out at 11 o'clock. Oh, George did such a funny thing.
What did he do, Mrs. Webster?
Well, when Harry just sort of oozed down under the table, George did a magic trick with the tablecloth. Just yanked it out from under everything and draped it over Harry and planted a stalk of celery in Harry's hand. Oh, isn't that funny? Isn't that very funny?
No, not very.
Well, I thought it was funny. Even Sylvia finally laughed.
Sylvia?
Sylvia, my daughter. Even she had to laugh finally, the way her father looked. And the funny dance George did around.
Then your daughter was at the celebration, too.
And what's more, George offered to take her home, and she accepted, and I was very proud, I can tell you. I even tried to wake Harry to tell him his own daughter was being taken home, but... Oh, but Harry was dead to the world. I had to drag him bodily.
Then your daughter has a place of her own.
And a job of her own. The 58th Street record shop. My daughter's very independent. And... but... If George took her home... And it was last night that George was...
Thank you, Mrs. Webster.
I'm sorry, sir. We prefer you're not taking that briefcase into the listening booth with you and all those records. Thank you. Hey, Bellboy. Now, you, sir.
Is your name Sylvia Webster?
That's right. I'm Miss Webster.
Oh, I'm Danny Clover, police.
That's all right.
I'd like to ask you a few questions, Miss Webster.
That's all right, too.
Earlier this morning, George Lane was found with a knife in his back.
Just a minute. Now, you were saying that George Lane was found stabbed, and you want to ask me some questions. Isn't that right?
Did you stab him?
That'd be foolish, wouldn't it? Stab a man, get yourself in a mess. Just when Mr. Sussman gave me a raise last week?
May I ask how old you are, Miss Webster?
20. I look older, don't I? I've suffered. All the books I read, girls 20 years old suffer. So, like them, it's been a constant battle to keep my face from wrinkling.
Why don't you live with your parents?
In the books, Mr. Clover, the books, all girls 20 years old rebel. They go off and live by themselves. Their mothers weep, daddies fold their arms and look off into space and think, what kind of ingrate have I reared? A 20-year-old girl who wants to live alone.
Mr. Lane took you home last night, didn't he?
I was flattered.
Did you find him attractive, Miss Webster?
I can only assume, Mr. Clover, that since you asked the question under these circumstances, you've only seen the old boy when he'd been stabbed. You ought to see him without a knife in him.
Was there anything...
Mr. Lane took me home, handed me up the stoop, held a lighted match near my purse while I located my key, opened the door for me, and made a wish.
And?
It didn't come true. I closed the door in back of me and left him to face the bitter night alone. Mind if I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Is Mr. Lane dead?
No. Would you like to see him?
I'd love to. But Mr. Sussman left me in charge for the entire day. Think of it. My first day in charge. What an opportunity for a 20-year-old. Just tell him hello, huh? Thanks.
Danny?
Dr. Sinsky? How is...
I took a moment outside Mr. Lane's room, Danny, to grab a smoke. I didn't wish to...
Didn't wish to what, Dr. Sinsky?
To intrude on the grief of his visitors. I did everything I know, Danny, but...
Visitors? Who?
Mr. and Mrs. Harry Webster. They told the desk they were old friends. Mr. Webster said you had
Let's
wished
go
to...
in, huh?
Clover.
Yes, Mr. Webster?
That's George, all right. That man there in the bed. George Lane. Man I worked for 20 years. A man... My wife's crying because...
Danny?
A man we've admired, respected. A man...
Just a minute, Mr. Webster. What is it, Dr. Sinsky?
Mr. Lane is dead, Danny.
That was a remarkable man. A truly remarkable man. A man I never was. A man I would have given anything to be. All the things I'm not.
Don't do that, Harry. Because you're right. You're just so right. A wonderful, wonderful man is dead.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Tomorrow night, where you will be expecting your date with Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective, listen for a special program starring Dick Powell and Amos and Andy. Hear the dramatic feature titled The Iron Mortar, describing 4 generations of progress in the drug field. This Sunday night on most of these same CBS radio stations.
In the sunlight of a new morning in June, Broadway leans against a subway exit before going to work and makes the last memory about the long night past. There was the bottle of beer in the corner bar and the reflection of the girl in mirror and how she accepted the light you offered her and not your friendship, and the wilted salad and the siren songs of the disc jockeys and spasms of sleep and fragments of dreams when you were skimming the lagoons of Manakura, and later when your brow was being stroked in a South Sea Island way. And the best dream of all, the one you had been trying to remember for months, shattered again by the alarm clock, lost again, because it's a new morning again. And for me, the new morning was police headquarters and Sergeant Gino Tartaglia.
Danny?
Come on in, Gino. Oh, what's up?
Go ahead. Be bright and sunny.
Oh, trouble this morning, Gino?
June is the cruelest month.
Hmm?
You know who said that? Mrs. Tartaglia. She can't sleep on June nights.
Gino.
So she keeps me awake. She keeps telling me she hears music.
Gino, please.
And I have always been very proud of my hearing, Danny. I hear no music. She keeps nudging me and says, "You hear that? You hear that? Violins."
So help me, Gino.
Once I think I heard a trumpet blow, but I wasn't sure, so I went back to sleep. But that was last month. But what am I bothering you with? Let's get down to things at hand, shall we?
If you please.
Run down on results of legwork by the good Detective Dennison. The deceased George Lane was known as a big man with the maidens. Some people who knew best described Mr. Lane as dynamic and, let's see, powerful. Also, at one juncture in his life, he was all but snagged.
Snagged?
He was once engaged to be married to a Mady Carson. Detective Dennison has jotted down her address, which I give you now.
Thanks.
So, what do you think, Danny?
About what?
About Mrs. D. About she can't sleep at night in June. Just wait till July, huh?
Yes?
Miss Carson, Mady Carson?
That's right.
I'm from the police.
You people must be very thorough. I didn't realize.
That's right, Miss Carson.
And you found a wounded man who then died, and because of that you scraped through files and things, and you discovered I was once to marry that man. Mady Carson and with George Lane.
That's right.
Well, then do come in. Somewhere in all that mess of magazines and newspapers, there must be a place to sit.
Thanks.
You know why the mess?
Well, Miss Carson...
In all those magazines, all of them, there are ads for relief organizations who have children on the market for adoption.
Look,
And I've been shopping, browsing, so to speak, and I discover French children are very polite and still, and little Italian boys are nice, too, as are the Greek children and the Polish. I tell you,
What?
So many to choose from, it's very difficult for a girl to make up her mind.
That's how Lane's death hits you, Miss Carson?
Oh, no. When it hit me like that was when George Lane would not marry with me.
Why not?
Why not? Why not? Why not? You know anything about George? Other than he's dead, of course?
A few things.
You know he was a powerhouse? A veritable powerhouse. A sweeper of girls off their old patterns. A challenge to men. All things his opponent. Men, women, things. And George always won. And to the losers, the spoils.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a bar where once 3 years ago a girl sat waiting for her fiancé, and George Lane, distinguished, gray, bulky, and harmless, introduced himself, bought said girl a drink, invited said girl for a little jaunt in his sports car. Said girl, me. Finis, the end.
Then he wanted to marry you.
I wanted. And I talked it over with my fiancé, and he said how could he compete with a man like George? Why, once at Coney we were all together, the three of us, and...
And what?
Well, simply that George out-pitched, out-hammered, out-coastered, out-photographed my fiancé. So, fiancé said, go marry the man, and I said, please, George. And George humored me, bought the license, tore it up a week later. And so...
Go on.
So I went back to my boyfriend and said, Paul, forgive, forgive, forgive. Paul didn't. I can't imagine why.
Paul
Tyson. He has a home and everything on 23rd Street. Home and everything. I've been watching.
One more question. You killed George Lane?
No. Look, you get around. You ever run across a nice orphan in the market for a mom? You tell him about me, I'm nice. I'm kind. Uh-huh. That's what I am.
Goodbye, Miss Carson.
Uh-huh. Bye.
I've got no regrets, Mr. Clover. Nice wife, nice kids, nice view here from the office window. You notice the view?
Yes, I did, Mr. Tyson. Now, if you'll...
Sure. I would have married Mady. Before George Lane came along, that is. A matter of pride after that.
What do you mean?
She threw me over for him. Then Lane whirled her around a few times and pointed her back to me. Pride. I told her to go away.
You want to tell me about George Lane?
A very strong man. A very great hand wrestler. After what he did to me in front of Mady, I went out and married a woman taller than I am, and all my children are small for their age. There's a very psychological novel in there someplace.
Did you kill George Lane?
He scared me to death. That's a motive, isn't it? No, I didn't kill him.
And you mean what you said, Mr. Tyson, about no regrets?
Why do you ask?
Well, maybe just clutching a straw now that you're married, and nostalgia for Mady, and the reason you didn't marry her, motive.
Nothing like that, Mr. Clover. Nothing's left of what I once felt for Mady. When she came back from George Lane, she wasn't Mady anymore.
Oh?
She was suddenly a sad woman, no more spirit. She even started to wear gray dresses with high linen collars. Tough about her. Didn't matter to me. I've got a wife and all the kids I want, and I'm very happy. I'm too happy to murder anybody, Mr. Clover. Know what I mean?
And hit the street again. An early afternoon of summer, riot of summer, and quiet places of summer. Side street of hurdy-gurdy man. And the June dance of a wise little monkey. Red cap, little bells, and a very special routine for lady watchers. And a quarter in the cup, and a pat on the skull from a lady watcher, bare-legged and sandaled. Watch it for a while longer. Walk away from it, toward river. And consider a crisscross of lives. George Lane's with Mady Carson. George Lane's with Paul Tyson. George Lane's with Mr. and Mrs. Harry Webster, and with their daughter. George Lane, murdered man, who made small dyings for people he touched. The summer river for a while, then back to it, because there's nowhere else. The job, headquarters. In your office, a woman waiting for you. Hello, Mrs. Webster. You wanted to see me about something?
Yes. About my husband. About Harry.
What about him?
About Harry and George.
Well...
They'd known each other a long time. 20 years.
Go on.
From the time I had my daughter Sylvia. All the time she was growing up.
Well, Mrs. Webster...
Please.
All right.
When Sylvia was a child, George Lane was a better father to her, actually, than Harry ever was.
What are you getting at, Mrs. Webster?
Please. George brought her things Harry never dreamed a little girl would love. He read to her, played with her, brought a look to the child's face Harry had never seen and could never understand why.
You're trying to tell me...
And with me, George danced well and laughed well and made up naughty little sayings and then...
Then what?
Sylvia's grown up now, and George noticed it. By the way he offered to take her home the other night, and... What I've come to tell you, Mr. Clover.
What?
I think my husband, Harry, killed George Lane. If he did, he should suffer for it. Isn't that right? Doesn't an evil deed deserve...
Where's your husband now?
With my daughter. Her apartment on West 12th.
That's all, Mrs. Webster.
Now, you won't tell him that I don't care. Tell him if you want.
What do you want?
I'd like to talk with you, Miss Webster.
Okay. Well?
Can we go inside?
I'm a busy little girl tonight. I've got company.
Your father won't mind.
Oh, you know he's here, huh? Okay, come on in. Pop?
Hi there, Clover.
Good evening, Mr. Webster.
We went gambling, Mr. Clover. Just a little father-daughter gin game. Loser runs down to the corner and buys a quart of ice cream. Grab a chair. We'll make it three-handed.
Mr. Clover says he came here to talk.
Oh, that's fine.
To me, Pop.
Oh, like that, huh?
It's like what, Mr. Clover?
I'd better go.
That's all right, Mr. Webster. Stay. I want to talk to both of you.
Hey, now, you son.
Your wife thinks you might have killed George Lane.
Yeah. Yes, I figured she would.
Did you?
I told you he was a man I respected more
Oh, cut it out,
Well,
Pop.
it's true.
Is it?
Sure, I told you.
But you still haven't told me the answer to the question, Mr. Webster.
I didn't kill him.
That only leaves your daughter.
The heat must have got
Then
to
who
him.
else would you say it leaves, Miss Webster?
Pop.
The heat really got to him, didn't it?
Why don't you level, Pop?
Huh?
About George. What you really thought of him. Listen, why don't you tell Mr. Clover how you hated George?
I've already found out some things about him.
Like what?
That he was a dominating man.
That he destroyed everything he touched. Did you find that out?
How did you feel about him, Miss Webster?
Look.
Yes?
I hated him. All my life. He made me feel small, unimportant. He paid my wages, and when he felt like it, he took over my family.
You know he took your daughter home after your party?
Look, you didn't let me finish.
Don't get crazy.
Well, he didn't let me finish, and I want to finish. I went to his hotel, and I killed him.
See what's become of my father, Mr. Clover. He's become ridiculous. Pop.
It's the truth, Sylvia.
You know what kind of a hotel George was killed in?
Sylvia.
The cheapest joint he could find, not his hotel.
Sylvia.
Where he wanted me to meet him.
Shut up.
Where I met him. Where I killed him. You know why? You know why, Mr. Clover. Like everybody else, I fell flat on my face for him. 20 years he was building me up to being alone with him.
Please, Sylvia, you just shut up.
Instead of going home, he said he had a place he wanted to show me. I would have gone any place with him. Worshipped him, Pop. He took me to that place. I stretched out my arms to him. And all he did was laugh at me and started to walk out. Destroyed me. And that's all he wanted.
Sylvia.
I'm sorry.
No. Listen to me. I'm glad you did it.
Yeah.
But I should have done it.
You couldn't. You didn't have the strength. He destroyed you long ago.
It's the journey to the end of all the other streets in the world, Broadway. You turn a corner and you're there. Walk it slowly. Lean your heart against it. Shop for the kicks, the bargains, the heartbreak, until all explodes in your face. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Barbara Eiler was heard as Sylvia, and Herb Butterfield as Harry. Featured in the cast were Paula Winslow, Irene Tedrow, James McCallion, and Lou Merrill. Bill Anders speaking. This coming Monday night, where CBS Radio has been bringing you its production of Suspense, listen for the new mystery series called Crime Classics. This Monday on Crime Classics, you will hear a report on the crime of Bathsheba Spooner, the complete story of the first woman tried for murder in the United States. Crime Classics premiere performance this Monday on most of these same CBS radio stations. And remember, for thrilling dramas of escape, listen Sunday nights to the CBS Radio Network.
Tonight we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Headquarters in his most famous cases of crime and murder. As all of you know, Mr. Chameleon is known in the police as Chameleon, the man of many faces, who appears in various impersonations to track down his prey. The audience always knows who Mr. Chameleon is, but the criminal he is tracking down seldom does. Tonight we give you Mr. Chameleon and the case of the game of death. The Coronet Hotel is one of Fifth Avenue's finest, but like every other building, it can harbor trouble and unhappiness. And in the elegant suite of the Cunningham sisters, Lois, the younger sister, is sitting weeping and crying out angrily to her sister Helene.
I'm not a baby. It's only 10 o'clock, Helene. I have a right to go out and enjoy myself, haven't I?
No, you haven't, Lois. Not if you're going to play bridge for money.
But that's ridiculous. You do it yourself all the time. Last month you paid the rent here with the money you made at bridge.
Lois...
You're always next door playing with the Smalleys. And just because they asked me to a couple of parties...
You're too young for that sort of thing. You're only 20, Lois. Since Dad and Mother died, I've had to look after you. And I intend to go on doing it whether you like it or not.
But the Smalleys have been so kind to us.
I didn't say they weren't. I simply said that I won't have you playing cards for money. I'll answer that. And don't think I finished with you. I haven't.
It may be Edgar.
I hope it's Edgar. The sooner you marry him, the better I'll be pleased. Yes? Oh, hello there.
What's that? Helene! Helene, what happened?
Meanwhile, strolling along Fifth Avenue, we find Mr. Chameleon, the famous detective from Central Headquarters, the man of many disguises who has long terrorized the underworld. And with him is his friend and co-worker, Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold, also off duty. But like two war horses scenting battle, they stop simultaneously, and Dave exclaims,
Mr. Chameleon, do you see what I see?
I see a crowd. 2 police cars in front of the Coronet Hotel. Add them all together when they spell, Dave.
Trouble?
Yes, come on. It looks like big trouble, Dave. Oh, there's Captain Robbins. He must be on the job. Hello, Captain.
Mr. Chameleon, Dave.
What's up?
Plenty. A girl named Helene Cunningham who lives here with her sister was murdered an hour ago. Shot through the heart by someone who rang her doorbell.
Oh, was she alone at the time?
Our sister Lois was in the bedroom. She didn't see the murderer, but she claims it must have been someone Helene Cunningham knew because she greeted them as if she knew them.
They got away, huh?
Apparently, they ran down the stairs.
Did the sister Lois send for the police?
Well, no, Mr. Chameleon. The Smalleys did that. Henry and Catherine Smalley. They have the suite next door. Well, that's them over there talking to the hotel manager.
Ah, nice-looking pair.
Smalley? Henry Smalley. That name sounds very familiar. Do you mind if I talk to them, Captain?
Go right ahead, Mr. Chameleon.
Dave, you wait for me, please.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
Mr. Smalley?
Yes?
I'm not on this case officially, but my name is Chameleon.
What?
And I'd like...
You don't mean it. Catherine, did you hear that? This is the famous Mr. Chameleon.
No, it's not possible. Why, you're young and attractive, Mr. Chameleon. From the way we heard you described, we expected a monster with horns.
I don't follow you, Mrs. Smalley. Who described me to you? And why is it that your name sounds so familiar to me?
Well, let's say we have mutual acquaintances, Mr. Chameleon, who have talked about the brilliant impersonations you use when working on a case. Though brilliant was not the word they used.
Wait a minute, I have it. You're the Henry Smalley who's done such wonderful work among men with prison records. You've gotten them jobs, hired them yourself. Am I right?
I'm afraid you are, Mr. Chameleon.
You know, it's amazing, Mr. Chameleon, how seldom those men betray my faith in them. But right now, I'm minus a secretary who vanished yesterday, taking some of the family jewels with him.
Mr. Chameleon isn't interested in your stray lambs, Henry. I'm sure he's much more interested in hearing about Helene Cunningham.
Ah, yes, poor Helene. It was frightful, Mr. Chameleon. We heard the shot, rushed next door, and there she was, covered with blood, with her sister Lois kneeling beside her.
Did you know the 2 sisters well?
We knew Helene fairly well. She used to play bridge with us.
She was a beautiful girl. Can't imagine who would want to kill her. Or why. It seems so senseless, so cruel. And what will happen to little Lois?
I wouldn't worry too much, dear. Little Lois will be taken care of.
By whom, Mrs. Smalley?
By the young man approaching us.
Mrs. Smalley, where's Lois? How is she? I wouldn't believe it when you called me. I
I still can't believe that Helene was murdered.
Lois asked me to call you, Edgar. She's still upstairs being questioned by the police.
Then she needs me. Thank you for calling.
Touching, isn't he, Mr. Chameleon? Young love on a white horse is always so touching.
Is he Lois Cunningham's fiancé?
We presume he is. His name is Edgar Williams. She brought him to call on her several times.
Well, then she will be taken care of.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon, if you call being married to a nice, dull young man being taken care of. Personally, I think that Lois deserves a better fate. I think that Catherine and I should take an interest in her.
And personally, my dear Commissioner, I would just as soon have 2 vultures take an interest in that girl, Lois. At least vultures are honest birds of prey.
But, Chameleon, do you really think this chap Smalley and his wife are card sharps?
Commissioner, it's a very difficult thing to prove. They live in a high-class hotel, they dress well, they're attractive, but they give bridge parties constantly. And according to her sister, Helene Cunningham, played for money. She paid their bills that way.
And she must have had better luck at cards than I do.
No, not necessarily. Commissioner, socially, the Cunningham girls are top-drawer stuff. Their parents, unfortunately, left them penniless, but they continued to keep up their standard of living. Well, how? Because Helene won occasionally at bridge? No, Commissioner, you'll never convince me of that.
Then you think that the Smalleys used Helene as a come-on? She introduced them to her friends with money, and then the Smalleys proceeded to fleece the friends at bridge.
I think that's very possible.
And when she decided to pull out, she was murdered.
I think that is possible, too. But remember, a high-class gambling ring, Commissioner, is the toughest thing in the world to smash. How can you prove that a charming couple like the Smalleys are card sharps? If they are.
And you believe they are?
I believe that a lot of ugly things go with gambling. Blackmail, sometimes suicide, sometimes even murder. Now, the Smalleys are just a cog in the wheel, and I'd like to smash the wheel.
Well, how are you going about it? Are you going to take up gambling? Get yourself an introduction to the Smalleys' inner circle?
No, I'd rather be part of that inner circle.
What do you mean?
Well, Henry Smalley's pet philanthropy is rehabilitating criminals, or so he says. Don't you think he'd rehabilitate me?
You?
Uh-huh. Suppose my name is Otis Smith. I've served a term in prison for forgery, but I want to go straight. Now, after all, Commissioner, Mr. Smalley is a charitable man. I'm sure that he'll be only too glad to help me. When Mr. Smalley sees me, it will be as Otis Smith.
So your name is Otis Smith, and you served a term for forgery, eh?
6 years at Leavenworth. I was released for good behavior.
Mm-hmm. How old are you?
36.
Oh, you look much older.
Well, I should, Mr. Smalley. I got this white hair and stir, and I picked up a few other things there, too, like my limp.
How did that happen?
Got into a fight with another prisoner. Dropped a rock on my foot. Broke all the bones in it.
Well, you had quite a bad time of it, didn't you, Mr. Smith?
I learned to hate the whole world, especially organized society. Organized for what? To persecute men like me who simply try to make a living off the suckers and the fools?
So you think the suckers and fools of this world are fair game for anyone who's smart enough to make a living off them?
Sure I do. Don't you? I heard that you are very understanding, Mr. Smalley.
I understand the criminal mentality, Mr. Smith.
What do you mean by that?
I mean I feel deeply sorry for you people who have been in prison, and I'd like to help you. You seem like an educated man.
1 year in college.
Mm-hmm. You're quite presentable, too. That white hair gives you a lot of distinction. You see, my secretary ran out on me a few days ago. Poor devil, he fell in with some of his old associates and promptly skipped out with some of my wife's jewelry.
I assure you, Mr. Smalley, I am not a common thief.
I know. You forgers always consider yourselves artists. Wait a minute. I want you to meet my wife and her brother. Catherine, Claude, come in here, will you please?
Yes, dear. What is it?
And who is this? The forger? The gentleman who wrote you such a pathetic letter?
That's right. Mr. Smith, this is my wife and her brother, Mr. Taylor.
How do you
do, Mr. Smith?
And now you've met the entire household.
Unless you're kind enough to let me join it, Mr. Smalley.
What makes you think we'd allow you to join it?
Oh, I don't know. I have a hunch we'd all get on together.
You're not exactly shy, are you?
Mr. Smith.
Yes, Mr. Taylor?
I've always been extremely curious about forgers, how they work. Could you give us an example of your craft?
That's an idea, Claude. How about it, Mr. Smith?
You have something handy with your signature, Mr. Smalley?
Yes, right here. I just made out a check to the hotel.
I'll get you some paper.
No, I have some right here, thanks. I always carry a little pad around in my pocket. Prefer to use my own pen than I'm used to.
Well, I suppose that does make a difference.
Yes, indeed. All right, here we go. Henry, please don't stand over me. Can't work if you do.
Why not?
Come on, Claude, he's quite right. He's an artist. No artist likes to work with people watching him. Oh, shall I answer that, Henry?
No, I'll take it, dear.
Why? And J is very tricky.
Too tricky?
Shh, please. S M A L.
I never saw such concentration.
Please be quiet.
Catherine, Claude, what do you think that was?
Henry, no noise, please.
It's all right. I finished. Here you are, Mr. Smalley. What do you think of that? Imitation of your signature.
That's amazing. I couldn't tell the difference between this and my own signature.
Neither could I. You are an artist, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Unfortunately, there's no market for my art. That's why I'm still hoping that you can give me a job.
Mr. Smith, I must tell you something. That phone call just now was from the police.
Police?
What?
Yes. I have a shock for you. The body of Willis Evans, that's my former secretary, was found this morning on the waterfront. He'd been bludgeoned to death. So, you see, Mr. Smith, this job may mean bad luck. But if you want it, it's yours.
I'll take it.
Mr. Chameleon and the case of the game of death continues in just a moment. Now back to Mr. Chameleon and the case of the game of death. It is a week later, and we find Mr. Chameleon at Central Headquarters in the office of the police commissioner with Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold. As Dave says,
And that's all I could dig up on the Smalleys. Their source of income is certainly dubious. None of them worked, not even Mrs. Smalley's brother, Claude Taylor, and Mr. Smalley's small inheritance couldn't possibly take care of them. Not at the Coronet Hotel, it couldn't. What do you say, Mr. Chameleon?
Oh, no, hardly. I've been working for the Smalleys for a week now as their secretary. There's no question in my mind as to their source of income. And there is also no question as to who shot Helene Cunningham.
The former secretary?
Mm-hmm. Certainly, Commissioner. Then possibly he blackmailed them, or they felt that they couldn't trust him. So he was killed.
And who do you think did that, Mr. Chameleon?
I don't know, Dave. My guess is the brains of the whole outfit. That could be Smalley, or his wife, or her brother, Claude Taylor. Whoever it is, my personal ambition is to put them behind bars and keep them there.
You feel very strongly on the subject, don't you, Chameleon?
You know my motto, Commissioner. The innocent must be protected, the guilty must be punished. A vicious organization like this poisons innocent lives like Lois Cunningham's. And
what about her?
Well, I was in the kitchen last night mixing drinks in my role of Otis Smith's secretary. The Smalleys were having one of their parties. And suddenly I heard someone come into the pantry. Lois and her boyfriend, Edgar Williams. Lois was saying...
I can't stand it, Edgar. I've got to get out of here.
But Lois, darling, what is it?
There's something terrible going on here. I'm sure of it now. These card games. Edgar, they're crooked.
Lois, are you out of your mind?
No. Oh, I didn't want to believe it. The Smalleys were so kind to me after Helene's death. But it's true just the same.
But, sweetheart, how do you know?
I've never lost much money to the Smalleys. I've won as much as I've lost.
Well, so have I. But other people have lost tremendous sums. The Carters, for instance, and Babette Dixon, and... Edgar, I introduced all those people to the Smalleys.
Sweetheart.
Oh, Edgar, I'm afraid.
Lois, the trouble with you is you need someone to look after you. You've had the jitters ever since your sister's death.
I haven't told you, but someone's been following me every time I've gone out.
What? Well, there's something I haven't told you. Right after Helene's death, I got a permit to carry a gun. I've got it right here with me. If anyone tries to harm you, I'll...
put that gun away.
All right. But at least you know now I'm able to protect you.
Oh, darling, you're wonderful. Really, you are. You're the sweetest, the most naive.
Naive?
Yes, naive. Especially about the Smalleys. Oh, Edgar, I do love you so much. I'm so terribly afraid.
Lois, who was that? Is there someone in the kitchen?
I'm sorry, sir. It's only me. I'm Otis Smith, Mr. Smalley's secretary.
What the devil were you doing there? Eavesdropping?
No, sir.
Well, I hope you got an earful. I hope I made it clear that I love Miss Cunningham, and I intend to protect her.
And Lois Cunningham needs protection, Commissioner. Right now, she's in just as much danger as her sister was.
What are you going to do about it, Mr. Chameleon?
Dave, I have one little chore I want you to take care of, and then I'd better get back on the job as Smalley's secretary. They're giving another party next week.
Well, Chameleon, does it occur to you that you may be in danger, too?
Is that something new? Commissioner, I am determined to smash that outfit. And I want to get them all. Not just the cogs in the wheel or the spokes, but the hub. The very heart and center of the group. The one who holds them together and makes them go round.
I'm telling you, Henry, she told me she was finally convinced we were crooked. Even if she can't prove it, she can warn her friends against us. She'll frighten everyone away. What's that?
Someone closed the door. Who is it?
It's I, Mr. Smalley. Otis Smith. Sorry I'm late.
Well, we were beginning to worry about you, Otis. Weren't we, Catherine?
Yes, we were. Where were you all afternoon?
I had some shopping to do.
You were gone a long time. Just where were you shopping?
Oh, what's the matter? Don't you trust me?
Otis, we've had an extremely disturbing afternoon. First, Catherine had an unhappy scene with Lois Cunningham, and then Claude comes home with news about you.
About me?
Claude, come in here, will you? Yes? Oh, he's back.
Yes. Tell him what you found out.
I've found out that you've been lying to us.
Lying?
Of course you've been lying, and you didn't get away with it.
Mrs. Smalley, Mr. Taylor, in what way have I been lying?
You lied about your prison record. My brother-in-law checked on it, and you're a second offender.
Oh, that...
Do you mean to say you don't realize how very serious that can be? If you're sent up once more, you may be in for life.
That's why you should have thought twice before you forged my name on a check.
You kidding? I never forged your name, Mr. Taylor.
I have the check right here. I'll swear I never made it out. I'll swear to it in court. And you'll go up for life.
No, I couldn't stand that. 5 years of it nearly finished me, nearly went nuts.
In that case, maybe you'd be interested in a proposition.
Okay, what's the deal? Anything but go back to prison.
Do you carry a gun, Otis?
Well, sure I carry a gun. Oh, I get it. Lois Cunningham, huh? Been wondering about that, babe. Thought you were taking an awful chance letting her run around loose.
Well?
All right. Don't like that kind of job, but what the heck, we all gotta do things we don't like occasionally.
Now, look, Dave. You stay out here by the stairs. Don't come crashing in unless you hear a shot.
Mr. Chameleon, I feel so blasted useless.
You have been anything but useless. That last bit of information you dug up was priceless. May turn the trick.
You think they'll all be there?
They'll be right at my heels. They're going to make sure I pull off this job, that I kill Lois Cunningham. And if I don't, and they'll try to kill me, or at least one of them will. And whoever does that is the one that we're looking for. Now, here is Lois Cunningham's apartment. See you later, Dave, I hope.
Good luck, Otis Smith.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Smith.
Let me in, quick. Thank heavens you're here, Mr. Williams.
Did you think I wouldn't be when you phoned me and said Lois was in danger? I came immediately.
Good boy, shut the door, will you? But don't lock it. I may want to get out in a hurry.
Edgar? Oh, Mr. Smith, it's you. Why did you call Edgar and say I was in danger?
Because you are, Miss Cunningham.
Edgar.
It's all right, sweetheart. I'm here. I won't let him hurt you.
Oh, I don't intend to hurt him, Mr. Williams. See, that's the point. Got quite a story to tell you, kid. But first, I got a favor to ask you, Mr. Williams. I know you have a gun. We should put it on the table.
What? What, do you think I'm crazy?
No, I'm willing to lay mine on the table. Now, there you are. There's mine. Please, Mr. Williams, I feel much safer. A kid like you isn't used to handling guns.
Go ahead, darling. I want to hear what he has to say.
Very well, Lois. There. Now, Smith, tell us about the Smalleys.
Well, as you know, I've been working as their secretary. This afternoon, they gave me orders to bump off Miss Cunningham.
What?
Then they were responsible for Helene's death, too.
Sure they were responsible. Someone closed the outside door. The Smalleys.
Edgar!
Here, Mr. Williams, here's your gun. Now we're ready for him. Come on out. We know you're there. No funny business either. Mr. Williams and I both got guns.
So you went back on us, did you, Smith, you dirty little punk?
We should have known you would.
We never should have trusted you. Never trust a forger.
You mean never trust a card sharp, Smalley? That's the way I've always heard it.
Be careful, my friend. If you go to the police...
Don't move. You stay right where you are, all three of you. You got him covered, Mr. Williams?
You bet I have.
Good. Because I want them to stand there and listen. Want them to listen carefully, not miss a word. I not only have enough on you to send you to jail, I know which one of you is the head of the whole gambling ring.
What?
You heard me. The party in question is a cold-blooded individual without nerves or heart. Plays a fine game of bridge. Started playing young. Expelled from school at 16 for cheating at cards. Thrown out again during the first year of college. The name, as you know...
Edgar! What are you doing?
Shut up, Otis! What's the matter with this gun? What's the matter with it?
It's empty, Mr. Williams. I switched guns on you. I gave you mine. They're just alike, as you can see now.
Why, you...
Put it down. That's the time you played the wrong card. You shouldn't have tried to kill me. I was pretty sure you would.
Edgar!
Are you accusing me of being head of this ratty outfit? Me?
Yeah, you, Mr. Williams. You with your boyish face and your naive charm. Served you well, too, haven't they? Even fooled this poor girl, Lois. Well, I've had my eye on you ever since Detective Sergeant Arnold dug up your school record.
But I don't understand. What has Detective Sergeant Arnold to do with you? Are you a stool pigeon?
No, just a detective. You know, that, monster that some of your jailbird friends told you about.
Chameleon. Chameleon.
Yes, I'm Chameleon of the cops.
Doing the perfect impersonation of Otis Smith, forger.
Well, thank you, Smalley.
Then the whole thing is over with, Mr. Chameleon. Edgar confessed.
Yes, Lois, they all confessed. Or rather, they all accused each other.
And Edgar, he even planned my sister Helene's death.
Yes.
Oh.
Now, I know it's a difficult thing to face, but it's better this way. You're young, Lois. You'll fall in love again.
Oh, no, never.
Yes, you will, my dear. Take my word for it. And don't hate me too much.
I don't hate you, Mr. Chameleon. I'm very grateful. If I'd ever married Edgar...
Exactly. And I had to get him, too. You see, I couldn't let him go free to continue his criminal activities. I could have run in the others in the gang long before I did. I wanted to wait and get the top card in the pack.
with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer, from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Dan Seymour. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Jeff Regan. I get 10 a day in expenses from a detective bureau run by a guy named Lyon. Anthony J. Lyon. They call me the Lion's Eye.
With Jack Webb as Jeff Regan investigator, stand by for hard-boiled action and mystery and thrilling adventure in tonight's story of The House by the Sea.
This is the way it started. I walked in the office about 11 o'clock that morning. It was a nice, warm day, and I didn't have much on my mind. That's the trouble with nice days. You take a couple of easy breaths, open somebody's door, and it's just like peeling a wrapper off an atomic bomb. The Lion was in his den, sitting behind his desk. You couldn't tell where he left off and the desk began. He was talking to a girl with a flock of black hair. She was the kind you see driving a Cadillac convertible down Sunset Boulevard on hot Sunday afternoons. No wonder the Lion's cigar was out. It was wet on both ends.
Well, come in, Regan, come in. I was just about to call you, but now that you're here, it makes things simpler. Miss Carmen, this is Mr. Regan.
How do you do, Mr. Regan? Mr. Lyon tells me you're just the man I want.
You said the same thing to a mortician last week.
He is the man I want, Mr. Lyon.
Well, that's fine, Miss Carmen. I knew you'd be pleased. I'm very proud of Jeffrey.
As long as I'm in the cast, how about a look at the script, huh?
Miss Carmen is associated with the famous psychic consultant, Prince Carew.
I help the prince look into people's minds.
Well, that ought to be real fun if all your customers are under 6.
You don't believe in thought transference, Mr. Regan.
Do you?
I said I help the prince.
Prince Carew sent Miss Carmen to retain an operator, Jeffrey. It's a very delicate matter, and I'm placing the entire case in your hands.
Why didn't he come himself?
Do you disapprove of me?
I just want to know what's what.
Well, Prince Carew never appears in public. He prefers to spend his time in meditation and thought.
Yeah.
I handle all of his outside contacts.
So, Jeffrey, you just drive on out to Prince Carew's home in Ocean Town with Miss Carmen and speak to the prince.
What kind of a retainer did he send? How much did you get?
Now, see here, Regan, we don't discuss finances in front of clients.
Oh, stop it, will you? This is another blind spot. You don't know what it's all about. All you know is she waltzed in here with a check, and you'd sell your grandmother to a glue factory for $2. How do I know I won't wind up being a patsy again?
Is there any way I can reassure you?
Buy me a battleship.
Jeffrey, have I ever involved you in anything that I wouldn't undertake myself? Have I ever knowingly imperiled your life?
Yeah.
Jeffrey.
Come on, lady. What's it all about? You work for the guy.
Well, I really don't know. He was excited this morning, called me in, gave me this address, and told me to make arrangements.
He must have told you something.
He never tells me anything. As you say, I just work for him. Well?
All right, I'm hired.
Good. Now call me, Jeffrey. Call me if you run into any trouble.
Well, I asked asked her how about lunch. She said no. I asked her about dinner. She said something that meant no, so I gave up. You know, it's like that sometimes. The flag's up, the meter's ticking, and you're not getting anywhere. But from a couple of things she told me, I got the idea she was doing more than just helping the prince read minds. Well, his place turned out to be a good hour from downtown Los Angeles, up 101. It was a couple of stories of glass and concrete leaning out over the ocean. It was high and dry and quiet up there. And you got a feeling you should be hearing things and feeling things when you looked down and saw that water banging around the bottom of the cliff. She unlocked the door, and a guy in a white turban and some pants that looked like oversized diapers and a pair of tennis shoes was standing there. He had a big curved knife hanging around his waist, and he put his hand on it when he saw me.
Right this way, Mr. Regan.
Who's he, the butcher?
Oh, that's Telly. He works for the prince. Manservant. He's from India.
I'll bet the Indians are glad to get rid of him.
Telly's harmless, tongueless, and he doesn't hear. I like you, Mr. Regan.
Come in, come in. Thelma, my dear, you've returned with spoils. Welcome, sir, welcome.
Mr. Regan, this is Prince Carew.
Regan, the lion's eye. I've heard of you, Mr. Regan. I'm honored. Sit down. That'll be all, Thelma. Charming girl.
She handle all your outside contacts?
Most efficiently. Except, of course, for matters that I must handle personally.
What kind of matters?
I'm in trouble, Mr. Regan, and I beg your assistance.
Well, it's all paid for.
Correct. But there's a personal bonus in this for you.
Why?
Because, sir, I want you to save my life.
You look healthy to me.
I am healthy, let me assure you. But my life has been threatened.
Well, that'd come under police business, wouldn't it?
Normally. Didn't Miss Carmen explain that this was a delicate matter?
Yeah, she did. Why didn't she call the police?
I'm hardly in a position to ask the police for assistance, Mr. Regan. It is a delicate matter.
Outside it says you're a mind reader, all right? What am I thinking now?
That I'm a charlatan, a faker, and that I'm trying to hide something from you.
That gets you the cigar.
It's been a very lucrative arrangement for the most part and very satisfactory. Except, of course, for the annoyance of having my life threatened.
Who's the guy?
It would be of no consequence if it were a man. It's a lady, Mr. Regan. A very beautiful and lovely creature. And she'd like nothing better than to see my carcass go out with the tide.
Why does she want to kill you?
A matter of confidence. Suffice it to say that she is thoroughly capable of doing just that.
How do you know?
1, she is erratic, ill-tempered, ruthless. 2, she called me this morning and told me what she intended to do.
She giving you a chance to reach for your gun?
To reach for you, Mr. Regan.
What do you want me to do?
I feel the entire matter could be settled amicably if you were to call on her. Inform her that you are my personal bodyguard and that you are here to protect my life.
You think she'd go for that?
I'm positive.
How long you been blackmailing her?
What?
Well, your racket might last 6 months or a year, but not long enough to pay for a place like this. The answer's blackmail, isn't it?
Okay. I should have told you.
How do you do it?
I can slip them into a trance. They spill a family secret or two. I push a buck that way.
That's nice.
If they want their minds read, I read them. $25 a parade.
And shakedown.
The guy's got to eat.
You put the squeeze on her.
She's an actress. She was in on a deal at the studios.
She wouldn't shake?
At first, I just told her I had to have a larger fee. Then they come out with it, cold turkey.
And she said she'd blow your head off.
Yeah, she's the kind. I went wrong on this one. I'm in a spot.
Who is she?
Grace Nichols, movie actress. Ever heard of her?
Redhead.
Makes you want to go home and kick your wife downstairs if you got one.
That good?
Better. But she means this business about pumping me. And I won't look good dead.
All right, where's she live?
Over in the Palisades. Here's her address. You going over there now?
Yeah.
Be careful.
She isn't gunning for me.
That isn't what I mean. There's a skinny boy there. He's nasty, no callers. Name of Tim Rogers.
I'll remember that.
I hope you can talk her out of it. I've been sweating. I don't want to shake her down. I just want to get a little sleep at night.
I left him sitting there, scratching his bald head under his turban. He looked about as happy as a guy who just ate a Vaseline sandwich. Well, Grace's place was too big for a marble game and too small for football. I think I remember reading something about how she got it from her third husband. There was a big wire fence all around it and a sign every 15 or 20 feet telling you not to trespass. So I parked my car outside the driveway and walked up to the front door. A guy in a chauffeur's uniform was standing there. He looked like a razor blade with arms. He gave me the fisheye and blew smoke in my face and kind of nudged me with his shoulder.
Move on, Pilgrim. No handouts here.
I came to see Grace Nichols.
Yeah.
I got business with her.
Yeah.
So tell her I'm here.
Blow.
You always like this, or did you miss lunch today?
I don't know who you are, Pilgrim, but I don't like you. Beat it.
I know you. There's something about a guy in a lineup.
Yeah?
He memorizes real easy.
Copper.
Investigator.
Private or city, I don't care. You all smell the same.
This isn't hunting season. You always carry a .38?
Does it show?
Maybe you got a broken rib.
A real funny guy. I met all kinds of funny guys. Drift.
I said I wanted to see her.
And I said she wasn't in.
All right, I'll tell you once more. I got business with her.
So do a couple of hundred other guys.
Watchdog?
Now you're getting smart.
You aren't.
Kind of a crack is that?
I want to see her, and I'm going to see her.
Trick I learned a long time ago. Shoot a guy in the knee, and he'll never walk straight again.
You ever done it?
Oh, yeah. That's how I learned.
That's one I learned, baby.
Well, I might have to get a new chauffeur. You looking for a job?
I already got one, lady.
Timmy's going to be awfully upset when he finds out what happened to him. When someone works for me, they have to be perfect. Want his job?
They wouldn't let me in.
I'll let you in. You, do that kind of thing often?
When I have to.
I suppose you have a name.
It's Regan. I'm a private investigator.
All right, Mr. Regan, you've ruined a perfectly good chauffeur and bodyguard, and you're in my house. What have we got to talk about?
A guy named Carew.
The prince? Must we talk about him?
He thinks you're dangerous stuff.
So do a lot of people. Tell me, Mr. Regan, what do you think?
About what?
Me.
Right now, or when I'm a couple of feet away?
Right now.
Look, remember, I just got here.
I know. You must have a first name. What is it?
Jeff.
Oh, Jeff, we'll get along. It's in the card.
Pretty fast deal.
I like it this way. Fast.
Might be a bum deck.
Never mind. Deal.
That's the bell. How much time between rounds?
Well, you know me better. Hello? Yes? Yes, right here. You know a man named Lion, Jeff?
Uh-huh.
He seems to be roaring.
Give it to me. Yeah.
Regan, is that you?
Well, now, how do you figure it?
Now, don't be smart. Who's the dame who answered the phone?
Our client's friend.
Sounds like she's a friend of yours now, or maybe you have been doing some road work.
Did you have something to say, or is this the day you turned scoutmaster? I'm busy.
Well, you can stop being busy, lover. It's all off.
Don't tell me you're passing up a fee.
I'm passing up nothing. Prince Carroll called me 10 minutes ago and told me to forget the whole thing, and that's what I'm telling you.
How'd you know I was here?
The prince told me, so it's all over. Finished. Forget it.
I've already started something.
I don't care what you've started. Now, just remember, you finish it on your own time and expense sheet.
You look worried, Jeff. Anything I can do?
I'm called off.
You mean you're out of a job? I got one. Remember, you put my bodyguard out of commission. You owe me something.
Oh, Tim, boy, he'll come around.
I don't want Tim anymore. I want you. I'll get you a drink. We can talk about it.
Carew told me that Tim was a pretty good boy.
You can fill his shoes. Come here and get your drink. Now, tell me about 9 o'clock tonight.
It'll get dark.
I got a new dress. I think you'll like it.
I probably would.
The place above Malibu, we could have dinner and listen to some music. I want to be with you, Jeff.
That deal's fast again.
I don't care. I don't care. I just decided something, Jeff. I'm going to like being with you. I'm going to like it a lot.
Well, she didn't want me to go, but I was thinking about the prince and the way everything looked. I told her I'd see her that night. I was just climbing into my car when Tim Rogers, her ex-number-1 boy, stepped out from the gate. I waited for him to walk over.
You're pretty good with your women, Regan.
You look lonely, Timmy. Somebody stole your popsicle?
Bum joke, Regan. I've been waiting to talk to you. You were so quiet in the house I didn't want to make any noise.
Any better here?
You came out champ this afternoon. But you won't even make the prelims next time.
You got something to say?
Stay away from her.
You're shaking. You need a drink.
Stay away from her, Regan. I've been with her too long. Known her too long to take the bounce from a two-bit gum heel.
Goodbye.
I'm not finished yet.
That's your version. Now get your foot off that running board, punk, or I'll take it with me. I left him standing in the middle of the driveway. If I'd have waited another minute, he'd have been crying. I stopped off and had some barbecued ribs at a drive-in out on Sunset. It was just getting dark when I got to my place. I had company. It was Velma Carmen, Prince Carews' right-hand man. She was sitting on the edge of my sofa. Her back was as stiff as a filing cabinet, and there was a little ring of white around her lip. She looked like she'd just been measured for a coffin. There was a .25 automatic sitting in her lap.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Rick. I asked the janitor to let me in.
Yeah?
He was very nice about it. I told him I was associated with one of your clients. Yes, I told him I was associated with one of your clients. Did you know that Prince Carew was my husband?
Since when?
Oh, a long time now, a long time. Not many people know that.
Is that what you came here to tell me?
No. I came to tell you that you don't have to worry anymore. That none of us have to worry anymore.
You mean you're calling me off the case?
That's it. That's exactly it. I'm calling you off the case.
Well, I've already been called off. My office phoned me when I was over at her house.
First Nichols?
Yeah.
Then it was about her?
Yeah.
Well, then, we don't have to worry anymore, do we?
No.
She's very pretty, isn't she? I've seen her many times. I think she's quite pretty. I could hardly blame the prince. I could hardly blame him at all.
What are you getting at?
Could have told the others were pretty, too.
Where'd you get that gun?
This. I bought it for $30.
Let me see it, huh?
Oh, yes. I brought it here so I could show it to you. I paid $30 for it. I paid $30. I'd imagine the air would be cleaner in there, don't you?
What are you talking about?
I mean, it's really very humane, they tell me. It's just like sitting down and never waking up. I've read all about it. You just walk in and sit down, and if you don't try to hold your breath, you go to sleep, don't you? You've met murderers before, Mr. Regan. Do I make a good murderer? Do I make a good murderer?
Stop it, will you? You trying to tell me you killed him?
Mr. Regan, that's why I came here. I shot him. I walked up behind him and I put the gun close to his back and pulled the trigger. They don't make such a great deal of noise, do they? I left him sitting there in his house by the sea, and he looked very much alive. Only he isn't alive at all. Now answer me. Now answer me. Do I make a good murderer? Do I make a...
You are listening to the story of The House by the Sea, tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator. They're still available for qualified nurses. Yes, the Army Nurse Corps Reserve still has commissions available. If you are a graduate registered nurse between the ages of 21 and 45, you may be eligible for a commission in the Army Nurse Corps section of the Regular Officers Reserve. To find out if you do qualify for a commission in the Army Nurse Corps Reserve, apply to the Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. And now, back to the story of The House by the Sea and Jeff Regan, investigator.
Well, after she got through, she settled down to a slow, even kind of a giggle that started somewhere around her shoelaces and didn't get past her knees. It was one of those things that gives you a feeling like somebody's standing in back of you with a red-hot iron ready to press your pants before you get 'em off. But she wasn't going to do any more talking, so I went downstairs and brought back a doctor friend of mine named Sammy Wing. He brought his little black bag with him and gave her a shot of something, and she wilted like last night's orchid and went to sleep on my couch. Sammy began talking.
Some playmate. Wish I'd have been here for the party. I had 4 appendectomies and 1 broken leg today, so all alive.
How is she?
You know her better than me.
No, she's going to be all right.
But she'll wake up in 5 or 6 hours and I want some water.
And then what?
She might ask you what happened, or it might start all over again, whatever it was. By the way, what was it?
Well, I found her here when I got home.
I should find something like this.
She said she killed an ex-client of mine.
Oh, maybe I'm lucky at that. What does all the past tense mean?
I was called off the case.
Oh, nice. It's all clean. No clients to protect. Is there a corpse someplace?
I don't know, Sammy.
Call the police. They'll find out. And then you and me can go out and get a drink.
She said she used this gun. Smell it, Sammy. It hasn't been fired. Safety catch is still on.
She's pretty and she's nice, and I'll bet she looks like $1 million in a bathing suit. But if I'd have met her within the last 3 hours, I'd have run for help. Call the police.
Is that professional?
This is acute hysteria. The kind that pops off guns and pops off people and does a lot of things they can't remember later on. Call the police.
What about the gun?
Other guns. Call the coroner while you're at it. Tell him to go out there with some DOA forms. He'll use them.
Will you stay here with her till I get back?
Corpse hunt?
Just an idea.
Hitler had an idea.
The odds were against him.
You got about as much chance as a 3-legged horse in the Kentucky Derby. She's bit somebody, and she's told you about it.
I want to make sure.
What do they do when a private eye walks in and messes up a nice, clean murder?
Sammy, will you stay?
Had any bourbon around here?
Yeah.
Okay, take your time. Maybe both of us will get our pictures in the paper.
I left him with a kind of a soft smile on his face, like he had some inside information on Tuesday's winner at Del Mar. Well, it was 9:30 by the time I got there, and it was dark enough to give a ghost the creeps. It was different, too. Maybe it was the fog. I used that ring of keys I'd taken from her purse. It smelled dry and funny inside, and it was real quiet, like somebody was waiting for the world to fall apart. I clicked on my flashlight, and I walked down the long hall to his office. He was there, just like she said. There were 3 holes in the front of his shirt, but it wasn't the laundry's fault. I spotted a .38 on the floor by his hand. I broke it, and 3 cartridges came out. It was the right gun for the job. He was pretty messed up. While I was standing there trying to figure Velma Carmen's story, the lights came on. A fat man wearing a sheriff's star was standing by the switch. There was a taller man in a brown overcoat next to him. They both looked like they'd just finished dinner.
Scavenger hunt, son? You don't talk, Charlie.
Ain't much for him to say, is there, Cap?
Guess not. Well, son?
Oh, it looks like you're going to be calling me names.
What do you like best? Killer, murderer, or slayer? The papers use slayer a lot.
I don't like any of them.
Kind of breezy for a hot boy, ain't you? Mind giving me a name?
It's Regan. I'm a private detective.
It's Regan. He's a private detective, Cap.
Yeah. Got a card or something with you, son?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's right. With International. Lion still there?
Yeah.
Who's that?
An old bum I used to know. Regan, why do you go around killing people? The Lion will be mad.
Look, this is a fix.
Now, why do you want to say a thing like that?
Somebody tip you?
Phone call a little while ago.
Huh?
Funny kind of a voice, a whisper. Said we'd find a stiff up here, but didn't say we'd find you.
You're extra.
Look, I just came here to see what it was all about.
Same thing we did. Only we come up with a suspect and a corpse. No cop could ask for anything better. Charlie, better call a coroner. Oceantown, just a small place, Regan. Only me and Charlie around. We borrow from the county when we get something like this.
I can find you a real answer in an hour.
You let me and Charlie worry about that. You look good enough for the time being. All right, son. Let's go.
I had as much chance as an elephant in a tea room, and if those two locked me up and booked me. So I leaned back into his gun and spun around and knocked his wrist down. He pulled the trigger, but by that time I'd flicked the light switch and was out the door. I didn't run for my car. I cut across the driveway and doubled back up the hill. I could hear him yelling and shooting out in the dark. I hailed a cab about 5 blocks away, and he took me to the place above Malibu. I found her in a booth with a piano player. She was wearing one of those black strapless things, and it was worrying a couple of bald-headed guys sitting at the bar.
You're late, Jeff. We said 9 o'clock. I had 3 drinks all alone. You want me to get mad, or are you going to catch up?
How long you been here?
You sound like you're out of the mood. I thought we were going to look at the stars together.
How long you been here?
It's 9 o'clock. What's the matter?
I've been working tonight.
Well, it's after hours now. Tell me how you like my new dress.
It's the right color but the wrong cut for a funeral.
I haven't read the obituaries today.
It'll be in tomorrow's paper, only it'll make the front page.
Have a drink? Let's wait for tomorrow.
Your friend was killed tonight.
What friend?
Carew.
He was no friend of mine. I told you that.
So did he.
Car smash up, or did he fall off his house?
38.
We didn't talk about him this afternoon. Let's not start now.
Look, 2 cops in Oceantown are kind of crowding me. They think I'm going to take a good picture.
Is that why you're late?
It's a murder rap, lady.
We should have had dinner together.
They'll be knocking down your door in the morning.
Why, darling?
Because you threatened to kill him, because he hired me to call you off.
Oh, wait a moment, Jeff. We've been having fun up to now. Who told you that?
Why do you think he sent me over today to sell magazines?
I never found out you were called off. I suppose he hired you to scare me. Jeff, we're old friends now. I can tell you a family secret.
I know about him blackmailing you, and that puts you ahead of me for the cops. Did you do it?
I don't know. Did you? What he told you don't sound right.
What does sound right?
I went to him one day and put him in a trance, only I used scotch. Found out what he was doing and how I was doing it, so I turned the tables. It was good, clean fun, but expensive for him.
You've been draining him?
I thought that's why you came today. That's why I had Timmy around.
Well, some of this is beginning to make change. If he was your meal tickets, then you got an alibi.
I don't feel like stars anymore, Jeff. Let's go over to my place and talk.
On the way over, she didn't have much to say, and I couldn't think of anything. I was all too mixed up. If she'd really been shaking him down, then she figured out. And the girl back in my apartment figured in. Only she had the wrong gun. And then there was a little business that I'd have to explain with the Oceantown cops. Well, when we turned in the driveway, I stopped figuring. Tim Rogers, the man with the guns, was there, standing on the porch.
Oh, gorgeous. I've been waiting to see you. You're home late.
I thought I fired you.
Still tramping with this tramp, huh? I thought you'd be sick of him by now.
For once, I'm glad to see you, Tim boy.
That sounds cozy, but I don't want to see you.
I know where your 38 is.
You're wrong. It's her 38. And it's got her prints on it.
Jeff, he's making it look bad for me.
Ask him what he's doing here, will you?
Just in for a showdown, Angel. You're tagged for his murder. They'll want you. I fixed it good. I can fix it so you can get away.
How?
A friend of mine shoving off at Pedro. 4 o'clock. To go all over the world.
Jeff, if all of this is straight, I'm in a spot.
Relax. This guy never did anything right.
Tell me how I'm wrong.
All right, that tip to the Oceantown cops was wrong. Trying to pile up a scare on me was wrong. Killing Carew was wrong, and this clinches it.
Yeah? Well, that's where you're twisted, Pilgrim. I got a warrant out for you right now. Plugging a murder suspect is something they'll thank me for.
You said her prints were on that gun?
They'll find that out in the morning. And how was I to know? Just happened to hear on the radio they were looking for you tonight. I see you, I plug you. Everybody will be sorry, but it'll be manslaughter and suspended. I worked it once in Toledo. What do you say, Angel? Do I plug him and meet you somewhere in 2 weeks?
Let me have a smoke. Let me think it over.
Sure. Sure, go ahead. Angel.
Well, the gun's empty now.
I carried this for 3 years. I never used it. He deserved to die, didn't he? Didn't he, Regan? Didn't he?
I don't know, lady. You knew him better. Well, it unwound like red thread in the Levi factory. Grace Nichols had been putting the shake on the prints. He got tired of it and called me in and told me his phony story so he'd have a good self-defense angle when he finally got around to shooting her some afternoon. He had Tim planted there to keep me from really seeing her. Oh, it was a nice idea, only I bounced Tim and got inside. And then Tim made a phone call and the lion jerked me before I had a chance to compare notes with her. I guess Tim went kind of crazy seeing how well we got along together, and he figured Grace would do anything if she was wanted for murder. So he killed the prince and made her the patsy with those fingerprints. She'd handled the gun before, see. But then I had my caller, Velma Carmen, the prince's wife. She went kind of crazy, too, when she walked in and found him dead. It took 3 doctors a couple of weeks to tell her what really happened. When I told it all to the lion, he was mad at first, but then he saw Grace Nichols' picture in the paper. He asked just one question. What was I doing at Grace's place all afternoon? I didn't even bother to answer him.
Jack Webb is featured as Jeff Regan with Wilms Herbert as Anthony J. Lyon. It's CBS same time next week for hard-boiled action and mystery with Jeff Regan, Investigator. Written by E. Jack Newman, produced by Sterling Tracy. The role of Grace Nichols was played by Betty Lou Gerson, David Ellis was Tim Rogers, Lorene Tuttle was Velma Carmen, and Marvin Miller was Prince Carew. 29,000 nurses are needed to join the new Army Nurse Corps Officers Reserve. 4,000 of them, if they wish, may choose active duty. All nurses who receive reserve commissions will benefit from the opportunity for specialized training offered to them by the Army. The educational opportunities offered the nurse by the Army Medical Department will be of great advantage to her in her work. Don't wait. If you're a registered graduate nurse between the ages of 21 and 45, drop a card now for complete information to the Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. Original music for this program is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard every Saturday at 9:30 over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In just a moment, Suspense with William Powell.
Oh, Hap, here comes Harlow Wilcox.
Now, Betty forgets I already have 2 sets of Autolite resistor spark plugs and tries to high-pressure me into buying another one.
Well, hello there,
Hello,
friends.
Mr. Wilcox.
Hello.
Hey, Hap, you look a little worried. Car not running right, maybe?
Why...
Spark plug trouble?
Well, not at all.
Listen, pal. What you need is a set of those sensational new ignition-engineered Autolite resistor spark plugs.
But, Harlow,
Why, the get-up-and-go a spark-weary engine gets from Autolite resistor spark plugs will turn your gloom to glee.
Look, Harlow, I already have...
Why, when you replace your old narrow-gap spark plugs with wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs, by Cornelius, you can actually tell the difference in your car. Your engine idles smoother.
Harlow, wait a minute. I'll listen to you and my engine later, but...
Yes, but right now, let's listen to Suspense.
Suspense. Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Starring tonight, William Powell in Anton Leader's production of Give Me Liberty. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I embezzled $250,000. I want you to know that needed brains, planning, patience. I devoted 3 years of my life to the trick, and I got away with it. $250,000. Of course, they caught me very easily, but they couldn't find the money. So they handcuffed me, brought me back to stand trial. The judge was as big a fool as the others.
7 years is a long time, Mr. French. The insurance company will agree to a much lighter sentence if you will reveal where you've hidden that money.
But I only smiled. So my right wrist was handcuffed to the left wrist of a detective, and they put me aboard a train bound for the penitentiary. I could see that the detective had instructions to soften me up. He was much, much too kind.
You comfortable, Mr. French? You want a magazine? Anything?
Well, I'd like to be able to lift my hand without raising yours into the air. Can't you guard me without being quite so attached to me?
Sure, I guess we can work that out. I'll tell you what. You sit next to the window. I'll kind of box you in. And that way you can wear the cuffs all by yourself and nobody loses.
Thank you.
Let me get my keys. There. On for me, on to you.
Wonder if I've made a good change. Feels clumsy.
Oh, you get the hang of it in no time at all. The biggest trouble is when you read a paper. 5 inches of chain don't give you much room to turn a page.
Well, then I'd better leave the newspaper for a less constricting occasion. I'll have 7 years for reading.
7 years. And $250,000. Say, how smart does a guy have to be to get his hooks on so much lettuce?
Would you like some of it?
Now, you kidding.
Well, let's make a deal. You drop the key to those things on the floor. Then go have yourself a nice lunch.
Sure. And when do I see Mr. French again?
When I meet you to pay off.
Uh-huh. I wouldn't be taking kind of a chance there,
It was
would
a stupid conversation, and I was only making words. I looked out at the fields and brooks and houses rushing past. I wouldn't see these things for 7 years, not counting time off for good behavior. But then I'd be free again. And I'd have my $250,000. Not a bad salary, huh? I'd use my brains for myself this time. Suddenly,
Everybody hold on! There's another train on the track!
French. You all right? Gosh, I beat a car. Gotta get out of here.
a car lay on its side in flames. And those passengers who could move scrambled through the broken windows, paying no attention to a helpless man in handcuffs.
French. Give me a hand.
It was the detective, his legs pinned by the wreckage.
Move, will you? You want to see me roasted?
What can I do with my hands like this? Where do you carry the key?
What do you want with a key? You can pull me out by an arm, can't you? You can grab me by the head.
You thick-headed fool, we'll both die here if I can't use my hands.
You can use them good enough.
Where's the key?
I can't find it. French, it ain't in my pockets. Look on the floor.
You're a liar.
French, my shoes are on fire. Please.
The only weapon was
Help
a suitcase.
Me. Yeah.
I kicked him in the face.
Oh.
I bashed the suitcase on his head. And he didn't have the key. I emptied his pockets down to the last crumb of tobacco. But the fire crept closer. He hadn't the key to the handcuffs. And I wanted it. Because this wouldn't be an escape. This would be a disappearance. Oh, what a chance. What a chance. I'd have my liberty. And I'd have my money. I threw away his pistol. I wouldn't need a gun. I used my head. I squeezed my college ring on his finger. I switched wallets.
Is there anybody in that car? Pete, this way! Over here!
There was a conductor out there. A crowd of passengers. I got to the opposite side of the car. No one. Not a soul. And there wasn't a splinter of glass left in the window. I slid down the side of the car, cleared the wheels, and struck the ground running. A few moments, a few hundred steps, and I was safe in the darkness. I was free. They'd think I was dead. And I had $250,000.
For suspense, Autolite is bringing you William Powell in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hap, my friend, have you ever heard a conversation between two cars?
Two cars? Harlow, Wilcox, are you crazy?
Crazy like a fox. Listen, a sorrowful-looking sedan came up to me on the street the other day and said, "Pardon me, pal, but have you got a potent pill for a sput-puttering engine that keeps popping along on poor firing spark plugs?" Well, this car had sure come to the right man, old ALRSP Wilcox.
ALRSP?
ALRSP for Autolite Resistor Spark Plugs, of course.
Oh.
Well, before I could answer this fumbling four-door, up glides a cute coupe with a mellow murmur and says, "Say, chum, if you want to hum and hustle on the highway, if you want to idle smooth as a satin slipper, if you want better luck with lean gas mixtures, actually save gas, why, switch your narrow gap plugs for a set of those wonderful, sensational wide gap Autolite Resistor Spark Plugs. What's more," continues this chatty convertible, "Autolite Resistor Spark Plugs cut down spark plug interference with radio and television reception. Really, the spark plug of the future. Why, I was talking to a delighted television set
Wait
yesterday.
a minute, Harlow. Now you've got a car talking to a television set.
By Cornelius Hap, television sets, cars, and everybody are talking about Autolite Resistor Spark Plugs. And no wonder, because new Autolite Resistor Spark Plugs have a 10,000-ohm resistor, ignition engineered right into the spark plug, and a wider spark gap setting that means smoother idling and gas dollars saved. Autolite Resistor Spark Plugs fit any make and size of car, and don't forget, Autolite Resistor Spark Plugs are backed by the reputation of Autolite and the over 400 automotive, marine, and aviation parts made by the Autolite people. Pipe that.
Okay, but right now, let's pipe suspense.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage William Powell as Earl French in Give Me Liberty, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
My first job after escaping was to break out of those manacles. I sat in a wheat field, holding my hands overhead so the blood would run from my hands and wrists and leave them slim. It didn't work. I tried that until my shoulders were in agony, and it didn't work. I couldn't snap the chain. I twisted it. I pulled at it, tried to fling my hands apart, and it wouldn't break. I rubbed it against stones until my skin was torn and bleeding, and it wouldn't break. By this time it was morning, and I was pretty desperate. I found a match in my pocket. I went into the woods that bordered the field and built a fire. First the chain grew hot, and then my wrists. But I held them over the fire until I couldn't keep back the scream. And not until then would I believe that I needed help. I pushed through the wheat and the corn beyond it, and I stumbled down a slope into a barnyard.
Down, Jack, down.
A woman was standing near one of the hen houses, a pan of chicken feed in her hand.
What do you want?
There was nothing to say. She had seen the handcuffs.
Come on, speak up.
Look,
What do you want?
I'm innocent, I swear to you, I'm innocent.
Where you from? How'd you get away?
Well, we were going up to the prison, and there was an accident.
Well, what do you want from me?
Could you lend me a file? And if you could spare some food, I'll be glad to
You
pay
don't
for...
have to pay me for anything. Wait here. Jack, you watch him.
The fool went into the house, and the dog sat down on its belly and placed its nose between its paws, and its eyes never left my face for an instant. And then through the stillness, I heard the cranking of an old-fashioned wall telephone, and I knew what she was doing. I ran like a whirlwind. I couldn't get them off. I couldn't get the handcuffs off. I couldn't get anything to eat. I couldn't show myself. Do you know what it means to see food all about you and not be able to buy it? Don't tell me I could have eaten corn and fruit and roots. I can tell you the nature of every dog in that area, and the feel of every barbed wire fence, and the spang and roar of every rifle and shotgun.
That was him, Harry. That was him down in the brush. Get around to the other side.
I crept into a village one night and forced up the window of a hardware store. I wanted a file, just a file. Do you know what they carry in hardware stores these days? Glassware, kitchen gadgets, garden tools, seeds, ovens, rat poisons, dresses. And then I moved behind a counter. A hardware store has to have a file somewhere. And my foot struck a wire, stretched across the floor. How tired have you been? Have you ever been so tired that your eyes felt like stones in your head? So weary that your jaw hung slack and your tongue seemed thick and heavy in your mouth? There were times when I thought I'd die. And on the evening of the fourth day of my liberty, I crawled quietly to the garbage cans back of a roadside diner and began to paw about for something I could eat. There was a step behind me. I whirled about. It was a boy. We looked at each other for a long moment. He was waiting for me to speak. I said, "Hello, Sonny.
Hello.
You live in this neighborhood?"
Yeah.
I don't. I'm traveling.
With handcuffs on?
Oh, these? Yeah, a friend put them on me for a joke. Say, that gives me an idea, Sonny. Would you do me a big favor?
Depends upon how big.
Well, big to me, anyway. Sonny, it's worth $10 to be able to have these handcuffs off before my friend shows up. Look, can you get me a file or chop them off with an axe or something like that so I can have a laugh on him?
No.
Look, I'll let you keep them. They're fun.
Nope.
Oh. Well, then, would you do something else for me?
Depends.
I'm a little embarrassed about going into the lunch wagon like this. Look, would you step in there and buy a few hamburgers for me?
How much?
Same $10.
For a couple of hamburgers?
Why not? Then maybe you'd change your mind about the file.
Let's see the money.
I got it right here in my pocket, ready to jump into your hand. Hey, Lots of things that a boy can buy with $10. Ah, there we are.
How do I know it's good?
Don't you trust me?
Drop it on the ground.
Drop it. Why?
You drop it and back away. Then I'll pick it up.
Oh, say, that's very smart. Yeah, how's that? Far enough?
I guess.
He picked it up and began to walk around the diner. But when he was out of reach, he broke into a run.
There's a convict out back. Pop a gun with handcuffs on. Coffin, let's get Coffin back in the
Well, I got away. And I couldn't tear them off. I couldn't. I had $250,000 buried away, and it was worthless to me. Do you know it can be bought with $250,000? Why, a man's soul can be bought for less than $250,000. And I couldn't buy a 10-cent file. I spent that night in a nest of cast-off railway ties attached to a siding. When I opened my eyes in the morning, I had company. There was a hobo sitting on the top of my fortress-like bedroom. A very unusual-looking hobo, in blue jeans and a navy coat. She was counting my money, smoothing each bill with loving care. She grinned when she saw I was awake.
Good morning, chum. You sleep like an honest man. What's the matter, chum? Never speak till they bring your orange juice?
Listen, I'm in trouble. I want you to help me.
To get the bracelets off?
Yeah.
Oh, chum, wouldn't that be kind of silly? I might lose all this hard-earned dough.
Look, there's more where that came from. A lot more. I'll make you rich.
Yeah, I heard that one before. So long, chum.
Listen to me. I got $250,000.
Yeah, I get feelings like that, too.
Come back, will you? It's true. Don't you read the papers? I'm Earl French.
I never heard of you, and where would you get that much dough?
Look, go into town and buy one of the newspapers of 6 days ago. That'll tell you.
Tell me what?
Don't people read anymore? Earl French, the embezzler. I stole $250,000.
Uh-huh, and you're wearing those things so you won't pick your own pocket.
Don't try to be clever. I died in the train wreck near Scottsville.
You're so sure about that, chum. You croaked only a few days ago.
No, you fool. They only think I did. Now, you get those newspapers. You come back here with a file and some food.
No, don't order me around, chum. If you're a corpse, I won't take it from you. And if you're not a corpse, I'll poke you in the eye. Just play it easy, huh? Yeah, maybe I'll be back. Could happen.
I waited for her all through that long, blistering day. Crouching within those four walls of railway ties. I lay there like a trapped animal. And yet I knew she'd be back. She couldn't resist it. Cheap little thing like that. I knew she'd be back.
Chum, it seems you were a very important guy in your time.
Ah, you saw the papers.
Yeah, and I got good news for you. Mr. French, you're now burnt to a crisp. That's the way they found you in the train.
Recognize me by the ring on my finger?
Yeah. Well, you're dead, all right. You and $250,000.
Well, we'll come to that later. You get to work with the file.
No. You're giving orders again, and I told you I don't like it.
Give me that file.
It's right here in my jeans. And that's where it stays until you lead me to my share of that dough.
Oh, you'll get it.
Chum, listen to Mama. I can pick up 500 fish by turning in an escaped prisoner, or you can dig up that treasure chest and buy this file for half the plunder.
That's 400 miles away.
That's a fair distance.
But I can't ride a train or a bus with these on my wrists.
That's okay, chum. We'll walk.
400 miles?
A cinch. I've done it before.
We'll be seen.
Not at night.
What'll I eat? Where will he sleep?
You'll sleep in the woods, and I'll bring the grub to you. Me, I'll sleep in town, where I'll be snug and safe. You don't take this file from me, chum. Not till I see my half of that dough.
And that's how it was. That same evening, we started a walk. At first, it wasn't so bad. It gave me time to think. And I knew I'd think of something.
You know, there's kind of a sneaky look about you.
What?
You figure that in 400 miles, a lot of things can happen.
Oh, no. After all, I want to do what's fair. Let's split.
If we don't, I'll split your skull, and don't kid yourself that I won't, little chum. Been waiting a long time for a break like this.
We walked, with the handcuffs digging so deep into my flesh that I began to believe they were a part of me. Yeah, she brought me food, but she wouldn't come close enough to hand it to me. And every time I reached for anything, it was torture. My hands and wrists were a mass of misery. And as though her pet animal were on a leash, my friend always walked 6 paces behind me. She was too smart. And I realized that I had to get away from her. And soon. And the morning I decided to do it, she found me a shack to hole up in. I could hardly wait for her to leave and go back into town.
Yeah, this shack looks good. I'll meet you back here tonight.
All right. See you tonight.
That's the way I like you, chum. Nice and agreeable.
Why not? Why shouldn't I be? See you tonight, as usual.
Sure there isn't anything special you'd like me to bring you to eat?
No, nothing special.
Uh-huh. Say, chum, I think you better turn around.
Why?
Big...
Hey! When I awoke, with a dull ache filling my head, I found myself neatly trussed up. I could move a little, but not enough to get free. Talk about female intuition. She had guessed that I was going to try to get away from her, and she beat me to it. But I didn't give up, though. She'd have to make one mistake. The next night, we'd stop for a rest.
Hey, French.
Yeah?
How can you be sure that dough is still there?
It's safe.
How do you know? What kind of a place do you hide it in?
You'll see.
Hey, don't you trust me?
Of course. As much as you trust me. And it's time we stop playing this little game. Now get out that file.
When I see the dough, little chum.
Take them off, will you? How long do you think I'm...
Shut up. You'll wake up the neighbors. On, move.
No.
I said move.
No. That money's mine. And you'll never see it unless I want you to. And we'll go to it the way I say.
Chum, you're making me mad.
You get out that file and take these off. Go on, get it out. I can give orders, too. What do you think you are, an animal trainer?
No, that's not a bad idea.
Is it? But it happens that I'm not an animal. And it happens that... What's that for? You can't frighten me with a knife.
I wouldn't try.
You use that on me, and we both lose out.
Whenever my old man used to beat one of us kids, he always said the same thing. He said, never use a switch thicker in your thumb. Breaks the skin, but no bones. A kid can go on working.
A switch?
Yeah, like this one. Nice and green and limber. That's all the knife is for. I wouldn't use a knife on a buddy.
You won't use that either. Put it down.
You know, this is something I wanted to do ever since I found you sleeping in those railroad ties. You gonna get up?
No.
This'll hurt.
I'll kill you someday. I swear I'll kill you.
I once had a husband like you. Brave enough outside, but once anybody put on the pressure...
You talk too much. Go on, I'm calling your bluff. I'm sick of hearing you talk.
All right.
No! No! Get up! Come on. We walked. God, how I hated her. And she... Well, she was sure she'd beat me down altogether because she didn't even bother now to taunt me anymore. She was very quiet after that. And a little careless. I stopped now and then, and she'd bump into me in the darkness. But she'd always stop dreaming before I could get my hands on her. Well, all things must end. Our pilgrimage ended one morning when I said... Here it is.
What?
The money.
Where?
We're standing over it.
You up to some sneaky trick again? We're standing in the middle of a highway. You didn't do any digging here, chum.
Look, there's a culvert running under the road here. A 24-inch pipe. Come into the ditch. I'll show you.
You didn't stick that dough into the pipe. Must have washed away.
It's not in the pipe. It's in a deep crevice between the pipe and the concrete. Pull out some of those stones.
You pull them out.
What, with these hands? Why, I can't touch anything without screaming. Pull them out.
French, so help me if this is a gag.
She believed me. She had to. She saw the truth in my eyes. The money was there, my $250,000. She bent over to tug at the stones. She turned her back to me for the first time. And that was it. That was the mistake I was waiting for. I sprang forward and I crushed her handcuffs. Down on her head, the back of her neck, her head. Ah, the pain of my wrist. Ah, but I didn't care. I didn't care. My hands, covered with blood. Her blood, mine. She was dead. But I couldn't move. My hands, my poor hands. I had to wait until the shock drained out of them. Finally, I reached into her pockets for the file. It isn't there. Well, it must be in this one. No. No file. She hasn't got a file. She never had one. Ah, the sheet. The dirty little sheet. Come on, little children. Come on, you babies. 250,000 beautiful little babies. Come on. Oh. I can't get a hold on it. I need about a few inches. I can't. With these handcuffs on, I need one arm free. You handcuff you! I'll break this chain if I have to rip my hands off. I'll get that money. I must have the money. I want the money. It's money. It's my money.
That's the way I found him, Chief, sitting in the ditch beside a dead girl and babbling like an idiot.
Thank you, William Paul, for a splendid performance. Mr. Paul returns in just a moment.
Well, Hap, my friend, now that you...
Harlow, I've been trying to tell you I already have 2 complete sets of Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Congratulations. Everyone should have a complete set of Autolite resistor spark plugs. Those modern miracles of Autolite ignition engineers, those monuments to tireless Autolite research. So, friends, why not drive down to your nearest Autolite dealer tomorrow, early tomorrow, and get your car a set of Autolite resistor spark plugs. They're sensational. And not because I said so either, but because they really are. Autolite means spark plug.
Ignition-engineered resistor spark plug.
Autolite means batteries.
Stay full battery.
Autolite means ignition system.
The lifeline of your car.
And now here again is William Paul.
My thanks to the fine cast of suspense actors who helped to make my appearance here so pleasant an experience. I'm a regular listener to radio's outstanding theater thrills, and I'll be tuned in next time to hear John Garfield in Death Sentence, another gripping study in...
suspense.
William Powell appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, producers of the Technicolor production The Three Musketeers, starring Lana Turner, Gene Kelly, June Allison, and Van Heflin. Tonight's suspense play was written by Herb Meadow, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Bluskin. Ann Morrison played the part of the hobo. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader.
This is the Autolite Suspense Show. Subscribe to your local community chest. Everybody benefits. Everybody gives. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.